This way no one will recognize me.
I do. What do you want?
Your head. And the prize.
On the road to nowhere, I was uncovered waiting there. Say a prayer for all those trapped inside my glare. Unaware of your chances, my whole style enhances. Casting envious glances to see past your advances. Hidden with the opposition, I rose from the collision. Dripping in confliction and placed down in position. Got adrift decomposing under oceans just roaming. I'm out past the hour of your own fear and loathing. Frozen in that moment, stripped of all components. Left groaning in condolence, steadily unloading. Shape-shifting, out drifting, I'm barely existing. Still persisting, asking is there anybody listening? As the moon briefly stops and glistens on the scene. Any signs we do conquer and rule, all supreme. A fellow at having a brothel, I was setting many novels. The lost apostle looking on, all the more watchful. As I placed my hand against the stark freezing darkness. You fell apart there, waiting on the heartless. My forearms extending endless as I pen this. Won't you come step forth and try to apprehend this? Cast out with the enemy, the most unfriendly. My brush strokes evoke a shark, feeding frenzy. No credence placed in amongst your wretched destiny. No end to your jealousy, entrenched in all treachery. Dancing in the vestry, come close and catch a dose from me. Hanging from the rope, is this really how it's supposed to be? All rats in my gut, I regurgitate them up. Black coffee mornings and damn cigarette butts. Plucking feathers out these ducks, still clucking. Caught your bluff with a puff and brought you only nothing. I paint a figure of sus stature, avoiding capture. The White Panther anthem, slash your face with an antler. And swing the grappler, the game grabbing at your juggler. Smugglers triumphing, yet there's not much hope here. All stood unassuming as the judgment came looming. Moving with a few, I still stay eluded. Lost the plot, my image staring back in ink blots. Anaphylactic shock, one by one I watch them drop. As these dry bones rot in the valleys of distrust. Spewing out your courage over everything you touch. Over everything you touch. Sinister stricken, TCG. Dark romanticism, dark romanticism. Road to nowhere, 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 nowhere.
I see Ramirez lied. She was not his woman. She was your woman. And she never told you. I wonder why. Perhaps I gave her something you never could.
First generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Oh, yeah.
Alien, paranoia, enemy list, wired death, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be cowed while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension is making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't read destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And the best vision from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking to level hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the
the bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Coming from the bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mockty, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Tarzan, animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min shaitanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 33rd and 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery back holder, mock the energy is solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure her ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Little bastard.
unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth, but we're meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You've worked your ass off hoping for a promotion, something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down a pen. Pick up. I got put down a pen. Pick up. I got put down a pen. Pick up. I got. Pick up. I got put down a pen. Pick up. I got put down a pen. Pick up. I got put down a pen. Pick up. I got. Pick up. I got.
You're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labors. You aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
If a thief takes your money, you take it back. Does that make you feel safe?
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some good stuff for you guys today. In terms of moving from a religious consciousness to the technological consciousness, which we are now in, and moving back to an ecological consciousness through personalism and other philosophies, right, in which we could expand the human element within the technosphere,
Right now, we have been embroiled in several developments, okay, which have led us to a joint system, right? Now, in terms of the physical constraints or the objective factors of power within this physical system is the world technological system, right? And within the ideological constraints, right, of the movement, we have the sphere of techno-liberalism, right? Okay. And it's important to put techno before liberalism and not see liberalism itself as the ideological manifestation of either progress or reason, right? Of course, these two elements, reason and progress, right, have become the ideological constraints that have led to the notion of both collective growth, right, and also the archetypal man, right, which is basically pinned man against both nature and time, right? Now, we talked about sort of the developments that have been going on, right? Okay, in terms of the spatio-temporal sort of dislodging, right, that has came about, right? And of course, it's perfectly represented in Kant's statement, right? The starry sky above and the moral law within, right? Now, of course, Pascal wrote that reason confutes the dogmatists while nature confutes the skeptics. Right now, what did he mean by the notion that nature could heal us from the idea of skepticism? Well, it's the denial of nature, right, and of the body, right? That really a lot of philosophers, right, they're under the ideological constraint, or philosophy has been a movement, right? We're going to kind of tease these notions, right, of ideas away from their physical constraints, right? And what they've done in the process is that they've removed nature from the equation, but they've kept time as a necessary element, right? They've also removed mind from the equation, and they've substituted mind for the notion of language, right? Or ethnos, right? And that is a qualifying element, right, that they've chose, because human society has built a parasitism, okay, on natural human organization, right? Natural human organization, right? Okay, it comes from small human communities, right? Okay, and human scale technologies. Now, of course, when most of man's tools, okay, and work is cultural work, okay, based in symbolic forms, right? Then you have the development of both biotechne and also of the mega machine, right, which is incorporates simple tools, right, and also agricultural systems, right, to form the great civilizations of the world, right? Now, those great civilizations of the world became wanting to expand their territory, right? So as they took in new territory, right? Okay, they started to assimilate various cultural forms, and you had the development of the cities, right? Now, in the cities, you have the development of both international trade and technological innovation through the sort of elite, right, the educated classes, right, because they develop education in the city that comprises systems of education from assimilates various forms of education across the empire, right? Now, in that whole arena, right? Okay, of the polis, right? And Athens was one of the first to develop like this, right? Okay, now, man, I don't have wonder where I put my book. I mean, oh yeah, here it is. What the hell? Yeah, there's a very awesome quote in this book that I took from David Livingstone, right? That he was quoting Pliny the Elder, right? And man, is it very interesting quote. He said in the East, doubtless magic was invented in Persia and by Zoroaster. All the authorities agree with this. I have noticed that in ancient times, and indeed almost always, one finds men seeking in this science the climax of literary glory. At least Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, and Plato crossed the seas, exiles in truth rather than travelers, to instruct themselves in this. Returning to their native land, they vaunted the claims of magic and maintained its secret doctrine. Right? What is Pliny talking about? Right? He's talking about a science, right, that is developing, right, combining both philosophy and science at the time, right, the cutting edge, right? And of course, this was developing of people who went to travel around the mega civilizations and absorb the knowledge and come back to their people, right? And once their people absorb this knowledge, right, okay, and this form of cultural assimilation, right, this process of development, right, of absorbing cultures and philosophies, right, went on for 1,000 years, right? It went on for 1,000 years, right? And it created the notion of universal principles, right? This is roughly from 400 BC to 1400 AD, okay, until they started to develop both the Lurianic Kabbalah and Protestant Christianity, okay? And once they started to develop those two systems in the 1400s, and it was a lot of influencers, right? Kabbalists and Rosicrucians and different guys, right? And different natural philosophers, right? People like, going all the way from, Isaac Luria, who combined Neoplatonism and Maimonides and, and the systems of the Kabbalah into the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? And, you had several practitioners of Lurianic Kabbalah that influenced a lot of, Western philosophers, right? For example, Queen Christina of Sweden and Oliver Cromwell, right? Okay, were influenced by philosophers, right? And sometimes Talmudic rabbis and stuff like Manasseh ben Israel, right, influenced Oliver Cromwell, right? And Queen Christina of Sweden was influenced by Descartes, right? And all of these people, right, they constituted a sort of a change in sort of the dogmatic principles, right? And of course, you had a sort of, political aspect to this entire thing, right? Okay, within Europe, right? Okay, and this change mainly happened within European society, right? Okay, within the, as I said, the 14th and 15th centuries, right? So, as I talked about, a lot of these changes and a lot of these thinkers came about during this time, right? So let's take a look at Skolimowski's work from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right? And trying to put some pieces together onto how this system operates and how it was developed. Now, I think he makes some very interesting statements here. I'm talking about Skolimowski, right? Okay, he's talking about the rise of an ecological consciousness, right? Okay, and he's talking about the false form of eschatology that developed in the West concerning progress, right? And I want to rehash or reread some of his main points here. He said, we must stress with due gravity that technology is not to be thought of as a chest of tools, indifferent in themselves, bad or good, only according to our use. Okay? Okay, we have to go beyond the idea of using tools, right? To the not to the concept of operating machines, or as the postmodernists have done, right? But go back to a much more fundamental conception. I mean, as Jacques Ellul does, right? Of the ensemble of means, right? The technique itself, right? Okay, so going beyond the tools to focus on the complexity of machines, right? Okay, is simply looking at the wrong side of the problem. Now, obviously, there's key differences between tools and machines, right? And the order of complexity, right? And the demand for efficiency, right? Right, with machines, efficiency becomes the goal and not the means to a goal, right? Okay. And of course, in order to do that, you have to always increase the efficiency of means, right? So there's never a stable reference point in efficiency of means, right? Because efficiency is the goal, right? Okay, so technique makes efficiency a goal or an end of itself, and then it turns the process around on humans, right? It objectifies the human, right? Okay. Okay, and this is such an important aspect, okay, that technique is what integrates the machine into human society, right? The machine is anti-social, as Mumford said, right? Okay, but it needs a human element, right? And methods and techniques are that human element, right? Okay. Man, I'm already getting a scratchy throat. But yeah. Yeah, let me go on. Yeah, I'm going to talk about evolution as well. Obviously, I don't know if I want to use the word evolution, but obviously machines do have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? Okay. So the genealogy of machines is not the same as the genealogy of tools, right? Okay. Tools are invented, right, in a cultural setting, right? And they're usually absorbed into the cultural setting, right? Machines, right? Okay, they're put into the cultural setting, imposed on the cultural setting, right? And they integrate within the system as a whole, right? So machines have the quality of self-augmentation, automation, and efficiency of means, and automation of choice, as we talked about, right? That simple tools do not possess, right? Okay. Okay, but why? Okay, but what is the need to turn human beings into machines for peak efficiency, right? Okay, that's what we're really concerned with. Okay, so let me go back. It says, okay, so he says that to look at the tools indifferent in themselves, bad or good, only according to their use, is an atomistic and naive view of technology, as I just explained. And I've continued to explain dozens of times on this show, right? Okay, but yeah, and we've given dozens of examples of technological determinism, right? Okay, so he says he says technology itself attempts to promulgate this very view. Okay, that it's neutral. Okay, that it's just, of course, right? Right, something that requires all of the means to be subjected to itself, right? Obviously, it's going to, you know, promulgate the view that's to the benefit of society as a whole, right? Nothing surprising there. At this stage of history, technology is so all-pervading. That is a form of consciousness, right? That's right. Criticism of the technological system, right? Usually seen as something's wrong with you. Right? Okay. So this idea of technological consciousness, right? That you can't critique technology. Right? Actually, the only people who are allowed to critique the technology itself are the experts. Right? And they have to surrender to the consensus view. Right? So their particular influence is literally minuscule. Right? And they themselves are conditioned by the use of machines. Right? So they're conditioned by their training and they're conditioned by the use of machines. Right? So the experts themselves are not very determinate of the factors involved. Okay, the inventors, they built off previous research. Right? So they're reliant on a whole host of tools and scientific discoveries. Right? Okay, and then still for the technological means to be the most efficient, they have to be integrated into the system as a whole. Right? He says, at this stage of history, technology is so all-pervading that it is a form of consciousness. When we think of technology, we think of control and manipulation. Technology is a vision of reality, not the use of tools. Okay, we talked about that. Right? What exactly is not technology? Right? Okay, technology is simply techne and logos, the application of skill or knowledge. Right? According to Aristotle. Right? So technology is extremely broad, right, in its scope. Okay, the best way to define technology, as I said earlier, would be to combine the mental and the physical. But we have no demonstration of that. Right? We have no idea of how the mind relates to the physical world. Right? Obviously, Plato was a dualist. Right? He had no answer to the question, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? But obviously, right, when we conceive of things, right, as Aristotle said, right, a sculptor conceives of the sculpture within the stone, and then he shapes the stone to the image in his mind. So he's pulling the thing from the future from the future mental plane through the past through the efficient means that he employs, right? Okay, so he's drawing in the telos into the present stage, right? And this sort of temporal element entering into nature and time, entering into nature and change, entering into nature through the process of creation. This was one of the huge achievements of Aristotle, right? Of course, he had to posit the notion of a universal mind, right, in order to get there, right? That couldn't have been separate from nature. See, for Plato, the universal mind had to be separate from nature. Okay, but they nonetheless had to answer the question, okay, why reason can determine the processes in nature. Okay, and some of them came to the conclusion that A, man is separate from nature, and B, nature is subject to man's reason. Okay, and I think this was a huge assumption, right? That when they got rid of the transcendental realm, they had to put the idea of man within himself, right? And the notion of the archetypal man and of conditioning of human society emerged, right? As I said, right? As I've explained thousands of times on this show. And I'll actually move on after this, right? But one of the main ideas I put forward is the idea from Rousseau, right? That first man saw nature peopled with spirits. Spirits in the trees, spirits in the rocks, spirits in the river, spirits in the sun. Right? See, Rousseau was kind of like the first anthropologist, right? Just as Hobbes was kind of a proto-biologist. Okay, he was pre-Darwinian in his understanding of man as a animal with rational faculties, right? But also that is Aristotelian. But yeah, this notion that nature had become separate from man came from the idea that nature was first people with deities, then man took the gods out of nature to put them in the temple, then man put himself in the temple and kicked the gods out of the temple, moved in himself, right? And now man wants to go to space to conquer space, right? And say he's the god of the universe, right? But this came from the idea that our spirit was linked to the greater spirit within nature, right? Transformed into the soul of the individual, right? And the rational mind, then transformed into the collective of human society, and then transformed into human society influencing the individual, the other way around. So man first became conditioned by nature, and then he became separate from nature through reason. And this is the history of Western philosophy, summarized in 30 minutes. Okay, I've looked at it. I've read many philosophy books. Right? I went to the university. Right? You won't understand what these other lunatics like Eric Weinstein and James Lindsay and Andrew Wilson and Jordan Peterson are saying unless you study the sources that they use. Jung and Nietzsche and Locke and Bertrand Russell and all these crazy people that they use. You won't be able to understand how they're programming people unless you're able to deal with the architectonic assemblage of concepts that they're laying out. You won't be able to see through their deceptions. So it's useless, right? Or you could watch Illuma Dummy's improv comedy show. It's all up to you, right? And just chew on the brain slop, right? And pacify your mind, right? Or you can equip yourself with the tools necessary to see the deceptions all around you, right? I mean, good Lord, folks. I mean, let's get it together here. Let's go on with Skolomowski. When we interact with the world via technology, we never think how to be benign and compassionate and loving, but always how to be different, controlling, assertive. This attitude of controlling and manipulating is now part of the mental makeup of Western people. Another intriguing, or shall we say fascinating, aspect of technology is that although technological consciousness is supposed to be secular through and through, it contains its own transcendental program. Okay? And its own metaphysical assumptions. And presuppositions. Although that word has become played out, hasn't it? They've ran that one into the ground.
Yeah, and beat it like a dead horse.
Yeah. Yeah. All they meant by that is intuitive, folks. Go read Kant. Okay. Anyways. And I mean, Kant is, it's a drag. You want to read this? You didn't read the section on posterior analytics? I'll give you some posterior analytics right here, buddy. Right, it's stupidity, amassed, right, and then plastered all over, right, separating morals and art from reason. Okay. And separating reason from nature, right? Okay, so all these things, right? You have the mental faculties that exist with human reason, you have nature itself, okay, and empiricism, and then you have the moral faculties that exist on the universal plane. And all these are separate. Right? But just by putting everything in its own fixed arena and scope, okay, doesn't mean that you've clarified the origins of it, right? You've simply created a model of how these things interact in the world, right? So Kant's model is just that. It's just a model of how consciousness functions. Right? And of course, if you follow that model, you'll be stuck in that mode of consciousness. Right? Reason confutes the dogmatist, nature confutes the skeptics. Remember Pascal. But yeah, let's go to this. He says another intriguing, or shall we say fascinating aspect of technology is that although technological consciousness is supposed to be secular through and through, it contains its own transcendental program, its own form of divinity, if you wish. It seeks the divinity of man here on earth by liberating him from old yokes, giving him dignity and freedom, and by creating him or her in the image of the industrious God who can do everything for himself. Now to seek fulfillment and realization on earth through our own effort is an admirable project. Okay, remember what Locke said. Right, he literally said the whole function or purpose of man was to apply industrious labor to nature, humane industry to nature, right, so that we could receive value from nature. Because nature that lies without human industry applied to it is waste, he says. Is literally waste. Right, so fulfillment and realization on earth through our own effort, right, which he said that this is the exact faculty and ability that God gave to Adam. But as I said, they had to reinterpret the Bible. They had to totally secularize Christian principles to create universalism and liberalism. Okay, if you don't believe me, you have not studied the thinkers from the 15th to 16th century. Okay, that influenced the occult and Western philosophy. Some of them I mentioned in the beginning of this talk here, right? But yeah, the trouble begins when we amass too much power. Remember, power is not control, folks. Right? Freedom is not choice and power is not control. How many times do we have to experience that? Okay, the more choices you have, the less freedom you have. The more power you have, the less control you have. Okay, we destroy natural habitats by which we become so intoxicated we forget our place on this planet. In the absence of higher values, Okay, if all the values attained by applying humane industry to nature, higher values or principles or rights, where do they come from? Well, Locke derived them from natural laws or principles. Okay, in absence of higher values and some form of wisdom concerning human destiny, the amassing of power is a very dangerous thing and it leads to unbridled arrogance and ultimately to hubris. Let us now succinctly summarize and characterize the characteristics, of technological consciousness. Here it is. Right, and then we see the overall structure, its mode of operation. Okay, it reveals itself to be objectivizing. Okay, and it also objectivizes man, right? It atomizes man. Right, it creates alienation among man. Right, it creates a thirst for power and dominion among man. Right, ability to manipulate and control nature. Okay, it's desacralizing. It desacralizes nature. It separates us from the natural world. Okay. Okay, the idea that man's principle rules over nature, right? Is desacralizing to nature. And to the greater purpose of man, of why we've been placed within this natural environment, right? Okay, and finally, it's geared to eschatology of consumption, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Okay. So the last point needs to be elaborated. What is the eschatology of consumption? Eschatology is a subject which concerns itself with the ultimate ends and goals of human life. In the absence of far-reaching transcendental goals, while religious and spiritual values have collapsed, consumption has become an imperative of our life, an overall goal, a form of fulfillment, the focus of aspirations. In its clumsy, indirect way, consumption has become a form of salvation. Thus, in eschatology, consuming new toys, new cornflakes, new cars, new televisions, new makeups, and new computers is not dangerous in itself. What is dangerous and unhealthy to our psychic lives is when this process of consumption becomes a kind of religious urge, promising happiness, fulfillment, and salvation. At this point, technology has become a form of eschatology. Okay, that means not only a end or goal in itself, but also a spiritual value, an inherent value, okay, or an inherent purpose or goal of humanity. Okay, laden with metaphysical, cosmological, and theological valuations. Okay.
That kind of consumption sounds akin to hedonism.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you have a camera, we cannot let you on the origin. Okay. But if you have a camera, only we can see you backstage. You'll have to wave to us so we can confirm that you're a real person and you can come on the show. Anybody can come on the show, right? But of course, I'm sort of going through themes and things, so I'd like it if we sort of talk about what I'm talking about, right? This is not here to chit chat here, right? Although there may be space for that later on in the show, right? Although we're moving a little bit fast here, right? Hostile Hyperborean. Blessings. Yeah, peace be with you.
Thank you. Yeah, just kind of getting some sort of grounding on your conversation now. I'll mute and just let you guys vibe a little bit.
Yeah, it's no worries. Chime in whenever you like. All right. You seem cogent. Blessings. But yeah.
Yes, honor.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it says here, we've emptied the universe of the sacred, of the spiritual, of intrinsic values. Okay, this is indicative of the false or pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Which is assumed, right? After we declared the physical, the objective, the coldly rational as our new deities, after the traditional cultural patterns have been disintegrated in the miasma of atomistic thinking, what has emerged as our new eschatology is the drunken pursuit of power and of stupefying consumption. What has also emerged is a new image of man, the Faustian man who celebrates his day by seeking gratification here and now. Faustian man. Okay, this is the Faustian face of modern science, right? The Mephistophelians, right? And the idea of trying to manipulate or conquer nature, not through, as we saw in, in the idea of, oh man, what was that guy? Anthroposophy. I'm getting the name.
Rudolf Steiner.
Rudolf Steiner, yeah. What Rudolf Steiner sort of said was a sort of a conflict between, Satan and Lucifer, between spirituality and knowledge, right? And so it's very interesting, right?
Yeah, Ahriman and Lucifer. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you reading from Jacques Ellul? Is that what you're doing right now?
Oh no, I'm reading Skolomowski right now.
Oh, that'll be later.
Yeah, Henrik Skolomowski. Yeah, we're gonna move on to Jacques Ellul in about 20 minutes here with a music break in between. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I see you've been paying attention. Thank you so much for joining, friend. I greatly appreciate. You seem like you know about Rudolf Steiner, so that's very surprising.
I was a practitioner of anthroposophy for about 15 years.
Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely a very unique philosophy and very much in tune with nature. Right, so
that
I
wouldn't
can appreciate that.
have any connection to theosophy, would it?
Oh yeah. It's one of the founding. Yeah, it's one of the founding principles. Yeah. I think Steiner and Blavatsky, they're like founders.
He wasn't a founder. He joined later, but yeah, he had to part with them because of their conception of Christ. Yeah, he had to create his own path.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, he was more like he was already in the occult. That's the thing with Steiner.
Heavily.
So he joined up with them and then left them.
Read his anybody listening, read his autobiography, and that'll blow you away.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to. He's kind of pre-theosophy sort of thing. Or yeah. Actually, as I said, he was there on Nietzsche's deathbed, explaining Nietzsche's philosophy to his sister. So he's a very interesting character.
True. Yep. Yeah.
But yeah.
He's sort of a new Hegelian. Like he has this idea that intimately spirituality is intimately connected with historicity, and that there's a sort of eschatological importance to the spirit. He doesn't really mention Hegel a lot. He has more of an emphasis on Goethe, but you can tell that it's Hegelian.
I think the Holy Spirit is time for sure. If you read Ephesians, it seems like time and the Holy Spirit are definitely linked because he's talking about the coming of a new age. Right?
It's the breath. It's Brahma. It's the breath of Brahma, essentially. That's why we say aspiration or what's the other inspiration, things like that.
Oh yeah. Definitely familiar. But this Faustian idea, it's a little different. He says Faustian man maintains that one and a Faustian man maintains that one and only that one only lives once. Okay. Therefore, one lives dangerously at whatever and whatsoever expense, even if it means the ruin of future generations and the destruction of the ecological habitats. Faustian man is the human manifestation of the rapacious technology. Faustian man is a symbolic acknowledgement of the ascent of naked power and the simultaneous waning of human spirituality. While analyzing the fallout of technological consciousness, we are not forgetting the other side of the coin, namely technology has been a noble dream that has been turned out sour, that the mechanistic worldview was once a ladder to freedom from the constraint and oppression of religious consciousness, nor do we wish to question the obviously beneficial aspects of technology. See, this is what's interesting, is this transition, right, from religious consciousness, right, to technological consciousness through liberalism, right? Okay, and universalism, right? Obviously, I mean, as I described last time, you know, liberalism is more of a political form, and universalism is more of the philosophical form, right? But nevertheless, it does the same thing to man, right? It creates a general aspiration for mankind, a collective will, right, which leads to atomization, which leads to over socialization, which leads to the archetypal man and other false presumptions, right? And obviously, it leads to this notion of the Faustian man, right? As Skolomowski has pointed out, right? So eloquently, right? Then he says, while analyzing the fallout of technological consciousness, we are not forgetting the other side of the coin, namely that technology is a noble dream that has turned out sour. Okay, nor do we wish to question the obviously beneficial aspects of technology: comfort, the rise of material standard of living, the sense of freedom of movement, if only illusory, the elimination of contagious diseases as easy way of plumbing many of our problems. That's right. There's no going back. Right? The anarcho-primitivists are wrong. There's no going back to a simpler time. That's another pipe dream. That's just the same as futurism. It's faith in the future. Faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao. Okay. Anyways.
Faith in the past would be
construction.
The anarcho primitivists. Shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Either of them buy into imminence. So you're buying into temporality. I do believe that the eternity would denote some sort of past state, but it's a transcendent past, right? It's like this thing that you need to recollect, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's temporality. The temporal sort of past that we talk about imminently.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I like how you said that.
Even though, you know, you can look at eternity as like a now, right? Like you can say that right now is that thing that was, but from the perspective of a being in becoming, in temporality, it's a sort of past conception. Like that's how we look at it, right? So it's kind of, there's like a fine distinction there, to where if you don't differentiate in the definition between those different pasts, quote unquote, yeah, it can be very misleading, and you can never get the initiate to actually understand what the true transcendent past would be, right? Because there's guys out there, there's philosophers who talk about this past, like you're talking about this reverting to a simpler time or whatever, right? Like in Platonic terms, they talk about like the one being the simplest, right? Or the good being this simple, this thing that is void of a complex compound of multiplicity that makes a unity. So it's like, yeah, there's this past, but they mean transcendent, right? I don't know. You can tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm way off track.
No, I like that aspect. You know, I like the notion of a transcendent past as much as I like about, you know, just a non-existent future. And I think that you know, the transcendent past could be more of a bolstering of what the past is, right? And not like you know, to sort of defeat futurism, you know. So that's what I'm interested in. I mean, I think that might be, you know, so this notion, you know, I'm really enjoying this notion. I mean, for sure.
It's a transcendent past, and perhaps what it's kind of a devolution from that transcendent past to what we have now.
Oh yeah, this concept of devolution comes into
rather
play.
than evolution.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's a huge part of this. I mean, and also, you need devolution, but you can't go with just entropy, because where is the new information coming from, right? So so I think, you know, I mean, the new information could be coming from the transcendent past, right? You know, it's, I mean, it's not coming from the future. There's nothing coming from there, right? So it's interesting. You know, but yeah, you'd have to like really explain this idea. You have to write like 10 pages on this idea of the transcendent past, and I'll definitely read
if
it.
the information is coming from the transcendent past, then the future would exist, right? Because the transcendent past is sending the new information into the future.
Well, I think it'd be sending it into the present, but yeah, either way, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, either way, it'd be creating the future. Yeah, but I do. I mean, you know, I mean, memory is way more real than expectation. I think the past is way more real than the future, in my opinion. I mean, but you know, but I digress. You know, that's just a bunch of metaphysical speculations. I mean, but I think that we need to hammer out some new ideas because, yeah, these old ones, yeah, they're really just, you know, they're bogging us down. I mean, at this point. So, yeah, I mean, it's like Nietzsche said, you got to create new values here. I mean, right, and of course, we're in a world that's creating them for us. So if we don't, you know, create new values, we'll have to, you know, just accept the ones that are being created for us. I mean, yeah, we got this homie here, Godheart Guardian. It looks like he knows the Origin fella, so that's good to know. We got people out here. I think he got busy for a second, but yeah, blessings. Yo, Origin, yeah, blessings. Yeah, we got some stuff here. I'll go back in the chat for later, but yeah. Yeah, but let me continue here for a little while. Okay, and as I said, the goal is to move, okay, from, okay, a philosophy, okay, of, you know, I mean, universalism and individualism, you know, where individualism and collectivism are sort of battling all the time, right, to one of personalism, right, and transform from the technological consciousness to ecological consciousness and make human scale technologies instead of turning human beings into machines, right? So, and focusing on the future, right? So all of these are in the framework of the analysis, folks, right? But yeah, so yeah, so let me read a couple of these, right? And then I'll move to the music and stuff. You guys can comment, of course. I'll read some of the comments in the chat, and then we'll proceed forward with the ellul and all of that. But yeah. He says, yeah, as we approach, okay, so I just read that. He says, okay, actually, yeah, as we approach the 21st century, technological consciousness appears increasingly as a menace, and its ruthless efficiency, its uncontrolled increase of power, its lack of any compassionate accounting. Technological consciousness simply does not add up. It produces too many diseases of its own, and the price for comfort and other amenities is simply not worth paying. This is the realization to which we as a society have come to only gradually. Technology is a story of success, which has been so stupendous that it has become our nightmare. The pendulum has swung too far in the direction opposite to religious consciousness. We thus seek to reestablish a new balance, and in the process, we attempt to balance our own lives. Ecological consciousness, which is outlined in this essay as a synthesis. Religious consciousness was the thesis. Technological consciousness was the antithesis. Ecological consciousness is the synthesis, as it marks a return to the spiritual. And I think Steiner was very much aware of this idea, you know, for sure. I mean, but yeah, without submitting to the religious orthodoxies and the religious dogma. Okay, and he says, and as it seeks social amelioration and justice for all without worshiping physical power and without celebrating the aggressive nature of the human person. We are not claiming the ecological consciousness has arrived, is fully articulated, and comfortably dwells in us. Rather, we are suggesting that in reaching out, we bring to fruition that which is dormant, to which wants to be awakened and articulated. our projection is part of our articulation, is an essential part of the creation of ecological consciousness. As we dream, so reality becomes. Okay, that's the first part of the show. I hope you guys enjoyed some of those reflections. Do you guys have any comments?
Yes. Yeah. I briefly cut out for a second there. My daughter was getting ready for
Yeah,
bed,
no
so I had to
worries.
speak
No
for a
worries,
second.
brother. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Man, I missed your response, but I'll run back through that later.
Yeah,
Rewatching.
cool.
I noticed there was a comment though where it's by GT that said transcendent past ? And he has like a confused face emoji. So if I could just address that in like maybe 15 or 20 seconds. Okay, yeah.
Dude, take as much
So what I
time as you
mean
want.
by that, awesome. I appreciate that. So what I mean by that, because it does sound silly, right? It's like paradoxical, using those two terms together. What I mean by that is if there is an eternal state from which you come from, if you go from being into becoming, there's an extension, right? So by virtue of returning from that extension, you're reverting. It's like that. It's like moving backwards, right? So that's what we mean by past when we say transcendental past. But I've already stated earlier that like obviously it's a now, it's eternity, it's non-temporal. So yeah, it's a bit paradoxical, but if you look at the movement from being to becoming topologically, it seems to be extensive. So there's some kind of movement there. And if I go back into eternity, it must be back into, right? Like, I don't think you go from being to becoming forward into being. I don't think that's how that really works. I think it's a reversion, not like a progression. Like you said, I believe progression is a myth. It's not even a myth. It's a fiction. It's an illusion. It's not a thing.
Yeah,
there's
change
no
itself, I
future.
think, is pretty much an illusion. Because if everything is one, everything is happening in something or on something. So where
Yeah.
does it change?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the whole Parmenides thing. I agree to
Oh,
a
yeah,
certain
yeah,
extent, for sure.
yeah. I mean, with Heraclitus, he said the thunderbolt steers all things. Well, that's already three fucking things. It's the thunderbolt, it's the steering, and then it's all things. You know what I mean, right? So it's like, it's ontological transcendence. I don't think he sees it, but if all is fire, then what is changing, right?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And I think Heraclitus understood that. I just think he's grounding himself in becoming. And I think that's why he makes that leap to say that it's change, it's flux, right? Like if you ground yourself in the ideal, or what I guess Plato would call the nous or whatever, then you're playing a different ball game. You're in a different stadium, right? So then it would be the one. It would be the unchanging being or whatever. But yeah, I think that's it's a good point though that the future thing that you were mentioning earlier. I think people need to understand that more. That progress in the future should not be seen as a reality. Anyway, yep, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, or like it's crazy that it's not even a thing, and they see it as the goal. That's quite perverse, isn't it? It's like they're using it as it's like, whoa, it's like it's not even a real, dude.
Yeah, and that's where I kind of parted eventually with Steiner, is because he sees a telos, like he sees a future. There's the idea of the theosophical idea of the globes.
Yeah,
I'm an enemy.
I'm an enemy
worlds,
of kilos,
essentially.
Yeah,
getting
please go
better
on.
and progressing. Yeah, but it's not the case. It's a utopian pipe dream or whatever that people wish would be the case. I don't know. If you, to a certain extent, you have to be a materialist, kind of like Heraclitus, where you have this, you ground yourself in becoming. And I think Steiner did the same thing. Being a Hegelian, he put this emphasis on history and this development, this story, this arc that the being takes, right? Like his life is this, whether it be the physical body, the etheric, the astral, or the I. It's all part of this story that you play out, as if temporality is a real thing. I don't know. That's why I split with Steiner. I don't know if you've seen that in Steiner or not.
Oh yeah, some of that for sure. Yeah, I mean, materialism is dualism, right? So you know, I don't know if he particularly understood that. I mean, right? But that's the thing, is that they're trying to collapse the categories of, you know, Aristotle. So it's pretty interesting game that they're playing. But yeah, they're somehow relying on them too.
Elaborate further on collapsing the categories of Aristotle.
Like, for example, right, like Spinoza totally went beyond Descartes, right, his, like, you know, sort of categories, because he literally says in the Ethics that nature is God, right? So that sort of cuts a lot of corners, right? You know, and I think that was a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you elaborate a bit further on the categories, on the collapsing? Like, who is trying to collapse them?
Oh, yeah.
What is trying to collapse them?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, for example, right? I always say on this show that Aristotle basically created subjects, right? Because he didn't think things exist as forms, right?
Yeah.
So he created like like he said, like there's biology and technology and you know, epistemology. He invented all these fucking words, right?
Yeah, yeah, the scholastic. Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is that, you know, he invented all these categories. Like, for example, energy, right, was an invention of Aristotle. He invented this word, right? You know, the idea of telos, right, bringing that into the framework. He invented these concepts, right? So they try to collapse these dimensions, right, to sort of exhaust the notion that, you know, there is physical, you know, constituents to this notion of the universal mind, because they wanted to use the notion of the universal mind to go back to Plato, right?
So when you say they tried to collapse, you mean like philosophers over time?
Philosophers, occultists, scientists, mainly in the West, right?
Yeah, yeah, okay. I can see what you mean now. That is the case. It's like they're trying to simplify Plato or whatever. Like Whitehead said, it's like everybody is like every philosopher is like a footnote. Plato, yeah. That old thing. I hate to beat that dead horse up, but yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? Like he stirred up some shit.
Yeah, or his other quote. Yeah, or his other quote, and this is one that people miss. He literally said that Aristotle is the greatest European metaphysician. That's also Whitehead. So
that's silly to me.
Yeah, it's silly.
I'm unfamiliar.
Stupid. Yep.
It is. Yeah, that's silly. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. And then he turned around and said, God evolves. So he's crazy.
Yeah, that's silly. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's odd to me that the pre-Socratics didn't hash out the God question either, though. Like, they kind of left it alone as this simple, right? But like, to say that the problem of the one and the many that Parmenides presents, right? Like, there's this idea that somehow we are participants in a unity, but somehow we retain self-consciousness, like this or a self-referential consciousness. Like, we can revert back to some sort of I that Steiner calls it. I'm trying not to get too lost in this or vague, but I don't see how you can reconcile a self with the one at the same time. Like, for instance, when the Neoplatonists talk about henosis, or the Christians talk about a theosis, this idea of unifying with the one, right, seems to be strange. It's a strange concept to me. But like the pre-Socratics and the Platonists, they all just like are okay with that. For maybe I missed something, I don't know, but I've never been able to reconcile how like one retains true selfhood or is a liberated self while becoming one with the consciousness of the one, being unified with the consciousness of the one. It seems like you become an automaton.
It's pretty obvious that enlightenment is a scam. I mean, right? You know, you're already part of the one, right? So
exactly, enlightenment is a scam. I know that sounds radical.
That's faith in the future too. Like, enlightenment is faith in the future, ostensibly.
You got it, man. This is crazy that you understand that. I don't see many philosophers talking about that without being like existentialist or nihilist. Without people can't hold or retain meaning to reality at the same time as buying the future is non-existent or that enlightenment is a sham. That's a hard thing to do, right? Like, how do you retain meaning? I don't know. I think this is what happened to the great nihilists like Meinlander and that Nietzsche is an example too, or, you know, existentialists, pessimists, Schopenhauer, people like that. It's like it's one or the other for a lot of these philosophers. And I think that has to be the case, or else they wouldn't be famous philosophers in the history of philosophy. It's like these people get on board with this idea and they go the full, like to the full extent with it. The people who are able to balance or retain two different contradictory ideas don't really make it on the map or make it on the world stage of philosophy. They're like the hidden elite or the hidden adepts behind philosophy that you don't hear about or whatever.
Exactly.
Saying the things that you are saying, I think, is the hidden philosophy. It's the enlightenment is a sham. You don't dare say that in the mystery schools. You don't go into a Freemasonic lodge and go, "Hey, man, like this whole thing about light is a sham."
Oh yeah.
Well, like he says every time, the first step to blinding someone is to open their eyes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I end my show with that. You can't kill what you can't see, and the first step to blinding somebody is opening their eyes. I wrote that down when I was a kid, and I thought it was really clever. But yeah.
Yeah,
and,
that is clever. I like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but
GTGT says, "I think enlightenment is a thing." So if the philosophical definition of a thing, right? So it's ontologically real, right? Hopefully that's not what you meant.
Yeah,
but,
go get
if
your
you do
lantern
mean
and
that,
start walking around in the middle of the day and ask, and show me the wise person. I mean,
yeah. I think enlightenment. Think about apophaticism, GTGT. That's the best. It's close. It's the closest school of thought that I can mention linguistically, like with language, that can get you there. It's a sort of like mystical apophaticism, where even like somebody like Pseudo Dionysius says, if you're seeing lights, it's wrong. Like, right? Like he even mentions light as being something that you have to negate. So that's what at least I mean by enlightenment is a sham. It's not. There's nothing to enlighten. We're trying to. I see it as a reversion or like an anamnesis. It's like this.
oh yeah. The
You're
shadow
trying
lets you
to
know.
recover something.
Yeah, the shadow lets you know where you stand in relation to the light. I mean, so
Yes.
it's a fucking trick, dude.
It's a trick, exactly. And I hope you don't see this as like Gnostic philosophy, because it partially is, but it's not wholly that. Like it's a little
I'm
bit
not
of
afraid
that.
of Gnosticism.
Yeah. But like people, they'll want to blanket the whole thing. People who aren't as broad in their study of philosophy, they'll say, "Well, that's just Gnosticism," and then they like write it off. Well, it's like,
well,
no.
the best way to the best way to stop being afraid of something is to learn about it.
Pretty
True,
much.
True.
But yeah, and then you find out that Gnosticism is not a thing; it's syncretism. They got the name wrong, first of all, right? So, so what do they want me to talk about? But yeah, but yeah, I think there's a huge conflict. One is, and I think this is a historical conflict developing over time. I mean, as I put it, it's mind versus language and nature versus time, and they've continually chosen language and time over mind and nature, and they've cut man out of the equation, right? So these are all very important, right? That man and nature have been left behind, right? And there's no place in philosophy for man and nature anymore, and that's a huge problem, right? And there's no place in science or theology for man and nature anymore, and that's a huge issue.
Dogma Free is asking a question. He says, "What does it mean to be fully conscious, though?" And then he repeats, "What does it mean? What does being fully awake mean, though?" I don't know.
Right.
We may differ on that. I mean, that's pretty nuanced of a question. It could be answered pretty nuanced, but yeah, I have my own view of what fully awakened is.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like when a person is sweeping and they're like, they are the sweeping. Right? That's what I think it is. I can't go beyond. I mean, I think that's what when the activity and the person are one. I think that is right when the person becomes an activity. I mean,
I would go a step further with the whole mind and language dichotomy, and I would say like a mind is the language and mind are like synonymous. Like the mind and spirit need to be differentiated. Like the mind is what we conceive of as the spirit living in a human body, experiencing life, quote unquote, in a human body. We like to think that the mind is this thing that's beyond language, but it's not. It's like built off of language. Like the mind is a construct built off of semiotics, and we try to impart meaning on the forms and then add it to this bank of ideas or symbols. Then we call it the mind. But like if you rip down the mind and dispense with the language, you're still existent and you still have this consciousness, but I wouldn't say it's a mind necessarily. I would use that vague term that we say is spirit, right? I hate to say that because I don't mean it like in a Christian sense or even in a religious sense. It's deeper than that. It's like it should be a philosophical term, and it means like consciousness without the mental construct that we build out of language and semiotics.
Oh yeah. Like the symbol for the mind, the symbol for nature is influencing what nature and mind are. So the symbols have pervaded into, the scope. And right. So that's the problem, is that technique is now informing, right, reality, because if the symbol of the mind can inform you how to think, right, and it can even limit your thoughts.
Yeah.
Right. Then that is a huge achievement. Right. And I think that that means that the symbolic world of technique can totally encroach upon both the mind and nature, right? And I think that is part of the danger of the game, because you could lose, your bearings, right?
Yeah. My idea of nature is also a sham. Like I think that nature is something that is forced upon your being. Like you know what I'm saying? Like typical human beings, when they're born, they seem to suffer from a sort of amnesia, right? They can't recollect that they come from somewhere. It seems like the empiricists like Stuart Mill and like they say something like you're born as a blank slate, right? Something like that. That like you are
tabula
bullshit.
rasa.
That's bullshit. I've been refuting that like for the last 10 shows.
Yeah, I refute that, right? There is this thing, but you come into a world to where you're like programmed.
Well, they got it from the archetypal man. They couldn't have developed tabula rasa without archetypal man, and that's the notion that it hinges on. That's false.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, that's where I'm kind of going with nature, though. I think nature is a part of that. I think it's more than just archetypal man; it's also archetypal nature, if you could call it that.
Oh yeah, the symbol of nature. I mean, like I said, the symbolic reference for nature has invaded, into our concepts of nature itself.
Yeah, I think the whole macrocosmic, microcosmic dichotomy, or you could say symbiosis or whatever, because they seem to be dependent on each other. I think those are a sham. I think it's all a sham. I think you are a being, right? Like there's this thing that you are, the thing in itself that everybody beyond Kant would refute. I think that's self-evident, and I don't think it needs refuting. I think it needs recovering. and like your name implies the machine, like the machine lies. Like you mean the cosmos, right? Surely, like we are in this machine and it lies. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with your channel. This is the first time I've come across.
It's a double sort of thing. It's supposed to be like thinking about thinking, but yeah.
Elaborate. I explain a little more.
Like artifice is already lies, right? So I mean, so I just it's just double. I mean, but yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's neat.
Yeah, so yeah, like I even make fun of it on the beginning of the show. I say, "Welcome to the Machine Lies," where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. So
it's like this circular thing, like you said, thinking about thinking. It's so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like thinking about thinking. I thought if that's the goal, then that's literally doom. And right, I thought that's the end of the road. Right, that's the road to nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, so I thought, thinking about thinking, knowledge for the sake of knowledge. These are all damnable aspirations. I mean, and and I think that
they are. Yeah, they're
so
logically fallacious, and even the logic is fallacious.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty radical. It's like a radical form of non-dualism. You have to start in this dualism to kind of understand it, though. I think people who make the leap to non-dualism immediately kind of miss hashing out the problems.
Yeah, me
like
and
if you start in the dualistic. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, me and Lilith have a cool thing. Dialectical monism.
Yeah, that's funny.
How about that?
Yeah, dialectical monism. Yeah.
right, because the dualism is not real, it's just dialectical. Right? So all right, so you can implode opposites, right? For example, two things meet in space and time, they either crash or they merge. So right. And that's dialectical monism.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, let me go beyond this discussion, which is very abstract, and move to ellul, if I can, because I'm way over time here. But I greatly appreciate this discussion. I mean, hugely. I mean, and of course, I have a strong feeling it'll continue after the music break with ellul. But yeah, I implore you to join our Discord. This is a great conversation, very rare sort of conversation. I have to say. So I definitely applaud you for being here, my friend.
Thank you. Likewise. I appreciate the combo.
Yeah, I'll put a link to our Discord in the back, and you don't have to join. It's just it's another app, so it's kind of annoying. But yeah, we do have conversations there sometimes. I mean, but yeah, also there, you can message me there. So that's another thing. So anybody who wants to join the Discord, you guys could join the Discord. I mean, that's a cool thing that you can do, and of course, if you post a bunch of fuck shit in there, we'll just boot you out. I mean, right, or you try antagonizing people, we'll have to boot you out of there, but there's lots of interesting discussions on philosophy, theology, and different things over there. And of course, I can send people links for the show there, so it's very convenient. People who want to be on the panel at the beginning of the show, right, who can contribute to the discussion. But yeah, we did this thing, CBO Crew Exposed. Okay, this is an excellent presentation we did. Okay, we rarely do presentations like this, exposing the ops in the panelverse. Okay, above is a link exposing online stalkers who send their friend to live with a woman who becomes abused by their friend. They think it's funny and film it for content. That's right. That's exactly what happened. I mean, okay. Yeah, definitely. She got sent to the mental hospital. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. I mean, yeah, Lizard Tree Blessing, Spooky Saturday. That's right, we got Spooky Saturday out here. A little promotion that I do for the show to get people to show up here on Saturday, right? Because there's lots of other shows on Saturday, so it's really a ploy. But but I appreciate you guys. Obviously the real people are here for the real shit, right? Not for some fucking Halloween theme. I mean, but yeah, blessings. So 07 TM Leons. I love that name. Hope y'all are well on your square and the garden is bumping. If not, blessings. Blessings to you, Prime. Greatly appreciate you, man. You know, this is one of the OG viewers. Honestly, I don't know why he ain't got like a mod. Maybe he's writing in Cyber Caliphate. Yeah, I honestly thought he was modded up out here. This is a travesty. Prime, blessings, homie. I'm gonna have you modded up in here, man. I mean, double dark copy. You need to type more. I mean, double dark copy. TML, much love and highest respect, bro. Blessings, Lonnie. Peace to you, man. Arpol, peace to you, man. You know what I mean? Uncle Ted wasn't playing. That's right.
He's commenting on the main channel.
Oh, okay. I gotta go get this homie a moderation status. I mean, blessings. Let me go get this dude a moderation. I don't know why, man. See, this is weird. I thought I made time a mod like 3 or 4 times out here. I mean, this is why I'm tripping, man. I mean, but yeah, where's his name? Prime. Son of a bitch. Now I can't find his. Yeah, it's because he doesn't comment that much. But yeah, blessings to Prime. I greatly appreciate you, man. Technique is strong, but I ain't no machine. Exactly, homie. Blessings. Peace to Denise. Lizard Tree. Blessings. Dr. D Head, I appreciate you. Spatial temporal refers to things that exist or occur in both space and time. It combines the concepts of spatial relating to space or position and temporal relating to time.
Yeah, we have one word to define that. We say imminence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's an important book I want to go through. Evelyn Underhill.
Mysticism?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know about it, huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've
Mysticism,
got
Evelyn
a
Underhill.
library of over 3,000 books.
Oh, so you have that one, huh? Oh, yeah, we could
I
study that.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was one of my earliest ones.
Yeah, immanence versus transcendence. It's great stuff, for sure.
Yes. Yeah, there's a thing that's going on there for sure with immanence and transcendence.
Oh, yeah. Ever since Parmenides and Heraclitus.
The most intense book I've ever come across is yeah.
Body is a tool, mind is a tool. Yeah, we're gonna have a person on the show that has that same line of thinking.
Did you say most intense book or pretentious?
Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, I felt like it may have been the wrong timing. Being, I don't know, just having speaking at the same time as another individual. I didn't mean to over talk him.
Dr. D. I listened to some of these Poindexter academicians talked about getting rid of stupid people. I am the stupid people, you fucking cunts. Everyone's ignorant of something. How true.
True.
Blessings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I said this earlier. I have strong convictions with that statement. Origin, stream link. I'm glad I dropped that link. Blessings, brother.
Oh, yeah. That was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Zephyr of Voxel. Top tier contributor, Zephyr of Voxel. Top tier contributor, Browns Boy. Okay, one of the OGs. Godheart Guardian. He knows you.
He does. Yeah, we've come across each other and, we just find each other oddly. It's kind of syncretic. Like we'll just happen to be watching the same philosophy discussion or something, or drop in on a channel. Oddly. Yeah, it's really
Soul
weird.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Soul Brothers.
Yeah,
like
I don't
P-Rock
know
and
him.
CL Smooth.
We've never had a discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you guys are P-Rock and CL Smooth. Mecca Soul Brothers. Time and eternity would be different for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, time and eternity are different, but you're experiencing them simultaneously. Eternity comes first, and then you are becoming in time. But being precedes becoming. So that's why I said when you say transcendent past, we really mean now, because you're doing both at the same time. But if you want to speak from the reference frame of becoming, we would say that the origin or eternity is a transcendental past, because via extension. I'm speaking in Platonic terms. Like, hopefully people here are somewhat versed in Platonism to where they can understand what I'm saying, so I don't sound like an idiot.
Here, hold on. We got to get Mr. Anderson on here. I know Mr. Anderson probably, his mind probably exploded he's probably angry as fuck. But yeah, I appreciate you, Mr. Anderson. He definitely has a bunch of questions, I'm sure. I mean, I love that he's here. This is a top tier contributor right here. Mr. Anderson is a beast. Honestly, I had like
awesome. Yeah.
hour and a half long discussion with him. He just popped up out of nowhere and like debated with me for an hour and a half. The guy's literally a beast. All right, so yeah, listen to Alan Watts on the bus. Yeah, that's the way to go. Some good stuff there for sure. But yeah, I think he's wrong about a lot, but and he's combining a lot of things that probably ought not to be combined. But yeah. But yeah, he's
line between being and becoming. Yeah, no, it's a great question.
Oh yeah, it's
Jake
like
says, what is the line between being and becoming? I would say immanence. There's a threshold between transcendence and immanence. And you can draw this on a graph. Like I got some diagrams I could show you that would really articulate this and make it really easy to understand.
What if thinking is a sham? Is the sham?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. Logic, rationale, intellect, all that is a sham. It just makes you be a better participant in becoming. You think it makes you drive towards that future that you were talking about earlier. The more you think, the more you add meaning to the forms in this world. Well, Plato would call them shadows, but broadly speaking, generally we say that like a tree is a form, or a certain species of animal is a form, right? So these forms that we encounter in the world of becoming, if you think about them more and more and more, you'll develop correspondence between each, and you'll start to see everything as one, or the all that they say in Hermeticism, which is a part of the sham. You think you're evolving, but you're not. You're actually devolving more and more that you think, and the more and more that you try to unify things. There is no unities. Like, sorry.
No. Go ahead, please.
There's only parts. Unities are made of parts. As soon as you dissect the parts from a unity, the unity ceases to exist. There is no unity. That's a sham. When you say the one, or capital God, like this creator deity, right? That's all a sham. And that doesn't mean, if I'm saying that and that comes off as like, to all my Christians out there, anti-Christian or whatever, or anti-monotheist or whatever, like, it doesn't mean that I'm immoral or I don't have a spirituality. It just means that creation is a sham. There's an uncreated, and that's the real thing. There is no non-being, like Parmenides said. By our experience, that's a contradiction. It's either being or non-being, and I'm experiencing being, so therefore being is the only thing, right? That's what Parmenides basically says. And I agree with that. If you can argue that, then we could take it a step further and try to hash other parts out. But I don't think you can argue Parmenides Plato didn't even dare go there, and that man was brilliant. And I don't agree with Plato either. I'm not saying that he had everything right, but he at least in an attempt to, he wasn't brash enough to try to argue that being is not a thing. So I don't know.
Now I'll throw you a curveball, because you seem like you're ready. Right? Is the thing that I think that Parmenides should be applied to the Tao instead of Heraclitus. Applying Heraclitus to the Tao is basically a sham philosophy, but if you apply Parmenides to it, I feel like you can really tease out some really intricate truths about the way the universe operates. You know, so I had a huge discussion with this one philosophy professor. A professor who taught me Eastern philosophy at the university level, right? And then after I took his class, I said, the Tao is about being, and he said, no, it's about becoming. And then we argued about it for like an hour, you know, and yeah, it was a pretty funny moment. I mean, but yeah, that's I mean, as a spiritual warrior, I think you'll appreciate that challenge.
Yeah, and I think it all boils down to where you ground yourself. If your ground is in becoming, then you'll see the Tao as becoming, because the Tao is the ground. But if you see the ground as being, then you'll see the Tao as being. One is real, though, right? Anything that is flux is non-being. That's because by virtue of its definition, right? Anything that's flux is becoming, so it's not a being, right? So I know that's a little pithy or whatever, like philosophically dense or whatever, but I don't know. By virtue of the terms being and the definition of the terms being and becoming, I would say Tao is being. I think that's apparent to me because my ground is in being.
Yeah, ever
He said,
desireless.
Dr. D had said, intellect is a sham. I guess I'll just go back and hang out with the fucking rednecks more than what the fuck. Yeah, it's weird. You got to be able to hold both sides at the same time. While it's kind of like Hegel's idea of sublation, right? Like you got to be able to negate the negation. It's a weird thing, but once you can kind of grasp what that feels like, you start to do it more and more. So when I say intellect is a sham, it doesn't mean don't be intellectual while you're living or existing and becoming. Of course, you need the tool of intellect to get to this point, right? It's kind of like earlier when I said dualism isn't a thing, but if you don't kind of like exist and absorb what dualism is and hash out all the problems, you never really fully understand the monism or whatever. You don't really understand that true existence. You don't just get rid of it all because it's not real. You got to kind of play the game for a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm trying to cut down this evolution thing. Even in Skolomowski and Scorbina are going to bring in this thing, evolution. You know, and I'm going to cut it into two pieces. I mean, right? Into nature versus time. I mean, right? And I'm just going to leave it there. You know, so so
is that coming up? If I'm interrupting or I'm dragging this on too long, cut me off. Cut me off. Like let's move forward. And I want to.
Yeah, I mean, over the next 10 years, it's coming up. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I'll be alive that long. But yeah, definitely the next 10 years of study. I'm now writing a book on technology, and then I'll probably write one similar size in terms of how I did on the history of Western theology, philosophy, and political systems. I'll go into this idea of evolution and telos and nature versus time, right? And I think that is, and I'll trace that development, the different philosophers and stuff that have that development over history, and the scientists and occultists that have taken sides with that dispute, because there's ample examples of that, and there's a reason why this mechanistic view of the cosmos has dominated. You know.
Yeah. Are you a fan of Heidegger?
Huge fan. Actually, that's what I said to that's what I said to Pilliter. I said that that actually Heidegger totally encapsulates this nature versus time thing. Yeah, so he's
exactly that's what came to my mind when you're explaining this.
Oh yeah. I had him on my mind too.
His idea of techne, are you in the same boat as him as far as techne is concerned?
Oh yeah. 1,000,000%. Yeah, the question concerning technology by Heidegger, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
Or no, the Greek term techne or whatever, like the general term techne, not necessarily just applied to technology, but like techne
logos. Oh yeah.
Yes.
I break down techne logos. I mean,
to technique.
Okay, good deal.
Another word created by Aristotle, by the way. in his rhetoric.
I see art as intimately connected to techne as well. Anything that man is like adding to adding or making out of nature. Like, I guess when you make something out of nature, you could technically say you're adding to it too, but like all that is qualified as techne to me. Any form of ingenuity can be classified as techne in my view. So that's how I see Heidegger. That's how he kind of explains it, as far as I understand.
Yeah, let me get this out here because I have it right here. You know, section 1, in what follows we shall be questioning concerning technology. Questioning builds a way. We would be advised, therefore, above all, to pay heed to the way and not to fix our attention on isolated sentences or topics. The way is a way of thinking. All ways of thinking, more or less perceptibly, lead through language in a manner that is extraordinary. We shall be questioning concerning technology. Now, he says that technology is not equivalent to the essence of technology. That's a key statement. And he also says that the essence of technology is nothing technological. And right, which is very interesting, right? He says, likewise, the essence of technology is by no means anything technological. So that's a huge point for the show, right? You know, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a great point too. It's so true. It's deep though. It's deep. It's like we could spend 5 or 10 more minutes trying to hash what that means out. But I think
I'll give a practical version of it right here. You know, in ellul, right, where he says literally you critique the system that you're conditioned by. So your critique is right. You know.
Yeah.
So you know. So he says. He says,
if you're not conditioned by it, what is there to critique? Sorry.
Oh no. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, but he says, freedom is not an immutable fact, and this is another thing that I think is a scam is free will, and right, but we can get into that later. But yeah, that is another thing that I think has to go in this whole scheme of things. I mean, right, but yeah, it says, in my conception, freedom is not an immutable fact graven into nature and on the heart of man. It is not inherent in man or in society, and it is meaningless to write it into law. The mathematical, physical, biological, sociological, physiological sciences reveal nothing but necessities and determinisms on all sides. As a matter of fact, reality is itself a combination of determinisms, and freedom consists in overcoming and transcending these determinisms. Freedom is completely without meaning unless it is related to necessity, unless it represents victory over necessity. To say that freedom is graven in the nature of man is to say that man is free because he obeys his nature, or to put it another way, because he is conditioned by his nature. This is nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, and I agree, but I think freedom is a thing. It's possible to experience in being, but in becoming, it's not. You have to be able to consciously exist in transcendence. That's a hard thing to do without practicing some sort of like a practical mysticism or like a sort of apophatic ceremonial magic or something. You know that quote, run it back real quick, where you said freedom is basically obeying. Say it one more time.
That if it's to say that freedom is graven in the nature of man is to say that man is free because he obeys his nature.
Boom. Okay, so there's this book that most occultists believe that. So like Eliphas Levi, are you familiar with him?
Oh yes, the Baphomet guy.
Yeah, exactly. Baphomet guy. He has this book called Paradox. He has a book called Paradoxes of the Highest Science. And one of his paradoxes of the highest science is that very idea, which is he submits that freedom is the obedience of God, which is determinism, right? If it's the will of God that you obey, then he determines that. His will is the determinancy that you're experiencing.
Oh,
so yeah, it's nonsense. Like you ended that, right? Was that Heidegger?
I think also Nietzsche. I mean, we're reading Nietzsche's Beyond
No,
Good
I mean,
and Evil.
what were you reading?
Oh, this is ellul. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fire. I haven't read enough ellul. I'm looking forward to the next part of this discussion.
Yeah, this is fire. And then he says, then he says, we must not think of the problem in terms of a choice between being determined and being free. We must look at it dialectically and say that man is indeed determined, but that it is open to him to overcome necessity. And that is the act of freedom. And that act is freedom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And now he says the
Yes.
main
Yeah,
point.
ellul is on point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he says just a flame ass line. I quote it almost at the end of every show. He says, freedom is not static, but dynamic, not a vested interest, but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom.
Yeah, that's very Nietzschean too. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. And now he says, in the modern world, the most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. It is not a question of getting rid of it, but by an act of freedom of transcending it. How is this to be done? I do not yet know, he said.
Yeah, especially when they see technology as a form of transcendence. They see it as this like not only do they see it as meta, but they see it as like this higher life form. Like all the transhumanists. They would if you pose the question to them, would you consider technology transcendent? I'm sure they would agree with that and have many ways to elaborate why. So yeah, that's very interesting.
Oh yeah. And
I don't think they would try to transcend it itself. I think they would move into it and accept it as a form of transcendence, which is crazy. That's weird. It's strange. It's like an appendage of the human being. They're seeing technology as like a further development of the human being. Like it's an appendage that we've grown out of ourselves and are able to use.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, peace be with all the people that are here. We're gonna move to ellul here and get some music in here. You know, spooky Saturday, right? So let's see
So
what
watch
happens.
out for the horrorcore.
I mean, it's not exactly horrorcore. I mean, the big pun song, the big pun is kind of horrorcore because it's the Leatherface, right? By Big Pun, right? So that's kind of horrorcore, but the Don't Say Nothing is kind of more ghosty vibes. I mean, so we got some ghosty. I already played this on Truth or Cop, so don't really know.
You
how
got some Geiger behind you?
Yeah, that's Geiger for sure. Yeah, thanks for noticing.
Oh,
yeah, Geiger is fire for sure. Some of the best art. Geiger and Hieronymus Bosch, those are my favorite artists. But yeah,
Bosch is wild.
Bosch is a new guy. Write this down. Yeah, Bosch is fire. For your sake, write this down before you start music. His name is David Chaim Smith. He's very Geiger. Weird. He's a Kabbalist, but he.
How do you spell that middle name?
CHAIM.
CHAIM Smith. Oh, that's a Jewish name. Nice. Yeah, the Jews are very talented. Right?
It is. He's like a metaphysical cartographer, is what he calls it. Metaphysical cartography or whatever.
Yeah,
so
whenever
go check that out later.
Yeah, whenever I
that sounds wild.
Yeah, whenever I hear somebody's got expertise and then I hear a Jewish name, I'm like, oh wait, now I have to check it out because these guys are good. It's just the way of the world. But yeah, but yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And oh yeah, so by the way, we did a crazy Zionism special, exposing Zionism on the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate, right? We got tons of specials exposing Zionism on this channel as well. So obviously we exposed Jordan Peterson as a Zionist last time. I mean, you like Hundertwasser? I've never heard of that. Hundertwasser. I have to look into that. Yeah, I got to highlight that type of stuff because I've never heard of that. Blessings. Hundertwasser. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. Yeah, I'm not familiar with too many artists, to be honest. I mean, I'm a huge collector of music and books, right? Obviously nonfiction books, right? Any nonfiction book I like to collect, even if it's just general information. You know, I hate fiction books. They're like trash to me. I mean, but yeah,
Yeah.
I cannot
I feel
stand fictional
I feel
books.
a little shameful since I took art history class in college.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I took lots of modern art classes. That's where I thought the rubber really met the road. I mean, but yeah,
The only fictional books that are tolerable are people who are directly trying to incorporate things from reality in it. Like there's a lot of occult fiction that is a hit or miss. Like one of my favorite would be Zanoni, Edward Bulwer Lytton. When I was in my Rosicrucian phase, I was like, man, there's so much good shit in this.
That guy's
and
crazy.
it was fiction,
so, off the chain. Yeah, he invented science fiction. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know,
I would say so. Yeah, he's the Hollow Earth guy for sure. Yeah,
yeah, he literally was
all that. Really.
Yeah, he was the top. He was the top of the Freemason Lodge. I mean, and actually, he wrote
Rosicrucian.
Yeah, and he wrote the idea. The pen is mightier than the sword. I mean, you know, so you know that's a quote by him. I mean, crazy stuff. I mean, but yeah, what a true quote. I mean, the pen is the most dangerous thing ever invented. And people that are picking up guns are blushing at the point. You know, you know, at how they're going to war for pens. I mean, for pen ink, basically. I mean, but yeah. I mean, yeah, let's go to the music, folks, before we get too depressed here. And we'll go to Ellul. Thank you so much. Don't Say Nothing with Twin Paradox. I mean, blessings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't Say Nothing is by The Roots. The Twin Paradox is by ARPANET, right? The famous electronic band, right?
Almighty, amazing, ill, highly contagious, kamikaze sound splash like a shot from a gauge until your body sound clash. Head of the class, magna cum laude beats, bring the beat, stop me, flavor, foul, rowdy, beat, pipe, deep type, disposition, keep them flipping, keep them playing their position, keep making them people listen what I spin, put them out on the limb, got tears, got blood, got sweat, leaking out of the pen, your fake niggas not setting the trend, we never listen to them, it's like trying to take a piss in the wind, my home team doing visitors in, you don't test them, they all standing close to the edge, so don't stress them. Now who the type built the last? It's no question the master. Feeling the black with no steps in my sound, hitting you hard from every direction. Your head and your shoulder area, your midsection, dog. Give it here. Don't say no, just give it here. Don't say no, say no. Check with the blunt, don't back to the man. Cut the check. Give it here, give it here. Don't say no, say no. Give it here. And don't say no, tell it down. Home of the original gun clappers. Out on the wrong corner, your shit'll get spun backwards. You got the forewarning of war. It's your at risk of your own nana. Keep a cat under the mattress. Shorty's running reckless from Philly to Texas. Surprising what niggas willing to do to get a necklace. Some emotions felt better left unexpressed at times. Niggas crime record longer than a guest list. Yes, I done seen things you wouldn't believe. Seen people reach levels thought they never achieved. Silhouettes waiting in the wings, ready to deep. Thirsty sights, you need at least a buck to breathe. Come on, stick up, kids. They be out the tax. Most times they be sticking you without the gas. I still be on the grind when it all collapse. And if it's my words bond, I'ma take it right back, nigga. Down with the with the next to wine again. Give it here. Don't say nothing, just nothing. Just give it here. Don't say nothing, say nothing. Check with the don't match nigga man home. Cut the check. Give it here. Give it here. Don't say nothing, say nothing. Give it here. And don't say nothing. It ain't nothing like the rush I get in front of the band. On stage with the planet in the palm of my hand. When a brother transformed from anonymous man to the force. Crush whoever might have thought I was playing. I'ma flame some sinister shit. The code twist is slang thicker than big boy, baby, mom, sister pain. Beyond measure, relaxed under pressure. You see the masterpiece, but to me it's something perfected. Give it here, get the records. I'm off the handle, cut the check and yo, it better be as heavy as anvil. Next joint coming, all bets is canceled. Nigga, Black Ink, Grand Wizard, G Financial. We finna have the whole industry at a standstill. See me put the system on lock like Camp Hill. So get with them endorsements and call reinforcements. Cause my clique coming for a sizable portion. Yeah. Give it here, but don't say nothing. Just give it here, give it here. Don't say nothing. When it's in home, set with nothing. Going back, niggas now wrong. Other than boom, cut the check. Give it here, give it here. Don't say nothing. Give it here. Don't say nothing. Come on, come on.
And of course, Leatherface with a beat by Spectre called Love. I like the Bollywood music. I mean, honestly, it reminds me of home.
What I gotta do, let y'all niggas know, I am the nicest ever. Hardcore, commercial. What you wanna do? You wanna wild up? You wanna dance? Don't matter to me, I got it all locked down, baby. It's not a game, it's war. Plain and raw, blood stained the war. When I bring the chain with the sword, bring the pain to your door like death is knocking. Unless you got my ass, I'ma make you twins with the heaven's horsemen. Hell extortion, say it so, live your dreams, don't pay the caution. Say hello to the guillotine. I kill a fiends for blood, screams on thugs like fiends for drugs. I don't need no love. Give me your fear, money, respect, beer, hoodies and sex. We're here, up in the checks for years, hungry and stressed. You fucking with Chris, fuck pun, get the rapper later. Get your calculator. The head that cavitators back forever. They count how many heads I had this ever. Half the niggas I keep and put them back together. That's the terror, could open your girl and make a trust out of flesh. Like Buffalo Bill, you fucking with real or real. Rap acts, maniac, soundboy, killer. Hack, chain react, 2 for 1. Double the death, same price. What would Big say? You know that ain't right. It's not a game hard, nothing later. We're getting paid hard, nothing later. It's still G-Squad, nothing later. What you came for? Surgery with the chainsaw. Game hard, nothing later. We're getting paid hard, and nothing later. Surgery with the chainsaw. Pocket big, my Glock so big you can rock the bridge. Drop the midsection at the top of your wig. Ain't no bullshitting. Getting the full treatment, special dual heated missiles. To your crews leaving with you, I rip you in half. Blast that ass through a glass window, laugh a little. And dash in the S-Class limo. That's how we do it in the South. Boogie, your tough mouth rookies get snuffed out. I'm talking loud to me. Why should I even consider your crew? Shit in your crew, get rid of your crew. What I'm fitting to do, I split you in two. Leave you impaired when I blast the shotty. Ripping the group and leave you there, but half your body. We rowdy like Roddy, probably robbing your stash. Hurt your body like Charlie, your mouth snatching knives in the ass. Surviving the task, we the last ones left. Blast the text with clips, fast as facts and spit. Acid tips for any bastard bitch, bastard shit. Watch me rap till it got you from the bastard that biatch. It's not a game hard, nothing later. We're getting paid hard, nothing later. It's still G-Squad, nothing later. What you came for? Surgery with the chainsaw. Game hard, nothing later. We're getting paid hard, nothing later. It's still G-Squad, nothing later. What you came for? Surgery with the chainsaw. What's what happened to your friend? You don't want this to happen to you? Let me the money, bitch.
Yeah. So we've entered into a world of both techno-nihilism and scientific misanthropy. We've explained how that change has come about, right, in the previous explorations that we've had on this stream and many other streams. Right now we move to Ellul, page 177 of the Technological Society, right? And of course, I just ended the last thing with reading and explaining a bit of Ellul's ideas and philosophies. And of course, we'll be dropping the link here. And of course, for the panelists, you're welcome to contribute here, at any point to the reading. Blessings. But yeah, planning and liberty, and of course, I'm trying to maybe reflect on yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll just proceed with the show how we do. Blessings, Stephen. But yeah, planning and liberty. We're on this section here. Everybody or almost everybody is convinced today of the effectiveness of two techniques of intervention, right? Norm and planning, right? The norm and planning. Okay, and he explained that in the last section, right? And in fact, in view of the challenges which not only nations but political and social systems hurl at one another, and even more in view of the challenge that man is making to misery, distress, hunger, it is difficult to see how the use of means provided by planning could be avoided. In the complexity of economic phenomenon arising from techniques, how could one justify refusal to employ a trenchant weapon that simplifies and resolves all contradictions, orders incoherences, and rationalizes the excesses of production and consumption? And since the techniques of economic observation, okay, including at this stage, right, where they're at, in the Gibsonian sort of dystopian, nightmare dystopia, they're now converted into corporate espionage of the highest sort, right? And obviously international corporations as pseudo-governmental entities. Okay, so I think that Ellul was here totally on something, right? That was then only being talked about in like science fiction books. But what he called it, he just said these are techniques of economic observation, right, that are going to enumerate the decisions and the tendencies of consumption of nearly every human in the society, right? And once they have this information, it can't not be used, right? So propaganda, advertising, and mass surveillance, and these things are just a natural result of the technologies, right? These techniques are a necessary result of the technologies. And of course, it's because you need efficiency. For efficiency, you need planning. Right? And for planning, you need norms. Right? You need established norms. And unless this entire thing functions together, you can't have the system function at all, right? So yeah. He goes on to say, and since the techniques of economic observation, if they are to have full scope, issue directly in the technique of planning. And since there can be no question of renouncing the youthful vigor of these mathematical methods, how is it possible not to see them through to the end? There's a huge footnote here. A giant footnote, which I'll have to read at this point because he seldom makes any footnotes. Right? So this is a huge problem. But yeah.
Machine.
go ahead.
Not to interrupt, just real quick. Are you reading this off archive or something?
Oh no, I have the book in front of me. It's page 178. Yeah.
Which edition? I want to try to get on the same page if you don't mind. I want to.
It's the
178.
Robert K. Merton introduction, the vintage version, and it's translated. Oh, I forget who's the translator.
What book is it by ellul?
Society.
Yeah, Technological Society.
Perfect. Okay, continue. Sorry, that's all I needed.
Yeah.
Translated by Wilkinson.
Yeah, Wilkinson translation. That's right. And it's the famous copy, the vintage book. You know, with the little tape thing in the beginning. I mean on the picture, right? But yeah, I guess I'll have to read this entire footnote. He says, Compendium of Ideological Illusions Concerning Planning and Liberty, contained in a recent special number devoted to questions in the Indian Journal of Political Science. 10 or so articles attempt to demonstrate that planning is indeed indispensable, but that it presents no danger at all to freedom. A complete unreality characterizes these articles. The position of the authors can be summarized as follows. First, they express the hope of saving freedom through liberal and partial planning. However, other authors in the same volume show that this hope is absurd and ineffective. Second, the articles contain other formulas equally absurd and without content. Quote, planning should have as its object the realization of freedom, unquote. What an oxymoronic statement. Like, what an oxymoronic statement. Like, whoever wrote that, like, did they not cringe when they wrote that? What the fuck? Like, but yeah, quote, the more rational planning becomes, the greater the freedom of the people, unquote. What the fuck? These are mere affirmations, and one would seek in vain for corresponding realities or of possible content. Some of these authors rely for proof of their propositions on a series of simple syllogisms. For example, 1, planning increases production. Okay. 2, production allows the satisfaction of the needs. 3, the satisfaction of the needs is a condition of freedom. Good Lord. How could that be? I think they're mixing up. Right, like freedom is utility? This is so wild, dude. But yeah, see, this is how technology deranges philosophy, psychology, so on, right? But yeah, so hence planning is a condition of freedom. This reasoning is faulty for 2 reasons. It is linear, takes no account of the complexity of the facts. For example, put a man in prison, give him everything he needs, he is nonetheless free. It derives its conclusion partly from an economic premise, the first, and partly from an ethical premise, the third, without attempting to distinguish the logical planes on which these premises lie. The third premise is, in any case, wholly questionable from a spiritual or ethical point of view. Totally. But for these authors, the principal hope of saving freedom in this amazing theory lies in the claim that an enlightened public opinion has the power to direct the decision of the planners towards the satisfaction of its real needs. Let me read that again. These authors, the principal hope of saving freedom in this amazing theory lies in the claim that an enlightened public opinion has the power to direct decision of the planners towards the satisfaction of the real needs. Wow. I'm so glad I read this footnote. This footnote is a fucking banger.
It's a banger.
Real talk. But yeah. In this case, one would indeed have democratic planning, collectivism on a voluntary base. But to reason, this is surely to move in a world of dreams. The good faith of these intellectuals compels one to think seriously of pathology. Can anyone really?
This man is roasting.
I know he's roasting. He really went off in this footnote. He's being honest. It's crazy. Can anyone really believe that if public opinion wanted pastry shops, planning could be oriented towards these institutions? If in addition the other uses of flour had to be sacrificed? Can anyone really believe that public opinion would receive any satisfaction if it demanded footgear when tractors were needed? Such belief. Oh man, we need to get Ebitard in here to fix those tractors. I mean, he's helping society. He thinks, but yeah, such beliefs are simple nonsense. It will be maintained that public opinion does not really know what it needs, but then the technician makes the decision. We are familiar enough with the mechanism. First, producer goods, then consumer goods. Of course, public opinion will be consulted after the technician has made this decision. Quote, you would have quote, you would have preferred woolen goods. Sorry guys, this is like reading extremely small text. But yeah, like a microscope. Technically impossible. We had to make them of cotton. Green, unfortunately, there is no aniline, but you can choose between light red and dark red. That's usually how it is. See what freedom you have. In effect, these authors seek to baptize obedience to technical necessity with the name freedom. They attempt to hide the real compulsions and write either out of blindness or hypocrisy. Only one of these articles is valid. Suda declares, quote, so much the worse for freedom. We can sacrifice it. In any case, on the plane of values, damn, this guy straight up said, in any case, on the plane of values, dedication to the common good is a higher ideal than freedom. Whoa. He's putting utilitarianism over freedom. Good Lord.
Yeah, yeah.
So, good fucking Lord. That guy's brain is fried. I mean, but yeah, the guy just threw his brain to the dumpster. Right? I cannot agree with this. Yeah, no doubt. But at least it allows us, honestly, to assess our situation. We encountered the same attempt at justification in general, better supported, but as unconvincing. In Entre la plantification et la liberté, in which Dutch, French, Norwegian, and American authors studied the problem from very varied viewpoints. Whoa. Revue Economique, March 1953. Good luck getting your hand on that journal. But yeah, these illusions are contradicted by Tibor Mendy himself, India after 12 years, 1959. He shows that Indian agricultural planning, the communal projects of the villages, collapsed because it was not comprehensive and authoritarian. His comparison of India with China is a clear demonstration that in accordance with criteria of yield and efficiency, the sole justified criteria of any planning, the most authoritarian methods are the most profitable. Okay, so there,
based.
So there's 100 rounds of conflict between freedom and technique there. I mean, that Ellul just laid out. I'm so glad I read that footnote and I didn't save that for next time, because I was just about to save that for next time. But yeah, that totally went with the quote I read earlier. So God is with us, folks. Yet a certain disquiet has appeared among those who cherish human freedom and democracy. They ask if planning is not an all-consuming force. They seek to set three kinds of limits to its power, represented by A, flexible planning. The name itself is, you know, bears its ridiculousness. Come on, folks. Flexible planning. That's like that term trending. Like, is it old? Is it new? Like, what does it mean? It's trending. Something old, something new. That's what it means. But yeah, B, the system of a limited planning. Okay, that at least means something. C, the separation of planning agency from the state. In short, what is usually called the reconciliation of liberty and socialism. No one accepts Frederick August von Hayek's proposition in his Road to Serfdom that planning is essentially evil.
Based. Hayek is based.
Yeah. Yeah, Hayek is a libertarian, no?
I guess
I
you,
have
yeah,
that book.
I guess you could say that.
Yeah, I think that Chicago School of Economics.
Didn't get to
Yeah.
finishing it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, London School of Economics, University of Chicago, University of Salzburg, Austrian School of Economics. Oh yeah, he's one of those J's. I mean, but yeah, interesting. Both. I mean, as I like to point out on the show, both communism and libertarianism started by Jews. Interesting stuff, folks. I mean, but yeah. But yeah, here Ellul's hammering him, huh? Funny, right? He says no one accepts Frederick August von Hayek's proposition in his Road to Serfdom that planning is essentially evil.
Yeah, I'd say he's agreeing with him. Right? He's agreeing with Hayek.
Well, he's saying no one accepts his proposition.
Exactly, which would be a similar proposition that Ellul would probably have, right?
Well, I think Ellul is more socialist than libertarian for sure.
Well, I mean, he would basically agree with that statement, though, right? That proposition that planning is essentially evil. He's saying no one accepts, like speaking from the point of view of the utilitarianists.
He's saying that no one is going to put that moral quality on it. Yeah, I think he would agree that there's something evil about it, but I think he's saying that it doesn't bear moral justification. It's just based on technical necessity, as he described before. Right?
Yeah, no.
So all these moral justifications and these valuations are then placed on it post hoc, just as he explained in those, in those examples from those journals. Right? So it's pretty interesting. Right? And in the last sentence, the lady actually just sacrificed freedom for utilitarianism, demonstrating the authoritarian nature. You know what I mean? Of technique and how it has to be applied. But yeah, I think he's partly accepting it that this entire thing is part of an evil process, but he's partly disagreeing because he's saying, look, this is just based on technical necessity. Your moral valuation for it is post hoc. And when he says they seek a middle term, he says, right? They seek a middle term. Okay, and this example, like flexible planning, is like kind of like a middle term. Is it to be a limited plan? Question says a little. There's another, but then the problem is posed: where lies the limit? For some economists, planning is purely planning is a purely economic question bearing on key industries. By the way, once it gets to Hoppe, right, and the Austrian school, right, then he kind of says, well, we need to start talking about this technology thing, right, because it's an important problem. Right? So yeah. So they get there eventually. Right? Yeah, but in Ellul's time, they're not that advanced yet. I mean, so he says, but the problem is posed, where lies the limit? For some economists, planning is purely economic question bearing on the key industries. By the way, Ellul's writing this before the computers and stuff, so so this is huge. I mean,
Yeah.
But the debate has lasted a century and no decision has been reached as to which industries are key industries. The decision becomes even more difficult as categories change with time. The extraction of uranium, for example, was not a key industry 20 years ago. And as the interpretation of economic activities becomes greater and greater, it is becoming extremely difficult to analyze the factors involved in production. Every part of the system is directly or indirectly dependent on all of the others through financial repercussions or through the structure of labor. How then is it possible to set up a planned sector of the economy alongside an unplanned sector? When one rereads what was published on this problem only 10 years ago, it is clear that these studies are completely out of date and have been rendered null and void by subsequent technical improvements. Let us assume that a plan has been made for a 5-year period. If now the attempt is made to limit it to economics by allowing the greatest possible freedom outside this area, for example, by having no planning in the social domain, how can this economic plan possibly be viable? The problem of financing is necessarily raised even by a flexible and limited plan. It was clear at the time of the discussion that the new phase of the Monet, either Monet,
Monet, yeah,
MONNET plan, September 1950, the bank credit, the appeal to private financing was insufficient. I have no idea what he's talking about. It was necessary to turn to public financing. That's happened many times, right? Where they chose, where the private financing structures collapse and they've chose to, bring in public financing. All sorts of government projects, right? But this represented an enormous undertaking even for the state. The state was obliged to concern itself with the planning of its finances according to the more or less new totalitarian financial conception, which assumes control of the whole national revenue and affects every citizen. In order for the plan to be realized, the use of the labor force must also be integrated into it. This is recognized by Great Britain, for example. In its conception of full employment, the application of the plan likewise presupposes planning and planning of housing, and of vocational guidance, apprenticeships, and schools. Moreover, it quickly becomes clear that there is need for Social Security, a necessary psychological and sociological element, if full employment is to function without too violent a shock to human nature. This interrelation is not imaginary and gratuitous. Internal necessity connects the elements of the plan, but it is folly to think of breaking its links. Thus, the plan, once adopted as method, tends perpetually to extend to new domains. To limit it would be to put method in a position in which it cannot function, exactly as though one were to construct efficient automobiles, but refuse to build adequate roads. The cars could indeed run on narrow, rutted, and sandy roads, but it could not give the result for which it had been designed. Okay, we saw that with the railroads, right? I mean, railroads built towns and cities, right? So this is the actual thing, right? That, okay, cars require roads, right? So cars, okay, if you introduce cars into a society, you change the shape of the entire society, right? You change where everything's placed, right? So, because of the roads that the cars have to drive on, right? So the entire urban life becomes adjusted to transportation, right? And this is simply by technical necessity. We're going to read Energy and Equity by Ivan Illich, and he has deeper explanations of this idea, right? Hundreds of examples of this idea of technological determinism, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, so certain complementary given elements become proportionately more numerous as planning improves and modern society becomes more complicated. These mutual relationships render limited planning impossible. The plan engenders itself unless technique itself is renounced. Aha. So see, there's his opinion there, right? A little peeking through there, right? Interesting. The plan engenders itself unless technique itself is renounced, folks. To read it again.
I think that's the whole point, though, right? Like, because these people are grounded as Marxists, they're like historical materialists, and they believe that we evolve into the future.
Right.
So they see this as freedom. Like, so
right,
the whole
exactly.
thing boils down to how they define freedom.
Oh yeah.
Right. So Ellul obviously doesn't agree with that, and I would agree with Ellul, but that's it's he's acting like these people are like completely out of touch with themselves, like that they're pathological. But I think that they buy it. That's the thing. Like these progressives, they buy it. They actually believe this. Like if you challenge them and say that they're pathological or even psychotic, like it's because you're coming from a different point of view. This is what it's the ultimate divide between us. It's the gulf between us that we can't like cross or whatever. We don't need to cross it, but it's funny though. I like his style. He's roasting the shit out of the ideology, which deserves the roasting. But maybe that's just his literary style, because he's dissecting it. He's fine-tuned dissecting this.
Yeah. Yeah, but you said something quite significant there. Yes, it's ideological. It's on the ideological level that all this is happening. Right? And of course, Ellul has totally dismissed that realm, right? For better or worse, right? He's chosen to take a sort of practical analysis of the situation. You know, right? But yeah, and also he says, to the effect that, studying Plato and Aristotle isn't going to help much. I mean, so yeah. He's pretty interesting in that way. I mean, he definitely says that in his preface.
I agree. That's profound.
Yeah, because he's like, look, this problem has to be looked at on its own terms, because no previous order of problems has presented itself in this way. So he sort of
there's no frame of reference to compare it to.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's one of the ways he goes about to reject progress, is he says that the that the blossoming up of this technological society was quite sudden in history, right? Like they had everything there to put it together for like 1,000 years, right? But nobody did it. You know what I mean, right? So it's weird why the ideas of the science and the Enlightenment suddenly became activated in the 1800s, right? And it led to this. So you can't trace it ideologically, or you can't trace it through some gradual form of progress throughout human history. So he's very insistent on that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, blessings, Zeph.
Hello.
Yeah. And then he goes on to say, actually, I totally lost where I'm at.
Sorry, the
yeah.
plan engenders itself
Oh
unless
yeah.
technique itself is renounced.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're on page 180. So at the last paragraph here, it says the same situation holds if the planner aspires to adopt a flexible plan. Again, pretty much an oxymoron. I mean, as Ellul has pointed out, or one independent of the state. In such a case, the fundamentals of the plan are not obligatory. The plan appears as mere advice concerning what would be desirable. The producers remain independent. The consumers have free choice, and the attitude of the individuals prevails over the social. The flexible plan is subject to the constant revisions and readjustments demanded by universal personal freedom. The same holds true if attempt is made to refer the organizations to the plan to agencies other than the state, to narrower organisms, such as administrative divisions of specialized economic organizations, or to organizations of a wider scope, as, for example, international organizations. The appeal to international bodies is designed to vitiate the criticism of such writers as Hayek concerning the dangers of totalitarianism which arise when the state is in charge of the plan. These different proposals are extremely deceptive. The flexible plan has only one defect, but that defect is crucial. The plan cannot be realized. The reason is simple. If the plan corresponds to the if the plan corresponds to the real nature of planning,
the defect is crucial. The plan cannot be realized. Like, that's the bottom line right there.
Yeah. It simply remains in the level of planning, right? But yeah, but yeah, he goes on to say, if the plan corresponds to the real nature of planning, it ought to fix objectives, which normally would be attained by the play of self-interest and a modium of effort. It must stretch productive forces to the maximum, arouse energies, and exploit existing means with the maximum of efficiency. Okay, these planners do not always succeed. That administrative errors occur and that not all planning invariably acts with the maximum efficiency is no more a criticism of the system than errors of calculation are a criticism of mathematics. But if the individual is allowed freedom, but if the individual is allowed freedom of decision and there is no plan, he will not make the maximum effort required of him. If the industrialist is allowed to retain full independence, he will seek out other arrangements and not arrive at the objectives proposed. Hence, the plan, in order to be realized, must be paired with an apparatus of sanctions. This appears to be a veritable law of economics. Planning is inseparably bound up with coercion. Okay.
Exactly. Man, so that is profound, because it seems like as human beings we already are able to, so we have base necessities that we seemingly can cure, like, or alleviate by ourselves. But these utopists, these utilitarians seem to use us to alleviate their necessities, all while pitching to us that it's for the greater good, that it's for all of our necessities, right?
Yeah.
But there's always this disparagement between the lower class and the middle class and the elite or whatever. So that's pretty profound, that like we have forgotten that necessity could be alleviated simply. Like we could just feed ourselves. Like if we just would revert back to letting nature do its process, like the little bit of the little bit of effort that it takes to like farm or whatever. Like if we've lost the techniques of farming, of course it's going to be hard to regain those techniques and master them. But eventually, over time, they would pretty much become autonomous. We would just be able to get it set up, and farming would be second nature. That would alleviate hunger, right? And then like you have these base necessities, but for some reason we're alleviating their necessities while creating disparity for ourselves, and we're getting more hungry, and we're getting more thirsty, and we're getting more lonely, and we're getting more psychotic and mentally ill or whatever, right? Like, it's crazy. This is a poison or whatever, and Ellul is on the net. He's hitting the nail on the head on this. This guy is money, dude.
Is it a poison or venom? There's
Oh,
different.
yeah.
Both. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, planning is inseparably bound up with coercion. It's like that lady said. She said, "Well, maybe the greater good is better than freedom," and of course, some people define them as the same thing as, as our friend here pointed out, right? But yeah, but yeah. So this is the last couple pages I'll read here. Before he goes off into a new section. And then I'll go to more music, and then I'll move to Crowley and Seraphim Rose on the Tao Te Ching, right? And some pretty interesting reflections that we're gleaning from that text there. Okay, so from the 3rd hour to the 4th hour, that will mainly be the sort of thing we'll be looking at. And then after the 4th hour, we'll move into transhumanism and Kaczynski and some of those reflections, right? So yeah, we're on a little thing here. This is 54 episodes into basically a single stream of thought concerning different themes. Right. And of course, they're in 3 parts. Right. First section is about ellul. The second section is about Eastern philosophy. And the third section of the show is pretty much about transhumanism. Right. So we're focusing on many different themes for these last 54 or so streams here. Right. But yeah. And of course, we've had lots of interesting discussions. But yeah, let me move on here to ellul, because as our friend noticed, he is on the money here on a number of themes. Yeah, blessings to death to compromise. Yeah, we'll have tons of different topics. Actually, we're going to read through the Shang Tzu and Buddhist philosophy, right? And we're also going to look at some different ideas for transhumanism. We're looking at different pieces. We're looking at a piece by Danny Hillis. Look at different ideas from Stuart Brand and MIT. Right. So yeah, we'll get going here. Tons of ideas. We got tons of topics here. But yeah, and of course we'll be reflecting on the architectonic and and the creation of symbols, as I translate it to be, right? So yeah, the individual does not realize spontaneously what is most efficient, nor do the workers conform spontaneously to Gilbert's movements, quote unquote. Gilbreth's movements? I don't know what that means. The following alternative presents itself. Either the plan is flexible but is not realized, as experience shows, in spite of the propaganda about the Monette plan. Its objectives were only 70% realized. The flexible plan of the Bulgarians, 1947, was 37% realized. The Monette plan, which ought to have been completed in 1950, was actually completed in 1953, having taken twice the proposed time. Okay, so this is how flexible indeed the planning actually is. Right, so them actually accomplishes
they
what
always
it
put a sense of they always put a sense of urgency on it too. The plan is always urgent, right? Like it's always, the timeline is always set quickly.
Yeah,
and it
that's
never comes to fruition.
pressure sales. It's a technique.
Yeah, it's 5 years, and then when that doesn't work, it's okay. 5 more years, 5 more years, 5 more years. Okay, fine, 10 more years, right? And then 30 years has elapsed, and it's like, what is going on?
That's funny. I have a
Whether
joke.
that's-
I like tell
Sorry.
people, say, I'll be, if I'm not back in 5 minutes, wait 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yvonne, give me a sec.
Yep. Yeah, so then he goes on to say, it's interesting stuff. He goes in La Action Psychologique 1959, Maigret restudies the effect on the breakdown of the plan of the absence of propaganda, which would have rendered the plan psychologically compulsory. It is useless to expend the great amount of labor which goes into a plan only to reach a stalemate, or the plan must be realized, but at the cost of loading it with sanctions so that it becomes more rigid. Those who count on the good will of mankind display a delirious, idealistic optimism. Centuries of history, despite the facts, have not been able to convince them of the contrary. Reason certainly will not change them. But they are so far removed from reality that their opinion is negligible. The problem of sanctions brings planning into realization with the state. Anyone who claims that planning and the state are separable, or that the local plans can be carried out, the TVA is always cited, has forgotten the local plans must be guaranteed by the state or they come to nothing, and this suffices to give back to the state all its prerogatives. It is evident, and Russia and Germany were no exceptions. And by the way, he explains how technique basically combines these three elements of technology, the state, and the economic framework, right? But yeah, he then goes on to say, and this suffices to give back to the state all its prerogatives. It is evident, and Russia and Germany were no exceptions, that it is not the state itself which creates the plan, but rather some specialized organism more or less dependent on it.
Well,
Okay,
you were talking, you were talking about the urgency thing before. I have recently found out some crazy things.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just hold it for a second.
Which go towards like the technique and the urgency and what they're pushing. So apparently there was an operation in September of 2019 to do with like these. Yeah, see, I'm trying to be careful because I know it's YouTube, but this is a touchy subject.
Oh, we can't. Let's just leave it then. Let's just leave it then.
Oh no, but I mean, it's just the CTUHLU shit.
No. We got to move on here. We got to move on. This is stupid as fuck, dude. Come on, yeah. We got. What I was saying, DK, we got to move on. We got to move on, DK. Let me just finish reading these two paragraphs and then we'll talk for a second.
Okay.
Right?
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's all good. Yeah, let's just not bring up the Koof thing. I mean, let's just not do that.
Oh no, I was just pointing out the urgency. And
No. No. Let's just read. Thank you so much.
Right.
No, I appreciate you, friend. Blessings. But yeah. We gotta just. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring the hammer down sometimes, and I greatly apologize to my guests here. All right, it's not personal. It's just because of the crazy restrictions on here, and we've been getting hit up so often that I just got to bring. They've been bringing the band hammer down.
Right. I'm not being smart. I was trying to like word it as nicely.
I know. I get it. Yeah, we had that last time too, and it's not going. It's not. Yeah, we can't float that one. But yeah,
so I need to find a new word. Okay.
No, it's just the topic. It's just the topic in general. The topic's just iced for now, right? And I mean, this is a show about technology, so trust me, I would love to talk about that topic, dude. It's like the main it's like the main fucking issue.
Involved in that.
Yeah. But we can't do it. We can't do it. See, this is the thing. Yeah, and that's the main issue. Like I talk about issues on my show, so this is the thing. Okay, but yeah, here we go. Okay, the bond between planning and the state is organic and not due to chance, right? Okay, how then is it possible to retain a belief in the independence of the plan? At the minimum, the power of the state is required for a general examination. Okay, of available resources and to put all national forces to work. I do not use the word planning in the technical sense. As when one points to school construction programs or traffic signal installations, local entities are, of course, able to execute such programs, but they do not represent planning any more than does dike construction in the Netherlands. If they did, the planning of a house by an architect would have to fall under this category. As to international decisions, which might be cited as a proof of the separation of the plan from the state, these do not represent plans in the proper sense of the term. For instance, the Bretton Woods agreements, the sole hope of realization of international plans, for example, in Europe, rests as we clearly see today on the existence of a European state. This kind of planning acquires substance only to the degree that such a state is constituted. This fact corroborates our thesis. Only a supranational state would be able to conceive both the national states and the trust to cooperate in a common economic operation. Ellul is way ahead of his time in this proclamation here. Okay, all of the dummies are already talking about world government and how it should be instituted, and he's basically saying the technical necessity is causing a supranational tendency, and this is a huge problem. Okay, so he's way ahead of his time here. But yeah, he goes on to say the Dawes and Young plans ended in failure because they had no means for genuine sanctions and no political power to support them. Conversely, we note that the Marshall Plan, which became the ECA, is imperceptibly producing a political system. The Atlantic Pact is a correlative to the Marshall Plan, and Europe will begin to organize itself only in the event that the ECA is seen to be completely useless unless it is applied to the politically ordered world. This is the last paragraph. The Americans understood perfectly that the only alternative to a useless expenditure of money in the ECA was the European political organization. Unification or even economic coordination cannot be conceived of independently. Mere understanding or good intentions can scarcely result in real planning. Again, we are back to the necessary conditions for the realization of a planned economy. That is an ideal society. The connection between plan and state is unnecessary, just as the need for penalties disappears in the case of the individual as he exists in himself. I'm willing to admit, but that does not make me believe in such an ideal and take it as a reality. In fact, I note that techniques of knowledge engender and necessitate techniques of action. And the techniques of action presuppose certain conditions and development in accordance with a true law, which might be called to which might be called the law of extension of planning. The extension of planning does not necessarily bring about the socialist society. Private ownership of means of production need not be modified in order to have a planned economy. Likewise, planning does not necessarily bring about a dictatorial state. The use of sanctions and propaganda can be accommodated to forms other than dictatorships. But when a technique invades a certain domain in connection with planning, the technique affects the whole operation with completeness. It is useless to try to set limits to it or to seek some other mode of procedure. Okay, so we're on page 183. That's where we'll end reading Ellul for today, and we'll take a little musical break. So anybody has comments, and we'll drop the link again.
Now we're all singing Dr. Demento songs in our heads.
They're coming to take me away. Ha ha! Take me away.
Yeah, that's a great song. That's a great band.
But not yet. I know they're going to, but not yet.
Lord.
They can try. Good luck with that.
Nah, they'll get me. But I've told them, if they try and come and get me, all they're doing is giving me a captive audience. How many prisoners? How many prison guards?
Yeah. They'd just
Yeah.
take you, dude. They wouldn't bother because they'd be like, no, this guy is too much trouble.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'll just get taken out. Yeah, I know. I mean, they're not going to throw me in jail with everything I've said, because I've constantly said, dude, just throw me in there. You're giving me a captive audience. And you got to remember, prisons in New Zealand, the guards don't walk around with guns. They might have an armory somewhere, but they don't walk around with guns or anything.
Yeah, bless
Like
him.
batons or something.
I think they might have those, like the nightstick type thing or whatever they're called. I think they might have those. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I was in that situation. It's like over 20 years.
Yeah, what are those prison guards going to do if one of the prisoners knows Kung Fu?
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that if you are able to speak to everyone and suddenly, as I said, you're already in a confined environment with people.
This is Denise
already have a
being
hate
polite.
of authority and the system. No, serious. They've already got a hate for authority and the
It's
system.
like, let's move on.
Yeah.
Right?
I see your point.
Yeah, but yeah, do you see how easy that could be if you can speak well?
That's a big.
Yeah. Yeah, let me break down.
I think he elegantly explained the situation. There's not much to say on it besides what he said. It was so forward. Like,
oh yeah,
yeah,
powerful
I don't
section.
think you can add anything to that.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a section called "Planning and Liberty" from Technique and Economics. I think it's the 3rd chapter there. So yeah, very, very important section. You guys could look it up on your own. You know, but yeah.
Music break, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. I'm just breaking down some cannabis, but yeah, we're gonna play some music here in a minute.
Breaking down some cannabis for the music break.
Man, I would love. It's up to you, Machine, but I would love to read for you if you need help reading some things. I like that technological society.
Dude.
I had it pulled up, and I was following along.
Yeah, dude, join on Discord and shoot me a message. I'll send you a link. You can definitely do that, dude. Of course, man.
Yeah.
Hear some different voices there. It'll give the audience something. You know, people get sick of my voice sometimes. You know, so.
Oh, holy shit!
I'm enjoying it.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, if there's an interesting section, I'd be happy on reading some stuff as well.
Ooh, me too.
Yeah, DK reading would be tight. Honestly, I mean, it'd be like old fucking wizard or some shit. It sound fucking weird. Dude. Put on a wizard hat.
And I'll track my face on screen as I do it.
Yeah,
really
we need DK reading in a wizard hat as Dumbledore for sure.
I need to get related more to Gimli the dwarf, especially with my long beard at the moment.
Yeah, and he's a ginger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's why I usually get related more to Gimli the dwarf.
Yeah, Ginger Gimli.
Yeah,
Ginger wizard.
Gimli was ginger.
Yeah, shout out to J.K. Rowling for putting the concept of mixed blood inside of a kid's book. Very strange, but yeah.
Based.
Did she actually put it in a kid's book? Or was it the people who made the movie from her books?
Oh, no. It was in the book.
Oh, it's definitely in the books.
A muggle?
Yeah.
The Mudbloods. Yes.
Mudbloods, yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I call myself a mud.
Rowling's racism is base, dude. She's on point.
Yeah, that's some Hyperboreanism right there.
Double down. She wrote a kid's book and everyone went at her. And instead of like backing down, she doubled down. It's like, yeah, all right, now I'm going to go even more.
Anne Rice did the same thing at the end.
After the interview with the vampires books and shit. Vampire Chronicles or whatever it's called.
And the bee stuff that she did under her pen name.
Ah, I don't know about that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it later.
All right. Dr. D Head who's getting annoyed. in the main chat, not the caliphate one, in the main chat. Dr. D Head's actually getting annoyed.
I think at Google, yeah, he said fuck you, Google.
I know these fucking squelch my dictations, but I still can't believe it's true. The fucking thing can take perfect dictation with noise cancellation and all. Yeah, someone's losing their shit.
I've been like retyping a lot of my phrases in chat because it deletes them.
I didn't post what I wrote last night to your channel, did I? Holy crap. Yeah, I wrote it on Telegram and it was too long. I posted it on my Discord channel and I had to break it down into 6 smaller posts to post the whole thing that I wrote.
So you look over and you're like backing up, trying it. One is like probably trying to back up on another and he can't mount. And he's like doing it and it took him like
Let's start eavesdropping.
4 minutes.
Like somebody's got a
and then it was like seconds. He was gone.
What? Who's got this shit open? Turn your mic off.
Wait.
You were hitting around.
No, that's like his first or second time on the show. He's cool.
We're eavesdropping.
That's all right. Yeah, he's still got to turn his mic off. I mean, he's not cool. They still got to learn to turn his mic off.
Well, I'm about to backstage everybody in a second, anyways, to go on the music break journey here.
Yeah, no, good man. Was waiting for it.
We can't dance party. Darn.
Well, kind of a freaky dance party with Christophe de Babylon, if you want.
That's fine. I trust your discretion.
Yeah, I mean, I play this song all the time. I love the little sample in there where it says, the evil entered into the home through computers or whatever. Like, it's crazy sample. That the dark forces would enter into the home through the use of computers. Right, is what the guy says. It's crazy sample here.
Yeah, I think that they got a little bit of that on the new Aesop Rock too. Where they're doing that kind of thing, where they put a little sample in there that's like little voiceover. I love that shit too.
Damn, some chunky fucking weed for honestly.
Granola bar or something.
See, what happened is
granola bar.
Yeah, what had happened is that I lost my grinder a few weeks ago. Could have been stolen by my little brother, but I don't know.
Oh, that sucks.
It's just under the couch. You know that.
Oh yeah, I've definitely looked there several times. Svetlana Savinkova. I love your name.
Yeah, those last couple of people from my D Live. Amos and Svet.
Yeah, I really love your name, Svetlana.
Svetlana Stevankova.
Very Russian.
Svetlana.
Yeah, she's cool. She's been on quite a few of my shows, like Rumble shows, like Discord chats and stuff. She's got a Discord channel herself as well. Shit. Which channel did I sent it to the main one. You posted the link on the main one, didn't you? Yeah, scroll up, Svet. You'll get the link to the StreamYard thing if you want to jump on the panel. It's not up very far. It's like pretty close. Like it's still
Yeah, we're about to read the Tao Te Ching. So you guys feel free to comment on that. We're gonna play some music here. I gotta put this on my TV screen so I could actually notice if the stream gets canceled because of the anime or whatever.
Stop
Yeah.
blaming me for everything.
No, it's because of the animes. I mean, sometimes it'll cut it off because it sees it's like from an anime that's still being distributed.
The copyright thing. Using too much
Yep.
of something from somewhere. What's the there is a time limit. I can't remember what it is, but there's a certain time limit, and if you use less than so
I
many
switch.
seconds of clips, then you're
Yeah, I
okay.
switch to myself every time I take a hit of weed, so that should work. But I don't know.
You might have to take hits more often. So it's something really. It's quite short. It's like 8 seconds or 14 seconds or something. You can't play clips longer than that without, like asking for permission or putting up the what's the thing called? When you give the advanced warning, whatever it's called. Why have I forgotten that
Fair
word?
use.
Yeah. But what's it actually called though? Disclaimer. That's it. Yeah. If you put up the disclaimer, it's a bit better. But I'm sure it's still only like 14 seconds unless you put that up and actually name your sources and things. On YouTube anyway. Everywhere else I do it, it's like, I just don't care. Although Rumble tried to screw with me today.
Yeah, I've seen people do reviews of like music and stuff that's copyrighted, and they'll like play the whole thing, but they'll have themselves up on the screen next to it.
That's another way. It's if you're playing something, you have to have a certain percentage of other things on the screen. So you can have yourself on one corner, a logo, and the other 3 corners or something, and like words going across. If it covers a certain percentage, you've changed it enough that it's not the original. Yeah, there's like lots of little loopholes. It pays to look into some of those.
Yeah, and zooming on a TV show, like I noticed the zoom on some TV shows, they like zoom in for 1 second, like really deep into the frame, like, and then go back out, so it just screws up the robots that are identifying the copyright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all right, folks. We are on a little bit of a schedule here, so I'm going to move on with this music and then move on to the Tao Te Ching because I don't want to be here past 6 hours or so. I'm going to go and play the replays of Neurojack that I have. And actually, I have a couple other panels that I want to play. This morning, I engage in a discussion on the book of Job, and then just very briefly, and then we went on to talk to Hanko Flamio about the panel verse, and we had a little interaction with Old Joe. I really appreciate Old Joe, him noticing the LARP on these panels. He's one of the few, right? So so we're gonna have some of the reflections I give to him and some of the feedback he shares with me and Hank on some of those dynamics. So we're gonna play some music here, and we'll be back in a little bit. But yeah, I made a video for this song because I really like it, and I hope that YouTube will allow me to play the video. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll kind of release parts of this video.
Fan-made video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See.
Fair use.
Fan-made.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk through the music. Blessings, folks. Thank you for being here. And yeah, somebody's in the back. Are they? Oh no, nobody's here. Yeah, thank you for being here. For the 24 people that are watching this, I greatly appreciate your time. Okay, we may be here tomorrow or Monday, depending on how I feel, mainly. But yeah, we're doing a weird sort of non-scheduled show on the other channel called Content Cuckery on Constrained Misinformation. Right. So yeah, we got some of that going on. Yeah.
You always play the interesting shows when I'm not home.
Yeah. Yeah, but we'll be back in yeah, but we'll be back in about 7 minutes or so for the people here. So yeah, blessings. Yeah.
forces which were once stopped by the front door have found their way into the home through personal computers. computer.
Yeah, I had to remake that video 3 times. Good Lord. Yeah, so the anime video, kind of had some restrictions on that. But yeah, the thing is that I'm pretty sure the video will be up. If not, we'll have to re-premiere the video in like Tuesday morning, right? So if they take the video down on YouTube, we'll repost it on Tuesday. So it's no worries, folks. We have to cut that part out.
Hey, TML, have you thought about using Restream or something, which is free, to try and get onto other platforms at the same time? So if YouTube starts crashing, you can already tell everyone's like, if YouTube crashes, go over here.
Oh yeah. In the future, we'll figure something like that out for sure.
Like, honestly, I could sort that for you in, half an hour or so.
Oh yeah, thank you for offering that. Yeah, for sure. We might set something like that up with you being the captain of the Restream shipper. I mean,
No, I don't need to be. No, serious. It's like that easy for you to do it.
Oh yeah.
Really that
oh
easy.
yeah, I believe you. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, totally.
No, you just go to Restream instead of YouTube. You just go to Restream and hit go live, and it goes live on all the things that you've got loaded onto it.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a one place, and you just hit that.
Yeah. Just because it says stream unavailable in the middle of the video, that doesn't mean that they're going to take the video down automatically. Usually they don't. But they may put a copyright restriction on it. I mean, right, in terms of it may be blocked in a country, in some other countries, or it may have to cut that part out of the show, which is fine with me. I've played that song so many times that I'm not attached to that anime video. I mean, it's not, I didn't make that video. I mean, right, obviously. I mean, it got copyrighted. But yeah, interestingly enough, obviously I'm not a video editor. I made this show with just a $20 microphone and a screen recorder and some books that I like. I mean, right? So here's one book that I like, although I've not read this translation before, but check this out, 55. And then we'll go to 55 in Seraphim Rose, and we'll read how they differ, or if they differ. Right? Sometimes they agree on a lot. Right, but yeah, check this out. It says, the spell of the mystery. He that hath the magic powers of the Tao, and notice, obviously, him inserting magic powers in there. Right, that Tao is alchemy, right? And obviously, there was a long alchemical practice with the Tao where people tried to, like, reach immortality and, like, drink elixirs of immortality, and some of them didn't end up waking up. I mean, and of course, there was in the West too. They had alchemy. I mean, right? Pre-science, but yeah, some of that stuff is true. Like Pythagoras and all that type of stuff. I mean, but yeah, definitely, natural law I think is false. But yeah, it's interesting here.
No, I completely disagree with you on that.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting, but I think we mean something totally different by those two words. So starting off, I think, because I mean it in terms of philosophy, and I think you're talking about it in terms of human behavior. right? And in terms of personal liberties and freedoms, and in the political sense, which I could grant that it exists in the political sense.
I wasn't quite going political, but yeah, the first part of what you said was right. Yes.
Yeah, like for example, like fixed laws of nature. I think that's false. I think that's a false idea created by Newton, right?
It's not about facts. It's about natural laws. You are a living man, and the only reason you'd be under someone else's jurisdiction.
Oh yeah, exactly. The political
allow
sense.
them to put you under your under their jurisdiction.
I agree. Yeah, that's purely political.
See, morality. But see, for me, morality also comes into it as well. It's natural law and morality.
Right,
Those
but that's
two
still
things
but
are
that's
what
still
matters.
social. But that's still social.
DK, I think he
political.
means physics. DK, I think he means physics.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like like physics. Yeah, like physics and philosophy. Right, like natural law, like in terms of natural philosophy. Right. But yeah,
Is that like the philosophy we're told?
no, that's like gravity and like time and like light has like fixed proportions and stuff,
that's
and
all right.
they
Yeah,
they fucking like measured that shit in advance and all that stupid shit. The fake and gay science. Yeah.
Yeah. Fake and gay science. Fake
Exactly.
And gay
That shit's
math,
fake.
and
Yeah.
gay space.
Yeah. So you agree with me once we understand
man.
each other.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's my social theory on stuff. But yeah, when you're getting into the physics.
Oh yeah. I totally agree with the social part. Yeah.
I completely disagree with almost everything we've been told. It's like almost
Totally.
everything we've been told when it comes to physics is a lie. Because
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
hiding the real physics from us. And in fact, if you look into it, the table of elements, how many elements have been removed? Just look at it. How many numbers are missing from the table of elements?
There is no real physics.
Number
to hide.
5
There's
was
no such
ether.
thing as physics.
No. Number 5 was ether. It got removed in either the late 1800s or early 1900s. It was on the table of elements until then.
Right.
That's what I mean. Go look it up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I believe you. It had to be there. I mean, but the fact is that it's not really it's not really like among the elements. Like it can't just be that
that's
simple.
what I mean. It actually
if the
is
ether
and was, and it's now lost knowledge.
No, DK, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if there's a such thing as ether, then it's not like fucking like lead. like it's way deeper than that. But yeah, anyways,
ether is the space in between.
No, I know. It's like
atoms.
it's what they're calling like dark matter or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
It's not. No. See,
So what do you think it is?
Once again, going into the physics, like the scientific physics side of it. No.
So wait, what do you think it is?
Ether is the space in between all of the atoms, as in the space in between oxygen.
So you believe atoms exist?
Sorry?
You believe atoms exist?
Well,
get the fuck out of here.
Okay, all right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fire, water, ether. Those are the 5 elements. So if you want to break it right down and we ignore any scientific anything, that means Earth, the land exists.
Yeah, I agree with earth, wind, and fire and all that shit. I agree with that shit.
Water exists. The air exists. The ether is the energy in
But
all
look,
of those things.
But look, DK, air, fire, water, none of those things are on the fucking periodic table of fucking elements, dude.
Yes, they
So what the fuck are you
They are
babbling
not.
about?
They're the first 4 elements. What are you on about?
No, they're not on the periodic table of elements.
Hydrogen,
No,
oxygen,
oxygen.
yeah,
I know
hydrogen,
exactly.
oxygen,
Carbon,
nitrogen, carbon.
Exactly. Like those are the.
Whoa, yeah, but whatever.
Yeah. So anyways, let's move on to this reading.
Yeah, they're
yeah, please.
That actually had like the elements. No, I'm actually sure it is that one.
Yeah, here, hold on, DK. Let the homie talk. Yeah, blessings, homie. Go ahead. Hostile? Were you gonna say something?
Oh no, I'm fine. I think it's arbitrary. I think I'll just hold my tongue. We need to get to the Tao.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, if you got something, just spit it out. Blessings. And all the people here. Yeah, thank you, Svetlana. I appreciate that name for sure. Svetlana, exactly. It's a very pretty name. Svetlana Savinkova. Yeah, that's a very pretty language. That's a beautiful language. I mean, but yeah, he that hath the magic powers of the Tao is like a young child. Insects will not sting him, or beasts or birds of prey attack him. Whoa, I gotta go switch to a different tab here. Sorry, folks. Give me a second. Okay, here we are.
So the I don't quite get that though.
Oh yeah. You gotta wait till.
They're saying like it's as a child, but the children.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're saying.
That's what I mean. It's like, yeah, but children get stung by shit.
Yeah, but
and
they're saying that.
Yeah, that's the incongruous part of that statement.
Yeah. It's talking about the source of life, right? That if the source of life is with you, right, that no harm can overcome you, right? And that's basically represents the growth of a child, right? Not the vulnerability of a child, right? See, we're thinking of it in a Darwinian sense, like the child is like represents like some vulnerability, like exposure to the elements, all this stuff. But no, a child is the pinnacle of growth, right? Because it has the capacity, right? Like you're not gonna have an old man to grow, right? So it's saying that the source of life can overcome harm, right? Which is a very simple thing to understand, I mean, right? But yeah, he goes on to
having that ability to be open-minded and learn new things as a child. Will allow you to like get past a lot of things.
That's right.
But as you grow older, you get indoctrinated and stuck.
That's right.
Things.
That's right. So then he goes on next.
Certain ideas and ideals.
Very good, DK.
Someone opposes it, you're not willing to accept it anymore.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's saying. You got it right, exactly. And because he goes on to say, he says, a young child's bones are tender and its sinews are elastic, but its grasp is firm. It knoweth nothing of the union of man and woman, yet its organ may be excited. This is because of its natural perfection. It will cry all day long without becoming hoarse because of the harmony of its being. And he goes on to say, he who understands this harmony knoweth the mystery of the Tao and becometh the true sage. All devices for inflaming life and increaseth the vital breath by mental effort are evil and factitious. Okay, trying to improve life when the beginning of life is a source of all growth is a flaw, right? You most likely come to ruin that way, right?
That's
trying to change nature.
That's your technological technique right there.
Oh yeah.
Just saying that if you try and do it, you're not making it.
Oh yeah.
If you let it go, things work. If you try too hard, they don't.
Yeah. See, DK gets it. He's one with the Tao. I mean, for sure. I mean, but yeah, check this out. Things become strong, then age. This is in discord with the Tao. And what is not at one with the Tao soon cometh to an end. Okay, let's go to Seraphim Rose.
All right, but hang on one sec.
Yeah,
Are
for sure.
the Tao and the Tao the same?
Yeah, it's the same shit.
Okay, cool.
It's actually Tao, but they say Tao is anglicized.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I was asking. I was unsure if they are the same or different. And yeah, there's always nuances in things. So
both of the letters T and D are dentals.
Yeah,
D and T are dentals, so they're pronounced
sorted. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. What was that? You're saying they're what?
Phonetically, they're pronounced with the same area of the mouth. They're dentals. D and T are interchangeable.
Oh. I heard something interesting the other day about language. Depending on what country and what language you're brought up speaking, your mouth becomes able to make certain noises, like certain sounds. That's when you try and learn another language. If you learn it later in life, your mouth is not as able to make the new sounds it's trying to acquire, which is why you come across with an accent.
Oui, je suis heureuse.
Yeah, see, a French person would say, what?
No.
Yeah, we learned a lot of French words when we were reading Nietzsche the other day, and also a lot of Latin terms. So yeah, that's been interesting because they have not translated those terms in the little book that we're reading. So yeah, it's fascinating to learn those words. But yeah, check this out. Chapter 55, Seraphim Rose. It goes on to say, the man of the highest virtue, said the ancient sage, is like water which dwells in the lowly places. Remember this from chapter 8 of the OG book, right? In his dwelling, he is like the earth below everyone. In giving, he is human hearted. Now, I almost forgot water, right? Sometimes when I'm talking about plants and newborn babies, and obviously the uncarved block, we have the example of the uncarved block, and this whole idea of natural simplicity, as I said, a million times when we were reading, transitioning from Confucius to the Tao, it's natural simplicity versus cultural refinement. And of course, Seraphim Rose is combining natural simplicity with the idea of the primordial essence. Right? So here he goes in.
Isn't that what I don't know, societal progression is?
No, it's not about society.
It's like, here's what things were. Let's slowly move it to what we think it should be.
No, we're not dealing with that right now. But yeah, it's more about this idea of going, it's not about going in any direction, really. It's about seeing how things actually are and then just applying it, right? Because there wouldn't you wouldn't have to move to the state of being natural, right? Because everything already harnesses the Tao, right? But yeah, let's go on with this. It says, in his dwelling, he is like the earth below everyone. In giving, he is human hearted. His heart is immeasurable. Okay, the humble soul is like water. And actually what I was gonna say is that this idea of water, newborn babies, the uncarved block, right? And also the feminine nature is all about being a vessel, right? For growth and so you allow things to be as they are, right? So this is the kind of thing is and obviously the way to do that is the idea of enigmatic virtue, right? Create without possessing, right? Produce without ownership, so on and so forth. He gives 100 ideas that relate to that. But yeah, in giving, he is human hearted. His heart is immeasurable. His soul is like water that softens the earth of the heart, the place of her dwelling. Through her humility in dealing with people, hardness and callousness are expelled from her, swept away like a heavy rock. A new vista opens to the gaze of the mind. Okay, hold on.
This is relating to Gaia,
no
Mother Earth type theory,
No.
and everything goes
maybe,
back
yeah.
to no.
Yeah, you could take it that way, but I think he's talking about
everything.
Here,
I'm
just
not
give me
being
a second,
smart,
DK.
Like, everything seems to be relating about to
No, but let me tell you.
in natural balance type thing.
Here, hold on. Let me tell you what he's talking about, and then you can respond to it, right? Because he's talking about the Mother Mary, right? So that's what he's talking. He's not talking about Gaia, but you can insert Gaia in there because he's also talking about Earth and the lowly places, right? But yeah, right. So that's what he was going on to say. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did, and I disagree.
Okay.
I think it's still about Gaia.
Okay, yeah. You can make it
No,
about whatever
it's,
you want.
this is coming from Seraphim Rose. He's an Orthodox Christian. He's talking about Mary.
Exactly right. Yeah, so I'm trying to explain to you. Yeah.
But everything you said relates perfectly to
Of
like
course,
Gaia.
you can disagree with the text. You're allowed to disagree with the text, and you're allowed to
I'm not
insert.
disagreeing with the text, like at all.
Yeah, but you are though.
I'm saying I'm disagreeing in what we are relating it to.
No.
Well,
he's relating it to
the
Mary
reference is
because he's an
Seraphim
Orthodox
Rose.
Christian. Yeah,
That's what I
so-
said.
Yeah, so your fault. Yes, yeah. So it's not.
Sums up Gaia.
No, so you're relating it to the wrong thing. So you're yeah. So that's false.
I am or he is.
DK, let him cook.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Right. Well, what the fuck are you even talking about now? You know, he is or
Okay.
what? Are you disagreeing with the text or not? So you think he's mistaken about the text, right? Is what I said
No,
earlier.
I think the text is correct. I think the identity of what the text is about is what I differ on.
Okay.
The text makes perfect sense, but it relates more
So
to
you don't call
Gaia.
that disagreeing with the text? What do you call that?
No, I agree perfectly with, but it doesn't say anywhere in that text this is about like Maria. Sorry.
DK,
Except for he already said it.
translation
He already
of the
explained it.
Tao.
Yeah.
This is a translation of the Tao by Seraphim Rose.
Yeah, we're on
who is
chapter
an
55, so he
Orthodox
already
Christian.
explained that. Yeah, he already explained that, my friend. Yeah, so he definitely referenced Mary
That's fine,
earlier.
but yeah, just saying that.
No, but look,
yeah.
you're now on the 55th chapter of a book I've read 55 chapters of, right? I'm telling you that it's about Mary, right? You can disagree about what it's about, right? But then you're disagreeing with what the text is about. See, I'm just trying to tell you that. Now, you're not agreeing with the text, right? But that's fine. You're allowed to disagree with the text. That's the happy part about this. You don't have to agree with what Seraphim Rose says. You don't have to. It's okay, DK.
I know.
Yeah, it's fine. You'll be okay if you disagree.
How many people do I agree with? Come on, Tim.
Exactly. That's why I'm so fucking surprised. I'm like, why are you trying to agree with the Orthodox priest? What the fuck are you smoking now?
No, I agree with the words. I just think it relates to something else. But as you said, he mentioned earlier that all of this relates to Mary. So
Yeah, Christ, Mary, all that
No,
stuff.
Seraphim thinks it's related to Mary. It's not Machine Lies that thinks that.
Yeah, but just reading that all relates.
Like I just made it up.
I think you're confused, DK. Just let him let Machine cook.
No, it's all right. We're almost coming off of this, but I do find some of DK's discussions valuable, and it's good to sort out some of those things because not everybody's on the same level, folks. So so we gotta dial it down, and to the people that are drinking heavily, peace be with you. Oh, you're not? What?
Don't use that, man. I actually wrote something yesterday that was all about that.
About quitting drinking?
If you can dispute what I say, come at me. If you're just going to say, oh, he's drinking.
Wait, I'm so confused though. Are you quitting drinking?
It's a different story.
But am I to get this right? You're quitting drinking now?
Why would I do that? I'm still smarter than most people while drunk.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're hammered, bro. But yeah, let's check this out.
No,
The
I'm
man,
actually not. It's only 5 in the afternoon, bro, and I've only had
I gotta move on to the text. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta move on to the text, DK. Blessings.
No,
All right, dude. I said I gotta move on to the text. Yeah. The man of the highest virtue said the ancient sage is like water which dwells in lowly places. In his dwelling, he is like earth below everyone. In his giving, he is human-hearted. His heart is immeasurable. The humble soul is like water. Water that softens the earth of the heart. That's such a beautiful line. Water that softens the earth of the heart, right? Because the heart is the pinnacle of growth, really. The heart is, really an immeasurable vessel, right? As I was talking about, the water, carrying things, carrying boats, plants carry the water, right? They also have a pliable nature, right? Like the child, right? That allows it to grow, right? And the female is a vessel that brings forth the child, right? But it doesn't own what it produces, right? So basically, nature is the same way, right? Nature is the uncarved block, right? It's the humble soul is like a vessel, right? Which is the pinnacle of growth and change, right? Raised in the earth of the heart, as he says, right? He says, the place of her dwelling through her humility in dealing with people. Hardness and callousness are expelled from her, right? That's why she was able to dwell in the holy temple, right? Yeah, let's check this out. Through her humility in dealing with people, hardness and callousness are expelled from her. Now, what's the opposite thing? The rocks, right? Iron, steel, hardness, right? Swept away like a rock. Right? A new vista opens to the gaze of the mind, the wounds with which her whole nature is riddled. Then does the softened heart begin to assist the mind with mourning. And as the soul begins to know herself for the first time, she begins for the first time to know others, finding the one wounded nature common to all. In her compassion, she dwells in the heart of the earth beneath them. Her heart becomes immeasurable. She has found the way to perfect love. Any comments, folks? Blessings.
Yeah, I think that Seraphim Rose had to really bend over backwards, frame this and frame the Tao in an Orthodox Christian, in the light of an Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah, I think chapter 20 was marvelous, though. You know, the one-to-one comparison.
I think he's identifying too much. He's adding too many attributes to what the Tao is. The Tao is more simple than this.
Well, the weird thing is, he's attributing all of this to Mary. As I said, everything he's saying fits Gaia more than it fits Mary. To be honest, it could actually be fitted to
yeah, you can say that if you want.
No, it could actually be fitted to almost any religious prophet.
Wait, hold on, DK. Let Zeph come in.
Could be fitted almost to anything.
Here, hold on, DK. Let her say something.
I don't think it's a competition though. I think that's how words work. Like
yeah.
I'm not saying it's a competition. I'm saying those words fit to many other things. It's like a generic thing that fits everything.
It's the entendre.
Yeah. Yeah, but chapter 20 was marvelous because there are certain sayings, you know, that Lao Tzu says that seem to just appear in the gospel. You know, there's like a couple times that happens. But also it depends on the translation. You know, obviously, you know, we're not going from, you know, ancient Greek to ancient Chinese here. I mean, that would be ridiculous. I mean, right. But if there was lines that actually match up like that, that would be profound. I mean, but yeah. You know, but yeah, some of those gospel things, man, they sound Zen-like, especially Matthew 6. You know, like we were reading Matthew 6. You know, where he's talking about like the birds that, you know, like they don't have to like feed themselves. You know, that like the flowers are more, you know, like are better clothed than Solomon. I mean, it's some pretty gangster stuff. But yeah, I got a lot out of reading the Bible for sure. I mean I'm a Muslim, so if that's any constellation. Right. I mean it was totally different when I read it. I mean but yeah.
I did
and
it
of course,
oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, please go ahead, Zeph.
I said I did it in a weird way. I put myself in all the characters as I read it, and I'm lucky that I didn't get a lot of trauma from that.
Whoa. Yeah,
Sad
like,
bum.
didactic, shift there of fucking, like some whiplash, didactic whiplash. But yeah. Yeah, I put myself in Job's shoes today, this morning. Huge.
At least a lot.
Yeah, I was like, I am Job. Fuck it. Fuck it.
That's
Two
my favorite
tears in
prayer.
a bucket.
Did you know that? It's
Wait,
fuck
what was
it.
that?
Fuck it is my favorite prayer. It's what you say before you jump in. Like, fuck it.
Fuck
It's
it,
your-
2 tears in a bucket.
Yep.
That's from Method Man.
You notice that Seraphim Rose kind of suppressed the sexual aspect of chapter 55, which was the viral member or the virile member of the
Well, it's
infants
not.
is still
It's
aroused
not. No, to be, yeah. Just to be fair, he's not going 1-to-1 with the chapters at all. So
Yeah.
he may mention that later, but for him, I think that would more be about the divine incarnation, most likely. I mean, right? Because virgin birth is basically for him it would just be like, the cream of the crop there, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like, where could you have a better example of like limitless vitality, right? Than like virgin birth.
Seraphim Rose was also a lifelong homosexual. I don't know if you know this about his background or not.
Well, I don't think it was lifelong. He disavowed it as he went into Orthodox Christianity. So I don't know if you know that, but yeah.
Yeah, he suppressed
Well,
it.
yeah, at the end of his life, he had been a career homosexual for a long, there was the whole thing for like 40 years or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think that matters if you become Christian, because if you become Christian, you have to remember Christ forgives all of your sins. So yeah.
I think my point is that
according to
there's
them,
this
like once they take the
suppressed
baptism,
aspect of the Tao in Seraphim.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. What was it?
I must admit, I don't like the
I think I may
idea
be lagging.
of just
Sorry.
asking for forgiveness
No.
and all your sins are forgiven.
Yeah. Hold on.
can't
Yeah, hold on a
idea.
second, DK. Yeah, hold on just 1 second, DK. No, just cut off the last part of what you just said, though. But yeah, could you say that again?
Yeah, and forgive me, I don't mean to overtalk you. I think I just maybe a lag on my side or something
No,
with
it's
my
fine.
mic, my audio.
No,
I
don't
was
worry
just
about it, dude.
saying my point of that is that there's like a suppressed aspect, which is the sexual aspect of the Tao in that chapter 55 that could be, I don't know, important to what the Tao is.
I think it's just about, look, because he's giving so many examples, right? He's just saying, look, he's saying it's limitless vitality, right? When can you fuck a lot? It's when you're a young man, right? Like, there you go. It's not a big deal, but yeah.
But it's even more mysterious than that because it's an infant.
Like, what do you think is about?
Like it
Saving
says
your
in
thumb juice or something?
No, like in Lao Tzu,
like you know how they say about like the sperm thing, like, or whatever, sacred sperm nonsense.
Yeah, you're right. There must be a
still
delay
is
thing.
aroused.
Every
Like
time
if you
hostile tries
like
to
if you
fit-
change a baby, like if you change a baby boy's diaper, anyone who's had a son should be familiar with this. Like when you're changing his diaper, there's these moments where they become aroused and they have no idea about the sexual union. Well, I think this is highly important to
I'm
what
pretty
the
sure we
Tao
gotta
is.
go. We gotta go off this topic, just to be respectful. But yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying, right? But yeah, just for the purposes of the stream, we can't talk about kid sex stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, because they will take the video.
That's not what that
They'll take
is.
the
That's
video
being a
down.
parent. That's not. Yeah,
Right.
maybe you misinterpreted what I was saying, but yeah,
No.
we'll change the subject.
Yeah, no, it's not a misinterpretation. It's just the subject area. It's just like how I said to DK. It's more just the subject area will get you popped, right? So it's just like, so just stay away from kid stuff. I mean, right?
Understand the nuance of those robots.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I've looked into the passage and stuff. But yeah, and I don't mean to censor you, Hostile, but yeah, it's just like, I think you get what I'm saying, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like, because on YouTube, right? But yeah, it's weird. Definitely lots of male and female references in the Tao, and yeah, there is stuff about sexuality and vital energy, and obviously it's talking about, obviously Confucius has this top-down structure. His society is very patriarchal, right? It's the father and then the eldest brother, right? And it's the kings and the minister, and then the father, and then the eldest brother. Is kind of like this patriarchal hierarchy, right? Now, in the Tao, it's more about, the family, right? And about the man and the woman and their personal relationship, and how they correspond to each other, right? So that's the beautiful thing about the Tao, right? Is that it talks about male and female relationships, right? Instead of, the division of labor in the society, or talking about those ideas, right? When it's a deeply personal affair, right? That's dealing with, how to harmonize different energies, right? So yeah. I mean, it's powerful stuff, folks. And right, and I'm afraid we don't have too much more time. Do you guys want to say any other stuff? I mean,
Lone Wolf, did you get my message? I responded to that question finally.
Where?
Should be the private chat section. I noticed it a little late. Forgive me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It took me a while to work that out when I first got here.
yeah, peace to all the people that are here. And then, all roads lead to Rome. Frank Monday, peace be with you. Thank you for being here. This guy.
There's another 9 watching on my D Live as well, man.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, but peace to the people on the D Live for DK Spiracy. Blessings. And peace to Frank Monday. Definitely very knowledgeable about the Tao Te Ching. I mean, I had a great conversation with him about it one day. And yeah. So so it's interesting the differences in Crowley's translation and Seraphim Rose's translation. Obviously, they're both inserting things, right? Like, for example, like Crowley inserted the magic powers thing. Seraphim Rose is inserting an entire context, right? Which is very interesting, right? And sort of shifting some of the themes. I mean, so it's a fascinating project on both ends, I think. But yeah, we'll continue to study it. I mean, what do you guys say? You guys want to read another chapter? I mean, it's up to you guys.
I could read what I wrote.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I agree that it's a fascinating project on both sides, because they're interjecting entire contexts. They're adding another layer of semiotics on it. So you can look at it both ways. You could say, okay, this is an endeavor to actually maybe reveal a hidden meaning, or you could see it as like the telephone game. They're further confusing or detracting from the pure or the simple essence of what the Tao is. And that's the beauty in this, right? Like, you can pick either one. Like you were saying to DK, like, yeah, you have the right to disagree with it.
Yeah, or it could be a reflection, and from all the different angles. Like, if like every one of us wrote our own version of it, I'm sure it would like have our unique flavor to it, and there would be some people that would resonate with it, and other people that would think it was blasphemy.
Can I just take that back one sec? I have the right to disagree with it.
So
that means you think it's right, but I
Denise
have the
just said
right
that
to disagree with it.
You're projecting.
No, that's what he said. He said I have the right to
Denise
disagree.
said that
And he thinks it's right, and I'm allowed to disagree with that thing.
Yeah, because
I don't
who
need
thinks it's right?
To think for myself, man.
Yeah, but Yeah, but the point that
No, I don't need permission.
no,
Let
I'm
me
not talking
say
about you,
what
DK. I'm not talking about you, DK, for a second. Okay, get off yourself.
That
Get
wasn't
off your
you.
own
It's
horse.
okay.
Yeah, what the hell, dude? Not everything's about you.
Hey, he was the one who said it. He
Yeah,
directly
but
said that I
no,
had the
we're
right
trying to
to
address
disagree.
Denise's comment because Denise is like 3 minutes behind. But yeah, for Denise, yeah, I think we addressed all of that stuff. You know, I think it's, you know, for example, I think it's wrong to say because you know, he became a Christian, so then you have to devalue all of his Christian work. I mean, right? Because I think it's rather valuable, and there's no reason to just discredit his Christian background. I mean, right? Because he wrote lots of tomes against modernism and all that stuff. Obviously, he was a student of Rene Guénon, and so he had lots of very important contributions as well. So I mean, anybody who's a scholar and anybody who's written like tons of books on like philosophy and stuff, I mean, you just have to respect them just for the effort, really, and then you can start to criticize, you know, personal stuff and all that type of stuff. You know, but yeah.
See, once again.
Yeah, hold on real
like,
quick.
the
I need to
it's saying,
I need to be able to
okay,
defend
you got
myself
this.
though, because I
Yeah, no
think
worries.
sorry, DK.
I
So
said
yeah,
you
I think
got
I need to
this.
defend myself because you
There he goes again. So yeah.
No, I said you go
okay.
first. You're all good.
So
Sorry, so there is a delay thing happening here, obviously. Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
being
because you're in
smart.
New
It's like,
Zealand. Yeah, it's because he's in New Zealand too. He's got a delay, but yeah.
yeah, but Hostile was having the same thing. He was saying earlier that there was a delay when he was trying to talk to you.
Right. But he's gonna talk now, so let him say what he's gonna say.
yeah, so I think there's a lot of emotions interjected into my statement. Like from the viewer, Denise. I wasn't judging him for being a homosexual. The context was that he's missing a part of what the original Tao states, and I think it's due to this suppression of the sexual nature of the human condition. That was my only
I definitely
point.
get what you're saying.
I don't
I
care
definitely
that he's
get
a
what you're saying.
homosexual.
Oh, you're
I
talking
don't
about him
care.
being a
I'm not
monk.
judging that.
Yeah. Just to clarify, he's talking more about him being a Christian monk than about anything. But yeah.
Well, no, he states clearly that him being a homosexual was something that he reflected on heavily and repented over. So I
Right.
believe that when that may be a part of why he totally evades the sexual aspect of chapter 55, which is
But wait, do you
in the
think the
original
Tao is about?
translation.
But do you think the Tao supports homosexuality in any way?
Maybe. I think you can construe it into that. Yeah.
I think that might be a stretch because it's more like male and female both oriented at the same time. But I guess when it says know the role of a male, but be able to play the role of a female, I guess there it's getting a little, you know. But that might be the most homosexual passage, right? But
no, I'm not.
In that context, it is basically like you need to be able to look after kids. You need to be able to cook. You need to be able to clean. You need to be able to look after shit.
No.
That
I think it's deeper than that. It's like an alchemical thing.
Yeah. What's the conversation for tonight, folks? How gay is the Tao?
I'm not saying the Tao is gay.
Jumbo.
Gay shit going on here.
Do you want me to promote that as a title? Shit, you'll probably get more viewers. I go post it on some libtard channel.
Yeah, I think Denise is trying to maybe deny that he wasn't, or deny that he was a homosexual. I don't know. I'm confused by her comment, and I don't understand how
they don't deny. It's because you said life. No, hold on, DK. It's because you said lifelong. That's why.
Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Because that devalues his Christianity. Because then then that means he didn't repent. You get it? Hold on, DK. Hold on, bro. Because that means he didn't repent, right? Oh, there he goes again, dude. Are you gonna talk every time in the middle of my fucking, like, good lord, dude? But yeah, you know, can you not like know when somebody else is talking to them? You know, like there's a space there. But yeah, But yeah, and also there's a delay, so you know, I don't mean to, you know, rattle you here, but yeah, the thing is, you know, yeah, the lifelong thing denies the repentance thing, right? But you said both, right? So you're fine now. I mean, but yeah, she was just going against that. So
Yeah, no, I
it was
agree
just a
with that.
disagreement.
Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah,
Lifelong.
oh yeah,
I see how you. I get it. Yeah, forgive me.
right,
That
right.
I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I should have said career. I don't know. He was a homosexual for a long time until becoming a Christian and stopping the sexual acts. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I meant. You're
and I
right,
didn't
Vinny.
really
I
get
didn't
like
mean lifelong homosexual.
Yeah, and I didn't really get like that he was like a continuous homosexual. I got like maybe like he like tried it once or something like that. Is like the impression that I got personally, but I don't know. I could be wrong about, but who cares? I personally don't care. See, the fact is that once you become a Christian monk, you take the baptism, all your fucking sins are forgiven. So it doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter if you were a homosexual or a fucking, you know, yeah, if you killed people and stuff, that kind of matters. But like, you know, right? But yeah, if you were just like, you know, drinking a lot and, you know, going to parties and having sex with a bunch of people, all of that stuff is pretty much forgiven, right? The minor sins, right? But yeah, the major sins, like, you know, like idolatry and like devil worship and like fucking like, killing people and all that stuff. And, you know, like, I guess that stuff would be like major. You know what I mean?
Interesting how you think how you labeled idolatry as the first.
Yeah, it's the
Major
first commandment.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, first commandment. If you break that one, you're
Yeah.
fucked. Yeah.
I know. That's why.
Yeah, look at the people who worshipped
Follow book.
the golden calf. They got fucking butchered, didn't they, by Moses, right? Isn't that what happened to them?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got rid of them like
Yeah,
immediately.
but what? That was because it was moving
because
from the age of
because they weren't
Taurus.
with the program. I mean,
No, it's because they're moving from the age of Taurus into the age of Pisces.
wait, hold on.
And
I
so the
think Zeph was
golden
trying to.
calf was a representative of the previous age.
Okay,
And that's
okay,
why it needed to be removed.
okay. Yeah, Zeph, go ahead.
Yeah, I was under the impression that they actually that didn't he come well, I know it's not literal, but didn't he come down with the commandments and they were like still idolatring or whatever word that is. Idolatring? I don't
Idolizing.
yeah, well whatever that word is.
Idolizing?
Yeah,
That's the
idolizing,
one. Sorry. Yes.
holding idols. They were still holding idols in high esteem or whatever. And he like went, these guys are not ready for this. And he went back up and he brought back some other better ones that were more like their speed.
No,
That
it
was
the other
part
way
of it,
around.
yeah.
He went and got them. No, he went and got them first, and he came back down with what he'd been handed, and then he
Yeah.
saw them
And he was like,
worshipping the golden calf or golden cow or whatever.
fix it.
That was the way. Yeah, he had supposedly got told them first up on the, you know, by the burning bush and handed like, yeah, spoke to God,
Mount
handed
Sinai.
the commandments, and then came back and saw them worshipping things. And it's like, this is the first commandment. So he had to destroy everything everyone else was worshipping.
Yeah. Including
See,
them.
there's a different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
He thought he got told by God, and he came down and destroyed everything that everyone else was already worshipping.
Yeah, it's very interesting because during my epiphany, I almost like after a couple of days of it, I was like, how am I gonna survive in the world? What am I gonna do? I guess I'm gonna have to go be a nun or something. And that was like, luckily, I, stepped it back a little bit, like pause, correction by far.
Yeah, because she didn't want to have none.
Yeah. I'm none. I'm not very good at not being myself.
Damn,
But
Denise
see,
is
I
shitting
have
on me.
issues with the, I have issues with the first
You're getting
five
shit on by
commandments.
Denise.
I don't think he
That's
meant
hilarious.
I have issues with the first 5 commandments. The second 5, I don't see any problem with. The first 5, where it's all believe my religion type thing, I have a problem with. The second 5, pretty much everyone should follow.
Yeah, but that's like for Orthodox Christians, that's like insulting the Prophet Muhammad or something.
Yeah, but you're a Muslim. Yeah, but you're a Muslim.
Pretty much.
Why are you endorsing the Christian?
I'm not endorsing. I'm not endorsing anything. I'm trying to understand shit.
Yeah, I don't
So
understand
am
why.
I. And I'm saying I don't understand the first 5. It's saying you have to only worship one thing. Pick one thing, worship that. But if it's not the thing that I worship, then you're an idolater. And that works for every religion.
Yeah, I mean, if you went up to the mountain and you actually talked to God, then that'd be ridiculous, right?
Well, I didn't
I've
have to.
spoken.
God followed
Right.
me around and talked to me constantly, and I think He's doing that to all of us constantly. We just can't hear them.
Yeah, but if he went up on the
I've
mountain,
actually spoken.
yeah, but hasn't he then taken you up to like a hill and been like, "Look, Zeph, I'm the only fucking God out here."
No, not really.
No?
No, it didn't happen like that. It's just like it was so
Nuero.
like shock and awe, you know.
So what does it say? So it says there's other gods?
Well, no, it didn't say anything about that at all. It just spoke like everything constantly was very personal to me, and
But that's the God, right? That's one.
yeah, and
but it
So-
isn't
So that's all Moses was
religion.
saying. That makes sense
But
then.
it isn't a religion. It is a God.
But wait, what's wrong with what Moses said though?
I think it was
this
because
is where
trying to
I
get
have
people
a
to
problem.
And I'm playing Moses advocate, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine. This is. Sorry, Zephyr, you carry on. All right.
Oh, I love you, D.
Oh.
Well, I know for a fact that there is the delay. So when there is that gap and I start speaking,
It's
someone
cool.
else
It's cool.
starts speaking first, and then I come through a
It's
second
cool,
or
but
so
yeah, you were
later,
saying the first commandment is
looks like
bullshit.
I'm
Why do you think
always
it's
talking over people?
Yeah, but you were saying the first commandment is bullshit. Why do you think it's bullshit?
I think the first 5 are.
Well, why the
Why?
first one particularly? First.
Because the first 5 are believe this religion.
Right. So you think that's like a problem of authority, right? But he got it from God on
Yeah.
the mountain though. For himself.
Dude, what does the word religion mean?
Maybe the first 5 were personal to him.
No,
And he
what
didn't.
does the word religion mean?
Tell that to the people following it.
Well,
What
yeah, I
does
think
the
it's like
word religion mean? Where does it stem from? What are the
Rebind.
origins of the word religion?
logos.
Sorry?
It's Rio Logos, isn't it?
And that means
I don't know. Is it a river of friggin' symbols?
no. It basically means the control of minds.
Oh, well, if people could control their own, I would be fine with it.
That's right. That's why I don't like organized religions. As I said, the second 5 commandments are all about how you should live your life. The first 5 are about worship this one thing.
I think where it all went wrong is it was made of words.
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll let DK rant and I'm gonna go make coffee and then I'm gonna play some music.
You're a dick.
And
Charity.
and then we'll basically go into Kaczynski. And hopefully the stream will be up tomorrow. As I said before, if it's not up tomorrow, then you know where to find us. We will be on Tuesday morning again. Or we'll snip that part out. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine with just snipping the part out. So we may have the stream tomorrow too. Right? Because my other videos, they're like made of some Warhammer video game or something that I've never played. So you don't get cut down for playing video games. On the stream, you can, you just can't show animes or whatever sometimes. But yeah, go ahead, DK. Blessings.
I was gonna say, I have, for some reason, so they've actually got channels on YouTube. So if you want, like, DM me on Discord or whatever. If anything does happen, it's like, yeah, we'll try and sort out a way you can use one of mine or something. But yeah, the thing I don't like is basically the fact that the first 5 of the commandments are saying, worship this or else. And anyone who says that's the most important thing is missing the fact that the second 5 say this is how you're supposed to live, or you're not even going to get to where you believe anyway.
Yeah,
now,
it kind
I know different religions have different sets of rules that they live by, but seeing as we're trying to relate this to Christianity, that is my thoughts on that. The second 5, that is how people should live.
yeah,
The first
I
5,
think so too. But I think that it's kind of weird. Like, I think a lot of Christians don't actually really feel like a connection with God. Like, whenever I was having my epiphany, I stayed with my friend John, and he was like super Christian. He like went to like Skip Heitzig. He's like one of these like he plays the guitar on stage, and like he's got like a big congregation. And I went to church with him. And, I didn't know at the time, but if you get up and go to the bathroom and they start the service, you get locked out because they will not let you in because 'cause you're, like, interrupting their service. So I ended up standing on the hallway talking to an usher, but, and watching the thing on screen. But then
oh
whenever
wow,
I was talking to my friend John later, and he was basically like he was kind of expressing like he knew what was going on because I told him what was going on with me. And he was very curious and interested in what, you know, was happening, but he was also, like, sort of melancholy and sad, like, "Why doesn't God talk to me?" And he asked me, he was like, "I wonder why God doesn't talk to me." And I was like, "I don't know." And now since thinking about it, I would tell him, "I think God is talking to everybody all the time." It's just really
Wait,
over.
are you talking
well,
about me right now?
Okay, folks, 1 second. I have to say something in the chat. If I had to rate 3 things, Trump, America, and Christianity, okay, I would rate Trump last, America second, and you know, Christianity would be at the top. You know, Christianity is more important than America, and America is more important than Trump. All right, so
you see, I disagree.
That's true.
yeah, it's true. It's true stuff, folks. You know, if you examine history, you'll understand, right? So these are
Yeah, no,
facts.
I
So
disagree. I believe
let's
in
not go into a
I
Christian
believe in
bashing thing in the here. Just hold on, DK. Let's not go into a Christian bashing thing in the chat. This is not an anti-Christian show. We respect all
I
forms of religion. Oh no, I'm just saying. But yeah,
He's not talking about you, DK.
no, I'm talking. I know. Not everything's about you again. Am I right? You know, you don't have to personally respond to every single statement. Am I right? But yeah, the people in the chat I'm talking about. But yeah, blessings. Because I think everybody's like
I was
attacking
just
Christianity in the
saying the
chat now.
fact that America. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Again, delay sucks.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I was just saying that yes, America was supposedly built on Christian foundation, but was it Christian or was it Catholic foundation? And Catholics do, as Zephyr was saying earlier about the Christian she knew. He seems like he's rather mourning his religion because he isn't getting what he wants. He's not feeling a connection with God. So why would you be part of a religion where you mourn being part of a religion? And I'm not Christian bashing. I'm not saying this is every Christian. I'm talking about this one specific example. So don't take that the wrong way. But see, I'm not Christian. I don't believe in any organized religion. And I have spoken to God. This is why I don't have a problem with what I do. I know I'm doing the right thing. Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome, Denizen.
Greetings.
Yay, Denizen!
What's going on, guys?
Nothing much. We
That's
just
crazy.
went through ideas about moving from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness to ecological consciousness, we then looked at how the state and the economic system have become involved in the proliferation of technique, and now we're going through some ideas about the Tao Te Ching, and then we moved into defense or attacking Christianity, and then you showed up. So,
I'm not attacking Christianity, dude. I'm attacking every organized religion. I don't think it's just Christianity. I think organized religion is the problem. I don't think it's just Christianity. I said I believe in the second half, the second 5 of the commandments, and you took that to mean that I was attacking Christianity. No, I hate all organized religions. How about you tell us your 10 commandments, TML?
why do I need different ones? I mean, I don't understand. Do I need new ones? Like, what's the deal here?
Maybe,
So,
I mean,
so
Islam.
you believe in a Christian God?
I was asking you what's wrong with the OG ones, and then we
Yeah,
got into
no.
this
So
weird.
you believe in a Christian God?
Do I? No, sir.
Yeah,
I don't
that's what
believe in
I'm
the.
saying. So if you believe in the same 10 commandments,
Well, neither.
do you believe
Well,
in a Christian God?
well, I mean, it's
Well,
hard
it's
to.
just like a kind of overlap. I mean, I don't imagine
It's kind of a
Muslims would
strange
you
idea
just
too, because
replace the Christian God with the Muslim God.
yeah, but you just totally skipped over the Jays. Like, they're the ones who came with Moses. It wasn't the Christians, right? So it's a whole nother religion. It's not a Christian
Oh,
God.
so the Jews gave the Christians and the Muslims their belief in the 10 commandments. So the Jews control both of those religions. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if you believe Moses was a Jew, then that's
I
true.
know,
But I don't think.
I'm asking you. Don't say if I believe. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't think Moses was a Jew.
So what was Moses?
Yeah,
I think he
was a
bro.
Hebrew, an Israelite.
Yeah.
Right.
Grew up in Egypt.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
Israelites
nationality.
are the Jews.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we even
Israelites are the
yeah
Jews.
even went
Well
through
done.
this. We even went through this before. He was mainly a Hebrew. He was on the way to becoming an Israelite. There was no such thing as Israel, right? But there's Jews later. But
That's
yeah,
like saying
See, I'm not
that's
being
like
smart. I'm
saying
just actually
Jesus was a
asking
Roman.
real questions. I'm actually
yeah,
asking real
exactly.
questions. No, because it's not often you get to be on a panel with everyone who has different beliefs and people who can actually talk openly and honestly. Like, this doesn't happen anywhere else. This is why I love your channel, TML.
Yeah, thank you,
Everyone
friend. Bless
actually gets to talk, bro. But I did ask a hard question, and I got given a soft answer.
Question.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
And
asking.
got given a soft answer.
No, I
Come
mean,
on.
I'm asking with the first one, right? Because you believe in God, right, DK?
Of course.
Okay. Do you believe that there's one God or many gods?
One. They might have some fucking subordinates, but yeah, one God.
Okay.
Oh,
So
what do they call that? Misotheist? I forget.
okay, so I think the
There might
only
be
part.
angels, or I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah.
They
So
might
I
have
think.
fucking helpers.
Yeah.
Right?
So what I'm
There's
trying to
one
point
God.
out is that you agree with 2/3 of the statement. You just don't agree that the God should be worshipped, right?
No, not at all. That's not
Okay.
what I'm saying whatsoever.
So what? So what the
I'm
fuck are you saying?
is, no, what I'm saying is one religion, one religion telling everyone which God should be worshipped is what I have a problem with.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You agree with 2/3 of the statement because you believe there's a one true God.
And yet you won't acknowledge the fact that what I said is not incorrect.
So basically, you're saying that there is one true God.
Yes. I prefer the term creator, but people don't like it.
Yeah, that's part of
God
what
seems
Moses
to
says.
go by better. But I
Yeah, that's
prefer the term creator. I believe there is a creator.
yeah,
Because
but that's part of what. Oh man.
otherwise nothing nothing could work as well as it does on this planet for us to be alive, despite the
This
fact
is
we're
like
suffering
normie level philosophizing.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to do this for hours here. You know, but yeah, let's just move on to Kaczynski because I actually, you know, but yeah, you know, but yeah.
Really?
Blessings, TML. I just want to tune in really. I just want to tune in really quick, like 30 seconds to a minute, to clarify. Like, I only see 2 people in the chat, and I'm wondering, am I missing the bigger chat?
Yeah.
Are you on Cyber
Caliphate? He's probably on Caliphate.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on to the main one. Yeah, the main one's
Okay,
back
I'm
on
ro-
again as well.
You can see it from StreamYard.
Is it the Machine Lies? Is that the main channel everyone's on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Keep doing good magic. Much love. Blessings,
It's all right.
TML.
There's got about 4 people typing, maybe 5.
Yeah, blessings.
It's all right.
Yeah, we got.
I have like 15 people watching my D Live channel and like 3 people typing as well. I know how.
Yeah,
that
let me post a link here for the Cyber Calpha channel. You guys could go to that channel and maybe fill up the chat and maybe subscribe to it if you get a chance. That would be good because we may not be at this channel for very long, right? Given the present rate of censorship, right? It's like every other month, pretty much. So yeah, alt channel Cyber Calpha. We're gonna move on to some music and then Kaczynski. So
yes, sir. Uncle
here's the
Teddy.
link.
I should send you some music.
Okay. Blessings.
Yeah,
I set up a banner at my channel too, so that folks know where to go. So Cyber Caliphate forever. Much love, brother. Blessings. I'm out.
Yeah, for sure. Blessings.
I'm gonna send you a song, TML. It's a non-copyright one. Don't worry. It's one that got made for me.
Yeah, cool. Well, here's some
Are you
music.
drinking
guys.
beer or like hard liquor?
Whiskey.
Nah, man. The song's called "Much Love, No Fear." Holy crap!
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember you showing that song. It's an AI song, isn't it? But yeah, we won't be
my
having.
mate did it, but it was all my.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
Things.
Yeah, that's not allowed here on the Machine Lives. I'm sorry, but yeah, yeah.
You play sounds like it was made by AI.
No, only human-made music here. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. So let's move to some human-made music.
Okay, on a human-made song. All right.
Yeah, human-made songs. Obviously, machines are incorporated. They're allowed to be incorporated, but yeah, they're not allowed to direct the creativity.
Oh no, it's not that. No, my mate did this. Like, I don't use AI myself.
Okay, DK, it's time for a music break. Yeah. So yeah, let's just stop talking here for a second. Yeah, let's go to music, and then we'll go to Kaczynski. Thank you guys so much. Blessings. Okay, I'm also making coffee. Oh yeah, I could just put this full screen. So I'm just gonna put this full screen for now, and then I'll be back in a second. Give me a second, folks. But yeah, this says video game, so I'm pretty sure I could just put this full screen. It's no problem.
I'm not sure how video games aren't copyrighted at this point in time. They'll be.
Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence.
Prime destructor, my voice is bored.
causing constant brain ruptures, reconstruct vocal cords. To switch swords and rappers, it's my brain that's corrupted, and causes scorched swords you get the pain that's inflicted. The pounds of 1,000 horse dominating all districts. My lyrics are straight poor and swing heavy fisted. Too harsh to ignore when this hammer straight hits it. 714, massively shouting my critics. Styles and metaphors showing you how my clique wrecks it. Your life's pathetic, like having low life genetics. Scarecrows, drum kicks, other types of birth appendix. My crew's battle forensics are superior when this pen hit. Dosing vital bacteria, conspiracies, but fuck it. It's got me corrupted, ready to lose it. My lyrics are the most abusive, spitting with 2 lips. Can't get the most sense, I can explain it, rearrange it, make modes repent. Hardcore click amazing, rip your pecs out your chest.
Illusion in front of me melting, chased by entities, followed by eyes on pings the walls, dodgy falls, chandeliers, and candlelit corridor halls, even trying to enter my body, fighting off flames. 3rd-degree burns, I can never be slain by the devil. Don't undermine me, I'm too maniacal. Instantly teleport for 3 iron doors, unaware of what's next behind me, the portal closed. What door shall I choose? I sure don't want it to be the motherfucking one with a skeleton arm, because after you, and all I can think about is dead bloody bodies being strung up on the ceiling. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. Evil's got a grip on me, I'm barely breathing. Show the light to the army of darkness, I was sent here to destroy your fucking legion.
I plunge you through a planet, through an asteroid from my casual planet 10010110 dynasty. Shiny maroon platoon like 1001 red doctors. A wet metal of wild tiger lilies, vital collider force. Zaz bitch, Shatterstar, Escalade, Oceanic, Titanium, Everglade, Escapade, Bionicle, Chronicle, Chrome Syndrome, Tight, Cyber Roman, Hyperchrome, like Sidewinding, Shapeshifter, Escape Fixer, Laptic, Metallic, Elixir, like Cheyenne Indians from Montana, translating Mountain War Cloud like peacock feathers left after lectures, bite a large single-edged hunting knife down at the Alamo, multiple mechanical mosquitoes hatch from definitive innocent tranquil ankles, head mangler, flesh peddler, strange chainsaw, angry, angrier, deranged game, plane tangler, colossal fossil, ox, hostile force.
The horrid bum, dirty stone park benches, trash can tops and old gum, twilight writing, I'm in the corner shadow rapping, the one I've been chosen, the Iceman, I leave mics frozen, a frostbite, cold holy light, black cross strike, burning X-blade, I'm hard towering redwood, you soft grass blade is up against a pro invisible fat snake, unseen Slytherin slapping you rap fakes, I'm waiting like bear traps and trip wire stakes, spit fire quakes, dark water lakes, smut daughter tapes, dirty blotter bakes, clean liquid licks, triple slaughter kick, with knowledge of pressure points you'll die from fingertips, devilish incantation, the smooth throws from golden lips.
Why did that remind me of Sir Menelik and...
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely influenced by them.
While I beat, liable to punch you in your fucking face. You can't contain this lyricist angry. My psychic beacon power goes off when people talk about me when I'm not in the vicinity. But that's highly understandable because I've seen half you motherfuckers trying to beat me. I give a fuck about what you're going through. The images you've seen depicted on TV. The pro words about his own self showcasing his own unique ability. Now what you know about referring yourself in the third person, one thing's for certain. He's a whole tightrope boy, plots unfold when I deploy decoys reveal. But needless to say, I need to say more. And if you got in a battle with me, motherfucker, how much of this shit you think you can really endure? You didn't keep me with Mace Windu, chopping the heads off Django Fett. Step in the pros laboratory, guaranteed you no fucking threat. How you gonna succeed when your only goal is to achieve prestige and win it if that is ever attained? Pay the way to consume verbally.
Guard your targets, I'm a nophobia spitting marksman. Crush the tin man to tin, form the trash bin to throw whack cats in.
Use your mind like pedals when I'm tracked bicycling. Rugged terrain I truck with hardcore lyricism. Inhale that purple stuff. Realism creates criticism. Tell the majority they suck. Writing's another vision from all those that listen. Mind power's the authority of what most are missing. My click causes collisions, form a violent prism. I bring you down like you was in prison. Strap down like you were psych admitted. Mental pitted when I spit this. I train with mental boxing fitness. And uppercut, so don't forget it.
I like the smell of dead corpses, ride around with dead carcasses in a trunk. You see I have this an addiction for pain infliction. I'll torture you, watch you suffer for days upon days. Not to mention days upon days upon days. I like the smell of flesh burning to kill you verbally.
You betrayed my respect, this rhyme displayed at your set. I'm a psych ward president that hasn't checked in yet. I spit the way a tsunami hits, vulgar bringing the palm fist. Get off my click stick, I stop rubbing your bitch's clit. What I spit is realness, Mike Slaughter dialogue the extremists. While you rubber tits giving diseases, I'll rip a mic to devour your thesis. An anthropologist can pull back the pieces, bring a psychologist in a priest in. They still could've blessed a mic then. I got the power of 40 men with a steroid addiction. Try to flip scripts, you'll be mic missing. And having visits of my words comatose in your system. My brain speaks wisdom, calling you a hammer smash victim. My vocab's a swing sword weapon. Horrify the room when I step in.
Ghost pirate rap, snap, flash, lock you in a mathematical burnout. Dark city chooser, I'm a rap roller coaster tycoon. From a dry tomb on the high side of the Asiatic spy moon. Claustropsychotic, dismal, baptismal speed package. He out on a Great Lake doing classic Daffy Duck backflips. Daffy Duck backflips. Group therapy, scarcity, very cheap similarity. Cherish the heresy. It perished me many moons ago in a night vision of King Pharisees. Told like a joke from Pilate in the divinity of an enemy. Harbinger, archer, sent to kill a team. Inventor of guillotine. Thug more loud noise. Slug your mug club. Drown. Pow. War cloud. Drugstore cowboy. Season fiend and shank vengeance. Steaming tank engine. Ill pageantry. Raggedy. Tragedy. Gravity. Cavity. Deathliness. Jailhouse. Pale mouse. Casper rail route. Interstellar liquor cellar. Sail south. Broken trail. Stale braille. Impales. Fail. Braille. Hard nails. Salute me. This Spiachi mail. Yo, hope for the postal. Freight car hobo, keep it red. Skeleton, reverend, benevolent, bad medicine. Like a down by the lake Letterman. Clever, sever, propeller, Shredderman. A constable, chancellor, evaluating foot temple, soot memo, dazzlery, glossary, antlers, bastard, dastardly, zombie cross, autopsy, bachelor. Simple extortionist. Excursion, net light, restrict luck. The baseball, my horse racing. Fruitless candles are poised. My machines make animal noise. Haggle way of walking. Patient at the fortifications, wasp basin. Alcatraz-o.
All right. Move on to the next order of things. We got Unseen Warfare. We got DK Conspiracy.
Oh, bro is following me, dude. You see this?
Following. It's pre-following. Get it right.
Yeah, he's pre-following me.
Who's pre-following you?
I don't know, man.
Oh, you know what I'm like, man. If someone's being annoying, give me a link.
Okay, now there's only like 3 paragraphs here, so I'm just gonna quickly read them, and then we can discuss things, and hopefully partially stay on topic, because I had planned to look at some panel shit at the end of this show, but I can't do that anymore because Flow State has taken down a video alleging. Yeah.
Sorry, actually, TML. There is a message on the main chat on YouTube. You might want to delete.
No, I don't. I
Dr.
don't.
D had said something that shouldn't be there. It even got called out by other people, but he's a mod, so no one can delete it. So you might want to check that one.
Where? What are you talking about?
And the main chat, scroll up a little bit. He's replying.
Can you give me the time? Can you give me the time?
Time is 6:12 my time. So something 12.
Okay.
Whatever your hour is, 12.
2:12.
Yeah, someone got it. Now it says 14. 12 and 14. I think someone just That did it anyway. Sorted. Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Dude, you know that I'm actually, you know that like I'm a modern admin, I run my own stuff. You know that even if I'm a dickhead, I'm still trying to be careful.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Just give me a second. Let me sort this out with somebody. Hey, Neuro, do you see what comment they're talking about here?
It's already
Which
been
one?
deleted.
Here, hold on, DK. Hold on, DK.
What's going on?
Yeah, somebody posted some comment. I don't know what's going on.
I can tell you about it afterwards. I remember what it said.
Dr. D said something. Dr. D said something about child effer Fabian something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Child Fabian Effer. Is that the comment?
No,
I think so.
Fabian
I
Child
think
Effer
so.
was saying I was because they were using my YouTube.
Okay,
name,
yeah, that's no
saying I
problem.
was a
Yeah, he's
Fabian
it's not
Child Effer.
it's not a huge deal. He's just and he retracted. Yeah, he retracted it.
As other people pointed out, that brings attention.
Yeah, he retracted
from
it.
the
So
algorithms by saying that.
yeah, cool. Can I move on to Kaczynski? Yeah. Let's just move on to the Kaczynski. I'm gonna read these 3 paragraphs and we'll talk about some of what he says here. In lieu of transhumanism. And yeah, thank you, Dr. D. Yeah, Fabian Child Effer. That's right.
Well, he said it again. He's typed
yeah,
it again, just so you know.
Yeah, so child effer stuff. Yeah, we can't say that or whatever. I guess they're saying we can't say that. Right. So
Well, he just typed it again.
yeah.
Like since we talked about it, he's typed it again.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll just remove it. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, if that's a problem, we'll remove it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just letting you know. I'm not doing anything about it. I'm letting you know.
Okay, cool. Message received, folks. But yeah. But yeah, thanks for letting me know for sure. Yeah, if there's fuckery in the chat, I appreciate that for the guys because I understand that people are trying to shut down the channel and all that stuff. So yeah.
Exactly. And they have to throw a few words out there, don't they?
Yeah. Fabianism, Zionism, Nazism, Judaism.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, he's allowed to
Who
call
they
me a
is.
crybaby. That one didn't need to be deleted.
My baby
I don't
daddy.
care. He's allowed to get no, but I mean, he's allowed to give me shit. But yeah, there's certain things you can't say on YouTube. It's like, why? I'm not crying. I'm trying to keep TML's channel safe, you moron. Abuse me all you want. Just careful of what you say. Don't be a moron. They say there's 2 doctors here telling me I'm a crybaby. I'm not crying. I just think you're an idiot.
DK, man, can you mute or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
just for a little bit so we can get to this TED? I'm not trying to be rude, but that would
Yeah,
be
it's
awesome.
no worries. I get what you're saying. It's no worries. But yeah, let me figure this out with the where it's located. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I appreciate 21 people watching. I mean, but yeah, I got 3 paragraphs here. And yeah, it's interesting stuff. You know, and we read some of it already. But and of course we took an extensive look at Kurzweil's ideas. Okay, we've taken like 2 or 3 shows worth of reacting to his views and his concepts and even reading some of what he's written, right? So we've taken a very deep look at Kurzweil's ideas, okay? His ideas about simulation theory, even his ideas about philosophy of mind, right? His ideas about non-biological intelligence, right? He has some interesting ideas that he shares with Bill Joy about genetics, nanomachines, and robotics, right? And that having the capabilities for self-replication, he seems to disagree with Bill Joy about the implementation of those technologies, right? Okay, so there's different themes there, right? But yeah, and I'll bring DK back in a second because he's going to be very important for these discussions here. I mean, right? I believe so. I mean, right? But yeah, I got to get through some of this. Read some of this here. Singularity University, which we discussed in chapter 6 of chapter 1 of this book, purportedly was created to help technophiles guide research, quote unquote, shape the advances so that technology would, quote unquote, improve society. We pointed out that Singularity University served in practice to promote the ideas of technology oriented businessmen, and we expressed doubt that the majority of technophiles fully believed in the drivel about shaping the advances to, quote unquote, improve society. It does seem, however, that the techies, the subset of the technophiles that we specified at the beginning of this part 5 of the present chapter, are entirely sincere in their belief that organizations like Singularity University will help them to shape the advances, quote unquote, of technology and keep the technological society on the road to a utopian future. A utopian future will have to exclude the competitive processes that would deprive the techies of their 1,000-year lifespan. Okay. We showed in chapter 1 that the development of our society can never be subject to rational control. Okay, and actually he has an argument for this in Technological Slavery that he's pretty much beginning to develop there as well, right? Before, I think this is Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How, the book that he's referring to here, right? There's like 3 books here, so it's not many options, right? But yeah, the techies won't be able to advance, won't be able to shape the advances of technology, guide the course of technological progress, or exclude the intense competition that will eliminate nearly all techies in short order. There's only a little bit of this left. Should be. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Okay, there we go. In view of everything we've set up to this point, in view of moreover of the fact that the techies' vision of the future is based on pure speculation, is unsupported by evidence, one has to ask how they can believe in that vision. Hold on, let me see how many people are watching this, and bring this guy. And in view of everything. Oh boy. In view of everything we've set up to this point, and in view, moreover, of the fact that the techies' vision of the future is based on pure speculation and is unsupported by evidence, one has to ask how they can believe in that vision. Some techies, e.g. Kurzweil, do concede a slight degree of uncertainty as to whether their expectations for the future will be realized. But this seems to be no more than a sop that they throw to the skeptics, something they have to concede in order to avoid making themselves too obviously ridiculous in the eyes of rational people. Despite their pro forma admission of uncertainty, it's clear that most techies confidently expect to live for many centuries, if not forever, in a world that will be, in some vaguely defined sense, a utopia. Thus, Kurzweil states flatly, we will be able to live as long as we want. He adds no qualifiers, no probably, no if things turn out as expected. His whole book reveals a man intoxicated with the vision of a future in which, as an immortal machine, he will participate in the conquest of the universe. In fact, Kurzweil and other techies are living in a fantasy world. The techies' belief system can best be explained as a religious phenomenon, to which we may give the name technianity. It's true that technianity at this point is not strictly speaking a religion, but it has not yet developed anything resembling a uniform body of doctrine. The techies' beliefs are widely varied. In this respect, technianity probably resembles the inceptive stages of many other religions. Nevertheless, technianity already has the earmarks of an apocalyptic and millenarian cult.
Yup. Crazy.
Oh, yeah. You hit the nail on the head. In most versions, actually, me and Unseen been talking quite a bit about this. In most versions, it anticipates a cataclysmic event, the singularity. Actually, talked about in both, they have the idea of the coming of a new world in the Kabbalah, right? So that's pretty interesting, like tikkun olam, or the healing of the world, or whatever, right? So this idea of a utopian vision is already there. I think it's either in the Kabbalah or the Zohar, right? Where it talks about tikkun olam, right? And then obviously the millenarians and the Catholics, right? Teilhard de Chardin, they all stole it from those ideas, right? So this idea of singularity is coming from this idea of omega point, most likely. But yeah, which is which is the point at which technological progress is supposed to become so rapid as to resemble an explosion. This is analogous to the Judgment Day of Christian mythology. Somebody's getting some scratch. Christian mythology, or the revolution of Marxist mythology. Okay, so obviously Marx believed that the coming of the kingdom of God was going to be done through Marxist mythology, and of course this ties into Swedenborg and the League of the Just, and how German philosophy was influenced by Swedenborg, and he had this utopian vision of heaven on earth and all this crazy stuff, right? So it ties into a lot of different ideas, right? The kingdom of God and the kingdom of heaven and the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, and all these ideas, right? The cataclysmic event is supposed to be followed by the arrival of techno-utopia, analogous to the kingdom of God. Okay, he says it. Or the workers' paradise, right? Right, this is from the League of the Just, right? Technianity has a favored minority. The elect consisting of the techies, equivalent to the true believers of Christianity or the proletariat of the Marxists. The elect
Is it? Sorry, who is this talking?
Kaczynski.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know he wrote about all this. Okay, interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he wrote about. Yeah, as we've seen, he wrote about quite a few subjects here. But yeah, the elect of technianity, like that of Christianity, is destined to eternal life, though this element is missing from Marxism. But yeah, they have a pseudo eschatology in Marxism as well, right? That precludes the whole world adopting basically Marxism, right?
So,
But yeah.
do you think that he was just kind of unaware of the subject matter in your book that kind of tied that piece together? He's talking about.
Well, he seems partly familiar with it, right? Here, you're in
Notice all these people are pushing for a utopia, and what's that rooted in? And my theory is it's that man's like desire to go back to paradise. So how do you get back to it? So they're not thinking of going back to paradise, so they're trying to create a paradise instead. It's like a a supplementation of something we've like Paradise Lost,
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is that and that's partly an idea that I think I want to also talk to with the Hyperborean friend, because we were kind of dwelling on these ideas before, because I think like if something exists in like as an idea, like especially in Parmenides, the actual is the possible. So I think heaven as it is exists now. Like every idea we have about heaven exists somewhere. You know what I mean, right? It's not coming to be. It's not like in the future. You know what I mean, right?
Well, they're definitely selling this hard line of like becoming, not being. Like I've noticed, like everywhere you look, if you really look closely, everything that they're trying to push is about becoming. Right? It's never about being. Currently,
Yeah, well,
right?
that kind of is like the kingdom of God is within, right? Well, that's not within with them. It's an external thing, because if you have a materialistic, atheistic mindset, then what's paradise then? Then it's like turning it into a robot or something,
I don't know. It depends. It's like, what do you actually have as your perception of your afterlife? Many people here have asked me, they've questioned me about what I think. Yes,
yeah, I don't think about it or make up fairy tales about it. But I'll take the Christian heaven for sure. Sounds rad. Like a beautiful garden with naked women, and you live forever with no pain.
I'm thinking Valhalla.
I don't see any reason to reject that. It just doesn't
No,
seem very likely.
I'm honestly thinking Valhalla. You know, go drink, feast, fucking fight forever.
What's the original sin? That's what transhumanism is, like the desire to be like God.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
don't follow your
Just the human frailties. It's what happens once you evolve to the point where you can recognize your own failure.
No.
Your own failings.
I know what my failures are here.
And of course, DK is responding the whole time. But yeah.
Well, two other things I just want to mention really quick is like the idea of becoming. Would you say that I'm correct in saying that like that is like a big thing that they're pushing for? Like the idea of becoming.
Futurist.
Oh yeah, futurism especially. You know, but I think it's about either two sides of the coin, as I talked about, Discordianism or accelerationism. And with accelerationism, obviously it's pretty self-explanatory, right? You want to accelerate change, right? With Discordianism, it's kind of a different plot. It's you want to create chaos so that change comes about, right? But either way, it's futurism, right? Both sides are futurism, right? But here, hold on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish this point. And as the creative sensibility moves from the future into the past, it's gonna be less about creating the future. I mean, right? But yeah, go.
Well, really quick, I just want to say that it broke something about all this. Also reminds me of like Gnostic theology, like Sophia and the Pleroma, and like getting back to the highest level of the Pleroma, which in and of itself doesn't sound bad because you could say that's like heaven or something, but it's kind of like a very Gnostic, view of how you go about that.
I would say that isn't this, but man, if we could just finish this paragraph before we get any further, I think we got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, this is why.
Can you just please?
Yeah, this is why you need to be on the show more often because, definitely need to finish this paragraph. Historically, millenarian cults have tended to emerge at times of great social change or crisis. This suggests that techies' beliefs reflect not a genuine confidence in technology, but rather their own anxieties about the future of the technological society, anxieties from which they try to escape by creating a quasi-religious myth. So that ties into the beginning of the show where I talked about moving from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness to ecological consciousness. Anyways, that's basically the entire show, folks. I mean, so yeah.
That last sentence really hits it on the head, I think.
Oh yeah.
That's not one I've heard before.
I'm sorry, you got to say
twice for asking for the definition of a word.
What fucking word?
When you're talking about the
to rebind.
Now that like ideologies or something like shit. Discordianism or some shit. Something.
Discordian.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Can you please explain that? That's not a term I've heard before. And that's all I was trying to ask.
Somebody else do it.
I think that if we just move past, there's dictionaries. I think this is taking away from the build in some crucial points.
Don't just say you can't explain it once a word's been used.
Well, I'm saying it detracts from the actual build in the commentary on the
we don't
writing.
know what you're talking about. So you're just using a word that no one understands.
It's kind of self-explanatory, actually.
Discordian.
Are you familiar?
Literally,
are you familiar with the word discord?
Here, hold on. Zeph's going in on it. Go ahead,
Discord
Zeph.
is conversation. Yes.
Yeah,
Here, hold on. Let Zeph explain it.
Magician, sort of like Hail Eris. You know that whole counterculture, don't you? You've heard this before. I'm sure you have. You've not been living under a rock.
Say that again. Sorry, I missed
Well,
the.
under a beer keg, perhaps.
Discordianism.
No, I missed
It's
the
in
start of what you said. It was glitchy at the start. What was that?
okay, it is like Hail Eris, don't go, fall into the Fnords. It's yeah, it's there's like lots of stuff. Discordian is like chaos, sort of. They worship chaos. They're kind of I don't know if
Well,
it's a
like
religion. I don't
eternal
think it's a
chaos
religion,
or
but
chaos that results in
well,
like a
Discordianism.
benefit.
You have to look
Like,
it up because it's kind of complicated. It's yeah.
well, that's what I mean. That's why I'm asking. I'd never heard the word before. It got used here.
What the?
So I'm asking here.
That's
First
crazy.
Yeah,
word it
I
like,
understand, and that's
first
like
port of call. Ask the people who are
that's
saying it.
that's respectable, but to like delve into the philosophy of Discordianism takes away from the commentary on Ted Kaczynski's paragraphs that we just read. Like that changes the whole context of the conversation. Like
Yeah, but I did ask
we don't
it
need to
at the
talk like
time
you
and
can do
got
that on your
ignored.
own time, and other
Dude,
people who
I
are
asked it
listening
at the
who are
time and got muted when it was relevant. Cut it out.
okay.
I don't think he got muted because it was relevant.
Yeah, it's sort of
No, I
self.
got muted because I started speaking, but someone else had started speaking, but they didn't
Right.
realize that that was the
I think
question I was trying
I
to
have
ask.
like 3 or 4 points on what you just read that are highly prevalent
For sure. Yeah, go ahead, please.
yeah. So if you could actually bring it back up because that this whole discussion kind of threw me off with the Discordianism.
Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to know. It's something I hadn't heard before.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. So he was getting into, and I it's kind of small, I can't see it. Could have been Denizen that was talking about Gnosticism. This sounds kind of like Gnosticism and the Pleroma and Sophia.
No, that was a Neurojack that said that comment.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Scroll back down to the very end because that last paragraph was kind of needed to cap it off where he says, this suggests that the techies' beliefs reflect not a genuine confidence in technology, but rather their own anxieties about the future of the technological society, anxieties from which they try to escape by creating a quasi-religious myth. So this goes kind of back to what we were talking about the different grounds. So these are people dealing with a different ground. Most of these people are atheists and materialists, a handful of isms, like you said, accelerationists, futurists. So their whole is set in the material world. It's temporal and it's becoming, right? So that which implies the futurism. That's why they have to focus on the future of the technological society. And that's why it requires that quasi-religious myth. Because if you don't have that, there's nothing, right? It's kind of like YOLO, you only live once. These people are betting on their existence right now in this state of becoming. That's why they want to live that's why Ray talks about 1,000 years and all these other techies. They want to live, they want to be immortal in the flesh. Now, earlier when he was talking about Gnosticism, where I would say this differs is that, and there was a comment too, I'm trying not to get too broken apart, but it's in the context where he says, where is it? Damn it. Gnosticism seems to breed nihilism. Okay, it can, right? Like it can create this state of fear of what reality is and what it means. But there's another option. You can take the Gnostic paradigm and you can transcend the immanent. You can actually, you can, there's another place besides the material world to exist. And these people don't see that. We're in different grounds. So I don't think this is necessarily Gnostic. I think it's more materialist and it's more atheistic, or else they'd be focused on some sort of afterlife. And it's not that. They seem to be focused on this life right now and getting it done. The key word here is anxieties. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag that on.
Well, that's the thing, is the kingdom of God is for the Kabbalists and the millenarianists, right? Not for the Gnostics, as you said. That's a totally different thing. But the Gnostics are anti-utopian. Yes, this is true, right? So
yes.
So yeah, that's an important point, and I talk about that in my book as well, right? That Gnosticism is not exactly the same goal as Hermeticism, right? Or millenarianism and some of these other things. They have other goals too, but the key thing is that they got added to the whole Aristotelian framework, right? After the 11th century, right? So
yeah.
Well, wouldn't you say like something like the Kabbalah, right? So it kind of blends this utopian ideology with Gnostic concepts, like it's like a dual thing like that, it is a rejection against the material realm, but I guess what he's saying too is kind of weird too. It's like
I think they embrace it. They don't reject it. They see it as they see it as the next stage
what, the material
in material
realm?
evolution. Yes, they see it as the next stage of evolution for the human being.
Well, I'm
They
saying like the
need
Gnostics seen material as like evil, right?
no. I'm saying it's not Gnostic what these techies believe, because they want to embrace the material world. They don't reject it. They need it. They need the metallic bodies. They need the technology.
What I think also I see is like this notion that like quasi you can move into quasi Gnosticism with this notion of like getting this like the second body, and then by sacrificing the first body and then gaining eternal life. You know what I mean, right? So there's that weird, you know what I mean,
through knowledge in a sense.
It's like replacing
exactly. It's
like a resurrected a resurrected body
Simonian.
in Christianity. That's
Yeah.
what he's calling it.
Yeah, it's like a Simonian
or something
type of deal. And actually that goes to God and Golem, by Norbert Weiner. Right. Where he actually talks about simony. I mean, he talks about Simonian magic in that book. It's pretty weird.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah, of course. You can say whatever you want, DK. Blessings.
Well, I've recently come across some stuff where they've been going on about mid-bids, and this was basically exactly the sort of thing they're saying they can produce. As in, it refreshes cells back to the point where it extends your life. And here's the thing that I found confusing, because the mainstream media is going on about how there's not enough young people, there's too many old people. And now here's this thing saying we can fix everyone's problems and make everyone live longer. But this is an actual ad for medbeds saying this is what they can do. This isn't just like someone posting something. This is an actual ad from the company saying this is what they can produce. These are the results they can produce.
Allegedly.
Yeah, blessings, Max. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. As I said, this is what they said they could produce.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely take that with the grain of salt. But that is what they said they can do.
Okay, I'm going to drop the link in the chat.
I think they want
That's the
2 in every
technianity.
state or something to start with, and then it's going to spread or something. Because this is an American company.
Yeah, go ahead, Hassel.
Yeah, that's the technianity, because it's not come to fruition. It's the anxiety within the techie projecting a, like Ted said, a quasi-religious myth. This is more important than the technology itself, right? It's the idea first.
Yeah,
they
let
need
me
to implant the idea.
Yeah, let me pull up this this League of the Just, and by the way, those guys from the critical theory school, that like started reinterpreting the Bible and all that type of stuff, right? And started inventing those ideas of like mythicism, right?
Higher criticism.
Yeah, higher criticism. Yeah, they all came from the young Hegelians, right? And some of them were part of the League of the Just, by the way. Right. So let me pull this up for a second and look at this statement here, because, or if I could find it real quick, because it literally says that the purpose of this organization is like to bring about the kingdom of God on the earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
You
It's
know,
all about
and this
bringing heaven to earth.
the
Yeah, that's
spirit
right.
behind transhumanism and the self-same spirit seeking an earthly paradise, preparing the way of Antichrist. For if, quote, Christianity is a crusade, Christ an idea, both in the service of a world transformed by scientific social techniques, and a man virtually deified by the waking of a new consciousness, this lies before us. That was something Father Seraphim Rose had said. So it's interesting.
Is that in his nihilism book?
Can I something that
It's in
you
his letters.
mentioned before about the thought comes first before.
Yeah. Yeah, but just a second.
Allegiance?
Yeah, but just a second, DK. Let me look at this. It says that the stated goal of the League of the Just was the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth based on the ideals of love and neighbor, equality, justice, all men are brothers. It talks about the New Jerusalem, also mentioned by Swedenborg, right? And then obviously it's utopian or whatever, right? And then also
What year is that?
and also it says it's inspired by the Carbonari. So that's always good news. I mean,
That's always good
Okay,
news.
so that's like 1836.
No, what was the Carbonari? It was like a secret society.
that was
Right?
Giuseppe Mazzini. That's like the that's like the Freemasons.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
Khazarian Mafia,
Sad trombone.
Freemasons, Illuminati, Cabal, pick a name. You know, they're all the same in the end. Just different people from whichever the top group actually is are parts of all the other ones. But anyway,
Oh, what
I
about
was going to say before,
yeah, what
what I
about
was going to say
Lindensfarne?
before is about
Yeah, let me look that up real quick.
the thought comes before the belief. There was actually a whole series about that I've been streaming, and it is mental. It is like gods are created by people believing in them.
It's like egregore kind of thing. Sounds
Yeah,
like.
it's I honestly, it's really crazy. The only religions that I haven't seen represented are Muslim and Jews. They do have a Jewish thing in the introduction, like the title screen, like the intro thing that they play. But other than that, there has been no Jews, and there is like no Jewish religion and no Muslim religion. They've made fun of Christian religion.
Yeah, hold on, DK.
Other possible belief that there is.
Yeah, hold on,
The
DK.
thing is called American. The thing is called American Gods.
Right. Yeah, give me a second here. But yeah, check this out with the Lindensfarne Association. It says fourfold goals, excuse me, are one, planetization of the esoteric. Okay, that's steep.
What?
Yeah, like what the fuck does that even mean?
Is that actually a sentence?
Is that externalizing the hierarchy of the like Freemasonic order?
Is that
Planetization? I think that's establishing global world order. One world government.
we could take it that way, but maybe it's immanentizing the eschaton as also
right.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
The planetization of the esoteric. So it's like completely controlling it all because it's the whole planet.
That's
so
right.
It's got to be something to do with global control of something.
Well, it's more about education. You gotta spread the esotericism so that everyone can unify.
Yeah, so it's okay. So the
a one world
globalization
religion, a one world.
Yeah, the globalization of the dumbing down of education. The
No. It's
indoctrination
in
that
this.
they're all forced.
No, I think you're misunderstanding it. They're saying basically teaching esoteric science.
Okay. Right. Where every religion is just myths that
Oh, sorry, I'm
culminate
not
into
even
one
relating it
belief
to
system.
religion. You know, I'm not
Here,
relating
hold
it to
on.
religion.
Here, hold on, DK. Here, hold on, DK. Say less. Let everybody else come in. Here, hold on, DK. Say less. Let everybody else come in. Okay. Stop responding to everybody. All right. I think it was I think it was hostile, and then and then unseen. Go ahead, guys. Blessings.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to help DK understand what that meant, and I was actually waiting for you to finish the 4 goals.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just go ahead with what you're gonna say, and then unseen, please.
Oh, I'm done. I just planetization of the esoteric. It seems pretty cut and simple. It seems like they need to teach the mystery traditions to the world.
See?
Yeah, and then unseen. What are you gonna say?
That's basically it. It's Gunanian, right?
It's kind of strange because this whole time they've been trying to keep that secret. So what's the difference now?
The difference now is that they're actually doing it. And in their own universal karmic beliefs, they have to actually tell you in advance. And if you don't stop them, it's as if you're giving them permission.
Yeah. So number 2 says the real
in their mind, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
In their
Yeah.
mind, yes.
Realization of inner harmony of all of the great universal religions, which is a crazy. Okay, so that second, so that first one seems pretty benign until you read the second one, and then it's like, whoa, that first one has pretty much another meaning there, right? Because they're trying to combine all the religions, spiritual traditions, people of the world. Then 3, fostering of new and healthier balance between nature and culture. That sounds actually pretty good. Through the research and development of appropriate technologies. Architectural settlements. Weird. And compassionate economies for meta-industrial villages. What? And convivial cities. That last one is not a bad option, convivial cities, but meta-industrial villages. What is a meta-industrial village exactly? Right?
What is a convivial city?
That's just moving. That's just human scale development. But yeah, go ahead, Red.
Number 3 sounds a lot like Georgia Guidestones to me.
Yeah. And then
I mean,
4.
they want to whittle the world down to only 500 million people. Yeah, that would definitely help the ecosystem, allegedly.
Yeah, 4 is kind of a steep one. I mean, there's a lot of stuff thrown in there. It's like
Can I come back to that later, please?
crazy mission statement. Spiritual foundations, political governance, scholarship, artistic communication, foster a global economy, consciousness beyond the present ideological systems, warring industrial nation states, outrage traditional societies, ravaged lands. Okay, so what are you going to say, DK?
Who was it that was saying before about how they're trying to get to the 500 million thing?
It's Reddington.
Reddington. Oh, hey, Reddington. Sorry, bud. I watched this crazy video the other day. I actually put it on my Rumble stream today. But it's going on about how we lied about the population of the world. It's like it's trying to say that the world only has a population of around 728 million. But it's sort of like it's trying to tell you you're only one of 8 billion. So you have like no say in anything. And then it breaks down to like out of the 728 million, there's this many people who are awake, this many people are NPCs. But if it's down to 728 million and they're just telling us there's still 8 billion people, and everything we see on TV can be AI, CGI generated. So how can we believe almost anything anymore? This is actually starting to get to the point of really being scary, people. Imagine if they've already got it down to 728 and they're still telling us that we're overpopulated. by using screens.
I'm not scared.
Hey, much love, no fear. I'm just saying that's kind of
I mean,
freaky
it's
and
certainly
scary.
possible. I saw a video, or at least I saw a title of a video claiming anyway that China only has 300 million people. Top.
Well, if you want to see the one I'm talking about, sorry for promoting myself, TML. But yeah,
It's fine, dude.
It's just DK Theracy on Rumble. I do one show a week, and the show was like earlier today. Like this
Yeah,
was
of course.
just today's show. It is on today's show.
Yeah, everybody's free to promote themselves here. I don't mind.
I don't really like doing it. Like, yeah, it feels techy.
Yeah, I don't care.
I know we all should. I know we all should. I promote everyone else.
That's the point of being here. That's the point of being on screen and talking to people is so that they go watch your
everyone on
show.
D Live, come and jump on this guy's channel. TML lets me on all the time, despite the fact that I'm an absolute idiot half the time.
It's all good, buddy. It's an open panel. It's fine.
At least you
even
know
I
it.
admit it. It's okay. But yeah, honestly, check out my Rumble show from today. It's like It's like a 2-hour show. I'm not kidding you.
What's the topic?
I started with censorship.
Oh, okay,
the
cool.
topic was, are we being censored?
Yeah, but go ahead, Hostile. What you guys
back to Lindensfarne and any of these other societies and NGOs or whatever that have the same sort of goal set. This is all covered. Man, there's an obscure philosophy that has just came out in the English speaking world as of like maybe 5-6 years ago. It's called Hyperborean wisdom. It's propounded by an Argentinian. His name is Nimrod de Rosario, and he basically sums up all of this, and basically he tries to give a practical remedy for it. So like if you're against technology or futurism, you would have to basically deny the material altogether. Or you could just try to get rid of it and try to exist in harmony with nature, right? But he takes it a step further and says that, ontologically, nature is wanting it. It's driving us towards this evolution, right?
Oh yeah, we heard that one.
That's an interesting take. Yeah.
Yeah, so he calls all these societies, he calls them synarchical. He gives like an umbrella term for these people, whether they're techies or whether they're, mystery tradition, secret societies, whatever. They all have the same goal or close to the same goal, which is to seemingly unify the world, right? So I love his term, synarchical. He gets it from Saint Oliver Alexander de Saint Ives, I think is his name.
That from the word synergy?
No,
it's
it's
going to be better if everything works together.
Similar.
Like
it's the same, like
similar.
Sort of implies that.
I think my mouse died. I'll be right back.
Yeah. No,
but I like
smart.
but I like some of these ideas that you mentioned. Here, give me a second, DK.
Synergy.
Let me respond to what he's saying. But this whole idea that you're bringing up here is interesting because the synarchy is, I think it's linked to Fabian socialism, right? And all these ideas, right? And also, you should see those projects that the accelerationists are proposing now. So they have dual projects, right? One in Discordianism called the Pirate Utopia or Temporary Autonomous Zone, right? And then they have another project in accelerationism, which is this patchwork thing, right? That's now been adopted by Nick Land, right? Give me a second, DK, for fuck's sake. Yeah. And then so the synarchical concept, right, about the world government coming through and then creating the resource-based economy, right, and that being an eventual consequence of socialism, right? And then we went over the idea that that there's three people in the evolutionary gamble, right? Nature, technology, and man. And then he said the man is on the side of nature, but he believes nature is on the side of the machines or something like that, right? So we read that earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, so the background on the guy who created the term, he was a Freemason and he was influenced by an occultist. His name is Faber de Olivet, and he wrote a bunch of stuff on like Hermeticism and Masonry, things like that, Gnosticism as well. But he created the term synarchy, and essentially it just means, and this is paraphrasing, the association with everyone else or whatever, like this in a political sense. There's like this unity created in the world, philosophically, but mainly politically philosophically. It's a political philosophy. And he just likes to use the term because instead of getting confused and differentiating them, you can kind of just lump them all together into one like category of an enemy, right? Like, because he sees this as like a war. There's a war going on. Most people are asleep to the fact that we're in a battle, on a battleground, essentially, because you can end up a casualty of their goals. So if that's the case, then if you're opposing it, you must be on the other side of the battle, essentially. So yeah, synarchy tends to get us more oriented on what the enemy is and who they are, and then eventually, over time, you start to see that they all say the same shit. Like they don't really differ much. Some of them might nitpick here and there based on their philosophical grounding, but other than that, they're like, okay, we believe in the world, we believe in a utopia, we believe in heaven on earth, we want to unify everybody, eventually make everyone esoterically elite. They want to initiate you into what they want you to think esotericism is. Earlier, he was saying, well, it's kind of paradoxical that they want to planetize, quote unquote, esotericism, because they're secret societies, right? Well, that idea right now is repulsive. That's why it's coming from a secret society as a goal, like the Lindisfarne or the Fabian or the Masons or the Rosicrucians. Take your pick. It's all the same. But right now, it's not. No one's ripe for it. Over time, they become more semi-secret. That's why Freemasonry has evolved to the state that it's in currently. Like if you join Masonry, they'll say, we're not a society, we're not a secret society, we're a society with secrets. That's why they have lodges in your city. That's why you can go walk into one and, you know what I'm saying, view it. They're not necessarily hiding from you. They're trying to create a sense of allurement to where they can initiate you into what they want you to think esotericism is, which is a sham.
Interesting.
What
Like,
does
really
Nietzsche say where it's like wooing it into existence, or I forget what he said
is the war
exactly.
on nuance, though?
Say that again?
I said, is the war on nuance? The war that we're
Well, yeah, there's a many of strategy that are employed. Like he discusses this in his works. He's got 2 books that are like 1,000 pages long, and one of them's like 500, 600 pages. But he propounds like a whole new philosophy and even a physic. He was a engineer and a molecular biologist. He was also the ambassador of Argentina to Germany. So he claims that a lot of this knowledge was refined by the SS, the Black Order, that was created by Himmler. But he gives a bunch of other names that aren't really heard of, and he even comes up with like a historical revision, like a broad sweeping revision of what we know history to be. So he, in a way, sets up a new myth, because ultimately he says in that 600-page book, he kind of lays out that history is myth. History is if anything is outside of your lifespan, if it's generations in the past, you're too far removed from it. It's kind of like the game Telephone. Like there's no way that you can factually represent or replicate a historical event. So if that's the case, then you need to play with history. And that's what the people in power do. They rewrite it and they form these myths. In the case of Ted Kaczynski talking about the techies, they're creating the quasi-religious myth of this technological immortality. But then there's others that, still hold on to old Eastern-based mystery traditions like, no, the soul is what you need to work on, and you need to create a soul body so that you can inhabit it and live immortally in the material cosmos, things like that. But ultimately, history is something that you can play with. So nobody's really set on it. So he kind of gives this history that's really interesting. But anyway, my point is that this guy kind of touches this subject that Machine is working on right on the head. And he's like, this is how you remedy it. And he gives a lot of philosophical context, whether it's epistemological, ontological, metaphysical. And he tries to support his argument that the material actually needs to be dispensed, done away with. You need to actually be hostile towards it, that it's a sham, it's a fake, it's illusory, it's temporal, it's flux. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Have you read any Jacobo Grinberg? Because it kind of sounds like something that might be a little bit parallel to that guy.
I haven't. Can you drop that in the chat so I can take notes?
I'll see if I can find
This is
something
actually
good.
completely destructional, and I agree with part of it, but not all of it. Like, Kaczynski was definitely someone who knew a lot, and he went out of his way to do it. But promoting that sort of thing is a really silly idea. Remember where we are.
I'm not promoting it. Don't say I'm promoting it, motherfucker.
All right.
What the fuck are you talking about? I've never promoted it. I've consistently challenged the ideas.
What I'm saying is, it's the fact
don't
that
mischaracterize.
he fully decided he was going against the establishment from being in a position where he was in the establishment to then disappearing for years, being off grid, off radar, whatever they call it these days. And then suddenly he was able to carry out several things before they got him.
Yeah,
His
it's not really about
ideology
him. It's about the ideas.
His ideology about what he wanted to do and why he was doing it is 100% correct. But
okay,
why would you go out and actually by yourself think you can get away with, single-handedly blowing up everything that you hate in all of America? Like, so that's where I think the delusional part comes into it. It's like, serious? You really thought you could do all this by yourself?
Yeah, I think that Kaczynski was right, and he also emphatically states that if we were to start now, it may be too late, right? Like he says that, even if we did it, it would create, in the process, it would create chaos and there'd be mass casualties, whether that's from starvation, trying to revamp society or whatever, right? Like there's all these different options that he lays out. But
seen Fight Club?
But if that's the case, right? Like if we're beyond that threshold, that point of no return, then what is the other viable option, right? Like if you believe, I don't think Kaczynski his writing doesn't imply like being grounded in a high level of spirituality, because he's very practical. I think he actually sees like an existence in the world after we try to do this with a very small amount of people, a low population left. But this other viable option would actually say that no, there's a grandiose concept of like actually leaving the material realm behind, that it's an illusion, which is very mystical, obviously. But I think if you think about it deeply enough, and if you're philosophical enough, you may see the reality of that option.
I 100% agree with you. And I would like to expound upon that. Seeing as we are here,
That's a surprise.
seeing as we are here, and it is a simulation, why not assume you are playing a video game? Why not assume when this ends, you wake up and you're standing in front of a video game machine going, that was fun. Or a VR machine, you take off your headset, go, that was fun. That's what I mean, but I still believe, I mean, that's just one theory. On the other side,
Yeah. This is like way more complex than simulation theory.
And it's our job to get out of here.
Like when he says, when Hyperborean wisdom states that it's an illusion, that it's not real, it doesn't mean the material that's forming the illusion isn't real. So the distinction is that the prima materia is real, but the forms, the archetypal forms made with that materia aren't. They don't last. They don't persist.
Video game, bro.
They're not permanent or whatever. But the biology, the chemistry, all that is there. It's active. So that's something that you can't just dispense by like taking off a headset or like unplugging the back of your skull like Matrix or something. It's not like that or whatever. It's way more spiritual and mystical. The idea is it starts off dualistic. It's stating that like material is the antithesis of the spirit. And the soul would even be lumped into the material, that the entire cosmos, the entire experience with the sensual parts of man, that like you're hearing, you're seeing, you're thinking, all that can be thrown into the category of matter. So like all that stuff is real in the sense that there's processes, there's metabolic processes occurring. All that stuff is there, but it needs to be dispensed with and disregarded. And you got to try like your hardest to separate from it. That doesn't mean like kill yourself or anything like that, or unalive yourself. So yeah, but yeah, I think there's an answer to there's a way that we fight back against this ideology that these societies are pushing, the utopiast, the futurist vision or whatever.
Wow. Dude.
And that's what here, hold on real quick, DK. Here, hold on real quick. Here, hold on real quick, DK. Is that what Nimrod says?
That's what Nimrod is getting at, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's interesting then. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, go ahead, DK. What are you gonna say?
I just fucking finished saying it while you were talking over me, man.
Oh no.
No, I had to get that little point about Nimrod. Honestly, I'd be lost if because you said that the only way to reject technology is to reject materialism. And then you also said that earlier you said, well, you don't like the idea of nature itself either. So I'm just tying in a lot of these ideas now. But yeah, so
yeah. You're making those
no worries. I like catching people out as well. Most people don't remember those little details,
Yeah. Go ahead, DK. What are you gonna say?
Hell, what was I going to say before? What was the last thing that?
See, that's the thing that. See, I can't have that on here. I can't forget what I'm gonna say. Yeah, but I can't forget what I'm gonna say. I know, but I can't forget what I'm gonna say. It's okay if you forget what you're gonna say.
Yeah,
it's not your fucking show.
Not a video game.
Yeah, it's not your fucking show, dude. So you can forget what you can forget what you need to say.
Everything is a video game, and the thing is, that's not to say that.
Yeah, I'm trying to communicate a certain amount of things.
No, it's not to say that because you're in a video game that there isn't still consequences.
Right.
For doing it wrong. So you're
Sure.
in this game, which is basically a test, and you have to live by whatever you believe.
This is like...
No, you have to live by whatever you believe to get to your afterlife. And you
Spy
believe
Kids.
your afterlife is better. Because otherwise, why would you try and live well? If you thought your afterlife was going to be shit, why would you try and live well to get there? So there's the perception, is that now we have to live well in the shit video game to be able to get to like the next level, so to speak.
Yeah, you're basically agreeing with the mystery traditions. Yeah, you're agreeing with what these societies teach.
I'm just able to talk about lots of stuff. All right, don't try and put it down to anything else.
Well, no, I'm telling you that what you're saying is basically what these secret societies teach in their esotericism. They teach that you're progressing, that you're being tested, and over lifetimes that you have to progress and advance. And that's a sham. That's a lie.
I don't believe that.
Yeah. This is like boomer normie level philosophy. Like when you start to study like magic and occultism, this is what you pick up on. You're like, oh, alchemy, cool. Hermeticism, cool. This is far out. Oh yeah, it's like I'm progressing. It's like a game, and I'm going by degrees and levels. But if you actually think about it slowly and carefully and methodically, you take each philosophical step. You start ontologically, then you go epistemologically, then you can start thinking about what a metaphysic is. And this is what Nimrod does carefully, over 1,000 pages worth of this, basically the axioms and the model for how to make this leap and return or whatever. Return is a misnomer, right? Because we were talking about earlier, there's a difference between temporality or immanence and transcendence. But for the lack of ineffable terminology, we say return, right? To go to recollect the memory of this original state that you're actually in right now and you're unaware of. You're basically asleep to it. But yeah, so the test thing is debunked though. Like you got to start with certain premises. If you don't believe in the spirit, none of this applies. You might as well just join in on the material game and then try to go for the techne future.
I know. See, I fully believe in that. I fully believe in the fact that the devil was given dominion over Earth. So this video game that we're in, this simulation, is run by the devil.
Who created where does the devil come from?
To get out of here. And if you screw it up, you have to come back and do
Where does the devil come? Well, let's work through it real quick. Where does the devil come from? To you in your
for there to be good, like creator God, for there to be a good, there must be an opposite. So that just goes without saying.
We claim that that's a false dichotomy. So
I don't care what you claim. This is the problem. Everyone who studies a religion can only claim what their religion says. They can't actually speak or think for themselves. This annoys the shit out of me because it means you're completely closed-minded and will not accept anything, no matter how informative it is.
No, I've heard it before, actually,
tell me another verse. Quote a psalm or some shit.
It's so crazy because listen, check this out. On other panels, when you bring up
this happens way too often.
When you bring up this wisdom, it's so crazy how triggering it is.
I didn't bring up wisdom. What are you talking about?
I think you've lost the plot.
Don't put words into my mouth, bro.
I think you've lost the plot.
Do you want to finish your statement, brother?
Yeah, no, we were about to hash out like how it doesn't work, that the devil rules the world and that you're in a test and that there's like this good and evil dichotomy.
Yeah, well, carry on.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, please.
He allowed you to carry on.
Okay, yeah. So let's take it slowly and try your hardest not to get, because I'm approaching this calmly.
You don't know who you're playing with.
I'm not close-minded.
You don't know who you're playing with. Let's play.
Okay. Okay, so have you heard of the Epicurean paradox, perhaps? Have you ever heard of this? It's very popular in philosophy.
I've heard of the word Epicurean, but I do not specifically know of the Epicurean paradox.
Okay, let's try to do it.
Is it the hedonist one?
Let's try to do it in 5 minutes, okay? Or less. Let's try to make this quick, okay? The idea here is...
Quick paraphrasing.
Here, hold on. DK. Come on, man. This is getting ridiculous. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, let's try to do it quickly. Okay, so Epicurus basically said that there cannot be a perfect God that creates the material world. Okay, so he's
I disagree with that already. All right, so
Here, hold on. Just let him finish the experiment, please.
Yeah, it's an experiment, and you have to try your hardest not to get triggered until the very end because we have to work through certain problems.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, because it's like the end of the show, so let's do the experiment. This is a good thing.
I gotta not get triggered till he finishes, and it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe shorter if the less you interrupt.
Maybe mute me.
Here, just go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So so he's basically talking to somebody who a Platonist who believes that the one is perfect. He's simple. He's good. He's beautiful. But he's also the full imperfection that implies all omnis. Okay. So there's only 3 omnis. There's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. Okay. So there's a dialectic here. It's very Socratic. He asks the guy a question, he responds. So he says, like, okay, would you agree that a perfect God are these 3 omnis? And the guy says, yeah, that's my perfect God. Well, he starts off with the premise, with the question that, do we experience, as human beings, do we experience evil in the world? For the sake of time, the guy says yes. Okay. He says, yeah, I see evil. There's evil in the world, but there has to be a good and stuff, right? There's this polarity. It has to be that way. Well, he starts to work through this. He says, okay, if your perfect God is all 3 of these omnis at the same time, we have a problem, because if evil exists in the world, he can't be. Okay. So let's work this out real quick. He says, if he's omniscient and he's omnipotent, that means that he would know that there's evil in the world and that he's all powerful enough to stop it. So if he doesn't and he's aware of it, that means he's not good. So he cancels out omnibenevolent. So that doesn't work. So he goes to the next combination of the 3. He says if he's omniscient and omnibenevolent, then he knows about the evil and he's all good, but there's still evil here. So he must not be all powerful because he can't stop it. So again, there's no perfection there. He negates the claim that his God is perfect. And then the last one, if he's omnibenevolent and omnipotent, that means that he's all good and he's all powerful. But if evil still exists, he must not know that it's here because it's still here and he has the power to change it. So either way you hash it out, if there's evil in the world and that there's a creator God that's perfect, it isn't. There can't be. That's basically the crux of the argument. And the guy rebuttals and he says, basically stretches out the argument until the guy says, well, no, that's not right, because if he stepped in and tried to change evil, we would lose free will. So he asks him one final question. He says, okay, if your God is perfect and he's omnipotent, he's all powerful, right? He can do anything. Can your God create a universe where there is free will and no evil? And the guy says yes. So he goes back to why didn't he? And he has to concede. He says, okay, yeah, we pretty much worked it out. So the idea here is if there is a creator of the material world, he's not good. If he is those omnis, he's not benevolent because he has to know that there's evil and he can change it because he's all powerful. Well, he's not. So he's not good. That's how we deduce. That's how most Gnostics deduced why the creator wasn't a good deity or whatever. But anyway, that's the Epicurean paradox.
That's interesting.
That's the $1 trillion question.
The Gnostic link to Epicurus.
Answer, please? All right, can I please answer?
Yeah, but I thought that was fascinating. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate you reading it out.
DK's got the answer. Let's go, DK.
Minutes of everyone's time. I disagree with almost everything that you had to say.
Well, we're wrapping it up, so this will be a closer. Yeah, what do you got to say about it?
That was so pathetic, it's not funny. Like, there was not a single thing that he actually said that has any relevance to anything that was being discussed other than him saying someone else said this.
Weird. That's strange.
So that's your response to what he said about what Epicurus said?
Yeah, so
channel banned, bro.
So the point of that, though, was that back to the idea about this material aspiration, right? That these techies have of technologizing the world or whatever, creating this technological immortality. It's because they put an emphasis on the material world. Their ground is in the material.
I
and
already
becoming.
talked about that earlier. I already said how they're trying to make med beds and things that can make people live forever because the birth rate is decreasing, even though they're
No, you don't have to
about
repeat it. I'm just telling you that was the. I'm trying to
contemplating
reorient you into what the context was because you said it had nothing to do
I'm
with
talking
anything.
about reality. I know you're talking about philosophy and ideology. I'm relating what you're saying to actual reality. See, I don't know how you're missing that point.
But DK, hold on. It's a game, though.
Everything is a game.
Right. So what reality are you
It all
talking about?
comes down to how you play it.
Okay, let's. Can you actually respond to the paradox though? So how you mentioned specifically that there's a devil that runs the world and and that God is testing you. How, if God is omniscient, why is God testing you?
Before? Hey,
So listen.
played a video game before?
Answer this question, please.
Bad guy at the end?
Don't deflect. Listen to the question that I'm proposing.
No, have you ever played a video game before?
I have,
Is there a
yes.
bad guy at the end? Do they send many other bad guys of lower levels against you all the way through the game?
Yeah. They do.
Right, so that does actually happen. So what bit of what I'm saying?
But you're missing a component. You're missing. DK, slow down. Slow down.
Okay.
Slow down. You're missing a prime component here in the question. You're talking about a perfect God, right?
What?
You agree? The whole premise of this was that you believed in a perfect God. There's this good God who's setting up a test for you.
Wait. See, that's the problem. I use the word creator, whereas people who follow religions use the word God.
Okay, creator. You believe he's perfect, right? Like, because remember when I said...
No, I believe in a creator, and everything seeks balance. It swings back and forwards like a pendulum. At the moment, it's going a bit bad. It's starting to swing back the other way. I believe this pendulum tilts backwards and forwards through eternity.
Okay. Is that creator, is he all-knowing?
I've actually stated that. What part do you want to disprove?
Is he all-knowing, that creator?
No. He made an ant farm, and he fucking put us in it.
Okay, so he created us but doesn't know.
That's a bit fucked up. I need to fix that. Oh, that's a bit fucked up. I need to fix that. That's why the pendulum.
So he's imperfect. It's your creator's imperfect.
We're a fucking ant farm. We're a fucking video game. He turns up every so often and has a look at it.
Is your creator imperfect?
No.
Okay, so how does he make a messed up game?
You think you're the only thing in the whole
Sounds
universe?
theist to me.
How is it? How does the creator mess up the ant farm? How does it? How does it mess up the ant farm?
What do you mean mess up?
You just said. You just said, "Oh shit, this needs to be fixed." This. Okay.
He's saying that we mess it up.
Okay, yeah. So how does the creator create human beings who are capable of messing up? If it's perfect, how does imperfection come from perfection?
Pain in the ass and being the detriment to humanity since the beginning of recorded Christian history.
Yeah, I don't think you've answered the question. So how does imperfection? How does
free choice has been the detriment of humanity according to Christianity, since the beginning of Christianity. What part are you not listening to? You
The
keep
part
saying
that
I'm getting things wrong.
Well,
but
no,
yet
I'm
you're the one
listening,
who's
but I'm not
ignoring
hearing
everything
you
I
address my
say
question.
every time.
I hear you, but I'm not hearing you address the question. So the
I
question
know,
is,
because you're trying to sidestep every single thing I say. You want me to,
I'm asking you the
want me to actually
question.
read out what I wrote last night?
I'm asking you the question. How am I sidestepping it?
And I answered you the question.
Okay, maybe I missed it. I'm going to ask you one more time, and I'll listen as hard as I can, okay? How does perfection create imperfection? Explain that.
Does a perfect artist create a perfect painting every single time their brush touches a canvas?
Have you ever seen a perfect artist?
What is your idea of perfection?
That's my point. It would have to be perfect,
Are
right?
you here? Are you here? Are you alive? Are you breathing? Is there
Yes.
enough sustenance on this planet to keep you alive? Were you born here? Do you have a family? Do you have friends? Seems like shit suddenly, somehow, worked. But yet, free choice means there's still dickheads running councils and governments.
Okay, so
And
could
morons
the
voting for
creator,
them.
like Epicurus said, could the
Why would
creator,
like a creator give a fuck about what a billion ants are doing?
so your
Because
creator
they
doesn't give a
created it?
fuck? So your creator
And
doesn't
that's
give a fuck?
basically it. He's like, I made this. Sort your shit out.
This is crazy because this is going to the book of Job again. So this is
Yeah,
so
you
wild
got it.
that I'm
Yeah.
about to just go back to because I'm about to play the discussion of the book of Job. So this is really awkward and weird because I woke up this morning and I was looking for what to watch, and then I saw this show and I was like, fuck it, let me go on the Discord and click on this show and go into the discussion. And there was this motherfucker Tariak again. And I was like, oh, it's this fucking leprechaun. And of course he's got the leprechaun hat on, and I'm like, oh, this is unreal. So so there was Tariak again for a minute, and so it was like deja vu, but because he then went into a discussion on free will. So what do you know?
Tariak strikes again, huh?
Strikes again, and it was Job, and it was free will, and is God good? And he was saying Satan. He just said, well, Satan's a good guy. So in Job.
What?
Yeah, so he just straight up said that, so it got pretty wild pretty quick because obviously he was
absurd.
he was on a Christian panel, so it was
The
weird.
things you gotta say to defend your religion, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, not
Satan's
to
the good guy in Job.
Didn't mean to derail Machine. I just basically the material world is the problem, basically. Doesn't mean that you need to be a pessimist or a nihilist. There's just something more that not you personally, but we are unaware of, that we have the potential to exist in, which is a transcendent existence.
Yeah, I think we can have a lot of great discussions on those points. I do disagree a little bit.
Are you just wanting to end because I could keep going on about?
Oh yeah, no, totally. I'm trying to end because I did a 6-hour show. Yeah,
signing out, everybody.
Yeah, I did a 6-hour show yesterday.
Much love, no fear, everyone. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to end. No point dragging it out. Everyone sign off. Catch us all up. Cheers, Team Al. Cheers, everyone else on the panel.
Yeah, cheers.
And cheers, all the viewers on all the channels watching. Love you all.
Love you, DK.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, blessings.
Easy.
Yeah, blessings. I love you too, friend. Yeah, but the whole thing is that I did a whole 6-hour thing yesterday, and it got pretty wild. I mean, we started talking about tons of subjects in there, and then Nietzsche and Julius Evola. We also had Frank Monday and Dennis in there, so we had very interesting discussions yesterday, I gotta say, on the other channel, Cyber Caliphate. Right, I put the link up several times. Oh man, let me put it up again. I guess I'll have to put the link up again.
Really good yesterday.
Yeah. The show yesterday turned out really good, right? A lot of people watched it here. Like I think we got like 100 views here, but it's only like 60 views on the other channel. So yeah, you guys could go watch that show. That would be great. I mean, because that is a great, excellent program that we did on Nietzsche, Julius Evola, and also the fake conservatives. There's lots of fake conservatives around. I mean, in the alt-right. I mean, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so alt channel, cyber caliphate, right? Go check that show out. I will just start playing these shows here too. I mean, after we're done with Neurojack shows. But yeah, we do have a bunch of Neurojack shows. I got a Hanko Flamio panel that I want to play. That's pretty eventful. I mean, me and Hank were holding down a panel today. I told him to like stream every day, and then now he started doing it because he was saying that he can't get growth and stuff. He has to go on these channels for false credence or something like that. So we had this whole disagreement, and then I said, why don't you just stream on your own channel and hold discussions that you want to hold, or whatever. I mean, so yeah, we did a very interesting discussion at Hank's channel. He's obviously a very intelligent host. I mean, as I said, he's like one of the most interesting people in the panel verse, but yeah, he's overtly involved in the drama in the panel verse. So he knows it's fake and he tries to join it on purpose. So there's a couple of those people around. A lot of people are covert involved in the drama and pretending that it's real. Those are the people obviously we're trying to root out of the panels. If we see them, we try to ask them a lot of questions, and it usually leads to a pretty interesting clip. I mean, but yeah, because it's interesting to ask like an improv person, but yeah, especially this guy here. Man, let me pull up this guy. Let me see if I could pull up this guy. Oh man, did I lose this picture? Yeah, blessings to DK. Would anybody else like to say something? Oh yeah, here it is. Would anybody else like to say something? I mean, this creature, right? I mean, or this creature here. We got this Dr. Robotnik character. Obviously, we're Sonic the Hedgehog. Actually, I'm Knuckles. I think Reddington is Sonic, basically, most likely.
Say what?
I mean, but yeah, I gotta be Knuckles. So that's the deal here. We also got this guy here. Oh, where's this guy? Oh, I lost it. But yeah, I think our homie Brown's boy made this. So yeah, this is pretty funny. But yeah, anyways, you guys have a blessed night. Oh yeah, this is the alternative channel here. I mean, we'll bring that up. If we want to do an attack video on a Luma dummy, we'll bring that picture up back. And of course, we got some attacks. Maybe we'll do some panel drama ourselves. Stir the pot. But more than likely, we'll just be doing ellul, series on Eastern philosophy. Also, we're reading through Technological Slavery by Kaczynski, right? And we're reading some other works by Uncle Teddy as well in the old edition of Technological Slavery until we make our way to Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. Now, we might get the channel shut down for any or reason, especially for talking about Uncle Teddy or many of the other censorship that we've seen. This episode might as this episode might be toast totally. Not only was the stream cut because of some type of copyright thing, but also there's probably going to be tons of things that we said that could be easily taken out of context and reported. So obviously there's an alternative channel here. This is DK's channel, DK Conspiracy, D Live. This is our alternative channel. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. And thank you, DK, for being here. Would anybody else like to say, anything to the people?
I think there's perhaps one point that maybe I think I've maybe mentioned it in a stream a long time ago, but still seems relevant now, where Ernest Becker talks about immortality ideologies over time because he's a cultural anthropologist. But I think I would take it one step further and say it's immortality idolatry, because we're idolizing something that we may possibly already have.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. There's concepts of immortality in the ancient past because they had all of the gods with the little g, right? So
And
the
techies are just real Johnny come latelys, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I sort of talked about this idea of techno-Gaianism in relation to transhumanism. And that's a little bit of an interesting, segue as well, because I think and I'm obviously trying to pair the Discordians with the techno-Gaianists and the accelerationists with the transhumanists, right?
Yep.
But that might not be a easy pairing. Those might be distinct conceptions and themes, but yeah, the themes are really similar. It's about, I think the Discordians are trying to go back to nature in a way. They're sort of rebelling against modernity, or at least they have more of that than the accelerationists, right? And the accelerationists are trying to rebel against modernity because they're trying to get to futurism. The Discordians, they sort of know that it's always just discord. Right? That discord is the mother of order, right? So,
right. May the fire burn without end.
Oh yeah.
And hopefully they won't have to kidnap kids to keep it burning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might not be the fire I'm referring to, but okay.
Yeah, I was just making sure for clarity's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, check this out. Even on Rumble, the censorship. Unreal,
So maybe like Odyssey or BitChute, perhaps.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
Like no options at this point.
D Live, maybe.
Yeah, I think Rumble's like I think that's like a BlackRock corporation or something like that. Yeah, I could be wrong.
Could be kind of like it was like touted as like the free speech thing when certainly when people like what's his face, Russell Brand got kicked off of YouTube, and he's like, oh, I'll go on Rumble. So I guess maybe that's like a fake and gay psyop kind of thing.
Yeah, peace to all the people that are here. And I'm gonna drop this link again. If anybody has anything to say, we're gonna wrap this up. Where did oh no, that's not the right link. Oh man, I can't copy and paste this shit. Well, son of a sea biscuit. Yeah. You know, it's a damn shame.
I'll get you. Return of the living dead. 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 To abode near you.
The night of the living dead rise from the firmament. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. Only you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the firmament. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. Only you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the firmament. Night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. Only you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead, night of the living dead.
Parallel park, where the carousels mark, get a farewell remark. From inbred clones to dread moans to shredded bones and headphones head firm. The Merca homestead forum, where they feast on the bread porridge yum. But didn't pay the mortgage some sort. Thomas Moore one thought the war was done. Poor them poor birds flung, and they're in poor young marsh smorgasbord's done. Cause all they do is eat and run. With heart depleted was the rise of the seed. It does we know that they cheated some. The forklift, the corp played a horse shit. I just left an idle belt, tie up your whole Bible belt. I will help for a final to go fish the title belt. You don't need to buy time speed, ride a place to weed, ride by the street light when you give free bites on the deeds and rides to the G-type. But please not quite what we need right now in catacombs where we lie down.
The night of the living dead rise from the firmament. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the firmament. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Respect gravestones, blow, nigga. Get that.
Coming up from under the ground, taking dirt off my head, awaking from my deathbed. Gotta get my tummy fed. At one time in the past, it was filled with hot lead. Lying on turbine, I ditch, dodge, out of hide. In the Masonic lodge, get camouflage. They tripping up for what happened way back last week. Threw my body in the creek. These clowns thought I was neutralized. I was found and buried alive. Separate the real from the fake. Wasn't asleep, but with the help of a beat, I awake in the middle of a wake. Gang of people crying, now they screaming. Looking at a nigga like he's a demon. Man, I'm leaving up out the back. That's that. I ain't back. Now, what the fuck is my new fishing hat?
At the howl of a coyote, I rise feeling like peyote. The undead owed me. Veins flooded with embalming fluids from my Native American botany, covered in generous offerings, mummified. And my devil tape reels by sunrise. I'll leave niggas tongue-tied. Walk through the blown in my bathrobe, half soaked in the tab code. But in place with a rancid face, with a cannon taste, I chanted the rates of a mic stand. One night stand, my plan. You flush a gallon in your bedpan. Spooked by all the zombies. You need to loosen up, get rid of the goosebumps when you screw up. I remind you niggas you only find salvation in death. Well, I'm tanning my decaying flesh.
Did you hear what that dead man said? Night of the living dead. Did you hear what that dead man said?
That's it. That's all we got, folks. I see our friend left. Blessings to the homie. Hostile Hyperborean. And I forget what his origin in the chat. The origin in the chat. I mean, that's a deep thinker. For real. I mean, but yeah, blessings to him. And yeah, peace to all the people that are here. I definitely hope he returns with more stuff there. You know, definitely interesting stuff that he was going into there. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah, would you guys like to say some closings? You know, because I noticed like after 3 a.m., it's like there's also a drop in audience. It's a good time to wrap the show. You know? Honestly, blessings. You know what I mean? Zeph, you there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah. So yeah, would you like to say anything? Any closing for the people here?
Well, just love each other. Some people you don't have to like them. You can just love them from far away. And try not to project on each other so too much, you know? Because like usually if you're upset, it's something inside of you as well. So till next time, guys.
Yeah. Blessings. Yep. Yeah, thank you for
Easy.
being here. Yep. And Denizen, you got anything? I don't know if you can hear us, Denizen. You might be muted on your end, but we cannot hear you, or you may have stepped away. But yeah, blessings. Definitely great conversations that we had with Denizen yesterday on the Cyber Caliphate channel, and also on our last stream. You know, Denizen's been here quite a bit. He's had lots of faithful contributions on the show, so we greatly appreciate him being here. A time honored guest. Yeah, so thank you to you guys for being here. I mean, thank you for DK for being here. DK Spiracy. I mean, TML is more trash than me. That's hilarious. I mean, but yeah, blessings. D Live, we gotta go on that Rumble stream someday. We gotta go find Origin's channel. Man, if Origin has a channel, we gotta look that up. I mean,
See if I can find it.
yeah, the Origin or Hostile Hyperborean or whatever. I mean, this dude.
Shit.
Yeah. I think he was in the chat. Here, let me.
Yeah, there he is. I just saw him a second ago.
Yeah, this dude is
Unless he
dope.
uses a different. Nah, he's got 5 videos on here.
Yeah, let me go to his channel and sub to his channel. Thank you so much for being here, bro. First dissertation, second part, secret history of what? Of Theological. Whoa. Some crazy stuff, some Hyperborean knowledge there. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you to. I think Lilith would get along with this homie. I mean, honestly,
Probably.
Hyperborean. Yeah, honestly, that seems like his cousin. I mean, but yeah, I think you know, Denizen is away. Zeph said stuff already. You know, Reddington, you got anything else?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, DK said peace. So yeah, peace to all the people that are here. As I said, we'll be back either tomorrow or in a couple days or so, and we got tons of stuff to share. I mean, so you know, we'll be putting in different stuff. Obviously, you know, I think Tuesday, I think we're gonna go with maybe. I think last time we did the transhumanism thing, so maybe we'll go with yeah, definitely not the Seraphim Rose and Crowley show, right? We did one of those earlier. I really like the one we did, for real. You know, we did a great show of that. You know what I mean? But I think I'm gonna bring it back to Ellul, right, and talk about this new section in Ellul. So we'll have another Ellul show on Tuesday, right? But either tomorrow or Monday, for real. You know, we're gonna do content cuckery on constrained misinformation. You know what I mean? Yeah, so blessings to all the people. I mean, and yeah, yeah, definitely. We are leaving for sure. I mean, yeah, I had to leave. I mean, you know, I gotta go. I mean, for sure. Thank you, DK. Yeah, so blessings to all the people. I mean, yeah, I really appreciate you guys. I mean, but yeah, we'll see what happens. You know what I mean, in the near future. But yeah, interesting developments out here. especially on these different panels. This was definitely, I believe, the top show that I've seen this week. I mean, there's real garbage being produced at a staggering rate, folks. At a staggering rate. I mean, I think the first 2 hours, I trade the first 2 hours of this this stream for like the entire panelverse, right? Yeah, crazy stuff. And also quite a nice show yesterday and on Wednesday as well. So yeah, it's been a powerful week here. Although terrible, just I've been feeling terrible recently. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I greatly appreciate you guys being here with me. But yeah. So that's about all we had. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. As I always say. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Right, as we read earlier, freedom is not a vested interest, right, or a static prize, but a dynamic goal, right? A prize continually to be won, right? The more man resigns himself and believes he is free, the more likely he is to be enslaved. So yeah, it's a delicate balance, folks. And yeah, I really appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, so that's pretty much wraps it up for this week. So, oh yeah, also this video, right? If this video is not here later, okay, then we will re-premiere it on Tuesday, right? Unless there's like some other censorship issue, right? So yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be here tomorrow, right? But in case it's not, right, we will re-premiere it Tuesday unless we get banned again, right? Then we'll premiere it like next week or whatever. However that goes, right? So now we have a discussion. I did a little bit Book of Job, right? And if you think there's lots of interruptions on my panel, you should see this panel here because it's complete crazy madness. It's relatively civil on our show. Most of the characters, are very civil. Even with DK, I feel like I'm in the town square. We have DK in the Discord all the time in private discussions, and that's just how he is. We also have Cage in the Discord. And that's definitely how he is. How he is on the show is definitely how he talks in private conversations. They are not characters, right? You go elsewhere on the panels, you see dozens of characters. Dozens of personalities that have been conjured up out of thin air. It's a very interesting chain of events, right? So yeah, so I appreciate them. Right? I appreciate any real person, really. And yeah. Yeah, let's go to the discussion here. But yeah, first I'll play some music. But yeah, we'll go to the discussion here. Thank you guys for being here.
Easy.
Yeah, peace, guys. And yeah, I should put that link for the alternative channel as well. But yeah. Yeah, but who knows? Last time we actually lost like collectively over the shows, we've lost tons of subscribers. I don't know what we're saying that's pissing people off, but apparently, people do not like it. Whatever's been going down here. But yeah, thank you for joining.
The horror began in June 1984. Los Angeles was under siege. Death waited in the dark at the hands of a man they called the Night Stalker. After a 14-month reign of terror, he was finally caught. It was only then that his true identity was discovered. His name,
Daywalker, Night Stalker, Daytime Joker, Nighttime Stalker.
Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The night stalker, a top tree stalker.
Daytime Joker, Nighttime Stalker.
Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The night stalker, a killer machine.
And you know the deal, cause the gods always keep it fucking real. Yo, meltdown, lay rhymes, rank of the ice. I blitz now, you niggas that get whipped for this shit. Expose the raw tip, my flow's exempt. Star barbaric like worse than the scorpion bite. Spread ritual with the ritual offerings. The mentally dead niggas get tricked and coffins. My bylaw niggas get die for what? Shit, get 30 laps from the endless whip. Gatekeeper, you know I'm still serving them up. Will devour, still bloodthirst for cream chowder. Fighting with the memories behind the gate. Night stalker, I roll with Blade the Daywalker. Grimy motherfuckers is worse than bloodsuckers. Check the bio, authentic, wild like cryogenic. Mass murderer, most deliberate thoughts. I stay creeping, patrolling the streets of most weekend. Hunger for war, want more to bring the rebel. Gatekeep, always hold down the pick, sick and shovel. Arraignment, all out of assault, for containment on rap zombies. I got enough back to raise an army. Raider of the dark, the spark when some of this wanna die. You think you can fuck with nemesis? Yo, I stay a threat like offshore bet. Fueling jet, long range jets and cigarettes. 20 to life since birth for credit is debt. Yo, motherfuckers, protect your neck.
Daytime Joker, Nighttime Stalker.
Comes the nighttime stalker. I stalker the dark conditions. The night stalker, a killer machine.
Yo, born with the sinister roulette. Crush it, my fans stay loyal like Russians. Therefore, I represent with the floss. The deeper that I travel from the real, I'm lost. You know my steez, or what the fuck I can't see. The next whack nigga living larger than me, but from the public view, nigga, or should I take it as a clue? I'm me giving up, fuck you, nigga, never in hell. I'ma prevail, keep it real. Even if I never make a meal, I'm a bill. I keep a level-headed, prevent ignorance from spreading in my nature. Original grave digger, my nigga. Crips act rich like pharaohs. Dipped in knife, I'm rolling with beggars like Christ. Fucking Joe. If I never make ducats, doesn't mean to stop dropping signs, cause I love it, yo, I do it for real, Joe.
Nighttime Stalker.
Comes the nighttime stalker. I stalker the dark conditions. The night stalker, a killer machine.
Dear guys.
What was Richard's motive?
To kill.
That's it?
To kill.
Hey man, what? You don't know RJ Payne, nigga?
No fucking RJ Payne, nigga.
Fuck you mean you don't know about RJ Payne?
Fuck RJ Payne, nigga.
Fuck RJ Payne. Nigga, you onion head motherfucker, take this, nigga.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. Cause RJ Payne through the speaker cutting every ear. Bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock a nation without reason on both out.
Silly motherfuckers, listen close what Payne said. Last nigga disrespected GOAT, he brain dead. Pull up on your block with the coat and we aim lead. Now everywhere you go, you get the smoke like it's Bankhead. Trap ridiculous, get conspicuous, rap ridiculous. I'm on fire like a bad batch of syphilis. Snatch back my privileges, back smack the witnesses. Duffel bag boy, bitch, trash bag solicitous. Steady mobbing, Freddy's watching, machete chopping. So much blood it look like confetti dropping. I'm Fetty whopping. Eye closed, hand on the metal, hit every option. Cherry blossom niggas weak as watching Holly Berry boxing. Pussy, still I'm relevant, real intelligence. Chopper long enough to kill an elephant and peel your skeleton. Suckers like to talk like they fly, I'm still a pelican. Fireworks, 4th of July, spill your melanin, woo. Evaporate your thoughts, the ratchet ain't for talk. Walking dead, off with your head, shit, decapitate your corpse. The Avengers, we go to war, you niggas fabricate the talk. But this hammer, got it from Thor, I could assassinate the Hawk. Feeding my audience, we've been recording the stupidest futuristic shit. Ain't no need for DeLorean. Now peep it, the streets been fiending, we keep the emporium. We the GCMB, nigga, we the consortium. Look, click it to your head, click it till you're dead. These bullets will set you free. Now you jiggle with the dreads. Every scripture's a motion picture. You can vision what I said. If I speak of a threesome, you can see the bitches in a bed. Bolder intensity, flow of the century. Cater to none, waving my gun like I'm holding a symphony. Ain't no way you cock blocking the dough that was meant for me. I'm rolling up this hobgoblin. I know the dispensaries is pain. I'm just dropping a tutorial. Rappers get out of pocket, turn your block to a memorial. They too pussy to fight. If we box, I'm destroying you. Just fresh off the presses, I dropped a hot editorial.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. It's RJ Payne through the speaker, cutting every ear. Bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock the nation without reasonable doubt. Boy, here come the pain. Here come the pain. If you ready for them bars, if you ready for that action, you tuned in to the right place, motherfuckers. Redman is in the building, aka Funked Out Brick City, we here. Yes, sir. All you spaghetti leg, onion head motherfuckers, get your bars up. Yo, nephew, no more talking. It's all about that action. RJ Payne, There Will Be Blood. Leatherface, Part 3. Ow! Let's get it!
Terminology.
Check. It's pain. Now smoke this motherfucker. Check. Back on my shit like I never left. Rappers are bitches, I never rest. Package a piff in the ever fresh. Mac with the clip in the leather vest.
I'm trying to think of a counter analogy, but it
also
what
you're telling me is that like blind faith is a good thing. Just no matter how much suffering you go through, just keep the faith.
Nobody said that, bro. It's not blind faith.
That's literally what JS was saying.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's what you keep putting on me. I don't believe in blind faith.
Yeah. So being able to question God is a good thing.
Yes.
And when we question God's actions in Job, it's pretty fucked up actions. Correct?
No. I think it was perfect.
Okay, so it's perfectly fine. So if you have a bet, if me and you have a bet to question, let's say, Chris's loyalty to you.
Eric, you're trying to do a moral claim to this.
One sec.
Now you're claiming Chris is loyal, Terry.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like to give an example, right? To question to if me and Jess had a bet to question whether Chris would be loyal, and then basically what I go I get all these hitmen to wipe out Chris's family, take all his wealth away, all this kind of thing, and then we come back and say, well, yeah, the reason why is because me and JS had a bet. Would you not be like, that's really fucked up? Like, why would you wipe out his family over a fucking stupid bet?
This is a bad analogy because this assumes I'm the god of Chris.
No, but the thing is also you're framing it as the only reason is a stupid bet, and that might not be the reason. That's what you're not realizing in this. You are saying that's the reason.
It's literally in the story. No, Chris, no, I'm not letting you do this. I'm not letting you do this, Chris. Read the start of the story. Read the start of the story. Job 1. Like this whole thing of like, you're just interpreting what the actual reason was. We don't actually know the reason. We do know the reason. It's in the first fucking page.
What's it say that it says it's a bet?
Teriak, according to you, brother, I'm trying to tell you what you're exegeting out of it, and I get it, but that's not saying, are you saying everything in the Bible, there's no debate, what it means is what it means? Because otherwise, why do you think people argue about these things if it is just what it means is what it means, bro?
Yeah. So are you telling me this is not a bet when it says, now was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them, and the Lord said to Satan, from where did you come? So Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro on the earth, and from walking back and forth on it. Then the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man, one who fears God and shuns evil. So Satan answered the Lord and said, does Job Does Job fear God for
Sounds
nothing?
like,
Have you not?
sounds like God and Satan ran into each other, and God's trying to talk to Satan.
Yeah, have you
To
not
be
made
like,
a
hey, what
hedge
the
around
fuck are
him?
you doing? What are you up to?
A better
Yeah,
analogy would
have
be
you not made? Yeah. Let me finish it. Have you not made a hedge around him, around his household, and all around it on every side? Have you blessed the work of his hands and the possessions that have increased in his land? But now stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, and he will surely curse you to your face. And the Lord said to Satan, "Behold, all that he has is in your power. Only do not lay a hand on the person." So Satan went out and from the presence of the Lord. So Satan goes out, wipes out his family, wipes out his possessions.
I'll get you machine life.
Then Satan comes back, and then he says, "Well, he still has his health. So if you take the health away,
Oh,
then
so
he'll definitely
Satan
curse you."
took everything away. Wait. So Satan took everything away from him, and God gave it back. Owl, Teriak, massive owl,
Yes.
brother.
So yeah, no, one sec. But is that not the reason why Satan says? Does Job worship you for nothing? So again, the fact that you guys are putting in the thing of like, but God gives him stuff. So God is great, right? You're proving Satan right with that statement.
But
not
why
why God is great.
why was Job protected?
What you mean? Why is he protected?
Why does Job have the hedge around him?
Because God gave it to him.
No, because he was
Yeah,
righteous.
and then Satan tried to fuck with Job, and God, and ultimately God gave him everything
Job
back that he lost.
earned-
Yeah, that's definitely an owl
Again,
on God.
congratulations.
Right
You
there,
proved
bro.
Satan again. You
Job-
proved Satan right
No,
again.
no.
Job
No,
earned.
Yes, you are.
Job earned the protections that
Does
he
the
had.
text say he's gonna curse him and deny God, or does it say he's
So-
gonna question him, brother?
So
you
Satan.
fucking
So
really
Satan. So one sec. You're not
You're
getting away from this point. So Satan answered the Lord and said,
What's your
"Does
point? I
Job
can address
Job
this, but I'm
fear
leaving
God
it
for
to
nothing?
JS to do.
Hold on.
Does Job fear God for nothing?"
A better analogy is a 5-star general who served his country, and he gets told to go, I don't know, drop some nukes on Japan. And he says, whoa, why should I do this? And they say, don't worry about it. It's the right thing to do. And he goes and does it. He earned those stars and he earned those stripes. Job earned that hedge that was around him. And then his enemy came and said, let me take that down. Let me attack him and see if he turns against you. And he attacked him and he didn't turn against his leader. So
yeah, so it's back to
and
to
then
Chris's
in
point.
the end, he got paid back
No,
double.
address Joss's point, dude. Don't bounce around.
Yeah,
Do you
no,
want to
because
have a discussion
I'm not
or a
letting you
debate,
run away from this
brother?
because Josh had said the same thing, and this is the killer argument that you both admitted to, and now you're just probably going to try and backtrack.
Terry,
Is like,
if I ask you questions, I can win. I can beat you in this debate, but it's JS's debate.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the whole point around this message that you keep saying is like, yeah, but God gave him back everything. That is the point that Satan is trying to make. That you will put up with tyranny so long as you get things from that tyranny.
Job didn't
No,
know.
God
He,
would have had to give
Job
it up
didn't know
front.
he was going to get it back. Boom.
No, he
And also, the devil didn't know God was going to give it back. You're just making up shit,
Like
bro.
the whole. I'm literally. I've been the only one that's actually quoted the exact fucking scripture here, fellas. So like this whole thing, I'm making stuff up. What I'm
Okay,
putting
cool,
to
you
you
have
is
it
the
open in
perspective
front
of
of you. I can also pull it up on the Bible.
Is a different point.
If we look at the ethics or the morals in this story, the mere fact that you haven't said that God is the good guy in this story, it shows me you have no fucking critical thinking in terms of like what is actually moral and what is actually just.
What
God can't always do what we
you're putting human morals on God. Let me quickly lay this out. If I make a video
are you
game,
saying,
do I need to follow the rules of the video game?
Are you saying that we cannot question the morals of God? You're saying that we can't question God.
Teriak,
That's what I'm saying.
do
this whole
I need to
thing.
follow the rules of the video game? If I make a video game, do I need to follow those rules? Or am I beyond the fucking video game, brother? Don't turn God morals and things us humans see as morals onto God. Do you understand how that's a fucking category error? It's a category error, bro.
So we can't question God. You're saying we can't question God.
Chris Jess already made the point.
You just said that we can't question God's
category
morals.
errors, bro.
You could question them all you're the one who's making this case that we cannot question, we cannot understand God. But like I said, we just read the story and that tells us exactly what's going on. So this whole thing of like God works in mysterious ways.
Exactly it. We're having
God
a debate
is not
over what he
always
said.
the good guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
JS
saying, and
made
I'm
that
giving you exactly what's being said, that this is a bet, and you're
Okay,
saying, well, it's
you
not actually a bet, and then I read out the fact that it technically is a bet.
First you lied and said you would question God, and then JS caught you in your lie.
To curse God.
Dude, don't come with your bullshit. And what's worse is we don't even have it open. You have it open, and you're lying about it. That's the bad
I'm not
part
lying
of
about it. I'm not lying about it.
Yeah, you are.
I've
Yeah, you
literally
are.
quoted it directly.
Oh, when you said he would question him, your qualifier was that he would just question God.
Yeah. So ad homs aside,
That's not an ad hom. I'm asking you a question.
The basic questions that I've put in front of you is
Yes,
God a moral person?
Did you say he shouldn't have questioned God?
Yeah. So can I get out the question? So my whole question to you guys is like, do you genuinely think that this is a righteous leader, someone who is deserving of your following, who's literally
besides the human morals, yes.
Yeah, so over the whole kind of like arc of the story, where we start off where God literally accepts this as a bet, and then at the end of it, God shows up and says, "Well, might makes right. So if you had the right hand as powerful as mine, you'd be able to do these things to me, but you don't. So worship me."
You keep saying as a bet,
bro. Do you understand how you're assuming a whole lot of shit? Do you not see that you're just making assumptions about things?
What am I making
Okay,
assumptions
firstly, you're assuming that it's just a frivolous bet. That's your first assumption. Second assumption is that there is a moral claim to God.
Okay, what is it then? If it's not a frivolous bet, what is it?
No, let me finish. That's your second problem.
What is, no, because you're making statements and you're not actually giving like any clarification.
Address my actual arguments. Don't just spurg. What I'm telling you is
you're saying that this is not a bet. So how is this not a bet? Explain to me how it's not a bet.
Away from Job was Satan. Satan took him and tried to fuck with him. And at the end, when he was faithful, what did God do? He blessed him back everything that Satan took from him.
Yes, which
that
is exactly what Satan
righteous,
said.
fucker.
Yeah,
how are you missing the story? No.
But that last statement, one sec, Chris. Just that last statement where he said, "Then God gives him back everything, which is clearly worthy of worship," which is what Satan says. The only reason you'll worship God is because He gives you things. Congratulations.
He did worship God even when he took it away, bro. You're fucking strong.
He wasn't worshiping him. He wasn't worshiping him. He was questioning him. He was demanding that God shows up and explain himself.
Yes, and the passage doesn't say question. Yeah. It says curse and deny you, fucker.
Yeah. Which is what he was doing. If you follow the dialogue between him and his friends,
assuming that's what he was doing because you're doing shitty exegesis right now.
I'm reading the story.
You are exegete. You are doing your own exegesis, and you are very incorrect and making leaps.
I'm not making leaps.
You're leaping.
You're talking about blind faith. Job knew God.
Can I get the counter here? Because this is what I'm saying. It goes on to where Chris goes on a fucking huge monologue, doesn't address anything that I'm saying, and then flips it back. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, right? This, what you've said multiple times, Chris has said it, and JS has said this, which is what you keep ignoring, and just say, "Oh, well, you're just not reading the story wrong," right? But you're not actually able to give a counterexample.
I'm not.
Is that Satan says the only reason why you will worship God is because He gives you things, and you keep saying that God is just and God is good because He gave back all the things. He doesn't say that, which is what Satan's point was.
He doesn't say that to Job. He says that to God.
Yes. So he was right.
He wasn't right.
He was, because
Job doesn't
just claim
curse
that God is the good guy.
Job curses himself, and he curses his days, but he never curses God. He gets close, but he doesn't.
Yeah. So what has been said multiple times is, well, God is clearly the good guy in the story because He gives Job back everything at the end. But that's at the very beginning. This is what Job is saying. This is what Satan is saying to God, that the only reason why they worship you is because you give them stuff, which is what you've just proven multiple times now.
No, JS's perfect example was you're going off of blind faith. That was his perfect.
Yeah, it's not blind faith. Faith is the evidence of things hoped for and the proof of things not seen. It's evidence and proof. Job has seen the evidence and the proof, and he's earned his stripes. He has the hedge around him because he earned it, because he followed God and he saw the evidence of it. Then when those things fall away, when his family starts dying, a tornado hits his house, and he loses his kids, he loses his flocks. What does he do? He starts to question God. He says, "Why are you doing this to me, God? Why are you doing this to me, God?" And God says, "Listen, Job, I hang the stars in the balance. You can't even comprehend this. Everything happens the way it happens because I say it's going to happen that way. Don't worry about it.
Follow me because I Right. So follow me because I tell you not to know.
Right, but it's not blind.
Sounds like that's the blind part to me.
How is it
Guys,
blind?
if God is giving him a
If you're doing something
command,
without a reason, that you don't know other than I told you, how is that not blind?
That's blind
okay,
faith.
listen quickly again, you guys make the category error where you say God says, trust me, I know what I'm doing. How is he forcing Job to trust him if he's asking him to fucking trust him? You guys keep fucking with the words.
He's not asking. He doesn't ask. He shows up and he basically says, if you were as powerful
But
as
he
me.
has chosen to not worship God, you fucking idiots. Come on.
You're arguing.
So it wasn't for fuck's sake.
Why are you
no. Yeah.
Hold on.
Calm
Regardless,
down, Chris.
regardless, Teriak, you're arguing that God is the bad guy here and Satan is the good guy.
Clearly.
That's your argument.
Yeah. If you're willing to wipe out someone's family over a bet, you're clearly fucking the bad guy.
You keep saying a bet.
It wasn't a bet, was it?
Okay. What was it then? If it wasn't a bet, what was it?
What
a test of faith?
What does God get? What does God get?
Oh,
if he
okay,
wins
a test of
this?
faith.
Yeah,
sounds like a bet to me.
What does he get? He gets the soul.
He already has it.
Yeah, it's not a bet if one guy owns all of the chips. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
a bet requires you winning something and losing something. Nothing was wagered. It wasn't a bet. Stupid fucking equivocation
They
again.
didn't even include Job on the secret, right?
Yeah, I don't like you using the word bet.
It was a test of faith. It wasn't a bet. Okay, like we're getting that pedantic.
Okay, no, well, it's not pedantic because
are you telling me that like you've owned the only
you're
time
saying
you
it's a bet, which implies that God
It's
wins
to avoid
something
things
out
like
of
what
this.
you're doing, Teriak. It's to avoid what you're doing, and it clearly didn't even help.
What am I
so
doing?
That's why we got to get pedantic, because stupid
What am I
shit like
doing?
this comes
Yeah,
up.
but if it doesn't matter if it's a bet or not, then like why are you saying, oh, it's not a bet? It's not a bet. It's a
What
test
up,
of
Machine
faith.
Lies? Good to
Sounds like
see
a bet.
you. I have
Yeah, blessings.
Yep.
But you're stressing the bet part, Teriak.
I'm not stressing. What I'm saying
You're
is
doing
that
that to make it sound
fundamentally,
like-
whatever you want to call
You're
it,
making
a test
it
of
sound
faith,
like
a bet,
God
or whatever.
and Satan
Once-
are up
let me
here
finish.
playing craps for Joel's soul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're playing games. They're playing games.
No,
Basically
God
playing games.
knew. God already knew Job is going to be fine. Go ahead, test him.
Yeah, so
See
then
what
why
happens.
did he why well then why would God have to show up? I mean, why wouldn't God just explain, yeah, I had a test of faith with you. That's all this was.
The only reason God shows up and talks to he talks to Job because I believe that Job is actually not a literal story. There was no actual person called Job there, based off when it's written and when it takes place. It's a story. It's a myth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when God talks to Job and Job is crying out to him, and God says, "Let me explain to you, Job. This is outside of your pay grade. This is above you. Don't worry about it. Bad things happen to good people. Just keep having faith, and it will work out in the end." And guess what? It works out in the end for Job. At the end of Job, he's watching his children and his grandchildren. He lives to be 140 years old, and he's watching them live, and he's watching them live their life. And when he goes to heaven, he has the kids that he lost, and he gets back not just twofold, but he gets back multiple fold what he lost in that time. So this is a archetypal story of when you're doing everything right. It seems like you're doing everything good in your life and bad things seem to happen. You keep at it and it works out in the end. That's the story. And God is the one that makes that happen, not Satan. Satan's the one that wants you to turn away from God. And what would have happened if Job would have said, "Fuck you, God. You're an asshole. I like this Satan guy. He's the good guy in the story." Job would have ended up miserable. Job's everything would have crashed down around him. It would have been,
And then Satan would have actually won.
Satan would have won.
Then Satan would have won and been right.
Yeah.
Again, I keep like because you keep going on this like roundabout circle or like this arc, where it's like you're just taking like 2 minutes to try and explain his position. But I keep pointing out this test of faith is the reason why God done this, and he wipes out his family, wipes out all his riches, everything. Right? And then you say to me, but God's actually the good guy because he gives him back all the stuff at the end of the story.
But God already knew how it was going to turn out.
That's what Satan said.
There was no doubt. There was no doubt in God's mind of how it was going to turn out because God already knew how it was going to turn out.
Yes, but again, we put these same actions on any person, and you're like, no, that person's a fucking.
You can't put these actions on persons. It's above your pay grade.
We cannot question God. We cannot question God, which is like what you're saying at the very beginning. Like, we should never question God.
No, you
God's
can
authority.
question God.
Oh yeah.
In your time of need, you can cry out to God. You can question God. You can ask God, why? And God's gonna say, because I said so.
Yeah, which is tyranny.
Okay, well, yeah, it's
because if any government, like for any things they're putting in, let's say like the C-19 thing or whatever the fuck, like if they just said just trust us, bro. Like
if I have a righteous leader, and I ask him, why are you doing this to us? Why are you sending us into this battle? And he says, because I said so, I'm not going to question him. When I was a child,
and
I asked my parents, why do I need to clean up my room? And they said, because I said so. Well, you have two options. You either don't clean your room and you get punished, or you clean your room because your parents said so. Is that tyranny? Is a parent over a child tyranny?
What? Clean your room? Like why? Because I said so. Like that would be tyrannical. Like explain to the kid that like you want to clean your room because everything's you give them the actual reason of why.
It just sounds soft. It just sounds soft.
You give them an objective reason of why they want to clean their room.
All right, well, if that's what you think tyranny is, then God's a tyrannical God. He's a meanie.
Just by saying because I said so, that is literally.
He's a big meanie.
Like I keep pointing out that the fact that it's like because I said so is like a dangerous justification to accept.
Right, but here's the problem: like, not every kid is gonna get it, right, Tariq? No,
possibly not. No, but again, that doesn't say okay, we're just going to be tyrannical.
So it's impossible to assume that you can explain to all kids through reason, right?
Yes, but you're not kids.
Clean their room.
Yeah.
What am I gonna walk you through the steps of life when you're a child? You don't, and that's what it talks about in Job. It says you don't understand.
So we shouldn't teach kids anything then.
You have no understanding. You can't comprehend these things. You don't hang Orion's belt in the balance. You don't. Can you unleash Orion's belt?
But we know at the very start of the story, this is the whole kind of like excuse that's given us. Like we cannot know what God's intentions were.
Yes, I'm not going to explain to a child. Why is that so
difficult to understand?
we can read the start of the story where
Job was to God as a child is to his father. Job was to God as a child is to his father. It's why he's called the father. He didn't need to explain it to him. I get you don't like it, Teriak, and it upsets you, but it's very logical.
It sounds mean.
We have
tyrannical.
No, one second, let me clarify. But you are trying to act as though we don't have that.
Sounds like some damn commie gobbledygook.
Yeah, what you guys are trying to say is that we just don't know why God done this, but we know why God done this to Job.
No, you keep stating that.
So we don't know. We don't know why God done this.
That is just an assertion.
So, Chris, are you saying that we don't know why God done this to Job?
Multiple times, brother. I've explained it to you multiple times.
So,
I'm tired and I'm working and I'm going to go now.
Are you saying we don't know why God done this in the book? We don't know why God done this to Job.
Look, Tariq,
you know every reason why God had to do that. Yes. Yeah, Tariq, that makes fucking perfect sense, brother.
So the whole side of the book where Satan and God are having the dialogue, that like we cannot interpret that.
That can't be a parable or analogy that leads you into the story and the significance of the story. Do you understand that?
Right.
So why is
you incapable of understanding that?
So why is that the book we're incapable of understanding that?
When a kid reads something,
you were incapable of understanding multiple parts of the story, it seems. So clearly it's your indication that's like why of the problem, brother.
Why with the ad-hom?
Hold on.
Are you saying that we cannot understand why God done this to Job?
Wait. Let Machine Lies say what he was about to say.
Job 38. Because Job 38:26 it says he causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. He has not left himself without testimony to his goodness. So it's pretty clear the reason there, right? It tells you the reason, right? It's right. I mean,
what's the reason?
Why does God send rain to the desert where nothing grows?
Yeah, but again,
are you claiming that God doesn't have that power?
Yeah, I'm claiming that we get God's reason or rationale for why he done the suffering to Job at the start of the book.
Teriak, when an eagle eats a fish, why does that fish die? That poor fish.
We get the reason.
What a tyrannical
it
God.
On the just and the unjust.
We get the reason from the story at the start of the book.
Yeah, why are we able to measure natural forces and stuff and determine natural forces and stuff? It's because it rains on the just and the unjust alike. God has power. Okay, why does it rain in the desert where nothing grows? It has A, the power, and B, it's for God's pleasure. That's the reason.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the book of Job. I'm talking about the book of Job.
That's in the book of
so
Job.
The reason,
Teriak.
yeah, the reason why God
he just read
the suffering
you
of
said
Job
I'm the only one
to win a
quoting
bet.
verses, and he just gave you a verse from Job.
Yeah, where God is basically justifying it by might is right. And what I'm saying is, but why is the reason that God caused the suffering to Job? And we know that from the start of the book when he's having the dialogue with Satan. But you guys are sitting here saying, well, we actually don't know why God done all the suffering to Job, but we do. It's at the start of the book.
Teriak,
that's what I'm trying to explain.
It's wild talking to you because the first time I talked to you, you called me out as a fake Christian because I said, I don't know, I said something about free will or the Trinity or something, and you said I'm a fake Christian, and you were like all gun-ho Christian, and now you're saying that Satan is the good guy in Job. Like I don't, I'm. It's hard. It's tough for me to place you, and so
yeah, that's fair criticism. Like I've gotten the same criticism.
It's not. It's not even about what we're talking about. I'm just throwing it out
critique.
there.
It was probably a better word. Yeah, it's a fair critique.
Well, you'll always find what you're looking for, and he's looking for the devil, and he found him. He's wanting to.
Well, he believes in free will, so he can't.
This is what I'm saying. Like this is why Christians will call me Satanist, but I'm not actually Satanist. You know what I mean? Because like the Anton LaVey is a charlatan, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because A, you're assuming free will, and B, you're assuming that God has to follow the same moral rules as man, right? So you're assuming those two things, right? But but if God is all powerful, none of those things have to be true, right?
Yeah. So, but what you're saying is that like your base is kind of like you're kind of ignoring the scriptures, the stuff I point out in the scriptures, and they were kind of saying, well, God is good because God is good.
But so
why does God send rain to the desert where nothing grows? It's because of his pleasure. God has the power to do these things. It says it clearly says why.
And why did God cause suffering to Job?
So if God is tyrannical and Satan gives you freedom, why aren't you a liberal? Like why don't you support liberal freedom?
For example,
bodily autonomy and abortion. Why are you against abortion?
Because for example, a lot of these quote unquote liberals have like basically become a religion themselves to the point where in this whole trans movement thing, they're justifying.
Yeah, it sounds like they're
justifying giving hormones, all this kind of shit to kids. Whereas if you were to actually be a liberal, you'd say, well, no, I wouldn't go near the kids. But anyone who's over 18, if they want to cut the dick off, I have no arguments against them cutting their dick off. You know what I'm saying? What I'm doing is I'm being logically consistent.
Your logic has changed. Your logic changes every month, but
But this is what I'm saying. Like I confront you with the Book of Job, and then it's like, well, we can't know why God does these things.
I'll agree if you want to call if a child questions their parents and says, "Why do I have to clean my room?" and they say, "Don't worry about it because I said so." If you want to call that tyrannical, then yeah, God's a tyrannical, mean guy.
Well, yeah, if you basically like if your son was 18 and had a family and a bunch of wealth and you wiped out his family and his wealth,
that's essentially what it is. When you get married and have a family and one of your kids dies of cancer and you say, "Why, God, why?" and he said, if God were to answer this question like he does in Job.
I had a bet with Satan.
He said, no. He says, "Don't worry about it. I hang the whole universe in the balance." And
yeah, but the actual reason was because he had a bet with Satan.
That's not
because this is what you guys ignore. This is what you say. Well, God works in mysterious ways.
This is why I go to it's an archetypal story. It's about the problem of evil.
When you say these things that God can go ahead and say, just go ahead and do it because I say so. That's the blind part of it. Do it because I say so. You wouldn't even comprehend or understand.
It's
so
not,
do it because I say so.
It's not
That's
blind
the
though.
part.
It's not blind though. A child does not blindly rely on their parents. They rely
yes,
on
they do because they don't understand. And until a certain
they rely
age,
on their
until a
parents
certain
because
level,
their parents protect them. Their parents
right.
gave
But
them
you
life.
just said they don't rely on the parents, and then they do rely on the parents.
But then, JS, at a certain level, again, guess what? Then they're able to think for themselves. Where you explain to them, and then it's not blind anymore. And you say, if you go in the traffic, you will die. Now that you know what and you understand what death is, you will die. But you don't as a baby because they wouldn't understand it, or as a toddler, they wouldn't understand it. You make them follow your orders because you tell them so.
When a kid has faith in what their parents say, it's not blind. It comes from evidence of their parents protecting them and proof of the benefits they get from that. So they're living life, and every time I need something, I go to my parents. Every time.
But then that goes to Teriak's credit. Then when you say then God only you only do it for God's rewards.
Yeah, but you said something interesting there. You said that not only did the parents give the person the knowledge and stuff, but they also gave him the faculty, meaning that they couldn't have done it themselves if the parents hadn't given them the ability to do it. So that's what God is saying in Job, that you don't have the ability to question God without God giving you the faculty.
Okay, so why does God inflict the suffering onto Job?
Yeah, he wouldn't even be questioning him if it wasn't for him. If it wasn't for God,
why are there paraplegic people?
Don't run from this. Don't run from this, Machine Eyes. Machine Eyes, why does God?
Because despite all of the suffering of life, it's worth everything, right?
Does God ever give you the faculties to
refuse to die?
Hold on, Machine. Does God ever give you the faculties to understand His plan? Ever?
God gave all of us the faculties to understand all of the plans.
Okay, so now we can understand God.
Does God have power?
So confused.
Do you guys think that God has power?
This is what I'm saying. King. Like, okay, Machine Eyes, like, answer the question.
Hold on. Now you answer my question. No, I answered your question. Now you answer mine. This is the thing with Tariak. He doesn't answer questions. I've debated.
No, you didn't answer my question. I literally just answered your question.
I did listen.
What I'm asking you is,
your question. Now you answer my question.
Yeah, you guys had a debate about
is God all powerful
versus Muslims.
Yeah. Do we know why God
is God all powerful?
Condone the suffering of? Oh, yes, he is. Okay, I answered your question. Yes, he is. I answered your question. So my question is, do we know the reason why God caused the suffering of Job?
That was a pretty good debate, but it turned into just a Trinity debate.
He didn't cause it. He did not cause it. He didn't stop it, but he didn't cause it.
Oh, okay. So one sec. The Lord said to Satan, very well, then everything he has is in your power, but onto the man himself, do not lay a finger. So is this not God saying, yeah, it's okay to take away all the shit? Because like the same, yeah. So like this is what I'm saying. Like this whole thing of like, oh well, God didn't think, like the whole reason why is because he makes this thing, and then God says to Satan, yeah, go out and
Why do you
do
think
this.
Satan went to God? Maybe
so God
Satan was scared.
Yeah. But again, doesn't actually contend with the point. What I'm saying is that like this, like God causes the suffering to Job. So then I asked the question, why does God cause the suffering to Job? And then it's literally, well, we can't even question that. We don't even know why, even though it's literally in the very first page of the book, why God condones, or whatever word you want to use in terms of this suffering to Job. We know why it is. You guys go into this whole thing of like, well, we can't actually know what God's true intentions are, and God works in mysterious ways, and like all these non-answers, when we can just read the book and say, yeah, it's literally a bet or a test of faith for Job, which is
nobody said. I didn't hear anybody say that there's no reason behind it.
In the end, Job knew he was going to be rewarded blindly because that's what God told him, and then that goes to Satan's credit, because Satan said, he doesn't question you as long as he has these things. You took him away, he questioned you. You gave him back, he stopped questioning you.
Exactly.
Good faith. Did he tell Job that he would be rewarded in the end?
No, Satan tells.
Don't worry.
Satan tells God.
Do what I say.
I mean,
Satan tells God the only reason why he will worship you is because you give him things. So God takes away the things. Then Job starts to question, And he's like, oh, well,
Yeah,
this
I
doesn't
mean,
make any sense. And then
I mean,
God gives him back the stuff, and then everyone's like,
I mean, you just assume
Alhamdulillah.
that, yeah, you just assume that whoever gave you the faculty to question owes you an explanation. I mean, it doesn't stand to reason why that's necessary.
No, machine. What I'm saying is we have the explanation. It's at the start of the fucking book.
Job didn't
Stop
even
acting like we don't have
sway.
the explanation when we do have the explanation.
No. You
What's
guys.
the explanation? What's the explanation that you're giving?
It was a
What's the
test of
fucking
faith. It was a
explanation
bet between God and Satan. That's why.
No, you said it was a bet, and everybody disagreed with that. It's not a bet at all. So you're fucking.
Or a test of faith. A test of faith. It's the same fucking meaning.
No,
it's not the same.
So it's
Those are
not a
two
test of
different
faith.
fucking things.
So that's not a test of faith.
Test of faith and bet are two different things.
Okay, so what's the difference?
I guess you could argue it's a bet over Job's soul.
Yeah,
exactly. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like this, how
I
disingenuous
said-
conversation is. Like, well, it's not technically a bet. It's a test of faith.
Well, this is
Even
the
if we say
problem, is
test of
that-
faith,
is
it's the
that
same
in-
same meaning.
Is that
One sec,
in
machine.
his
One sec.
example, he's
What
not
you're saying is we
assuming the
don't know
ideas of
why.
Soul. He's not assuming that God is all powerful. Right? So if God is all powerful, then he has the ability to do this.
Soul. I said
He has
that.
the capacity to
In
do
the end,
this. You know,
God
and
gets his
if there's
soul.
a
That's what
soul,
God
then it's not
He wins
over
his soul.
after the earthly injustices are done. I mean, right? There's still a whole nother plane where this is happening. I mean, right? That you're not even considering.
No, again, what I
He's
kept
considering
asking
the
you was,
material plane.
And in my mind,
what
the
is
reason why I say it's not a bet is because it's not a bet if I already know that the dice are going to land on 7 every time. Like,
okay, yeah, but we can just say test of faith then.
it's not even a test of fate. It's just
okay,
like
Right, but
you see how we have to define this like in such a way that it doesn't make God look bad. It's like, oh well, it's not a bet, it's not a bet.
Make
But
God
test of
look
faith
bad. I
bet,
don't care,
whatever,
bro.
Yeah,
I
but
just
whatever
said-
you want to call it, JS.
I just
Whatever
said,
you want to call
I just
it.
said the Bible condones slavery. I'm not scared of making God look
Yeah.
bad to the world.
But this,
I'm
but
saying
the
you're
others are, but
wrong.
this is what I'm
and that
saying.
Satan is not the good guy in this story, and God is the bad guy. I
Wait,
don't think
so
you
you and Shiva
I don't
have
think you
the
have any
same
understanding of what good and evil really are. You think you do, but you
God
don't.
owns Teriak, but I bet Teriak won't admit to it. He owns you.
Well, it depends on
Oh,
what you mean by
he will
God.
do
It depends on what you mean by God.
I didn't hear specifically. I didn't hear Teriak say that he thought Satan was the good guy.
That
He just
was
thought- he
well.
just
That's
said
what
that-
he. That's what he messaged me
Oh, he
and said.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's what he messaged you. I
That's-
was gonna say
that's his
I
argument.
can make that case.
Yeah,
The only premise I was going to say is all he's saying is that in this specific story, Satan was correct.
But that's what I'm saying, King.
How was Satan
The
correct?
word Satan
Satan
is
was
not what they
wrong.
have, the image they have in their head. When I say Satan, the image in their head is like the robot devil.
Wait.
Right?
How
That's,
was
that's their image.
How was
When
Satan
I'm using
correct?
Satan, when
let
I'm
me
using
ask Terry
Satan,
a
I'm just
question.
using the word simply adversary. The one who opposes.
The accuser.
Satan was correct because in the end, God rewarded him.
Yeah.
He knew God would reward him because he had faith.
And not only
That's
that,
not what
not
Satan
only that,
said.
people
No,
who
no,
read
no,
the story
no,
will
hold on.
justify God's actions
No,
because
no,
God gave
no,
everything back at the end.
No. The ending part. Take the ending totally out of the story. Satan said, "If I test Job, he will turn against you," and Job never does. He curses his own life. He curses the earth, but he never curses
But
God.
why doesn't he go? Why doesn't he turn against God, Jay? Why?
Because he loves God. Because he knows
that
the
in
truth.
the end, that he knows that in the end, he will be rewarded.
He doesn't know that. Like dude.
What are you talking about?
He doesn't know the future. Job
what are you-
can't
what are you
see the
talking about?
future.
What
Job
are you
can't see the
talking about?
future.
JS, what are you talking about? Every Christian knows that in the end they will be rewarded.
With what?
Everlasting life.
With eternal
Eternal
life.
life,
You know
yeah.
that we're talking about the book of Job, which takes place before Moses. They didn't know. They didn't know that Jesus was going to come and give us eternal salvation. They didn't know any of that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't
pulling
know.
Jesus into the story now.
I don't know the book. I'll admit that. I don't know the book. I'm just going.
I didn't bring
off of
Jesus
the
into the
that
story.
I've
I
seen.
said they didn't know that was going to happen in the future. We don't see the future. So if Job is a real man, all he knows is I praise God and I have a great life. Now all of a sudden I'm praising God and my life sucks. His family
then they were
dies.
judged by
He
their
doesn't
works,
curse
right?
God. His wife dies. He doesn't curse God. His kids die. He doesn't curse God. He loses his farm. He doesn't curse God. Then he gets plague, and now he's
After this,
now
Job
he's physically
opened his
ill,
mouth and the
he's
curse
falling
the day
over,
of his birth.
and now he starts to say, "I wish I was dead." And why are you doing this to me, God? And God says, Job, I'm in charge here. And you don't understand these things. You don't understand why the universe works the way it does. Just keep having faith. And Job keeps having faith. And then all of that stuff is healed and he gets back more. He doesn't know.
Which is what Satan's point is. Which is what the adversary's point is.
Satan's point.
Is that it does not matter what this leader does, so long as they give you things, you will worship them.
No.
You will never question them, so long as they give you things.
You're
You said God told it. You said God told Job to have faith. Have faith in what?
In me. In him. I am in him.
Right. That I will what? That I will take care of you. Right?
He doesn't say that exactly. It's actually pretty
No, but
harsh. He kind of just says, don't worry about it.
Yeah, just don't question God. That's what God's saying. Don't question me.
Yeah. And Job,
but we know why.
And Job,
yeah, but we know why God caused suffering.
And Job follows that, not knowing whether he's going to die tomorrow or not, and he reaps the benefits. Satan never said that. That was not part of the deal.
Yeah.
The Job getting back double was not part of the deal. Satan says, if I take everything Job has, he will curse you. And God says, okay, go ahead and take everything he has, but don't touch him. And so Satan takes everything he has, and Job doesn't curse God. And then Satan crawls.
One sec.
Hold on. No,
Job does say, Job does
finish.
say, after this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his own birth.
He cursed his life. He doesn't curse God.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he curses God for being born.
I have it open to that page right here. Look, it's all I got it already.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's suffering so bad. He's like, I didn't even want to be born.
That's you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead.
I'm not jumping ahead.
You are jumping ahead because first the tornado hits, or I say tornado, but it doesn't say tornado. But basically, a windstorm knocks over Job's house. His family dies. He loses his farm, and Job's fine at that point. He's a little upset, but he's fine. Then Satan comes back again a second time, and he says, "Well, you didn't let me touch Job. Can I touch Job? Can I do something to Job?" And God says, "You know what? Job got this. My boy Job got this. He ain't gonna waver. Go ahead. Give him leprosy." And then Satan gives Job leprosy. And Job is laying on the ground. His skin's rotting off of him. He's lost his family. He's lost his kids. He's lost his house. And then at that point, Job curses his own life. He doesn't curse God. He curses his own life. He says, "Why am I alive? God, why did you put me here to go through this?" And God says, "Job, you're not in control. I'm in control. I got this. Have faith." And Job has faith. And then in the end, Job is rewarded twice what he lost. Job, Satan, that's not part of the bet that you're talking about. That's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, good argument.
Yeah,
were they not
yeah,
judged by their works?
like I said, the main. Okay.
You
Go
say,
ahead.
I mean, you say blind faith, but it's actually just a pretense to knowledge that you have, right? Because the fact is that, like, say there's a monastery, right? And there's like a father there, right? And he gives one of his monks money to distribute to the poor, right? And the guy gives, he finds 3 people, and he gives one guy a lot, he gives another guy a little, and he gives another guy a medium amount. What's wrong with what he did?
I'm not sure how this relates to what we're talking about with Job.
Well, just answer his question.
No, technically, don't know. There's nothing wrong with what he done. And
so, if God has given people faculties to perceive and question reality, and he gives one guy a lot, gives another guy a little, and gives another guy a medium amount, what's the problem with that? How's it unjust?
I just said there's no problem with that. And how does
Okay,
this
so
relate
what's,
to Job?
what's the problem that you have with what God's doing?
Yeah, so we go back to Job, and then I say the only reason why you're worshiping God is because you think He'll give you things, which is what Satan says in the story. And then we
I
get
just
into
disproved
one,
that.
one
I just
sec, one
disproved
sec.
that.
That's actually
We
a
get-
really
we
good
we-
point. I
one
like
sec.
that.
God does not give you things
we
because
get
you
in.
worship him. That's
we-
the whole fucking
we
point of the
get
story
in-
that
we
you're
get
missing.
in-
That's
so-
the
so-
whole point of the
again,
story that you
it's
fucking
constant.
missed.
It's constant interruption when I'm in the middle of making a fucking point.
Yeah,
and
but
I listen to that
this
whole
is-
fucking story and
this
I
is
don't
a-
interrupt.
You've been
This is
speaking right
crazy.
now for 20 minutes and I've been quiet, dude. Like,
what
this is the first time I
no,
jumped in
I
to say
haven't.
one
I
thing.
actually haven't been
And
speaking.
now you keep
I haven't been
constantly
speaking.
interrupting me.
You've had the
Do you want to continue? Do you want to continue?
All
Because
right,
like I said,
it's a
I've answered
visible-
multiple
it's a visible
questions.
thing. I asked one fucking question and this guy keeps interrupting me. But all right.
No, that's actually a good point because it's like
I answered your question in good faith.
Okay,
the
cool,
people who are gonna have faith in
Yeah.
God and
So
serve
what's your
God-
issue?
Yeah, you could be a bitch or you could talk about the issue.
Why
Go
are you
ahead.
getting pissed off? Why are you getting pissed off?
Yeah, you're acting like a little bitch and everybody sees it, dude.
How am I acting like a little bitch?
Why can't you
I've
answer the
literally-
question?
I've- I
Why
literally-
don't you
I
talk
answered
about
the
the issue
question.
that I just?
You go.
Why can't?
you
Why
give
don't you
a full
answer the
analogy.
question of the issue that I just fucking
Yeah,
raised to you?
so
buddy?
I did. I'll
You wanna
explain.
talk
I'll
about
explain
how
what just
talking-
happened. I'll explain what just
All right,
happened.
cool.
Basically, what happened was Machine Life gave this whole analogy of like, okay, like there's this monastery, and then the father gives the students
What
some
he's
coins,
saying
and
is
then
that the
gives them,
people-
he
Yeah, he doesn't
distributes
get it.
them, and
He
then he
doesn't fucking
distributes
get
them
it.
unevenly. Is there anything wrong with that? And then I say no, and then I start to tie it back to like what we're talking
you
about with
got
Job,
cooked.
and then you interrupt me.
I
Yeah,
think, I
so
think,
as
I
I was
think what
relating
he's
this,
getting at is
yeah.
that the people that
So
have
as-
faith in God and are children of God are going to serve God regardless of whether they have a little or a
Yeah, so
medium
can
or
I
a
can I explain
lot.
the counterpoint now? Can I explain the counterpoint?
Go ahead.
So this is completely unrelated to Job because what we see in Job is this guy has things. Satan walks along and says, the only reason why he's worshiping you or he's so like righteous and all stuff is because he has all these things. So then they go away, they take away all this shit, and then Job starts to question God. It's like I don't deserve this bullshit
Yeah,
punishment.
you're wrong about that
And
one.
then
You never questioned God.
one sec.
So,
See
so
what
we
I'm
already
saying?
went
See what
through
I'm saying
that.
about the
JS
interruption?
just proved you
See
wrong
what I'm
about
saying?
that. He just proved you fucking
See
wrong
what I'm
about
saying?
Amon Hillman is right now.
But if it's not part of the atheist code of Austin, generally you're gonna be influenced not by Abrahamic culture that you might as well converge into an Abrahamist, unless you're a polytheist of some kind. But then again, there's a lot of Abrahamists that are kind of polytheistic because they have their angels and their saints and their idols. So it's
I think Abrahamic is such a broad label that it really means nothing, right? Because if you're talking about Jews, Christians, and Muslims, then you can basically add any belief you want.
Yeah,
you know,
pretty
because that's a broad enough philosophy to add. Like you could have God be either more deist or more of a personal being, depending on whether you go from Jew to Muslim.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's literally you could allow for so much nonsense, right? So I think that's terribly imprecise, right?
Yeah,
You know,
but religion's imprecise anyway, so I'm not upset with it. I mean, the atheist code of Austin's definitely they're fundamentalists. They're fundamentalist, anti-Christian. It's like so they're more Christian than you use, I would say, because they're fundamentalist, anti-Christian. They read the Bibles every day to say how bad it is.
well, I mean, it could be argued that atheism would be impossible without Christianity, right?
I would argue that.
Because it's like who allowed them to be atheists?
Exactly.
Right? Like they could have just said, like, if you're atheist, we'll just kill you or remove you from the society.
But yeah, who allowed you to be atheists? You're talking about God more than they do in church.
Right.
Your language betrays you. I mean, because if God didn't exist, why bother talking about him? And they don't just kind of talk about him. They talk about him every single day. They have shows every single day. On Sunday, I have shows going on like 7 hours straight. So
yeah, definitely, James. He was no, but I was saying he was talking with some of the ortho bros, namely Chris Lestrange.
Yeah, I know him.
But yeah, J.S. Urban is not really an ortho bro. He's more sophisticated with his arguments. He's more of like a Protestant. Or I think he's more influenced by studying the Bible himself. I don't think he necessarily believes in the Trinity either, and he definitely doesn't believe in free will. So he's a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't believe in either of those things, Trinity or free will. Isaiah 45 and Romans 9 downs that notion, and it's really, I don't know where people like Tommy and I-Fi get their free will, the notion of free will from, but it's not the Bible.
Yep.
Because neither of them cite any Bible verses to support their claim. It's just a cultural artifact.
Well, Chris Lestrange, he literally said, well, you can only go to the church to have them interpret the scripture for you. So I think he's an ortho bro for sure.
Yes, he is an ortho bro. Which they say, Gutenberg press bad, only let your church daddy interpret the Bible for you.
But I'm not sure with the other guys that were there for sure. James Life Talks. But yeah, we're also on Twitch. What the hell?
Yeah, we're on Twitch.
Holy smokes.
Might as well be on Twitch. It's a video game stream.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you're really taking advantage of the multi-platform thing here. That's incredible.
Heck yeah. I like getting leverage. You know me. But
yeah, we are the Machine Lives. We're on YouTube for the people that are out there. And yeah, we do a show on Wednesday night and Saturday night. We usually talk about technology, spirituality, philosophy, religion, science, history of philosophy, history of science, history of religion, that sort of thing.
Welcome, James Life Talks.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, blessings, James. Good to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. What's up, Cynthia?
What's up, Cynthia?
Hey, Cynthia.
Hello.
What's up, homies? I heard what you said about chones. That was funny. Chones.
I won't share my chones.
I won't share my chones. Yeah, I didn't know that what that word meant, but yeah, blessings.
Thank you. Yeah, that's always a thing. Chones.
Yeah, I like learning new words.
How's everybody's Saturday going? Hope it's Saturday where y'all are.
It is Saturday where I am. Unfortunately, this is my last day of my vacation, but I want to get something done, not do more useless drama that doesn't get resolved. I'm going to play a video game instead because at least I can win it.
Yeah, Hank was saying he was unimpressed with Tarek's showing earlier.
Oh yeah. Well, he's really on a little mission to kick up chaos.
Well, he just started streaming out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere. I mean, so that's interesting.
It wasn't out of nowhere. It's just he couldn't get the airtime he wanted on other people's shows, mainly OTW show, because OTW is a clown.
I think it's because he started platforming Snafu again. So he's like, all right, I'm just going to start my own fucking show at this point.
Yeah, that too. And I'm still waiting for YouTube payday to find out if OTW forks over money to Officer Snaps. I just had to wait for Snaps to brag about it if he gets it, or complain about it if he doesn't get it. So it's going to come out at around June 22nd, anyways.
Because I feel like that's what Sasquatch was going up there to do. He was trying to be like, you shouldn't platform Snafu.
Yes, exactly.
He tried to throw a monkey wrench in the whole show. He's like, look, he's like, why is this guy calling me a PDF?
Exactly.
So that's just what this dude does, though.
Yeah.
Like, why ask why?
But am I the only one that correlates his brain injury with being infected and dirty as to his outburst behavior?
Dirty? What do you mean dirty?
Like, if you have wounds and you don't take care of them, they become infected, they become pus, they become crusty.
I don't know. The human body is tenacious. I mean, you could sustain tons of injuries. But have you heard of like Phineas Gage or whatever?
Yes.
The what?
Phineas Gage.
Yeah, he got a railroad spike to his head and his personality changed.
Yeah, he became a totally different person.
How do we know Snaps isn't a totally different person? Like, did you?
We don't.
I don't know.
All we know is who he is now.
Yeah, if you see when he puts his head down or turns it, you can see how it's caved up top. Have y'all seen that?
I don't know. I never saw that.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
It looks like, it's indented in.
Yeah, that makes me feel real bad for him. But yeah, the thing is that people are, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily chalk that up to like OTW.
Oh, no.
Because it's like OTW, he's on another kick where he's like, I don't think that's necessarily why OTW News is having him on or why he's the only one to have Snafu on. I think it's
Joker
because,
maxing. OTW's Joker maxing.
Exactly, he's Joker maxing. Yeah, exactly, Hank. Yep.
What's Joker maxing?
Explain it, Hank.
Yeah, so pretty much he's just making messes. He's just trying to have a circus instead of doing anything productive. He's just staring at chaos for his own entertainment. He just wants to watch the world burn. That's all.
He's following his daddy Paul too. So.
Yes, Pussy Paul. I don't even call Paul a daddy. He doesn't act like a daddy. It's like Snafu's both of their daddies as far as
but what I mean by that is that Paul and Slave literally had the circus tent in the background with Snafu. So like he literally did that. He literally did he literally did what OTW is doing now.
He had the music.
Yeah, so this was like a year ago. It's like we're seeing the same shit from a year ago, just on a different channel. Probably because Paul and Slave said, look, this is the path you need to go to grow your shit. You need to engage the shit, go up. Because you remember when OTW came out yesterday? He came out with his hair out, with the sunglasses on and shit. Yeah. This motherfucker was a whole new motherfucker. Like, this dude was a whole new human. I was like, what? Who is this dude for real? You know what I'm saying?
He's been activated. I keep telling y'all, he's been activated.
He was trying to be the Machine Lives. It was super weird and creepy. I mean, he was like, he came out with the sunglasses on, with the hair and everything. I was like, this is so weird. Like, why is it? Even Tommy was trying to be the Machine Lives with the sunglasses. And then Toilet Bowl Earth put the sunglasses on. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. The copycats.
How you know they're copycatting you, though?
Oh, man. A couple of them admitted it. Real talk. They even played clips of me while they were doing it. Real talk.
Okay, now that makes more sense.
They made clips of me. Like, they made clips of me, like, with the sunglasses. And other guys wearing sunglasses. Like, they made it super obvious that that's why they were doing it.
Wait a minute. So they said it though.
Yeah, one of them said it. Yeah, EBT and TVE even said it. They're like, yeah, we're just making fun of this dude. I mean, or like, they want to wear my skin or whatever. But I feel like it's just a coincidence that all these motherfuckers started wearing sunglasses on their shows. I mean, all of a sudden.
Yeah, I started wearing my sunglasses when Arpo told me to. I thought it was a good idea, so. And now they make clips of your show when you asked me to so far. So
swagger jackers.
Yep.
Got one more there, Hank.
Yes, I do. Did I beat this level?
So what is this? What's the point of this game, Hank?
Ending wars.
By the way, my show was the main show for Illumitami. You remember that, Hank?
Yes, I remember that.
Oh yeah, you could still find hours of Illumitami on my show.
Yeah, and Pussy Paul came on a couple of times. The best legitimate people. Pretty much, I kind of cleaned up your show, and now you don't want to come there anymore, which is good.
I mean, I didn't clean it up. I just started talking about something different. They don't want to talk about what I want to talk about. That's them. That's not me. It's my motherfucking show.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that flattery is a form of, imitation is a form of like flattery?
Absolutely.
So COTW, they want to be you. Machine Lies, TML, all of y'all on these initials.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's not even that they want to be me. It's more that people have an obsession. I'm like Tommy yesterday, where he was like playing that. Like I saw you on that where he was playing me like stuttering or whatever, like acting like that's always how I talk.
Oh,
Right?
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So the game is like to prove just because Tommy talks fast, he's actually saying smart shit. that's not true. He's actually dumb as a fucking rock, and he's repeating himself all the time. Right? Whereas I say new shit all the time, right? And I never stutter. It's just he wants to pretend like I'm dumb. Aluma Dummy's one of the dumbest people I've met out here, real talk. And Hank is one of the smartest, real talk.
No, for real. Everybody sleeps on Hank.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling you, OTW is not the monster you should be worried about. He's just a clown.
I'm definitely not worried about him. I like seeing him activated. I like seeing him getting into his creative bag and using that. There's nothing worse than a wasted talent, of having a talent and not using it. So if getting him roused up gets him making music, even TML just said he came out a different person.
Yeah.
To me, he was in his Carlos Santana bag.
Yeah, I like when he's a minstrel making music. Whereas when he runs his clown show, he can't keep it under control.
But those AI songs, they gotta go.
He says that they're not AI, and I think that he would say if he used AI or not.
Really?
No, he said he'll lie for an advantage too. So
you're right about that. I don't know.
And if the AI sounds, I don't mind. It's just a tool to me, so I don't care if he has AI songs.
I like AI. I embrace it, but I'm not replacing my friends for it.
I'm just I'm just not ready to use it for art, like human art, please. You know, it's way better.
I wouldn't say human art's. Yeah, I would say human art's better. Yeah, human art is better.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for like a sudden quick sketch up, but human art is better.
Music is art, and you know if you're stuck in a rut and AI helps you get out of it, awesome.
Yeah, it's just like a search engine. It's a search a souped up search engine. I don't really have a problem with that. But I think the Shrinks do. The Shrinks actually do have a problem with that because it really competes with them. I think a healthy game with GG had two more psychotherapists on to comment on ChatGPT's answers, and ChatGPT was outperforming them, and that kind of made them upset. And
but I'll tell you right now, there's never like it'll be 10 years before they bring the type of music I have on my show. Real talk. It'll be like 10 fucking years before they get to they're not going to get to the level. Like I literally made my own fucking mixes. I mean, right. And it's a literal brand new motherfucking genre combining electronic and underground hip hop. It's totally a new thing.
15 years.
Yeah. Motherfuckers literally made a new genre for this show, nigga.
Like 15 years, not 10. I'm going to say 15. So we won't be seeing it in the mainstream till it's 2025 now. So 2040.
Oh.
Sand Ninjas on another level. Sand Ninjas have been unleashed.
Tarek believes if he talks fast, that means he's smart too.
No, there's no way any of these Sand Ninjas, any of these Negroids, any of these honkies, any of these Chinese are going to have anything on the Machine Labs. It literally combines every race, every religion. I mean, we got every motherfucking religion in that bitch.
But did you invent your own religion yet?
What's EDM?
EDM is like electronic dance music is what it stands for.
What about Zap and Roger? Computer Love.
That's the shit. That's awesome.
That was early EDM in its infancy stages.
No, I think like Cybotron is early EDM, right?
Oh,
like techno, right?
Like who techno?
Like
you remember like the 80s and the 70s, all of the funk bands. Would that be techno?
I mean, if you're looking at like Professor Professor X, like the Arabian Prince, like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like Arabian Prince and Cybertron and stuff that was coming out in the 70s that was mixing like funk and electronic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that stuff is basically, yeah, like that's the beginning of EDM. It started in Detroit, and then house music started in Chicago, right?
Mm.
So yeah, it's interesting history. And I think Arabian Prince and all those guys, they were in California.
Are y'all both playing these games or just Hank?
No, only Hank is playing the game. Yeah.
Just Hank, yeah.
Huh.
I'm not even sure they even know where to buy the game.
Brown's Boy says, I grew up listening to 70s funk, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, for sure. And Blondie. I felt like Blondie's like one of the first rappers that introduced rap in her songs.
Yeah,
rap.
I mean, jazz and hip hop wouldn't even be a thing without Jewish people.
Really?
Wild stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
like
really.
Jews
Jewish people part of the rock too?
I mean, I don't know that much about that, but I know definitely like jazz and hip hop, like they wouldn't be a thing without Jews.
Yeah, they need blacks for the rock and roll and blues. So,
well, I feel like rock and roll. I feel like rock and roll like that. You know, gosh, who's the group that Multi Crew? All of those guys.
I feel like rock and roll was basically more just black people.
Yep.
No, I feel like it merged into hip hop. Like rock and roll turned hip hop. Remember the 80s bands with the big hair and the tight pants and everything?
Yeah, you're talking about Africa Bambaataa because he was a punk. Yeah, because Africa Bambaataa talked to Malcolm McLaren. See, this is a huge thing where it started, where the EDM thing led to the. You know what I mean? Because see, when they did the song Planet Rock, right? That's Trans Europe Express by Kraftwerk, the German band, right? Another techno band, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you get the history there, even it's crazy. You know, are you familiar with Kraftwerk?
No.
Oh man, you got to look up Kraftwerk. You got to look up the band Cybotron.
Is it C or K? Kraft.
Kraftwerk is Kraftwerk,
Mm-hmm.
and then Cybotron is Cybotron. Cybotron. Okay, so these are big time influences, right? So they basically started techno, what is called techno, historically speaking, right?
When then 70s?
Yeah. Actually, Juan Atkins, who made the band Cybotron, right? I believe he was a Hispanic gentleman living in Detroit, right? He's basically the guy who invented the word techno.
Oh.
Yeah, he coined the term, by the way.
Hey, on Draft Punk, who's that guy that there's a guy on one of his songs that talks about his music and how
Daft Punk, you mean?
Who?
Daft Punk.
You're talking about
yeah, and he talks about how he did his music and he was like one of the founders of it.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy who did the theme of Coast to Coast AM.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Coast to Coast AM theme. Yeah, hold on. It's called like Reroder or something. Mario Reroder or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Chase, Giorgio Moroder.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giorgio Moroder. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. My dad.
That's another huge influencer, but I don't know if Giorgio Moroder, like honestly, like I think Kraftwerk and Cybotron are deeply influential. You know?
Okay, I'm definitely gonna check them out. Brown's
Yeah,
Boy.
Giorgio Moroder too, but yeah.
Brown's Boy says my dad was a professional guitarist and also did weddings. My grandfather was a fiddle player.
You also seen that that thing from Clockwork Orange, the Moog synthesizer that was used in the movie. You know?
Oh.
Yeah, Brownsburg looks like he'd be a guitarist. At least the last time he appeared on the panel.
My son had a band, but they've officially debanded. They told me last week.
Did he get a record deal or something?
No, they just did local events in Austin.
Okay.
They have cassette tapes. They drop cassette tapes.
Why would you do that when you could do digital download on Bandcamp?
I think, well, they have digital, but I think they did the cassette tapes as their show as just a novelty thing. And there was one of their fans that did it for them, so they went with it.
That makes sense.
So cassette players are back. And you know how much those little portable Walkmen are going for now? 100, 150.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, you could. Is it reasonable? It depends how many features. I mean, you can get phones for less than that. So,
well, they people want to get away from the digital and go back to the cassette tapes.
A record player sounds better.
I have a record player too.
But then it gets kind of like a digital format, anyways. Record streams a digital format.
There's just something about putting a record on in the mornings that just sets the mood for the day. Do you play any instruments, Hank?
No, I got this keyboard like a year and a half ago. I still don't know how to use it.
I played saxophone in school.
I got a year and a half ago. It's on this lives on my desk. Let me blow myself up. It lives on my desk. I play around for a couple times a week. I still know how to use it. So
nice.
Called Casio Tone SA51. Yeah.
Do you name it?
No, that's the normal name of it when you buy it. So
I named it. Get out of here! You're a bad girl. Bad girl.
Do you have a cat or something?
My dog.
Oh, okay.
She got into the trash while I went out for a walk this morning.
Yeah, I combined a lot of experimental hip hop with 8-bit soundtracks, like from this game. But this game is not really music; it's just the sounds of the little character walking or whatever.
Right. I love to score shit. I love that shit more than anything else when I'm making videos. Is the little sound effects that people don't even know I put in there.
Yeah, this thing has a music editor built into it. I actually have not opened it yet. But I probably will soon because at least Enchant soundtrack is garbage. It has to be redone.
You're a bad girl. Go away.
Yeah, there's this one game I really like that nobody really plays called Atomocrops. You should check it out, Hank. It's one of the dopest, honestly. Atomocrops. It's like high score type of game where you play like 4 rounds a piece, and you have to like farm and also like upgrade your weapons and shit. It's fucking crazy, and it's like the nuclear, like a nuclear holocaust about to happen. So you need to like save all the, like you had to like farm and harvest all this shit before the nuclear holocaust. Called Atomocrops.
Yeah, we're gonna share the screen. That's a verified. It's a great game. So when you say Atomocrops, you mean this one?
Oh yeah, this is the game. Yeah, this is such an excellent fucking game. It's like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but also with like farming and like it's got high scores. It's the fucking shit. Like, this game is so fun.
Is it similar to Plants vs Zombies? No,
I've never played that one.
Oh, it's different. This is a.
Oh, it's totally like you gotta like get into it a couple of times. It's like a shooter plus farming. You know, it's like crazy. It's like you gotta protect the farm. I mean, it's a wild shit.
Yeah, it's a same concept, different genre game as Plants vs Zombies. Plants vs Zombies is a tower defense. This one is a shooter, action shooter. Let's see if it's on. Let me check on the night that it's on itch. I don't have a Steam account yet. I mean, I don't really like their terms of service, but they're doing so much good for Linux gaming. I may get a Steam account, or maybe I'll get a corporation fixed and put the Steam account in the corporation. I can still have it for a job, but I'll think about it. Because
Yeah,
one more thing, Gambino's coming out with a game soon that I want to play. Let me go to that one. It's on this time course on it, but there's another game I want to promote. Paradoxal. Yeah, Paradoxal. This is from the creator Gambino. He makes very good, fun YouTube shorts. He's making this in Flash. But this is his dream RPG. I will definitely promote it. I'll get to it and play it somehow. But I will recommend it based on his credibility so far with his other content. But yeah. Any other game recommendations we have right now?
I don't play games.
Yeah, I haven't played a lot of games other than Minecraft and Atomic Crops for a long time, and I think that was like maybe essentially because spending a lot of time hanging out with my wife. I mean, ever since like we've been separated, it's basically like I don't really play video. I don't really, she used to play a lot of video games, so it's mostly that.
Yep. But yeah, I'm playing the video games that change our culture. I want to get away from looping and to getting something done. So, and I think it's working. I mean, I'm running a panel distracted and nothing's happening. And if you might accuse you of being authoritarian, then you're right. But I'll do the needful.
I really don't play games. I do puzzles and I sew and I do crafts. Like
Yeah.
my hands.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is like that's mainly what Abby does too. But I feel like a game is almost very similar. Like especially in terms of Minecraft, like the shit she would make in Minecraft would be very similar to like the beads and the sewing shit. Right?
Right.
I would
Because
say
she wouldn't play the game. She would just play creative and just make things. Right?
Yeah, I would say it's the same thing, except the games it's easier to clean up because it's just bits in on the RAM or bits on the hard drive. So it's just easier to clean up. Then you can just kind of simulate way more space.
Oh yeah.
And it's just cheaper.
Definitely cheaper and definitely easier to clean up. I just work so much. Like I work 10-hour days. My shifts are 10 hours. I don't want to sit in front of a computer if I don't have to.
I understand that. I mean, this is my last day of vacation. I'm doing this because I'm tired of drama BS. Whoops. But if I had to be at a computer, I wanted to at least get something done instead of loop.
I mean, yesterday was powerful experience we had. I don't know if you were there, Hank, but we had Frank Monday, we had Denizen.
Yeah, I hear about this. What happened?
What do you mean?
At Jack's, like people are really talking about it, and Chuck is saying he's made the decision to never go back. And
I'm not talking about that. I was talking about just the me and Denizen and Frank reading Nietzsche on my show, but yeah, Hank. But yeah, I think I saw some of that with Chuck and old Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I saw some of what you're talking about for sure, Cynthia.
Yeah, I saw some of that. It's funny how Chuck's the center of it, but at the same show, I pretty much mirrored back Jack's living without fear and showed him that even by his standard, he's not living up to it. So
I think old Joe's onto something. And honestly,
with what?
Yeah, old Joe's onto something for sure. He was even on this show today. But go ahead and continue your point.
Well, it just seemed like Flow State and Sasquatch were not seeing what Joe's seeing. I think Joe's seeing things clearly, honestly.
What is Joe seeing?
Yeah, elaborate.
He's seeing the pattern about the non-resolution stance and that it's for content.
The non.
So he saw through all of that. He understands that the purpose of it is for content, and he affirmed that with them, and then he just moved on. So I applaud old Joe for sure for seeing through it all.
Yeah, I think about that too when I look at Jack. Like, is this content? But
Well, come on. I think Flow State knows because he went over to his house, then they got mad at each other, and then they're back on the panel, and then he's saying it's fake again. It's all just, it just goes back and forth so many fucking times. And it's like, did you motherfuckers forget like what happened last week?
Hey,
Or you know, are you guys just faking? It's clear that they're not dumb people, they're faking.
Yeah, and I'm explaining it too. You go, Cynthia, you go.
You don't think to some degree Jack really does like kind of like he's just stuck in this familiar place and just like this one moment over and over again, he's just stuck in it. And then
No, it's not just Jack. It's not just Jack. It's Jack, it's Chuck, it's Flow State, it's all of them.
That they do.
They're all stuck. They're all stuck. It's not just Jack, Cynthia. They're all stuck in the same place. Do you not see that?
All right, I see. I mean, I'm looking at what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they're all going back. They're all doing the same thing over and over. So I think, I mean, and there's old Joe. Blessings, old Joe. Yeah, totally, totally correct last night.
Old Joe, do you have time to come back up?
My new DJ name is Sinful. Sinful. Even
That's kind of weird from the Christian angle, honestly.
Yeah, I know that's what y'all would think, right? But see, it's
oh, I get it. It's a flip because you're all sinful. So, oh yeah, I get it.
No,
Yeah.
and I get it. Like I'm full, like sin's full. I'm full of love. I'm full of blessings. I'm full. Sin's full. But y'all, yeah, people see it as that.
That's hilarious. Oh, Joe, welcome back.
We need to normalize. Hey, like we need to acknowledge when we are full instead of always lacking. Like flip the way you look at things.
Yep. But
how's everybody doing?
Hi, old Joe.
Yeah, I'm doing great,
Hello.
my friend. How about you?
Oh, great to see you. Yeah, I'm doing fabulous. Rainy weather here today, so I can't do yard work.
Oh.
So you guys were speaking about Jack and the other Panelverse hosts. It's interesting, isn't it? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I was applauding you for seeing through the constant negative feedback loop that's perpetuated for content. Right. So I think
That's
that
funny, isn't it?
you're definitely correct on that. And then I think that Flow State and Sasquatch try to, they try to pin it all on Jack, but it's obvious that they're participating as well. But, yeah.
Yes, but I get to get away scot-free because how they get? Oh, because I'm using the loop. I'm stealing energy out of the loop because I actually want to get somewhere. I'm stealing energy out of the loop, and I get away scot-free.
Yes,
So,
and Hank's Hank's overtly participating.
Yes, I'm
instead of
already-
covertly.
Yes, so like what I want to do with Jack is to demonstrate this guru culture. I don't like this guru culture because it promotes stuff that doesn't work. So I will reflect the stuff that I think doesn't work right back at Jack and had him go ahead and curse it out. So to encourage everyone else to avoid it as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that surprises me about me, Hank, and Old Joe is our sort of is our overt participation instead of our covert participation in what is the negative feedback loop for content, so to speak. I mean, as I phrased it, I mean, and that may be imprecise phrasing, but yeah.
So welcome Denizen and Venus is Right music always lags 20 years behind.
Can y'all explain the overt and covert and what any other vert that needs to be explained?
Yeah, it's either you're knowingly participating or you're acting like as if it's real.
So I think some people do think it's real. I think some people come on here and use this as a platform to kind of work out their own issues, whether they realize that's what they're doing or not.
Can you name me an example of some of those people?
Jack and Chuck.
Jack and Chuck are working on things
They both are
with each other.
They are both recovering alcoholics, and even Margot was included in that as well. That dynamic, and I think that there is something.
But look, the conclusion last night that Flow State said, right? He said that Chuck actually loves people, and then Jack doesn't. How would he even know such a thing?
He wouldn't.
Yeah, he wouldn't. That's the answer.
Just like
answer, Hank. You got it right, Hank.
just like when Jack says he knows me better than I know myself, prove it.
Those three particular that I spoke about, I only speak about that. Like, I sense like there's something that, even though they are aiming it at each other, perhaps it's something within themselves that they're really working on and not even realizing it. And I'm not saying it to downgrade them or shit on them, but I'm just saying, to some, it does seem that way. You asked for an example, I gave you those three. To others, it does seem like an opportunity. Oh, this is hot. I can get people. This is content. That Flow would be an example of that. To others, they like to watch the chaos because it gives them excitement and joy. I can look at Caucasian Sasquatch as a
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch as an example of that. I think we each come on here for different reasons. And just
there's been two separate people, three actually, that I've had enormous arguments with that have said flat out, this took me aback when I first entered this panelverse, is that some people come on here and they're playing characters. Now, King Stephen finally admitted it in a debate with me, as well as Tomato. She said it flat out. This isn't the real me. You can't be the real. And there are others that come on and actually bring their authentic personalities and their authentic hurt and insult to this place. It took me a while to learn that, eh?
So when King Stephen says it's just a character, he's lying, actually.
Well, when he's in Jack's panel, kissing Jack's ass, and then he goes that, like, I would say an hour later, he's on his own panel saying vicious things about Jack. He is being deceptive towards Jack. Like, the real King Stephen happened one day on a panel. I don't know who it was, but some black guy came up, and I've never seen him before, but King Stephen started throwing really bad racial slurs at the guy. And you could hear it in his voice.
Now, I agree with you, Ojo, but the only thing I would caveat with that is that it would be deceptive on Stephen's part unless him and Jack worked it out in advance, and Jack understood that a certain amount of negative criticism would be good promotion for him. But yes, go on though.
Even if they worked it out in advance, they've done through this loop more than enough times to know. Even if it's just on the panels, they worked it out. They know what's coming. They know what to expect.
If that's the case, that's even worse than I would have given them credit for. And I'm not saying that's not impossible either.
Oh yeah,
that's real bad news.
So
the point is, it's not impossible.
Yes, with OTW and Officer Snaps, they work it out in the background and it just leaks out. But with Jack and King Stephen, they after the third time, you kind of know what you're expecting. I won't give them any extra credit.
So it's just kind of an ad-lib performance where they know each other's part, you think, off by heart?
Yeah, this is the term for this is gay ops. It's people who are pretending to fight, but they're actually together, right? And they're doing it for content, right? So this happens all the time.
That's sad. I know another panel I saw did that once, manufactured, and got caught at it.
Yeah, true.
Wasn't there recently, didn't that happen to somebody, that British lady who started a drama and then...
Mel Pandora.
Yep.
Yeah, really backfired on her.
Yeah, there's a dozen of them.
Yeah, what really hurt Mel is the cover-up. So she tried to say it was a sketch, it's a cover-up, and that then everyone's acting just sucked. So that was what really got her.
Yeah, or where that lady Rose came up and asked Resto, "Why have you been dragging me for a year?" And he literally tells her, "I got paid to do it." He got paid to troll this lady. That's right, folks. He got paid to troll somebody on the internet. Yep, it happens.
At least Resto's honest. I don't know. I didn't pay him.
Yeah, this is real life, folks. I'm just telling you guys real information, right? But it's interesting how it works out in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it?
It is. And I'm not sophisticated enough or involved enough to know who the real players are. But I do know that day Chuck was on Jack's there. He was hurt, man. Like, there was no doubt about that. I've seen it happen a couple of times. And I've heard behind the scenes from people. And there are some people, like Cynthia says, that take this really seriously and get hurt in their real lives. And that's unfortunate.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is their community. This is their ability to connect to people. And they come across people who will use them for content without them knowing about it.
Yeah, sadly, Joe, it's made for those people.
Right.
To entrap them into communities so that they can get information about them and then blackmail them. Sadly, that's what it's for. It's corporate espionage.
It's for whatever, and it's even worse than that. Sometimes people just do it to other people for fun. They feed off of it. Sasquatch has even said it. I feed off of this.
Well, he has said he was a big time troll before. He kind of has stepped back from that, but
this, we've talked about this before. They're the zombies. They're feeding off of the mind. You know, they want your emotion. That they're trying to attack your mind to see how you react. I'm not understanding what the feed is and what they're gaining from it, but
it's an autist thing. They're gaining information so you can do the mind control stuff. And I'm doing it too, but it's just I was looking for a particular thing. I want to figure out attraction. I'm not finding it, and now I just kind of don't care anymore. I'm just gonna turn off their gay ops, and see if we can do something more productive.
So I think the key is training your eye, training your instincts to understand what the different people you're talking to. But even then, that's not 100 proof. People play this long game. They will pretend to be your friend to gain stuff from it.
So here's the thing: I don't really do alliances that much. I do tit for tat. So if you help me last time, well, I'll assume you're gonna do it again. And if you stab me in the back, well, I'm gonna stab you in the front. And if you keep it up, I will just go ahead and win. This is how it.
Well, I think not doing alliances, especially here in the panelverse, is a smart thing, and not getting wrapped up with these people are my best friends, these people are my family, which I've heard people say. I don't think that works out very well for anybody in the end.
Yeah, so like Flow State's enemies aren't my enemies, except for the fact that they also pick a fight with me by association. That's the only reason I would retaliate. But otherwise, I don't care. His enemies aren't my enemies. I'm okay with Imperius. I like Imperius. He's a really good tool. He's a really good resource. So I'm not gonna pick enemies based on enemies of my friends unless they attack me too.
Yeah, Hank, do you mind if I play that clip Resto paid to troll?
Oh, I don't mind it. Do you have it just put it backstage, and you can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, because I think Jessica's asking for that. I want to show her.
Oh, that's right. You say
it's so funny.
I never knew Jessica. Now I got it, girl. I got you from now on.
Yeah, I've actually been. Now that you mention that, Hank, I've been thrown off of panels just specifically because somebody saw me on somebody else's panel without ever even knowing me or hearing what I had to say.
Yeah, that's what happened on Chaotic Truth, where I just wasn't allowed on Chaotic Truth.
Chaotic Truth is a really, really crappy panel. I right now would say we can trust Illumitami more than we can trust Chaotic Truth.
Isn't he demonetized, Chaotic Truth?
Yes, he just got recently demonetized.
Chaotic Truth is like he's open about being a entertainment channel and not being serious.
Clown show.
but that's bullshit that they demonetized him still though. They have much spicier stuff on that people on their monetized thing. So that's pretty sad, that they'd stoop to that level.
Yeah,
it is sad that they demonetized him.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I mean, I'm a mod over there, so I mean, it's sad.
Yeah, but yeah, I put that in the back, Hank.
Awesome. Let's go and play it. That. There we go. Add the stage. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I'll drive you later.
Hank is there, by the way. That's so funny. Whenever I play a clip, Hank is always on the clip. But yeah.
And then, I'll drive you later.
Oh, I don't need you to drag me, hon. You want me to drag
Why'd you have sex with that dude, Resto?
If you want. Also,
Doesn't even talk.
shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying? Naomi out there. Hey, look, I just want y'all to know there's nothing like that before niggas be trying to perpetuate shit. And then, like, I'll drag you later.
Oh, I don't need you to drag me, hun. You want me to drag
Why'd you
you?
have sex with
I
that
can drag
dude,
you
Resto?
today if you want.
Also,
doesn't even
shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying? Naomi out there. Hey, look, I just want y'all to know there's nothing like that before niggas be trying to perpetuate shit.
I'm just fucking around, bro.
Secretly, you
just fucking around.
Huh?
secretly you like me and you want to be my friend.
See,
That's
Rose,
true.
I told you before, I have not had a problem with you. I only dragged you for like what, a year and a half.
That's a
because
long
of Mel.
time. That's a long.
I mean, yeah, but that's what I do. Like, I'm King Crash Out. What do you want me to do? Like, I'm
I
sorry.
don't need to be dragged by your ass, okay? You dragged me to please somebody that you don't even like anymore.
Yeah, it's called a job.
There you go, folks. It's called a job.
Yeah, that's bullshit too. So that
It didn't
that's
sound like
fucked up.
Resto.
That
Yeah, it was Resto. I was there. Did you see me? I was
even
there.
if that's a job, that's a testimony to his character. That's his
Yep.
character. You can't change that. And you can't say, well, it was a job. That's your character, bro. That lets me know that man can be bought and sold at any moment's notice.
Well, I really don't mind that. At least he's consistent.
Yeah,
And
he
if
made
is-
this. He made this girl think that, she hates. I mean that he hates her, and then she says, maybe you actually like me, and he says, look, it's not even like that. I got paid to do it.
But he sets up people for content for sure. He tried to do it to me, but that didn't sound like his voice.
If I was there, I was literally in the video. That was definitely Resto Chesto.
I mean, I understand you're saying you're there. That doesn't somehow change the sound of his voice to me because you were there.
I will attest that he did say that was actually the Resto Chesto. I remember that. I think
What, he cammed up with two forms of ID or what?
No, I was there. I mean that was like 5
Hank,
months ago.
you're not making any sense. How is you there prove that it was Resto?
All right. Well, at this point, you can believe what you want. You can believe what you want at this point.
Yeah, at this
I
point, it
want
could
to
be
ask
anybody.
I want to ask Machine Lies a question. I heard that you, because I got to drop down. I heard that you had a hell of a debate with Jim Bob as well, eh?
Oh yeah, but they
Can
threw
you
me off
take
there
through
too.
what was it about?
Well, I had 2 or 3 conversations with them. I have one of them recorded. I had a debate with him on Islam versus Christianity, where he threw me off the show. So he ended that conversation, and it was more like 3 versus 1 because they had 2 other people on their panel, that were debating me impromptu after a day after I had a debate, and they made a show that said that Islam was Gnosticism, which is total horseshit. Gnosticism is an offshoot of Christianity that was made in the 2nd century, right? So it has little connection with Islam in the 7th century, right? But yeah, that's neither here nor there. Then I had a conversation with Jim Bob cordially, and I have that recorded. And then I had another conversation with Jim Bob on the Glenn Lawrence show, and I was thrown off the show. That was a debate on free will. You may be referring to this conversation. And then I talked to him also on Truth or Cop. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I
How
got
did
kicked
you
off
find
of
him?
Speakeasy twice over free will.
Yeah. And on Truth or Cop, I asked him about the connection between Andrew Wilson and the Groypers, and they did not feel very comfortable with my line of questioning. Right? For sure.
So when you were debating him, how did you find him in terms of, being good faith?
I think well, it's just like the clip I showed on my show where you were debating him on Christian nationalism. I think he's incredibly bad faith. Bad faith clown. Also, he lied about me impersonating people on the internet. So this is a fact. Jim Bob is a known liar. He misrepresented me, and yeah, for sure.
Wait, is that dude that I was arguing with on your channel?
No. Jim Bob
This
won't come
was
on
my-
the Machine Lies channel.
This was my biggest issue with them was the lying. So, you know, after we had our debate on flow states, that went on for 2.5 hours, I think. And he flat out said, okay, Christian nationalism worked. Like he said that. Well, he said it won't work. I'm just kind of joking. Eh? It was unbelievable, quite
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, he'll lie
And,
straight to your face.
Yeah, and then he went on his show the next day and was misrepresenting what I said and what had happened. And I hate that shit, eh? Like it really bugs me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like totally misrepresenting the conversation. You know, restyling people's points, framing them in ways that their audience would find that their audience is designed to hate. Right. So framing them in context where they're conflating them with either Protestants or Gnostics or somebody else that they hate. Right? So they always do that. Right? So they're totally bad faith. Like Islam is Gnosticism. Like that literally means nothing. Right. That's not an intelligent statement. Right?
Well, I do what he does, so I'm not gonna knock it. I kind of do the same thing, but it just I can't knock it. I do what he does, but I don't do it as far as he does. I don't take it as extreme level, but I would say I do what he does. I'll reframe your point in a way that isn't as appealing.
Well, what about
you had a good showing against him there? You had a good showing there against him too, Hank, on his channel, eh?
Oh yeah, I totally wrecked him. I mean, I was up against
Hank destroyed him.
people.
Yeah, Hank destroyed him. Yeah, and then also I even debated Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob's daddy, and that went bad for Andrew Wilson. He was in the Discord all night explaining his positions. Okay. And then every time I left, they would start talking shit about me. And I had people in the Discord that were listening in. You know, so yeah, that was what was happening.
And Jim Bob, by the way, you're a moderator on my channel, so you could do whatever, but you haven't came by yet.
Oh, you have him modded up, eh?
Yes, but he hasn't came by yet.
All right. Well, hey, good conversation, everybody. I'm going to drop down again.
So another mod, Jack Talcott.
Yeah, blessings.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Jack's here.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Do you have time to come on panel, Jack?
Bye, Oja. Good talking to you as always.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, I'm playing the Jack Talcott simulator right now.
Yeah, Jack Talcott. Time to return the favor to Hank on the panel. Blessings.
Roby has time.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop, guys. Y'all have a great one. And everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and just drop out.
All right.
Blessings.
Yeah, peace be with you, James. Thank you.
Yeah, peace.
Oh man, they got piranha flowers now.
Yep. But the bullets in this game aren't really that threatening compared to other Boxertron games. You guys are all slow and big. But this melee just a pain in the butt. So just the default bear enemies plus the damn bulls, they are annoying. Because they'll home in on you. That's but bullets down, you can sidestep them. Then if I make it to level 10, you get the damn cloud bomber.
Whoa, that's definitely a bot right there. I can help you grow your Kick channel, reach 15K viewers, 75 subs, and earn up to 3K per stream. Interesting?
Shout out to the
I don't care.
Kickbox.
Yeah, the Kick bot.
Are you on Kick yet, Cynthia?
Oh wow, Cynthia's on Kick.
Yeah.
Whoa, holy smokes! Oh, what platforms are you on, madam?
Kick, Twitch. I have X. I don't do anything on X. But
because you gotta pay for it. You gotta pay extra for X, and I'm not gonna do that.
X, I plan to use so I recently moved, so I'm still getting now I no longer just have a corner, I have a whole room. So I'm now getting my room organized and stuff with all my craft. And I plan to show my sewing and stuff. I feel like that's more of a Kick platform than YouTube.
Yeah, I think I might pay for X Premium so I could stream there. Is that how you get it? You just pay for premium and then you can stream there?
Yeah, and I don't recommend it because I think Josie got kicked out of Twitter for not agreeing with Elon Musk's party line, so I won't recommend it. Personally.
Yeah, I don't fuck with
Wait, Josie got banned from X?
Well, yeah, she got banned, but she always runs back. She makes another account and goes back. So I'd say just
Yeah, I got a pretty like popping account. I mean, it's not really like nothing's really happening. Like if I say something, like nobody will really look at it, but it's still like 420 followers or whatever. So
nice. I've never even I've never posted my YouTube channel to my Instagram or my YouTube. Like nobody in my real life really. Well, they know I have a channel, but they never watch. Like, but none of my friends or anything. No, I
yeah, me neither. Now, I actually posted Hackers Guild PGH that I had a YouTube channel, but I barely know them. They're just throw off people too, but they're on the other side of town.
I know my neighbor makes stained glass, and she wants me to help her YouTube channel. And then when she asked for my YouTube channel, I was embarrassed to give it to her. Because of some of the stuff that's on there, some of the drama. But the drama is how you actually build your following, so it's a double-edged.
yeah, but those are
not everyone.
They're followers that go from chat to chat looking for the drama. So they're not real. They're not consistent viewers. Right?
They coordinate outside of YouTube.
Yeah, definitely.
They do. You think so?
Oh yeah, like
I
look
know,
at like
so I've infiltrated their spaces.
yeah, like it sucks to be held captive by audience too. You know.
Well, it's not even held captive, but it's just that seems to be what people pay attention to. Like our Chicas Locas went out.
Yeah, but if you're looking for attention, but not everybody wants attention. You know what I'm saying, Cynthia?
Yeah. But there's got to be ways. There's got to be ways, though, you can find your tribe. And I'm not even talking within the community. I'm talking about on all of YouTube platforms. There has to be a way to send out signals to like, yo,
yeah. It's called what's it called?
Moderation?
Yeah, moderation plus it's called the hashtag. So right now I have hashtag Linux, hashtag gaming, like hashtag open panel, hashtag Rocktatron, hashtag Linux gaming. So those hashtags will help with the search results, the search engine optimization. But the thing about tribes is, yes, tribes and cults are just the same thing. It's just if you're at the top of the Pareto, then it's a tribe, and if you're at the bottom 80, it's a cult. So it's the same thing.
I just feel like there are some good conversations that are had that more people could benefit, and not just my platform, a lot of platforms. And for some reason, it's harder to push those videos and get those out there than it is to do drama.
Because you're probably shadow banned. So, and then you get stuck in a like a corner where the only people who can see you are the ones who follow you for drama purposes. Gotcha. And drama isn't really that popular, right? It's just when you're not getting any algo attention at all, you're already blacklisted, then your views will go from 5 or 10 to 20 or 30 or maybe even 100 if you do drama. But technically, that's a tiny, shitty little audience of nobody on YouTube.
Right.
If you hit the algo, you get thousands if you're doing interesting content. The 50 to 60 or so people that travel around in groups for the drama, in these circles where we are in this lower tier of YouTube, it seems like it's a lot of views because it's so much more than what we usually get. But there's a much wider world of YouTube out there where there's good discussions going on, no drama, and lots of viewers.
Like, I don't even promote my videos. If I fucking literally wrote on the titles of my videos, lecture on blah, or like this on that, right? Or like explanation of Nietzsche or whatever, and like all caps, like hundreds of more people would watch that shit, and it would show up on the fucking internet. But like,
Then
I'm
do
not
it today.
really.
Do it today then.
He
Maybe
would-
I'll do it in a bunch of while. But the thing is that because I need to invent the clips first, right, and then
Oh,
intros
okay.
and outro. Yeah. So, but yeah, once I invent those clips, I mean, it's gonna be hard to like have drama compete with like, oh, here's an explanation of Nietzsche's Antichrist.
You would have
like
to
hundreds
do
of
it-
more people are gonna want to see something like that.
You'd have to do it consistently. You'd have to do it on multiple platforms. And once you're already shadow banned, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get out. As a matter of fact, arguably the only way is to lose all engagement is the only way to reset those bans. If you're shadow banned, then the more content you put out, the higher your score stays for being banned.
But it's also value because like you have to create the drama. I mean, if you just talk about what you want to talk about and people like that, then what are you doing? Like, you're not doing anything.
For sure. I mean, but if that's what I come for YouTube for, then I'm just going to be used to having very small audiences. But at least my audience is going to be engaged in what I'm doing and not there to talk about, oh, you see what so-and-so said about so-and-so the other day?
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, the thing is that there's two lanes. I mean, one is the fake drama lane and the other is the fake debate lane. And neither of them are really, that appealing. I mean, right? So rather than just create.
There's more than two lanes, but for the live content, that's the two lanes.
Yeah, the other lane is jump cut video essays that are gay as fuck. I mean,
yes, that's what YouTube really likes because it's cheaper for them to host them. It's easier for them to make money on. That's what YouTube really wants you to do.
Because of TikTok, I would argue, though, before YouTube used to shine in the long form discussion platform, and that's not necessarily what is most popular among humans, but it was a niche for YouTube, and all those people came to YouTube for it.
Yeah, those are actually still good on YouTube. It's just live content. It's not that popular. If you have like a pre-tape content that's edited down, YouTube really likes it.
Exactly.
What about the vlogs? I feel like when people get to know the content creator, not in a live sense, but in the vlogs, I feel like those do good as well.
What are you saying? Not in the live sense, but the what?
Vlog. Yeah. The
vlog?
video vlog. Video.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's popular. That content is all about the creator though, right? Like the creator is the content at that point.
Right. Like, spend the day with me. Get ready with me. And they just talk about what's going on and what situation.
I mean, there's like technical talks that barely get any views. That's also on YouTube. Like that conferences and stuff, they barely get any views or work from stuff. But they don't get the money from the YouTube anyways. They don't care.
We also have to remember that a lot of people they're not going to pay attention to the long video. So you got to tap into what your audience will stay engaged with.
Yeah, that's why you got to clip that. You got to clip that shit. You got to clip. You got to clip it.
Clip it, title it, and post it.
Yeah,
before I got banned, I used to get thousands of views on boring shit. Like I would talk 2 to 6 hours about, philosophy, science, politics, and I got thousands of views.
Yeah,
but then once I got banned that first time, it was never the same. And
Same here.
Then when I try to get back up on my feet, YouTube was like, nah, and they banned me again. And they would wait until the day I got out of jail to be like, nah, you're banned again, son. Get back in there.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to make you a mistake. I'm going to be multi-platform from the start. So if YouTube want to ban me, well, if I go big on another platform, it's just going to look strange. So it's like, well, if Kick really likes me and you to ban me, then it's just say, well, what the hell? Then they'll just unban me because it doesn't make any sense. And I know they're watching it.
Or have a second channel, or really follow the rules, like because technically they came out with some rules just to crack down on people like me, and I didn't pay attention. I said whatever I wanted, so I could go back and not do that, right?
I don't really pay attention to my views. I pay attention to my audience retention rate. So I don't care about views. But it makes me think that the lives will get you shadow banned quicker than the blog style videos. And I only keep talking about blog is because that's what I like. That's what I feel like would be a good niche for me.
Definitely, because you have less control over a live. Also, you're more likely to encroach upon things that you're not allowed to say.
Right.
But editing is hard. Editing is hard. So
editing it's time consuming. It's not hard.
Right.
And then once you start getting the vibe in it and you get in it, you've lost 14 hours and you created a masterpiece that nobody even cares about.
Yeah, you would want to get into a mode where you get more efficient at it over time, and you get a method so that you're like, oh, boom, cut this, boom, go right here, boom.
AI creates hella vlogs. You don't even have to script them out anymore. You just have to get 10, 15-second clips, give it all to AI. AI will create the whole entire video for you.
Yeah. Getting wiki labeled is one thing, but getting wiki labeled with things like Freemasonry, New World Order, and reptilian humanoids is a little weird.
What? What's freaky?
Yeah.
Lloyd? What's freaky Lloyd? What?
Wiki label.
What's that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's when you talk about something on your video.
Oh,
there's a big, huge banner at the bottom with a link to a Wikipedia article explaining how you're a liar.
Oh, that's funny. Pancake Planet. YouTube wiki label.
I interviewed this dude who claimed he was at Ground Zero as a police officer, a New York police officer, and I got that, the 9/11 attacks banner at the bottom of my video.
Yeah, we've had that dozens of times. Yeah.
I don't think vlogs get wiki labeled.
Yes, they do. Oh, yeah, they do.
If you bring up a no topic, you're gonna get wiki labeled.
I'm gonna go to the dog park. I think I'll be like that's what I'm like. I'm saying vlog in the sense of just a glimpse into a world where I don't know. It's
go to our Flat Earth channel and all the videos are wiki labeled.
Okay.
Yeah,
are they
like
blogs? Are they live?
They're blogs. They're video logs. And they get all the videos get wiki labeled because you don't like Pancake Planet around here, including me. This is stupid. Pancake Planet is stupid. Even though Flow State's allegedly a Pancake Planeter, I think that's stupid because you could see the flight paths. You can literally look it up. We actually talked to him directly when we were on RBR network, so you can see the flight path. We could see the ship paths. You know where the stuff is moving, and businesses don't want to waste money. So.
Why is Pancake Earth not Flat Earth? What's the difference?
Well, it's more memey, so I could use a pancake emoji like this. So let me look up.
That's the only difference. Is its memeability?
Absolutely, and that's very important.
That's funny. There's nothing on the other side of the pancake, according to these people. Is that correct?
Well, they have contradictory models, so their models don't agree with each other.
This is what I don't understand is most of Flat Earth problems can be solved simply by saying that there's people who live on both sides of the Flat Earth. Instead, it has to be like,
where's the edge?
The edge would just lead to the other side of the Earth. Much like a globe. Like if you imagine a pancake and you're an ant, what happens if you walk over the edge of a pancake?
You go to the other side.
Yeah, you could crawl right underneath it.
So how does gravity work there?
I mean, technically, it could work the same way as it would on a globe. You just have to be a thick enough pancake, right?
Oh, so it's getting converted to being a ball anyways. That's fine with me. If it converges to being a ball and just it's just oblate, then I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't understand the reasoning for flat. Why don't they just say that the Earth is round, but only half of it's populated? What would the difference be?
Well, if only half is populated, then where's the part that's not populated? Well, we know what parts are not populated, but they would need to like all converge on the same side, because I know most of Australia is not populated, most of Russia is not populated. The rainforest is populated with animals. The Antarctic's not populated, but you need to get it all in once together to make the model work.
How does it work with flat Earth? Right? Isn't there a sea wall or something?
A nice wall, the Antarctica, which we cross many times over and over. So it kind of doesn't work with Pancake Planet.
Sounds like it doesn't work for flat Earth either.
Yeah, Pancake Planet, flat Earth is the same thing. It's just I can use a
that's
pancake
right.
emoji.
You just explained that to me.
Yeah, I can meme it with pancakes.
Wait, so Flo's a flat earther, or you're just joking around?
Well, he doesn't want to say, but I did debate him on RBR Network a year ago, and he was on the Pancake Planet side. So I would expect he's not, but if he is, then he needs to correct that. He needs to look at the shipping paths. He needs to look at the flight paths and draw the lines and look at the geodesics, and you can get back to me on what shape it is. Because you know damn well that these mega corporations don't want to spend extra on fuel. So yeah, if he is, quit that. If not, so what?
Yeah, this is a killer stream so far.
It's Hank's world over here.
Yeah, we had a lot of people in here for real.
Yep.
We had Old Joe, Powder Dusty,
Jack
in the
Talcott.
chat. Yeah, we got Jack Talcott in the chat.
You got TML, you got Dennison, you got What's Up, Cynthia?
Yep.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I got all these people because I panel hopped so much and didn't have anything better to do.
I'm chilling in my little studio.
Yeah, let me see.
Get organized.
Yeah, pretty good amount of viewers.
Who, Hank? Let's see. Hank is at 11.
Yeah, I've been bouncing up with like 12 to 15 in the past hour.
Good conversation, though.
Yeah, it was definitely higher before. Which means you had more than me than yesterday.
Well, I have more platforms than you, so
yeah, yesterday I had one viewer. Fire Flames.
But that doesn't make any sense. You have more panelists than viewers. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I was only it was super weird. Like it dropped down to one viewer for like 10 seconds and then it went back to normal. It was really weird. So I thought I thought they took the video down. It was like creepy and weird.
Yeah, I don't really trust the numbers, really, to be honest. Because you have more panelists than viewers and it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it went from like 18 to 1 to 18 again. I was like, that's pretty weird.
Yep.
That's that cyber ghost.
Names? What names did he call you?
But yeah, if Jack Talcott has fear in his heart and his models to live without fear, well, he needs to align one of the things. Otherwise, people will think he's confused. Like I say, I want power, and I spend my time getting leverage or hosting where I have control, and playing video games where I can the problem small enough that I can solve them. I look consistent at least. At least look consistent. I'm sure if I wasn't consistent, Dennison would be napping at the bit to show me how I'm not consistent.
No. But if you ask me to analyze it, I might be able to point it out for you.
All right, go for it.
What are we talking about?
My inconsistencies.
I'm not aware of any yet.
Exactly.
Hank won.
Hank always wins.
I know. I don't know why people underestimate Hank.
Because he's different and they don't like admitting that different people can be better at something.
I know. Oh, Hank, today is Mo 3 Day.
What's that?
It's this day of this Dallas rapper that was killed, and like a lot of YouTubers from the the beef sector and the Mo 3 sector go. Like, there's an event that happenings today, and like last year there was a fight. This year there's been threatens to be a shooting. It's always streamed on live too. It's like probably 5 to 7 content creators that go out there that have beef.
If they're trying to shoot it already, I'm just gonna skip it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna skip it. I filmed it before, but I think I'm gonna skip it today.
I still can't figure out the point of this game.
It's to end all wars, Denizen. What don't you understand? So basically, I'm this pink bear and supposed to just hug everyone, and then they're loving, and then I don't know what happens next. I'm not that good at this game. I want to see if I can at least get the level 11. I could show you that that terrorist in that cloud. And I don't. The thing is, I should reset and get bonuses because I feel like the first couple rounds will give you bonus to make it much easier. But after that, there's no more bonuses.
So this guy's like a little pink Jack, trying to go out and end all wars.
Absolutely. Which is why I call it the Jack Talcott similar, even though it's the actual game's called Hug Arena.
So really, Jack, all you need to do is just find snap.
All right, well, I'm going to take off. Good conversation. Bye, guys. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too, Cynthia.
Yeah, blessings.
Was it something I said?
No, in fact, you didn't say it all. So go ahead and say it. You took yourself offline before you said how Jack can end the wars.
Oh, he just needs to find Snafu and give him a great big hug.
Oh, it works for me. And afterwards, I could use Jack to send the paperwork. That worked for me.
It feels like everybody dropped off after I got here.
You've been here for over an hour. They must have just got tired or bored or something. Then I was streamed an hour before you even got here. So I just wouldn't worry about if I were you. In fact, are you on your desktop?
No.
Oh, okay, that's disappointing.
Why?
Oh, I would say if you had a game to play, we could try to get your audio hooked up so you could go ahead and play that and watch that for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. No, I can't. I just woke up. I gotta take a shower and then decide whether or not I want to get some shit done that I've been procrastinating on or procrastinate some further.
Oh, I got a question. You use Linux, right, Denizen?
Yeah.
Are you gonna move to an atomic desktop sooner or later? Because I already decided I'm gonna move to atomic desktop. I have what's it, one of Fedora respins that looks good. I think it was Bazite, or was it Aurora? Yeah, Aurora looks good. It has more stuff installed that I need. So, are you thinking about moving to atomic desktop?
No, I don't have any Linux distros installed right now, actually. And like the last time I looked at switching, well, it was recently because I got all new computer stuff, and I needed to figure out what platform I was going to use. The game porting still just doesn't work. You know, like I couldn't do. I pretty much built the computer so that I could make 4K videos with game engines.
Yeah.
And I can't do that as well in Linux. It just, excuse me, the performance isn't there.
Yeah, well, if you use Ubuntu, absolutely not. I mean, if you use that same distribution like Arch or Fedora, you'll be fine. But if you use Ubuntu, hell no, don't give up. Or Debian, but Debian's doing worse because this stuff's so old. But yeah, you could definitely do it. There was videos coming out yesterday saying, "Oh, Linux is outperforming Windows with SteamOS and stuff." So it's there's a configuration issue on your end, or your distribution's end.
I'm not going to get this. I'm not going to be able to get over 120 frames per second in 4K in Star Citizen though.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right though. But the Star Citizen, I don't think they I don't know what libraries they're using, so it may not be running as fast as possible online.
It's already unoptimized as fuck too on Windows. It'd be even worse on Linux.
Oh, I have an idea. Have you looked for any did anyone mod it so to actually run efficiently yet? Because that's what people like to do.
Not that I could find, and you keep in mind you have to connect to the live servers and authenticate, so your files have to be.
Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. Maybe look. What genre is Star Citizen?
Space Simulator.
Space Simulator.
MMO.
Oh, okay. You can't really replace an MMO with another game. So because otherwise, I would actually recommend like a lead or something. But if it's MMO, then you kind of just cooked.
Yeah. Plus, there's no loading screens in the game, so I want to.
That's bad design. I'm sorry. That's just bad design.
I want to try to like I'm a big fan of Alfonso Cuarón, and I like the long screenshots with no edits or cuts. And so I kind of just artistically I want some of those in my film. And you just can't do that in a normal video game, you know?
Yeah, so pretty much your best options like a Minecraft or a Unity mod that's similar, but still the graphics gonna be much worse. But the performance gonna be so much better though. But that's not what you want. I really don't have any good suggestions for you.
Yeah, and like I said, I was able to overcome that with design. You know, the computer I designed, it did exactly what I designed it for. It records 4K and over 120 frames per second in Star Citizen, and when the performance is bad, it dips down to around 60 frames per second, and it's always above 30. So essentially, it meets like Hollywood film standards as far as frame rate is concerned, right?
Absolutely. And must have not been cheap at all.
No, fuck no. It cost me like $4,000.
I hope it's buying you some cryptocurrency while you're not running Star Citizen.
I probably should do that, huh? Especially because I have free electricity right now with the arrangement that I have.
God damn! Hot stuff. Yeah, you definitely need to do that then.
I wonder how much it would affect the bill. Yeah, so my TV broke, and I'm not even going to be able to do that project. I mean, I could buy another TV, 4K device, but just really don't feel like shelling out another $800 right now. I just emotionally, I just don't feel like it, right? Like I feel like because I didn't even get to use my TV, and it's smashed, like it fell off the desk and smashed. So I don't see like the manufacturer's not going to warranty that, right? That's all my fault.
It's worth a try. I mean, let them say no. Yeah, let them say no. Goes. Yeah, I always ask. Let them say no. Don't make assumptions.
Yeah, for example, like what I wanted to do for a short, just as like a demo of what was to come on the channel, was just record like a prep, liftoff, takeoff, and then or like traveling into orbit and then to a space station, all without any cuts or edits. And you can totally do that in Star Citizen. Like I can get my character walk like to leave its hotel room, get on a train and take the train to the space station, get on a starship, do the flight check, open the hangar bay, take off, fly into the atmosphere, enter into orbit, and then fly to the space station that's in orbit of the planet I just left, all without any loading screens. And you can see large objects in the distance. Like when you're in your ship taking off from the space station, or sorry, not the space station, the spaceport, you can see the space station in orbit above you as you fly toward it. I don't know of any other game that can do that. I know that
Super Mario Galaxy. Well, they have loading screens, but they could generally do that. And that was like 20 years ago. I don't know how long that's been out.
Yeah, like Bethesda games has, what is it, Space Fox, Star something. But again, it has loading screens.
Yeah.
This is all seamless.
I don't know what's the deal with people not liking loading screens. That makes the game run much faster, preloading the content, so it's just there when you need it.
Because the loading screens mean something about the environment. Like when I'm on the surface of a planet, if there's other players fighting in space and it's dark enough, I look up, I can see their ships.
Oh.
And I can see the exchange of fire and missiles. So it's like it's happening in real time, and it's all one big open world environment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure the game's unoptimized at that point. I had to profile it because all of that stuff has to be in memory and mapped to your system. That well, at least I have a suggestion now. You probably like real-time strategy games, and if you like that, have everything running at the same time, and you can see it all, and it's gonna be too much of a mess that you know what the hell's going on. You like real-time strategy games for sure.
It should give you an idea, though, of why the technology is a little more impressive, even though it's unoptimized and the graphics might be outdated, because like the clouds are real in the game. It's like most games, a cloud is a background, it's a texture.
Yes.
Not in Star Citizen. In Star Citizen, a cloud is a 3D generated object, and I can fly up into it and through it and leave the atmosphere of a planet, all with no loading screens.
Yeah, that game's pretty specific. You're not going to have a lot of games like that. So the best thing, the closest thing I would recommend for you is like an RTS game. There's plenty of RTS games, but it's not Star Citizen.
Starfield, that was the name of what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Starfield looks a lot like Star Citizen, but again, there's loading screens. In Star Citizen, I can, like I said, I'll repeat myself briefly. get out of bed, go down to the spaceport, get in my ship, leave the hangar, take off from the planet, enter into orbit, travel to the space station, and then hyperjump from that space station to another space station that orbits another planet, land, enter the atmosphere of that planet, and then land on that planet in the spaceport, get out, and go to my hotel room on another planet. I can do all of that with no loading screens. And
what's a hyper jump?
With two, say what?
What's a hyper jump?
Like, so the planets are pretty far away, physically speaking, inside the game world. Hyper jump is like traveling faster than the speed of light from one planet system to another. There's like 2 solar systems that are currently developed with like a dozen on the way. And each solar system requires a lot of quantum fuel to navigate. And if you didn't use hyperspace, it would take weeks, if not months, to get in between planets. You can travel like millions of kilometers, in other words.
Yes, that makes sense. And even the level we've been getting not to say, "Hey, you just wait for it." It's not good gameplay.
And there's no loading screen, right? So if I'm in quantum travel between 2 worlds, and a pirate intercepts me and pulls me out of quantum, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere with no help. You know, yep. I'm out in the void of space, millions of kilometers from anyone else. And with 2 accounts, I can record it in real time from like 2 cameras, like 2 vantage points. I can have the first person view of the character. I can have like a 360 third person view of the character. And then I can have the first person view and a 360 view of the other character that is designated solely as a camera. So, yeah.
So does a camera intangible, or can someone just intercept and kill your camera?
The camera is just you, essentially. It revolves around your perception.
Oh, okay, so they can't intercept and kill your camera to kill your main character.
Right, exactly. And if someone were to kill my main character, my other character could catch it as though it were a camera, right?
Yes.
And that's what I want to experiment with. I think I can make some fun movies with that.
I agree. Do you have a 4K monitor still that you use to get another TV?
No, and I don't want to start doing it in less than 4K. You know, like because I don't want to make a movie and then remake it in 4K. You know.
Well, if it gets popular enough, if the concept's good enough, it probably doesn't even make a difference.
I don't know, man. It looks so much better in 4K. It's like an entirely different, you know. You can.
I wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, I'm on doing 1080p still, and I like 720p too. So.
I think you would. That's the thing. Is I think. Even though you'd be looking at it at 1080, so the quality would never be 4K for you.
Yeah.
But the original source being 4K would give you a different 1080 picture than if I were running the game in 1080. Yeah. Because I think all the textures, it's a different layer of textures. The 4K textures are slightly different. They're not just better, you know?
Well, yeah, they have more polygons. But that won't mean they'll render. I mean, when we have time, we can figure. This is probably a worthwhile science experiment. So we could.
Actually, that's true. If you like record everything in 4K, edit everything in 4K, and then watch it on your 1080, does it look significantly or noticeably different than if you just did everything in 1080?
Yeah. The hard thing is to find like watch. We need to figure out a way to watch it objectively. So we need like a special, I guess, render camera to see that count the elements. So if we can figure out what watch means to say and quality means, then we can actually do a science experiment, maybe make a blog post about it.
Unless it was obvious, and
Yeah.
you know, unless 4K reduced down to 1080 looked way better than 1080 left at 1080.
Yeah. But it's not obvious. I think this is a science experiment worth conducting, to be honest. Because if it doesn't make a difference, then we'll save a lot of production time.
Well, I could have saved a lot of money on the computer too.
Yeah, how are you gonna make that money back if you're not gonna do the video?
Well, I am gonna do the video. It's just like I was about, like, real life interferes a lot with the project, with hobbies, right?
Yes.
And also then I gotta be in a creative mood because it's not like a job or a chore. It has to be something I'm doing it because I love it, you know?
Yeah,
And
I don't even know how artists have. I don't know. I barely know how anyone stays employed, except the fact that most people who are employed are incompetent. So
it coincided where I had, you know, I just got a lot of housework done and stuff around the house that had been left and needed to take priority. And then I also felt motivated to start working on it. And that week was the week my TV got smashed.
Yep. I mean, my vacation was just to reorient myself because they pushed me to do too much firefighting at work. So I was trying to say, hey, I have stuff at home. I can't hire someone to really get my Linux distro test for my laptop. I don't know who the hell to call. I had my card that I need to get ready for inspection. I really can't. I don't know. You can't just call someone to get that taken care of. It's just because just rich person stuff needs to be far too expensive if to get someone to do that for you, or just people just very untrustworthy to steal your car. So I decided to do it myself. Or most people have spouses that do that stuff, but I don't. So I had to make time for myself. I also need to exercise parts of my body that I usually don't exercise. So
Yeah, working in IT, if you like start working 12-hour days and 7-day weeks, you gotta, after a couple of months, you start to get out of shape.
Chaos reigns supreme in the machine, but the regime with cream remaining unseen.
After all, the ideal of bourgeois politics is the absence of politics, since capital is nothing other than the consistent displacement of social decision-making into the marketplace. But this ideal of total depoliticization, or the absolute annihilation of resistance to market relations, is an impossible megalomaniac fantasy, and Marx's contention that labor trading at its natural price in an undistorted market (parentheses, equal to the cost of its reproduction) close parentheses, will tend strongly to express an equally natural political refusal of the market, continues to haunt the global bourgeoisie. The only practical option available to the rulers of capitalist societies has lain in the global disaggregation of the political system, accompanied by a regional distortion of the world labor trading system in favor of the working classes in the metropolitan regions (parentheses, welfare capitalism) close parentheses. This is why a deep complicity has continued to exist between the form of the nation state as international political agent and an economic order based upon the commodification of labor. Since it is of systemic necessity that the economic conditions of an undistorted labor market are accompanied by political crisis, the world order functions as an integrated process based upon the flow of market-priced labor into the metropolis from the third world, parentheses, on the basis of the economic form of capitalist production, close parentheses, and the export of political instability to the third world from the metropolis, parentheses, on the basis of the political form of autonomous national sovereignty, close parentheses. The global labor market is easily interrupted, therefore, as a sustained demographic disaster that is systemically displaced away from the political institutions of the metropolis. This process of displacement, which is the ultimate base or infrastructure of capital accumulation, is dependent upon those issues of kinship or marriage organizations, parentheses, the sexual economy of gender and race, close parentheses, which Marxists have often tended to consider as surface features of an underlying mode of production. In this paper, I shall argue that with the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, Western cultural history culminates in a self-reflecting bourgeois civilization because his thought of synthesis, parentheses, or relation to alterity, close parentheses, and also the strangulation of this thought within his system, captures modernity as a problem. But the modernity thus symptomatized by its philosophical exposition is not primarily the penultimate phase of a dialectic of society and production. It is rather the necessity that historically itself, expansionary social and economic development, or synthesis, compromises with a profound continuity whose basic aspects are on the one hand patrilineal descent and on the other a formal logic of identity that was already concluded in its essentials by Aristotle. These two aspects, the genealogical and the logical, are functions of a position of abstract masculine subjectivity coincident with the patronymic. This position is the proto-cultural fundament of everything that is able to count as the same. The tradition is thus rooted in a communication between culture and population, whose medium is the stability, parentheses, identity, close parentheses, of the male line. Modernity is not merely a compromise between novel forms of commercially driven social organization and this archaic cultural pattern of patrilineal exogamy, but more fundamentally, a deepening of the compromise already integral to any exogamy that is able to remain patrilineal. It is only by understanding the inhibitive function of patriarchies in relation to exogamic dissipation, parentheses, an inhibition that is supremely logical in that it conserves identity, and which is for this reason violently xenophobic, close parentheses, that we can make sense of capital production and its tendency towards peculiar cultural mutations that was baptized by Mussolini as fascism. This is because the restriction of cultural synthesis based upon a strenuous endogamy at the level of the national community is the ultimate outcome of concerted liberalization of kinship organizations within metropolitan industrial societies. A capitalist trading empire is a developed form of exogamic patriarchy and inherits its tensions. Domination of the other is inhibited in principle from developing into full absorption because it is the residual austerity of the other that conditions the generation of surplus. The parallel difference between a labor market and a slave market is based on the fact that one cannot do business with a slave, but only with the slave owner. And similarly, one cannot base a kinship system upon a harem. The prevalence of slave labor within the Hitlerite New Order in Eastern Europe is thus a clear indication that the Nazi conquests were in an important sense post-imperialist. In contrast to the fascist mixed economy of slavery and extermination, colonial wage labor exploitation, even to the point of murder through impoverishment, leaves open the possibility of a of a radical destabilization of the metropolis. But what is crucial to the demarcation of a colonial colonial from a neo-colonial system is a transnational diffusion of ethnicity. As soon as a metropolitan society disengages its organization of kinship and citizenship from its international economic synthesis, it already reveals proto-fascist traits. And on this basis, it is easy to see that the radical aspect to the colonial project, the explosion of national identity and the dissipation of metropolitan transcendence, was strangled at birth within Western history, parentheses, with the emergence of Judeo-Christian race theories, close parentheses. The disaster of world history is that capitalism was never the progressive unwinding of patrilineage through a series of generalized exploit.
Yeah, I guess I'm LOLing at Judeo-Christian race theories. Pretty cloaked verbiage there.
Good old Nick Land.
What's up, boys? My homies. Neuro, you ever been slapped by a monk?
Slapped by a punk? Is that code for something?
I said a monk, boy.
Oh, a monk. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
No, but it does sound like something that would be fetishized on the LARPer webs of the Twitter.
Oh, chill out, dude. Chill out, man.
Scared.
Have you ever heard of St. Nicholas?
Yeah, I used to talk about him around Christmas time and say, "Old Saint Nick coming down the chimney."
I think you told us about he slapped Arius or something like that.
He slapped him straight up at the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I
So
remember you
funny.
telling us about that.
There's icons of it out there too, like just like straight mollywop. And he got sent to prison too. Like he got sent like to like a little jail cell, you know.
Yeah,
or whatever.
There's the Dragon Ball Z icons where they're like in the stance where they're about to like F somebody up.
So what it was a holy slap actually, and that's something like a lot of people don't understand. It's like there's such thing as a holy slap, dude. It was like he was trying to slap him to his senses. Like, yo, you're talking stupid, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Just slapped him. He couldn't like deal with the fact that he was saying such ridiculous things. Because I guess Arius was saying all this rhetoric that, it's hard. I don't know. I imagine it was just infuriating.
That should be the name of your TikTok account. It should be Monk Slap or something like that.
Get Monk Slap, what?
Well, you see here, we got the monk slaps, and we need to bring it back.
I don't think it's probably great for just monks to go around slapping people. You know what I mean?
I mean, look at the world though. Well, look at the world though. I mean, it could probably use a few, a few slaps here and there.
People deserve slaps, dude. You know.
I'm pretty sure soon that'll be a felony just to even say that or think that. They'll have the brain scans ready to go. Like, oh, you thought about slapping someone today? Well, you are obviously a violent offender that needs to be reined in. I'm kind of joking, but not really.
Probably. Well, St. John Chrysostom, he was like, if anyone were to say anything blasphemous, they should fear even the shadows of a Christian if he overheard. I always like that. Like, dang, dude. He ain't playing. And I guess he used to fist fight Arians like that would try to take over Orthodox churches. He would straight go in there and just throw hands with them.
I'm down.
Okay.
Well, I was saying earlier that that the whole passions, overcoming the passions, is kind of like the Christian thing.
You said what? What do you say?
Well, he was just comparing Mithraism to Christianity. That's all.
No. Oh.
Just kidding.
Those are fighting words, no, Jack.
Sorry, I missed it. I was talking to someone. Say it again.
You were comparing Mithraism to Christianity, bro?
Well, a little. I mean, at least the way that they try to sell Mithraism, yes.
Well, the other day you tried to compare, divine revelation to shamanism. I can't stand you sometimes, dude.
Well, so we were talking about earlier that they have the symbol of the bull and wrestling with the bull as a part of the Mithraism thing. And so I was saying that, like, and he was saying that's like to overcome the passions. And I said, that sounds like what Christianity is supposed to be about, which is maybe why they try to draw the parallels between Mithraism and Christianity. Wrestling with the
Draw
bull.
those parallels because they're gay. No, but truthfully, I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Well, I mean, isn't that why you do the baptism? Is like, the waters represent passion, and you go below them, and then you come out of them, or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're supposed to definitely watch out for our passions, but sometimes anger is righteous. You can be righteously angry at something. Example: Christ flipping the tables and the money changers.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
When it comes to blasphemy, it's like you're not necessarily giving into passions. You're, it's like righteous indignation or something. There's levels to it. I guess intent is really where it comes down to, and what you're doing and what's the purpose of it. But maybe that wasn't what you were asking. I gotta go later, man.
All right. See you, man.
Yeah.
I actually had a serious question. I was going to ask him, did his grandma ever call me an idiot before? Did you ever hear that word before?
No.
It's some sort of like Southern word. I don't know exactly what it's supposed to mean, but you can imagine it's not good. It's like you're being an idiot or something like that. Yeah. He just reminded me of that for some reason. I don't know why. But what do you think that is about the whole like wrestling with the bull versus, because like even the even the Bible says something about like wrestling with God, and that's why they named him Israel or something like that, right? So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do you think there's anything that can be, safely correlated to that whole thing, or is that just more of like people just trying to read into it, like a Giorgiani or something?
I mean, I've heard about like bull, like wolf, or like a lion, representing the heart or the ego, right? Or the thumos, right? Basically, you have to train this part of you, right, for you to prosper, and it's the part that succumbs to honor and hatred and passionate, non-physical forms of emotionalism, right? So it's like
I like the way you worded that. Non-physical forms of what's the last word?
Well, I'm kind of getting it from the actual the definition that was on Wikipedia. It says not a somatic feeling. Right? So I think non-physical emotionalism. And sort of
non-physical emotionality.
yeah,
So basically,
like anger, love, honor, like when you feel pride, like for your countrymen, like that sort of thing. Like it's kind of like a weird feeling that you get that's not really in the category of like, oh, I feel mad or sad or something like that. You know what I mean?
well, so it's almost like idealism. It's like emotional idealism or something like that. I'm just trying to
Oh
put
yeah,
it in different words.
yeah.
Right?
And I think it's the opposite of what we have in modernity, which I categorize as disinterested idealism. Right?
So you're telling me it's not a sin? Perfect. No, I'm just kidding. I think you're probably the only person who would get my joke on that, but yeah. But it's like, well, it didn't specifically talk about this form of it's like technical, like it does feel very much like there's like it's like very legalistic, like technicality theology, like, well, technically if we work this way and this way, then we won't technically be in error, and then God will bless the project or something.
Yeah, and I think that's an occult tendency too. I've said this before, that they tend to work where there's unanswered questions, there's mysteries, then they tend to make up a bunch of shit. Right at the part where usually a really good discussion should be had about how mysterious everything is, right? They provide solutions.
I think we had a conversation like that just yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but yeah. That was a very interesting conversation. I'm a little bit sad it didn't that I kind of it was already derailed by the time I suggested DPH, but that was a very interesting line of argumentation about self-initiation versus
Yeah, I like the terminology he used. He said a word, I think he said I don't know exactly what it was. It was techno something. He said techno millenarianism or something like that, or
yeah. What do you think that means? Because actually DPH uses that term quite a lot.
I think he's pointing at what I was pointing at in some of those Judaism specials, that that the idea of modernism and Zionism and all this type of stuff is basically linked. That the Kabbalah and the idea of a nation state and having a national identity and all of those things are linked, and then how it's linked to dispensationalism and Kabbalism, right? So I think he clearly wants to tie it to Protestantism, right? But I think that's, in some sense, I would say that's a cop-out, although they are trying to talk more about the Jews as well, as we saw yesterday. So I don't know what direction DPH is going, but but then you saw some of the other stuff, the stuff with Pat Buchanan, and it's the guy held up a Pat Buchanan book, and then
Well, who were we talking to that brought that up, or what video did we watch that brought up that neocon?
that was Southern Israelite that was bringing that up.
Yeah. That's right. Yep. Sorry. Yeah,
But other people have
I was talking to him.
Yeah, but other people have brought it up too because
Yeah, I'm going to be indisposed for a minute. I can hear, but I can't really respond. So just give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry. But just give me just a 5 minute or less.
Yeah, for sure.
Relations associated with a transcultural exogamy leading to an uncontrollable eruption of feminine, i.e., migrant, alterity into the father's heartland, and thus to the emergence of a radical or ethnically disruptive and post-patriarchal synthesis. Instead, kinship and trade were systematically isolated from each other so that the internationalization of the economy was coupled with an entrenchment of xenophobic, nationalistic kinship practices, maintaining a concentration of political and economic power within an isolated and geographically sedentary ethnic stock. Thus, when we discuss capital in its historical concreteness, we are simultaneously discussing a frustration of the cultural tendency of human societies towards expansive exogamy. Capital is the point at which a culture refuses the possibility, which it has itself engendered, of pushing the prohibition of incest towards its limit. I want to touch upon this condition of modernity, which can be awkwardly described as patriarchal neo-colonial capital accumulation, but which I shall come to name inhibited synthesis, not as a historian or a political theorist, but as a philosopher. The philosophical task in relation to modernity is that of delineating and challenging the type of thinking which characterizes it. But what we are to understand as thinking is not at all clear in advance. Indeed, the very thought of the in advanced, parentheses, which Kant called the a priori, close parentheses, is itself the predominant trait of our contemporary reason. Western societies departed from the stagnant theocracies of the Middle Ages through a series of more or less violent convulsions that have engendered an explosive possibility of novelty on Earth. But these same societies simultaneously shackled this new history by systematically compromising it. This ambiguous movement of enlightenment, which characterizes the emergence of industrial societies trading in commodities, is intellectually stimulated by its own paradoxical nature. An Enlightenment society wants both to learn and to legislate for all time, to open itself to the other, and to consolidate itself from within, to expand indefinitely whilst reproducing itself as the same. Its ultimate dream is to grow whilst remaining identical to what it was, to touch the other without vulnerability. Where the European ancien regime was parochial and insular, modernity is appropriate. It lives in a profound but uneasy relation to an outside that both attracts and repels it, a relation that precariously resolves within itself on the basis of exploitation or interaction from a position of unilateral mastery. I think it is likely that the volatile mixture of hatred and desire that typifies an exploitative culture bears comparison to the psychology of rape. The paradox of enlightenment, then, is an attempt to fix a stable relationship with what is radically other, since insofar as the other is rigidly positioned within a relation, it is no longer fully other. If before encountering otherness, we already know what its relation to us will be, we have obliterated it in advance. And this brutal denial is the effective implication of the thought of the a priori, since if our certainties come to us without reference to otherness, we always already torn out the tongue of alterity before entering into relation with it. This aggressive logical absurdity, parentheses, the absurdity of logic itself, close parentheses, reaches its zenith in the philosophy of Kant, whose basic problem was to find an account of the possibility of what he termed synthetic a priori knowledge, which is knowledge that is both given and in advance by ourselves, and yet adds to what we know. As we have seen, this problem is the same as that of accounting for the possibility of modernity or enlightenment, which is to say, of the inhibited encounter with alterity. Modern philosophy between René Descartes, 1596 to 1650, and Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, is usually retrospectively understood in terms of the two basic tendencies which we refer to as empiricism and rationalism. No philosopher was a perfect and consistent exemplar of either of these tendencies, but the exponents of each tended to become increasingly radical in one direction or the other. By the time Kant wrote his great critique, The Critique of Pure Reason, he was able to take the writings of David Hume, 1711-76, as definitive for empirical thought, and those of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646-1716, as definitive for rationalism. He took the basic argument of the empiricists to be that knowledge is synthetic and a posteriori, meaning that it takes the form of an addition to what is inherent to reason, and thus follows from experience, parentheses, or an encounter with what is outside ourselves, close parentheses. In contrast to this, he saw the rationalists to be arguing that knowledge is characteristically analytic and a priori, meaning that it is derived from what is already inherent to reason, and thus anticipates experience by constructing systems of logical deduction from basic axioms. Knowledge is analytic or synthetic, depending on whether its source is intrinsic or extrinsic to the faculty of reason, and a priori or a posteriori, depending on whether it precedes or succeeds the contact with sensation or with what is outside reason. It is with these pairs of concepts, the analytic synthetic couple and the a priori a posteriori couple, that Kant determines the structure of his own thinking in relation to that of his recent predecessors.
Can you pause just for a second?
Kant thought that both empiricist and rationalist philosophers had accepted the simple alignment of the synthetic with the a posteriori and the analytic with the a priori. That is to say, the relation between these couples had seemed to be itself analytic, so that to speak of analytic a priori judgments would add nothing to the concept of the analytic, or in other words, an analysis of the concept analytic would yield the concept of the a priori.
Can you pause for a second? Sorry.
Within it. This assumption was not accepted by Kant, who realigned the two pairs of concepts in a perpendicular.
Oh, sorry. I hate the way this guy reads just because he kind of like says all this stuff that has like gigantic impacts and he doesn't like qualify it at all. I mean, that's my perspective, but so there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot wrapped up in that. So what do you think about what he's describing here as far as like, what do you think he's lacking in the context, I guess you'd say?
Well, I mean, the sort of, well, you know, he's applying a Freudian tone, right? So that's actually very interesting, right? And you might want to watch if the video got smoked. Here, let me see if we're still actually up right now. Oh yeah, we're there. Yeah. So nobody's watching. But yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think his sort of Freudian ideas where he's sort of applying psychosexual terminology, right? But that's a stylistic approach, right, of postmodernism as well, right? So maybe that's what you find detestable, right? His explanation, him explaining like, like for example, he explained neocolonialism as grape, right? So, but yeah, what do you say?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with it if you qualify, but it's like he just kind of moves past it. Like, okay, well, I wish I could remember what Pill Eater said about this recently, but I'll try to like paraphrase it because I actually asked him about that specific thing about they're pushing this because like if you look at the Asian American TikTok and Instagram and all this. Like you've got a very particular like, well, why decolonized us, so now we're going to colonize them back and blah blah blah. It's a very weird like, you know, set of principles they're deploying, I guess you'd say, and it kind of relates to that. It's extremely postmodern, but it's basically like you have to accept these certain framing of history and philosophy and all this by adopting white culture or European terms of progress, but you're doing it to go against it. So it's like you actually become what you're fighting or something like that. It's like it's a very strange ordeal, and it's almost like these people talk against the very thing that they're trying to indoctrinate you into. Almost, it's like a very it's kind of like the black nationalism thing, like, you know, you've been ruled over for 400 years. Now it's time for you to rule over the whitey for 400 years. It's like, okay, so let's just redo it over again or something. I mean, it's like, I'm not doing justice what I want to get across, but the other thing that kind of struck me is like, he's like a priori versus this, and it's like, well, actually all this assumes that this is a priori and synthetic, and it's like, okay, but like, and he's like, well, Descartes rewrote Hume in the sense of this, and it's like, I mean, what do you think he's actually saying? I mean, to me it sounds like what he's actually saying is like, I mean, basically subjectivism or something, you know. It's like, it's basically like admitting that Nietzsche was right about everything, and that we're just going to do pure subjective nihilism as the greatest good or something like. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm getting, but maybe I'm tripping or something. I don't know, but that's kind of what I gleaned from the past couple of minutes.
But here's what Nick Land would say to you. What would you rather have, capitalism or technology? And he's going to say, well, I'll go with the technology, right? And he said there's only two choices, right?
But see, that's what I was saying is like, isn't capitalism just a euphemism? That's the word I was looking for earlier. Isn't capitalism just really a euphemism for technology as the greatest good? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that really what we're talking about? That's what I think is really the whole cover up. And I mean, maybe, you know, maybe I'm just a paranoid guy who's been listening to the Machine Lies for too long. That sounds like a good rap. Get Ran over here and put a beat on that. You know what I mean? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, aren't they just trying to scapegoat capitalism when it's really the technology that they're trying to like smuggle into everything? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what Ellul says, right? So that's the main reason why I'm starting off by, you know, starting off some of the major presentations on the show by just reading that, right?
Yeah, it's really funny because like even pill leaders come into that conclusion too, and he's read Jacques Ellul, so I'm sure that had some influence on it. But it's really funny. It's like we're all like you really look at the postmodern shit, and I think that's why he hates Mark Fisher. It's like because it's really just another fucking piece of camouflage. You know what I mean? Like they call it acid communism or capitalism realism or whatever the fuck they call it. But it's like it's really like you said. It's like it's really just the status quo, but they just keep renaming it or keep like further encrypting it. You know, like or you know like using a new form of encryption to sell you the same operating system or some shit. I'm laughing because it's like isn't that what cryptocurrency really is? It's just like it's the same boss. It's the old boss, same as the new boss shit, essentially, right? Like, isn't that really like really what's going on? Like, I'm just laughing to myself because like it's becoming more and more apparent, like after listening to all this stuff, and like, I mean, to me that like it's as clear as day, but I don't know how to explain that to other people, but it just it's It's like, how can we encrypt language to make people agree with us while believing that they hate us and hate what we just made them agree to? You know, hijack their non-physical emotions or idealism into. That's actually really funny in a sadistic kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, they want to say that, you know, we can kill capitalism with the technology, but what it really is that we can finally have communism if we use technology, right? So it's kind of weird.
Right. Well, and what they said earlier too is like the irony of the whole thing is like they basically have admitted that communism is capitalism, but we're just going to call it communism and feel good about it. Essentially, it's like, and really, this is what Mark Fisher was saying is like all this actually leads to total inward death or Malthusianism or whatever term you want to put on it, right? So it's like we want to make it seem like we're really against it, but actually we need to go. And it's kind of what you said on one of your presentations at the beginning of all this, where you said that it's like Marx knew that you had to be hyper capitalist to get to the real communism from the beginning, and you just said that a few minutes ago. But it's like, what does that actually mean? Well, doesn't that ultimately mean that it's not only gay space communism, but actually we're going to go into the real outer space is inner space, aka upload your mind, non-physical, object-oriented ontology. All, you know what I mean? Like that's the actual implication, and this is what made Pilliter go crazy, because I think that's the conclusion that he came to. The closer he got to the whole Nick Land, Fisher, Zizek, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And it makes you wonder, like, is that intended? Like, do they know that they're going towards, you know, I guess the abyss, or is it just that they're like, well, I can't.
Well, you got cut off in the middle of that sentence there.
You're right there. Hi.
Particular fashion to form a grid, thus yielding 4 permutations. He granted the elimination of any analytic a posteriori knowledge, but clung doggedly to the possibility of knowledge that would be both synthetic and a priori. This new conception of knowledge was relevant to an object that had not previously been formulated, the conditions of experience. Kant described his Copernican revolution in philosophy as a shift from the question, what must the mind be like in order to know, to the question, what must objects be like in order to be known? The answer to this latter question would provide a body of synthetic a priori knowledge, telling us about experience without being derived from experience. It would justify the emergence of knowledge that was both new and timelessly certain, grounding the Enlightenment culture of a civilization confronting an ambiguous dependence upon novelty. Because a developed knowledge of the conditions of experience presupposes a relation to the outside, it is synthetic and not analytic, but because it concerns the pure form of the relation as such and not the sensory material involved in the relation, it is a priori and not a posteriori. It is solely concerned with the forms of appearance, or the unchanging manner in which things must be if they are to be for us. Kant calls this pure form of synthesis transcendental, and opposes it to the inconsistent content of synthesis, with which the empiricists had been concerned, and which he calls empirical. Kant's
Yeah, and this is what Nietzsche, you know, basically rejects in the beginning of, you know, Beyond Good and Evil that we were, you know, reading, as he's basically giving a strong rejection of this concept of synthetic a priori.
object is thus the universal form of the relation to alterity, that which must of necessity be the same in the other in order for it to appear to us. This universal form is that which is necessary for anything to be an offer for experience. It is the exchange value that first allows a thing to be marketed to the Enlightenment mind. Between medieval scholasticism and Kant, Western reason moves from a parochial economy to a system
So sorry, can you? Sorry to ask it. Sorry to ask you to pause it already, but can you repeat what you said about Nietzsche? I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, I was saying that he basically rejects German idealism in the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil, right? The thing that I was reading on the show the other day. So it's important to note that.
So put that in layman's terms for uneducated people like me.
Because remember, in the last video, we were looking at the idea that, that he was, putting it in terms of Nietzsche. That Fisher had found affinity with Nietzsche, right? Let me go ahead and find that again.
Well, I mean about the whole Nietzsche rejected what? He rejected a priori synthetic.
Yeah, the transcendental knowledge.
So basically, so put that in layman's terms. And I'm not just being annoying. Like I actually want to understand exactly what does that imply? Is what I'm really asking.
Well, basically, there's two types of knowledge, right? There's a priori knowledge and there's a posteriori knowledge, right? And there's also two categories of knowledge, synthetic and analytic, right? Now, analytic forms of knowledge, right? They're concrete, right? Synthetic forms of knowledge are abstract, right? And then basically a priori is stuff that you don't reach through your senses, right? So it's stuff that you would reach through reason, right? That's why Kant's whole analysis is called critique of pure reason, right?
Right. So
he's saying
sorry.
So basically Kant is saying there's no such thing as pure reason, right? And so he's saying that reason, quote unquote, is basically a priori knowledge, right? That's basically synthetic, right? And that makes it, that puts it in a therefore he puts it in a transcendental category, right? So Kant basically establishes these categories, right? And but yeah. So that's more, I don't know if I kind of explained it there,
Yeah. So I'm sorry. So Nietzsche specifically rejected.
Yeah.
He rejected exactly what? Sorry. Say it one more time.
He rejected the synthetic a priori itself in the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil.
So the synthetic a priori meaning basically anything that you have to infer based on sense data. Is that what it means? Is that like another way of putting it?
No. He accepted that.
Okay,
but he
good.
he rejected transcendental knowledge. So he rejected the foundation of German idealism.
Give me an example of that, because like my example would be like he rejected, like if you have to use an instrument to measure the distance of a star by light years, then he would reject that.
That's what Nick Land tied it to. He said that Kant was making a revolution that how you could have knowledge of an object itself rather than yourself in relation to your position in the universe, right? So he's saying that it was a Copernican revolution of the senses. You know what I mean? And a lot of people felt that. They said, yeah.
Chat, by the way.
I'm sorry. What was that stuff?
I think there's a good example of the contrast of that in the chat.
Yeah.
The little
Yep.
interruption that we just had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just put it like this: like, I definitely lean on the Nietzschean side on that for sure. I mean, like, I'm definitely biased in that direction for sure. And yeah, I don't know where to go from there, but yeah, I definitely lean in the Nietzschean direction.
Yeah. So look at this is what we saw before. You guys might have not seen it, but yeah. Whoops.
Culture often made us human into museum pieces. Everything is objectified, it's commodified. With Fukuyama's idea that we have reached the apex with liberal capitalism after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Mark Fisher believes that critical insight into late cap.
See, that's not Fukuyama. That's actually him quoting. I'm actually Fukuyama quoting Hegel, right? So
capitalism is often Nietzschean rather than Marxist. Nietzsche wrote about the overflow of history into the human condition. We have replaced human engagement in life, culture, and politics into spectatorship. We retroactively learn what it is to be human. We retroactively examine truth rather than engage into activities that make it so. Fisher quotes, Nietzsche's most prescient pages are those in which he describes the oversaturation of an age with history. It leads an age into a dangerous mood of irony in regard to itself. He wrote in Untimely Meditations and subsequently into the even more dangerous mood of cynicism, in which cosmopolitan fingering, a detached spectatorialism, replaces engagement and involvement. This is the
see, and then he goes into Kurt Cobain, right? And how he thought that, even his critique of his own suffering was like a joke, right?
No, well, it is, and again, I think that's. See, I'll put it like this: I think that's why he related to the Buddha thing, because, like, at least our, theosophical version. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys. Yes. Okay, so at least in our theosophical version of Buddhism and the Eastern philosophies, there is kind of like this weird comedy about it, I guess you'd say. And I would definitely say that Cobain took that approach. And again, I think it's very similar to Nietzsche, where it's like, it's not necessarily that you reject Christianity outright. It's more that people have taken these things like Christianity and made it into a nihilistic joke. And so you have to make a joke against the joke. But even in doing that, you become a part of the joke in and of itself. So it's almost like you're trying to reject nihilism, but you can't escape it. Essentially, that's the way I would characterize it. And I mean, that's one of the reasons I like both Nietzsche and Cobain, because I think they were, I definitely can relate to how that feels, because it does feel like there's really no other game to play if you want to go the Discordian EBT route. You know what I mean? But maybe that makes a little sense.
Yeah, if you want to take over the show in 10 minutes, or I can also play some stuff.
Oh no, I'm about to get. I have to jump off here in 10 minutes. So 10 minutes ish. So, but yeah, do you got to go do something else, or do you got to? I don't know if you're going to start a show today or not. So,
I gotta go talk to my wife. After that, I don't know. I could do a show.
Yeah. Well, why don't we go ahead and wrap it up, and then that way you can go prepare and relax, and then we can do your show later maybe, and then. But what do you think about what I was saying there about the whole rejecting nihilism, but you're still a part of nihilism or whatever,
Yeah, well, that's kind of the critique that they're making, and I'd like that same critique with technology, right? That, like you were saying, like, it's an adequate critique, but only if they make it with technology, right? In terms of, that they were saying that, the capitalist system affects you on a psychological level. So even your rejection of it is a reflection of the same values that it imparts, right? So I think that is essentially true with technology more than it is with capitalism, right? So I think that's a great place to start a conversation, right? Or powerful reflection on what we just witnessed, right? And, let me play something. The neural might come back here. Let's see what happens.
Infamous, like, yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Niggas don't know, son. They don't know, they don't know. I'ma let them know. You know? Yeah. Shit is real on the motherfucking hill, God. Times is hard, bitch, you blur, kid, I can't see far. Thinking will I be the next nigga deceased? Over some bullshit beef, I pack heat. Son, it's 96 and I ain't going out like that. Never roll a dolo cause my crew got my back and it's a fact. Niggas don't know how to act till I cop back, react, leave them laying on their back. Sometimes I try to maintain and chill. Stop my brain for thinking, restraint for grabbing my skill. I'm stressed out, trying to live right on the wrong route. Thinking the ways to get loot a large amount. So I chill on the block. Nigga respect mines, I get with the Mac and the motherfucking Tech 9s. So pack still if you come through, front if you want to. Before you do so, let me warn you. We more infamous, crime shit, take it to the gap, fuck the rhyme shit. You reminded of what the 9 did, remanded. QVC, then left stranded. We cock cannons, punishing the backhanded.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. Yo, I'll leave your whole body twisted when you get lifted, and police I have to fist and run ballistics on a biscuit. Another statistic. I tried to chill, but you insisted coming all in my district. I don't know why the fuck you risk it. I be one deep, walking the streets, packing the heat, bring the cow meat. You lift it off your feet, leave you sleeping on the concrete. Get blown at home or whatever's on your own. Get you flown to your dome, blow chromosomes out your flesh and bones. Hitman for hire, who's the next one to expire? Suited up in black attire, hit you up with rapid fire. The stainless biscuit will leave your brain smoking, your whole frame broken and clothes soaking, head blown the fuck open. Try to step inside of my fort and get caught with the tray pound short and left on the sidewalk in New York. The decomposed blood flows, eye holes in your clothes, eyes closed, body be froze, posing for bitches with the rolls. Head to your toes, look like you got wetted with a hose. The road you chose got your brains drained through your nose, nigga. So who be committing crimes, dangerous minds, but to your spine, lay you down behind enemy lines when we cross it, and leave you leaking like a broken faucet. The underworld production family, keep reinforcing.
Yo, when shit get real, it ain't what you expected. Me and my kickos is known to get hectic. Only the wreck shit, many slugs in all directions. Make you see the light where my shots make connections. Niggas get their face split in section. Shook using ice grill looks for their protection. We absorb everything you fear and indulge in a crime-filled atmosphere. This shit ain't nothing new. It's only things that we used to. Stick niggas on the F through to the E train. When it's time to recruit, I humble on the D train. See my man D only to purchase my cocaine. Word to my newborn seed. A nigga gotta make loot to support greed. On the wild side of the fence, so shit is on the verge of explosion. It's so cold you might get frozen if you leave yourself vulnerable. And time lapsing, fools collapsing and caught up and gun clapping. No matter who you are, if you know many faces, I don't discriminate. My shot bleed all races and cultures. We sorta like vultures, eating your inside like oces and pause niggas posters, nigga.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. Why you squad up to my house? You know what I'm saying? Keeping it real. 718.
Bomba cloud.
Yeah. Anybody see me stand up for televised? Denise? I know you have.
What's he saying? Nobody stands up for him? She.
Yeah, it's the normal shit. Kind of rude.
The crew is the glue, but the caliphate is the state.
It is the
I like
exchange
the
value
state.
that first
The state.
allows a thing to be marketed to the Enlightenment mind. Between medieval scholasticism and Kant, Western reason moves from a parochial economy to a system in which, abandoning the project of repressing the traffic with austerity, one resolves instead to control the system of trade. With the overthrow of the Ancien regime, it became impossible to simply exclude novelty. It could only be appropriated, stamped with a constant form, and integrated into an immutable formal system. In The Elementary Structure of Kinship, Claude Levi-Strauss notes the frequent distinction made by various societies between normal and rich food. Normal food is consumed by its producers as a means to their subsistence, while rich food is given to another to consume and received from another. This is not primarily based upon a differentiation of social classes within a system of production, but rather upon a differentiation between tribes or separate systems of production. The difference between rich food and normal food maps onto the difference between filiation parentheses, relation by blood, close parentheses, and alliance, parentheses, relation by marriage, close parentheses. This is because rich food occupies the position of women within a marriage system regulated by patrilineal exogamy, with its producer renouncing it for himself.
Yeah, what's really funny is that, you know, being from the third world, right? If you go to a first world country, right, it's really amazing to like go to like McDonald's or Burger King. And they have McDonald's and Burger Kings in their own country, but only rich people can eat there. That's why. Right? And you never get the same stuff there that you would get in an American restaurant, right? But yeah.
And thus echoing the prohibition of incest. What is of particular philosophical interest, however, is that it also marks a distinction between the rational, analytic, and the empirical, synthetic, and thus defines a terrain upon which we can sketch an economy of knowledge. Rich food comes from outside the system, and contortions undergone by structural anthropology in its project to recapture it within an expanded system of relations replay Kant's efforts to reduce synthesis to an expanded horizon of unchanging forms. If rich food is the primordial element of trade, its metamorphosis into the modern commodity can be seen as a suppression of radical synthesis, the problematic process which provides Enlightenment reason with its object of thought. The cultural inhibition of synthesis takes a form that Levi-Strauss calls dual organization. A dual organization arises when two groups form a closed system of reciprocal exchange in which each consumes the rich food and marries the women of the other. Such organizations reproduce themselves culturally through shared myths articulated around basic dualities, parentheses, day, night, sun, moon, upriver, downriver, etc., close parentheses. The function of these myths is to capture alterity within a system of rules, to provide it with an identity, and to exclude the possibility of radically different. It should not surprise us, therefore, that Kant inherited a philosophical tradition whose decisive concepts were organized into basic couples: spirit, matter, form, content, abstract, concrete, universal, particular, etc. He delineates some basic structures of this tradition in the section of the Critique of Pure Reason called Transcendental Dialectic.
Yeah, I offered my wife to come and talk, but she said her tablet's downstairs. To talk to Zephyr.
Oh, that'd be cool. I've like not really had a whole lot of opportunity to chat with your lady.
Yeah, she's been on stream before, but it was a while ago.
Yeah, no, I wasn't around really much.
In this section, he
But that'd be
interprets
cool.
this dichotomous heritage as a problem, parentheses, to which Kant gives the name antinomy, close parentheses, and initiates a new phase of Western philosophy, now characterized as the critique of metaphysics. Kant argues that the tendency of previous metaphysics to conceive coherent but unpersuasive and antagonistic intellectual systems resulted from the application of pure parentheses, transcendental close parentheses, concepts to arguments concerning the nature of things in themselves parentheses, noumena close parentheses. The critical philosophy, therefore, restricts the jurisdiction of all concepts to the realm of possible appearance, parentheses, intuition, close parentheses, suggesting, as we have seen, that the a priori form of knowledge have no purchase on any reality transcending the phenomenon. Oppositional terms are no longer accepted as descriptions capturing reality, but are interpreted as pure forms of reason that can only be meaningfully deployed theoretically when applied to objects of possible appearance, which fall within the legislative domain of the faculty, which Kant calls the understanding, Verstand. Since reality is itself a transcendental concept, Kant's usage of a distinction between appearance and reality to restrict the deployment of pure concepts already suggests a crucial difficulty with this project, since every attempt to formulate a relation or distinction between the phenomenal and noumenal realms, parentheses, the world as it appears to us or is understood, and the world as it is in itself, close parentheses, must itself relapse into the pre-critical and illegitimate deployment of conceptual thought. One crucial symptom of this is the structure of Kantian critique itself perpetuates the oppositional form of metaphysical thought, since its resolution of the antinomies depends upon the mobilization of further dichotomies, in particular those of transcendental empirical, phenomenon noumenon, concept intuition, and analysis synthesis. In other words, Kant still wants to say something about radical alterity, even if it is only that it has no relevance to us. Yet he has deprived himself of the right to all speculation about the nature of what is beyond appearance. The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside, within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system, according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved, in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses, transnational, close parentheses, economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain bourgeois without overtly promoting racism only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian, parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him, close parentheses, and identified universality with ideality rather than with power. Kant's economy of the concept, which is the assimilation of experience into a system of exchange values.
Yeah, I gotta agree with what Nietzsche said about Kant, but again, why rehash what Nietzsche said about Kant? Right? It's all really very strange. Right?
Yeah,
When that's only, yeah.
I had a really hard time getting through Critique of Pure Reason. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's pure it's pure nonsense, right?
it's
Good
not
Lord.
though. It's really, it actually does make some sense, but it's
I
like
don't really like it that much. I think
a
it's very
priori.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, but the a priori does make a lot of sense because I find that it to be like sort of the intuition.
Yeah, I like intuitive, but I just don't like that space and time are intuitive dimensions and such things. I mean, right? Pre-empirical. So
Yeah. I kind of think everything is a little bit. I think time really does screw things up. Um, and you have to have a certain
yeah, that's
mindset.
one thing that you said a lot is simultaneity,
Yeah.
right? And I think Kant that implodes the Kantian concept.
It sort of does, but it also doesn't because we don't experience it in simultaneity naturally. It's something I personally have had to practice a lot, and I'm still really not good at it. That's why I'm retardy.
Yeah, but simultaneity is much more of a real thing than universalism. And I think that's where I think Nietzsche understood a lot. About Kant's philosophy.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that for sure. Although I don't know exactly what you mean by universality as a versus.
Well, let me go back like maybe 2 or 3 minutes because he says something like that here. Because he's saying that Nietzsche said that Kant was a cunning sort of a Christian that believed in universalism or whatever.
Sorry, kitty.
The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside, within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system, according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses, transnational, close parentheses, economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain
Okay, and here he gets to the point here.
bourgeois without overtly promoting racism, only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian. Parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him. Close.
That sounds like Cynthia a little bit.
Yeah, Cynthia definitely combines Nietzsche and Christianity. But,
Yeah, not that that's a bad thing 100%. I'm not saying that whatsoever, and it's not a dig on her. I'm just saying noticing a little bit of a correlation.
yeah, well, she has an interesting idea about Christianity. She's kind of a more universalist type of a Christian too, right? Because she believes that women
Yeah.
and gay people should be in the church and all this type of stuff.
Yeah, well, but what's really weird is like she is starting to get it, the beyond good and evil part, at least. And that's some progress, I guess. I guess that's good. I think it is. And she and I get along okay. We're fine. I kind of like pushed her a little bit today, but I don't know if you noticed if you saw that, but probably not. You're busy
I
doing
saw a
other
little
things.
bit of it. I saw maybe 2 or 3 minutes of it, but I tried to stay away from that show because of what happened there yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and I thought it's taking a bad turn. So, other than listening to some of Freedom Grower's powerful, perceptive analyses, I mean, there's really nothing more I could really benefit from hearing that over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think of what he's saying here? He's saying that sort of, exogenous transcultural systems get born out of this idea of capitalism, right? And that it basically, that Kant was a racist, right? But he didn't want to admit it. He was just trying to Christianize his bourgeois sort of mentality, and all these kind of ideas.
Yeah, I think that he was definitely. I mean, I think everybody back then kind of was to a degree or one degree or another, probably a lot more so than now. It was like way more obvious anyways. Maybe it's still about the same amount of racism. I'm not sure, but it's probably more pervasive back then, I would imagine, but I don't live there. And I don't have a lot of memories from there. But yeah, I think that the misogyny and racism and those are all like symptomatic of the control structure, which wants to own things materially. I think it's definitely attached to that, including people. So I could definitely see that being the case.
It's just such a weird like couple of few reflections that he gives here. And honestly, like, I mean, it pairs off with the idea that he mentioned in the beginning that incest is sort of like racial supremacy. And
Yeah,
then,
that didn't work out. Eee.
yeah, so it was pretty interesting. He said that basically, capitalism is as far away into the prohibition of incest that modern societies will come to or whatever, because it's about trying to interbreed with their own race so fervently that capitalism pushes the boundaries. It tries to commodify other cultures, and in that it creates a transracial system. So I'm just gonna go back and play this one more time. It's super weird, mainly just for Reddington here.
Yeah, and then we can discuss the feminine side of that too. What that aspect was with the patriarchy and
With
how that
trading the
used to.
women, where the women become like it's like sexual capital.
The genetic diversity, like they had to control it, so
He's
of
saying
course
that capitalism is basically patriarchy, in a way, because you need capital because capitalism basically decides who gets to breed, because you need the goodies. So
to some degree.
To some degree, because now it's all algos with Tinder, and people are just meeting other people at the rule of the algos.
I don't know. I never met anybody that I procreated with on a dating app, even though I use dating apps like in between relationships, long-term ones. But I mostly found a lot of friends. But they probably weren't that
Not
happy
necessarily dating apps either.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything on the internet has an algo attached to it.
Yeah, I think that if you understand how it works, you can definitely manipulate it back. It's not just manipulating you, but most people don't to do that because it's like it kind of like, well, this is easy. So, and comfort, I know comfort is not good. You have to like do the work, or else it doesn't work. But most people are happy with just letting things happen like that because it's easier.
The vocabulary that would describe the other of metaphysics is itself inscribed within metaphysics, since the inside and outside are both conceptually determined from the inside, within a binary myth or cultural symptom of dual organization. It is thus the inhibition of synthesis, the delimitation of alterity in advance, that sets up the modern form of the ontological question: how do we know that matter exists? That the very existence of materiality is problematic for Enlightenment thought is symptomatic of the colonial trading systems that correspond to it. Alterity cannot be registered unless it can be inscribed within the system according to the interconnected axis of exchange value and the patronymic, or in other words, as a commodity with an owner. What falls outside this recognized form is everything that resists commodification, the primordial independence that antedates the constitution of the destitute proletarian. As I have suggested, this inchoate mass of more or less explicit resistance to capital is isolated outside the metropolis by a combination of automatic economic processes, the concentration of poverty, and restrictive kinship practices. Modern capital has therefore brought about a fundamental dislocation between filiation and alliance by simultaneously deregulating alliance and abstracting it from all kinship implications. The primordial anthropological bond between marriage and trade is dissolved in order that capital can ethnically and geographically quarantine its consequences from itself. The question of racism, which arises under patriarchal capital, is the default of a global trade in women, parentheses, a parochialism in the system of misogynistic violence, the non-emergence of a transcultural exogamy, close parentheses, is thus more complex than it might seem, and is bound in profound but often paradoxical ways to the functioning of a patriarchy and capital. Systemic racism is a sign that class positions within the general parentheses, transnational, close parentheses, economy are being distributed on a racial basis, which implies an effective, if not a juridical, apartheid. Kant was able to remain bourgeois without overtly promoting racism only because he also remained an idealist, or in other words, a Christian, parentheses, a cunning Christian, as Nietzsche calls him, close parentheses.
There you have it.
I guess I missed the poetry part.
Indeed. Yeah, but yeah, alterity is, you know, basically transnationalism, and it's basically brought about by this idea of synthesis within Kantian, metaphysics. So he's trying to say that Kant was basically trying to talk about the discovery of the other, without putting his finger on it. You know what I mean? Which is pretty interesting. So he's imbibing Kantian epistemology and saying that it's basically just a commentary on transracialism.
But it's never just what you think it is. He was right about it being that, but I don't think it's just that. So you think Kant is like just total bullshit? You don't understand it at all? Like the a priori thing is as an intuition doesn't make any sense? Or what? I can take pushback too. Give it.
I mean, I guess intuition and a priori is not the same thing. Kant calls it intuition. I like the idea of intuition, but I think that he relegates it to a very small capacity. I mean, right? I think intuition is to my mind, knowledge without memory. And I think that it pairs off rather well with instinct, right? Which I think is its animalistic counterpart, right? And
Yeah, totally. And that
I
video that I
think that
posted.
Kant totally misses this other thing, which is instinct. I mean,
Yeah, he does. He does miss that. And what's really weird is the video that I posted in the back.
so
That's
wait, hold on. There's your pushback.
Yeah,
How's that for pushback, lady?
that was pretty good. And it brought up the point of instinct, which is totally I totally get that. And it happened to lead on to this video that I posted in the back. That thing, have you seen it? I posted it yesterday in the Discord. It is like an illustration. The guy, it's not even that long either, but the guy talks about like the development of consciousness and like of a human and the different levels that it can be at, and the whole freaking thing made total sense to me, and that rarely happens. So I just thought I would point out, because it starts with the intellect that is very instinctual, like babies like have the instinct to cry and eat, and that's level 1. Animals are like that too. They a little bit more complex, maybe level 2. The conformity is like level 4, which we're like most of humanity is probably level 4 to 6 is what he said.
So they didn't get past the reptilian brain part.
Oh no, there are people that have gotten past it, and there are quite a lot of them on the planet right now, I think.
I mean, majority of the people probably haven't, though.
No,
They're
not
just
yet. But they think that, which is kind of funny, because they said around like level 6, people think they're like level 9, and I can see that. But you can't skip levels really either. I think that you kind of can in some ways, because circumstance sometimes, but most people that happens to probably go crazy.
Yeah, but I totally reject that intuition has anything to do with empiricism, right? That's another thing that I think that I think he creates this notion of intuition, so that he could make room for empiricism, and a lot of people, especially theologians, did not like the fact that he cleaved apart morality from reason, right? Because sometimes it makes sense to do the right thing.
Might have pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like a dichotomy between the brain and the heart, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because the brain is, well, at least the left side of the brain is logical and
it's indicative of modernism, right?
Yeah, uses reason, whereas the heart uses love.
Right.
But you need both.
Yeah, and then it brings in this whole idea that morality and art are like these art, they're like these, they're not based on reason, so they're these domains that are just purely abstract. And I just fucking hate that compromise.
Is that the new Kitty?
There's a cute cat.
And identified universality with ideality rather than with power. Kant's economy of the concept, which is the assimilation of experience into a system of exchange values, is irresistible in principle and thus does not recognize a problem of rebellion. It is only with the implicit recognition of the need for a systemic evacuation of rebellion from the metropolis by means of a geographically distorted labor market that racism arises in its contemporary form, which is ultimately that of the restricted franchise, parentheses, on a national basis, close parentheses, over the political management of the global means of production. It is no longer a question of taxation without representation, parentheses, except by means of interest payments, close parentheses, but rather of a metropolitan capital seeking to abstract itself from all political reference, becoming offshore, although not to the extent that it loses its geopolitical condition of existence, parentheses, the US war machine, close parentheses. The increasingly rigorous differentiation of marriage from trade or politics from economics finds its ultimate conceptual definition in the thought of a moral agency which is utterly impervious to learning, communication, or exchange. It is in his second critique, the critique of practical reason, that Kant capitalizes upon the ethno-ethical consequences of the first, that justice must be prosecuted without negotiation. Kant's moral theory is an ethics of appropriative modernity and breaks with the parochial or scriptural morality of the Ancien Regime. Where Judaic, Christian, and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy, Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction. Only that is moral which can be demanded of every rational being unconditionally in the name of an ultra-empire that Kant calls the empire of ends, Reich der Zweck. The law of this empire is called the categorical imperative, which means a law stemming solely from the purity of the concept, and thus dictated by the absolute monologue of colonial reason. In the purity of categorical morality, the incestuous bloodline of the pharaohs is still detectable, but sublimated into an impersonal administration. The law is that which cannot be legitimately discussed, and which is therefore an unresponsive or unilateral imposition. It is not difficult to see that the second critique distills the xenophobic violence of the first and elevates it to the most extreme possible fanaticism, where theoretical knowledge is open to a limited negotiation with alterity. Practical or moral certainty is forbidden from entering into relation with anything outside itself, except to issue commands. Kant's practical subject already prefigures a deaf Führer, barking impossible orders that seem to come from another world. Kant makes a further strenuous effort to push forward the horizon of a priori synthesis
What are y'all doing?
in his third critique, the critique of judgment. If the first critique corresponds to appropriative economy or commodification, and the second critique corresponds to imperial jurisdiction, the third critique
Here, check out what he just said. Maybe 2 minutes ago. I think it was 2 minutes ago.
Capital and the Prohibition of Incest by Nick. What? Okay.
A lot of 50-cent words in here.
Yeah, but the whole
Why does
idea
that seem like a Thorpe topic, dude? What's that?
yeah,
What's that,
definitely
Jumbo?
goes in because it's I mean, so this is one of the main writings of accelerationism, right? So he's talking about Kant, how Kant created universalism, and he says that Kant's universalism is akin to modernist ideas, the same as Judeo-Christian law systems were akin to the imperial jurisdiction in the previous age.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it's wild. And think about it. They're using Kant for Christian, I mean, as an argument for Christianity. I'm talking about people like Jay Dyer. So it's so interesting.
Right. You know, and what's so funny about this, if you read Father Seraphim's Orthodox Survival course, he kind of picks these guys apart. You know, he explains their hang up. He explains why it's not, you know, appropriate for an Orthodox Christian to view things like that, because it's, you know, coming right out of the Enlightenment. You know, it's coming out of these philosophers putting you know, human logic and reason over God, and these guys think they can do that because it, you know, it just fits their purpose, because they want to be you know, political commentators, and they want to spar with atheists. And like I you know, it's clearly rooted in feeling like your belief system isn't good enough, so use their terms and give up all the spiritual aspects of your beliefs, you know.
Yeah, I mean, as I think somebody else was alluding to, yeah, he definitely. I mean, I'm talking about Seraphim Rose. He was definitely aware of postmodernism and all those ideas. So, you know, in terms of what, you know, the guy's saying here, but these guys really try to stretch it. You know, and it's not strange for them to bring in sexual and racial themes, you know, into the discussion. You know, where otherwise it wouldn't really be any you know, pretense for it. But see, that's what they're using to collapse these ideas of universalism, right? So that's part and parcel of their accelerationist ideology.
Absolutely. And you know, a big part of it, what I've noticed is you know, mistaking the church organization for the organism, and I mean, reverse that, mistaking, you know, our view as the church as an organization, and then you have these idealistic values where you can like sort of assimilate your secular worldview into the church and bring it in, and yeah, it's kind of it's pretty foul, honestly. And they pass it off as orthodoxy, but it's almost the same way that scientists use philosophy. You know, it's like they're using religion as a way to solidify their arguments. So it's like you can't argue against it, because it's like, well, this is the God-given truth. But they're not really using God in their arguments, are they? It's like something else.
Yeah, but this is crazy what he says here about Judeo-Christian. I hope I don't skip the part Judeo-Christian.
Judaic-Christian and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy. Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction.
Holy cows. Exactly on the spot. And I randomly did that. So that was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Projects in their periods of ascendance, more scriptural morality of the Ancien regime. Were Judaic-Christian and Israel or scriptural morality of the Ancien regime. Where Judaic-Christian and Islamic moral codes served as legitimations of imperial projects in their periods of ascendancy, Kantian morality is inversely legitimated by the position of imperial or universal jurisdiction.
Okay, check that out. Imperial or universal jurisdiction. Right? I feel like quoting this to Jim Bob. It's crazy, huh? But yeah,
Jim Bob is like, but my duties.
Yeah, my duties, because that is the Kantian word that they're borrowing from the idea of the categorical imperative, right? The duties, right? Because it's a universal category, right?
Yep.
Right. So that means that it's a moral duty, right? So so he's
Well, you should watch
saying,
this interview with Dyer and this Metropolitan Jonah, this Puffhausen, right? This guy pushes all these modernist philosophical beliefs, and then he goes to the Protestants to get his understanding of the Old Testament, and he says things like that, it's not really historical. Like he doesn't even believe in the Old Testament or something. It's real weird stuff, man. This guy Gentle Breeze sort of breaks down all the heresies that this Jonah Puffhausen has pushed, and Dyer has had a long conversation with him, and I mean he doesn't call him out. He basically agrees with him. Same thing we've seen with DPH and the Deacon Ananias guy. It's very strange stuff.
yeah, I mean, I wonder if we release that, or I don't know if we release that, or maybe if I want to be careful about releasing that entire thing that we did that one day, but maybe I did release it. But nevertheless, we went on DPH and had a conversation with them, so I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like I need to go rewatch what we said.
I reposted it, to my community post. I watched it back, and it was pretty solid. We kind of were slipping in ideas, I think, subtly, and that was kind of cool.
You have that on your channel?
Yeah, well, I reposted it in my community post, not like actually like the video repost.
The one that where me and you broke down.
Yeah.
Deacon Ananias and DPH.
Oh no, not that. No. My
okay.
bad. I was confused. I thought you were talking about what we did yesterday.
Oh.
Or we went on the show or whatever.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was like a couple of weeks ago or something, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago or something, maybe a month ago. I don't know. But yeah, that was a great breakdown because it does expose the whole theistic evolution and Killism, and which is so funny is that was kind of the topic when we talked to him. And he seemed to be against it, but he wasn't that day, was he?
Wait, you guys went on his live stream?
Yeah, yesterday.
Dang.
Well, that's the thing
that
is that maybe we need to like that's why I'm saying I need to go back and watch what we said there. You get what I'm saying now? Because it's like,
yeah,
what the fuck? Like I need that tape like to reflect on, because he was literally pushing theistic evolution. I mean, we went crazy about it. Right? So yeah, so we got to go back and watch that and then maybe confront him again with that.
Well, when we had the conversation with him yesterday, he brought up theosis as being the chief goal. But that's what it's so weird about it is because I don't know if he understands what it's supposed to mean in an Orthodox context, or if he's understanding it in the theistic evolution context, of this CTUHLU guy, because that paper we should, I don't know. I think if we do go over that again, I think we should probably read that paper, that Deacon Ananias references, because I have that, and it's straight up like a Teilhard de Chardin, but in an Orthodox context or something. It's really weird. And they treat that guy as like he's a like a theologian, like a master theologian or something. There's a new calendars.
Yeah, you ever hear of David Bentley Hart?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guy's a tragedy, dude. Yeah, he's just straight up like there's just straight up Orthodox perennialism right there.
Yeah. I think Father Joseph has covered that a couple times, but my memory's kind of vague on it. But yeah, I think a lot of people say that guy's a heretic. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Um, where is it?
Only that is moral which can be demanded of every rational being unconditionally in the name of an ultra-empire that Kant calls the empire of ends, Reich der Zweck. The law of this empire is called the categorical imperative, which means a law stemming solely from the purity of the concept, and thus dictated by the absolute monologue of colonial reason. In the purity of categorical morality, the incestuous bloodline of the pharaohs is still detectable, but sublimated into an impersonal administration. The law is that which cannot be legitimately discussed, and which is therefore an unresponsive or unilateral imposition.
This is I found it. So this is what
critique distills the xenophobic
I think
violence
DPH meant by theosis when we talked to him. So it's this thing I've sent it to you before, but Stanley expressed a view that the universe endowed with a quote impulse of development was designed to evolve in the parameters of divine rationality and to be led by the source of this rationality. The immediate goal of cosmic evolution was the rise of human consciousness, which in turn was to attain the ultimate goal of creation, the eschatological perfection and union with God. Does that not sound exactly like what, he was kind of getting at? But he masks it. That's the weird thing. Like, he masks it and says theosis, though. And they use the term. And the term in itself is good in an Orthodox context, but the way they're using it isn't right. It's weird.
Yeah, and that's why I point people towards this idea of Aristotle, right? Because Aristotle talked about teleology, right? So this is exactly what, Teilhard de Chardin is talking about, the telos, right? They're transforming eschatology in terms of teleology. And that means that they're looking at things in terms of inner potential. And every time you go to the idea of inner potential or developing from inward potential, right, you get into these Gnostic concepts, right, of the divine spark and all these ideas, right?
Yeah.
It also sounds
straight
like
Kabbalah.
it also
stuff.
sounds like where you could spring into liberation theology as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Yeah, and that's why when you look at theosis in terms of potentiality, and you say, well, everybody has the potential for theosis. Now you're playing a dirty game.
A
You see what I'm saying?
universalist game there.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody can be saved, and everybody can obtain to this, and this is the chief goal to create a utopian theosis. It's like, what? It's the same thing that you're critiquing, man. You're falling into the same thing. That's the reality of theosis is we'll never reach it here on Earth. Maybe a few will, you know what I mean? But like great ascetics in a desert. And I don't know if those exist anymore, you know what I mean? Like, maybe there is, I don't know, but it would be very few. And then, for the average believer that, Christ says, as he returns and, or you go to heaven or something, then you'll attain it. But it's not something that you're going to attain on earth. And then, it'll lead to the theosis of like the perfection of the world or something, because what would be the point of having the kingdom of heaven? Like, what's the point if it's to perfect this world or something? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, see, this guy's talking about a cosmic evolution. Mankind itself performing the acts of function within the cosmos and for it. Precisely given the assimilation of certain elements pertaining to contemporary physics with his theanthropic cosmology, on the understanding of Stanley went beyond that of Maximus. So he's going beyond that of St. Maximus, his theology and his understanding, which is always dangerous. You don't want to go over the saints, and depend on your own thinking. Now, if you have something to add, then oh yeah, it's talking about the eschaton. You know, this is all like DPH, man. This is his guy. It's got to be Stanley. Potential of the cosmos. Sure, you mentioned that the speak with divine act by the human conscious person was brought into existence. He was more interested in pointing out, on the one hand, that the calling of mankind into being amounted to an invitation to the dialogue with the Creator, and on the other hand, that of mankind was ontologically linked with the universe. Thus, whereas he affirmed the theological dimensions of human existence and its prominent position within creation, he subscribed to the patristic standpoint concerning the anthrocosmic continuum, a notion that resonates with the current scientific representation of reality. In tune with a point made by Nihilus, Stanley expressed the view that the universe endowed with an impulse of development was designed to evolve in the parameters of divine rationality and to be led by the source of this rationality. The immediate goal of cosmic evolution was the rise of human consciousness, which in turn was to attain the ultimate goal of creation, the eschatological perfection and union with God. The achievement of the cosmic purpose therefore depended on what contemporary cosmologists call the entropic principle, which is in fact typical of Stanley's theanthropocosmic thinking. Yeah, straight up, dude. If we talk to him, we gotta press him on this, dude. Honestly,
fucking anthropiosis. Anthropoesis. It's like it's a new thing.
Anthropocosmism, like that's
anthropocosmism. Yeah. Well, that goes with the Pythagoras idea that man is the measure of all things, you know, or the Marx idea that the root of man is man himself.
Mm.
You know, it's just
it's putting an Orthodox sticker on it. You know what I mean? Like that's it.
Yeah,
it's like putting man into a vacuum of sorts.
Yeah, it's a strange take, and like you know, these guys are all in on it. You know, like they're all for it. Like it's too logical, man. Like what? Why would they think this would be a spiritual like take, like an Orthodox Christian take? Like it doesn't. It's beyond me. It's super modernist. It's like borderline, you know, New Age, really.
The first, and elevates it to the most extreme possible fanaticism, where theoretical knowledge is open to a limited negotiation with alterity, practical.
But yeah, you know, if we go and confront him, we gotta go do it like how we did and like bring the clip, because that mofo's gonna deny that shit straight out the gate. He's gonna be like, we never said that shit. They're gonna straight up be like, we never said that shit. So we gotta come with the exact timestamp and be like, look, we gotta contextualize these 3-minute segments where you guys actually literally brought up the dude, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And be like,
well,
why?
see, they don't see it as a problem.
Always gotta have the receipts.
I don't think he'll see it as a problem. He's gonna be, well, he's a new calendar saint in our book, and it's like, okay, so just because you think he was a saint, and but they don't get it that these so-called elders and theologians of the new calendars are deluded, because they themselves are in this same delusion, like that these concepts and these elders are acceptable and orthodox, but it's like neo-Athenites, like this. They came about accepting the Freemasonic patriarch in the 1920s, and they developed their theology based on like sort of assimilating philosophical ideas within orthodoxy, and then trying to act like it's really just, this is like divine revelation or something. It's like, it's not. They're very old concepts, just with new name tags on them. And it's lofty stuff. Like, this stuff isn't like, it's hard to like necessarily pinpoint what's wrong with it sometimes, because it's so lofty, like to have a response to it, but yeah, I don't know. Really, it's idealism, really. It's this idealistic, chiliastic, interpretation of what theosis is meant to be.
And that's what the modern thing is traditionalism. Um, modernism and also futurism. All three sold as viable options. So
See, he talks about integrating pertaining to contemporary science, particularly quantum physics, into his thoroughly theological worldview, given the precedent set by Teilhard de Chardin. Wow. Lars Thunberg suggests the possibility of bringing certain Maximian institutions and contemporary physics, whether or not responsible for a suggestion. Stanley consistently translated Maximus's vision of reality in terms that evoke quantum mechanics. Why are they doing that?
Oh yeah. The thing I was going to say is traditionalism, idealism, or modernism, and then futurism. So it's, as me and Red were saying, it's a split between the head and the heart, right? And that's the compromise there.
For sure.
And that's basically, the root of that basically comes from Aristotle, because he said the goal is thinking about thinking. So there's the most fundamental split between head and heart is right there. But yeah. That once you actually come to realize this stuff, it's actually not lofty at all. They're just throwing around these big terms. They're acting like they're smart, for sure.
Yeah, you're right, honestly, on that point, because that's usually the case, isn't it? It's just like throwing all these concepts together, and it's pride masking itself with intelligence.
Right.
While moral certainty is forbidden from entering into relation with anything outside itself, except to issue commands. Kant's practical subject.
By the way, the stream was supposed to have ended like an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Oh wow.
And Neurojack just like dropped out. So it is
As
what it is.
usual.
So it is what it is. I'm just here for literally no reason at all. I was supposed to have started my stream already. So I don't know where he went, but yeah.
Ruh-roh. He'll just have to come back, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or I just won't do one today. I mean, it's Wednesday, but we also don't have the channel, so I mean, I'm not very compelled to go do one. But yeah, we'll see. If not, we'll be on like from 4 to 8 tomorrow or something. You know? Who knows?
Yeah, DPH was on live today, and I was gonna say something, but I was kind of I had to go and do something or something. I
He
forgot.
doesn't have that open panel every day.
Oh, it was. That's what it was. Okay, I see.
Yeah, he only yeah. That's why Neuro told us to go over there, because he rarely does those. He does those like maybe once every 2 or 3 months or something like that.
Yeah, man. Sometimes Neuro will be telling me like, "Hey, go to on this live." I'm like, "What are you talking about, dude? I don't know those people. Why am I gonna go over there for?"
Yeah, that's kind of was my initial
Crazy.
reaction to it. Like I was like, I don't know, you know.
But
what I
at
mean?
least DPH has relevance, right? Sometimes like he'll be like suggesting I go to some random ass panel. I'm like, the hell? It's like, I don't know. Or semi-random anyway.
Yeah, I wonder where's that breakdown we did of Theo, if Neuro still has that up on his channel. Because yeah, I kind of want to throw that in my community tab so more people will subscribe to Neurojack's channel, and then we'll go and maybe have more people watch that one, because it got taken down on the other channel for quite a while, like 2.5 days. But yeah, this is almost over. I guess I'll listen to the end of this, and then I guess I'll see if Neuro returns in that much time. If not, we'll see what happens.
So you know how you're talking about the heart, right? This is something
Right.
interesting. All right, so the opposite of a loving heart receives revelation from God is cold calculation, getting what you can out of people in religious life. This produces fakery and charlatanism, and all descriptions. If you look at the religious world today, you see that a great deal of what is going on, so much fakery, posing, calculation, and so much taking advantage of the winds of the fashions. But this is from Saint Seraphim's book, God's Revelation to the Human Heart. And he goes on, he says, is there a special organ to receive revelation from God? Yes, in certain sense, there is such an organ, though usually we close it and do not let it open up. God's revelation is given to something called a loving heart. So I think that's what it is. It's just like cold calculations without, a loving heart to sort of open up, I guess, the noose to divine revelation. So you get caught in these these rationalistic, logical concepts and try to force it onto theology. It's like theology with a cigarette or something. It's weird.
Like Andrew Wilson style.
Pretty much, I would say. Right. Yeah.
With his cigs.
But could you imagine like somebody talking about theology with a wine glass and a cigarette? That's what I'm trying to get at, Like, what is that? And then usually those people are the ones that like go on and try to teach priests. exactly what's happening with the dire types. You know, it's like these guys are out here acting like they're the great theologians, and they're missing the heart of orthodoxy, the salt that makes it true. You know.
They're Juden trolls. Der Juden troll.
Der
Juden,
bro.
Der Juden.
Der Juden troll.
Yeah. I want to cover. I'm gonna cover that book, God's Revelation of the Human Heart. I'll do that probably soon, and I'm also doing an episode on the myth of papal infallibility. It's gonna be pretty fire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be a myth.
Oh, it is. It is. And they're talking about, the EP's talking about going into communion with Rome now. Like, they're really pushing for it. They've been pushing for it for a long time, like for like 100 years or something. They've been having ecumenical activity going on, but now they're like fully about to go into Eucharistic communion with them, I think. And all these people that have been calling us all types of names are kind of like shutting up for once and like, oh, they were right. There's one of them that runs all their discords, like the Ortho Bro discords. His name's like Ephraim or something. And he was like, you finally got your excuse to break communion 100 years later. It's like, oh, really? Like, what a cope, dude.
Yeah, have you seen this guy Ruslan?
Sad
This guy's a huge joke. Ruslan XD or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's straight up trash.
Maybe
Trash
like
monkey.
Boozeland.
Yeah, something. This guy's like some type of holy roller or something. It's totally weird.
Are you talking about the Roosh guy? Is that the same guy? Or is this a different guy?
No, some guy named
Different guy.
Oh, okay. All right. I've heard of this guy too, though. I'm just it's
Ruslan XD or something.
He was the one I was talking to, and
yeah,
Father Sweden showed him.
Oh,
how
look at this! Actually,
Dyer was lying.
Look at this. In 14 hours.
Oh, that guy, the Protestant guy, right?
I think so, yeah.
This is so funny, man. Look at this shit.
Oh, we're going to start. And then I started realizing, well, there's a lot of cults that are popping up, right? Like Hollywood has a lot of cults. A lot of
Was there a specific shift that happened in Hollywood where it went from like, we're going to use James Bond, superhero, America's great, to like, no, we're going to start diving in some of this more occult imagery?
And his papers were about and chemicals actually changing gender in men and women. We can do this.
A-listers who are immersed in Hollywood are verified spies.
Yep.
For America, is that your mind having a chemical trip, or do you think it's actually opening you up to a spirit realm? I only ask for Alex Jones one because your connection. I have a buddy whose daughter was
spiritual chemicals,
and so
I know,
hearing
like,
anyone
what?
say like this wasn't real when I know people directly connected.
That's gotta be some kind
It's
of
a bad look for anyone.
accelerationism.
Ruslan.
Why wait until this entire thing premieres on YouTube? Why not sign up for a free
You seen that
7-day
episode with
trial
Peter Hears,
of our
right? He went on there too.
He went on Piers Morgan, this guy.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
Dyer
I thought that's what
definitely
he said.
did.
Oh, Dyer did. Yeah, definitely.
I was talking about Peter Hears went on this guy's show.
Oh my God, that's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we should watch that one. That's got to be a very weird one because this guy's gonna throw like really strange questions. Like he's gonna be like, "Is there a conflict between making money and being a Christian and stuff like that?" And he's gonna have like a weird. Then he's gonna tap transform.
Is there some kind of moral this dysfunction with being a grifter.
Why
Yeah,
does the
exactly.
Bible say call no man father if you call your priest fathers? That's the level of questioning. Well, what about the thief on the cross?
Is it like Rocky level questioning?
It's kind of like that. I mean, no offense to Rocky, but yeah.
Rocky's hilarious though. I like him.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like? I love the old man. I haven't seen him in a minute. Where's Rocky at? Where's old Rock at?
Was he on Flo's panel the other day? I think I saw him briefly.
Rocky in his flow state.
Nanobots everywhere, bro.
Patreon community and see this entire interview, as well as all of our interviews, early before
How much, man?
they hit the public. And you'll also get access to the extended version of our conversations that are sometimes a little too spicy for you.
That's in poor
All right,
taste.
so head on over to
You
Patreon. Link
can't
is in the
just say the price outright. You can have it on the screen though, probably.
description or
Mud
pinned comment.
flaps and
Sign up
tasers.
over there, and I'll see you.
Yeah, I mean, so that's this guy. So we'll see what happens there. I guess it's live, and yeah, I mean,
What's the point of paying for it just to see it early? Like, that's so lame.
You know what would be kind of cool though, since he brought up true orthodoxy, is to get Father Joseph on that show. I mean, that'd be crazy.
Right?
You know, even if it's
that'd
just
be
like
hilarious.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, he had questions. He's asked Dyer, why don't you ask the true Orthodox what they say about it? You know, I might reach out to him and see if he'll do it, or try to get Father Joseph to do it. Something, because that would be interesting. I think that would be a solid. It would definitely open up a larger audience for him, man, for sure. That guy got some reach.
yeah, I might ask you for this video because we need to make that a permanent clip fixture on our channel.
Yeah, man,
I remember him doing that on my
funny.
show. Yeah, I remember him doing that on my show, and the lizard tree like freaked out.
Lizard tree freaked out. Dude, he needs to chill with that, man. He's an older man. He doesn't need to be tasing himself.
No, he just pretended that he tased himself.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he did it so well that we thought he tased himself a little bit.
Wow, that's funny.
And one time he was pointing at a whiteboard with a machete. So interesting times.
Here's a slow boy whiteboard for you.
They'll maybe spit out my iced tea.
Yeah.
All over my keyboard.
Rocky went through a phase of showing all his weapons on stage. That's awesome.
Yeah, but we had slow bitch white whore coping in the chat yesterday when we were on DPH, Remington.
I missed that. Damn.
She was losing her fucking mind, and also
I'd be able to get to say my little saying. You know, I'm just a slow boy with no whiteboard.
Well, she's a mod in the chat, so we could probably go back and record the chat. You know, because yeah, it's pretty funny because yeah, it's like, why don't you have your fucking clown boys TBE and EBT go up there? Pretty funny, huh?
Yeah. Well, what was she freaking out just over you, or was she saying something about me too, or what? I didn't see it.
From what I saw, it was just bunch of negative comments about me, like 3 or 4 people, but I didn't see anything about you. I think they're not really too familiar with you.
But she's
They
been in my
don't.
chat
They don't
before.
have. They haven't formulated an attack on
Yeah.
them yet.
Yeah,
Probably.
but if we
That's
go back
what it
and
is.
yeah, but if we go back and look in the chat, I bet one or two. There's probably one or two true orthodoxy comments in there or something like that. Dude.
Right.
There's got to be with some of these people. They'll be spying on
Yeah,
the other
he's true
communities.
Orthodox. Kick him out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like every time like we come in contact with those guys, they're worried we're gonna bring up, ecumenism or something, like, which we probably should. Like, I probably should have, really realistically. But I don't know.
I think going over there after a long time, I think it's fine just to give general reflections on the topic that they have up. But if we go over there like a couple times more, I think it'd be fine to bring it up, because it's like, see, the thing is that I'm not really trying to go over there and get a bunch of people to attack or go over there to start some shit when their show's not really about that.
No, I agree. And that's why I sort of was like, well, if we're going to talk about subjects that, why take it there,
Right, like it was just enough for me to say what I gleaned from watching that interview with Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay or whatever.
I haven't seen that yet. I need to probably watch that.
Is that like a nothing burger?
Yeah, we watched like 19 minutes of it. It was total nothing burger. The 19 minutes we watched. There's like an hour and a half of it, so it's extremely grueling research.
Sounds like cruel and unusual punishment.
It is. Oh yeah.
Like reading Kant.
Yeah.
Or Hegel.
Yeah. I mean, Zeph liked it, but I don't know.
She said we were charmed. I don't buy it.
Well, I said that, and then she repeated
Oh,
it.
did she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said that, and then she repeated it. But I said because a couple of times I went over there and had a good conversation with him too.
Yeah.
So that's also a thing. I mean, like the last time I went on his show physically, I think it was something like Trump or something was the subject, and or I could be mistaken, but
Hey, abandoned soldier. I'm about to call you a name right now. Ready for it?
Call him televised apocalypse.
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah, it's him.
Oh, classic.
That's the homie. Yeah. All right. Let me turn this on for a second. I gotta go.
So you gonna do your stream or what? What's
I
the
mean,
plan?
it's all up to the situation here, even. If not, as I said, we'll start tomorrow at 4:20 to 8. And we'll look at that. We'll try to look at that James Lindsay interview, which is just total nonsense at this point. But also I have 2 or 3 other things that obviously there's that Nietzsche book. I want to read that. There's an interview. Not an interview, but a really weird article I saw by a French writer on Un's review that was being covered by that guy, Pete Quinoni or whatever the hell his name is. I mean, that was really weird, dude. About Freud and B'nai B'rith, of all things. So yeah, that's gonna be an odd one.
Already prefigures a deaf Führer, barking impossible orders that seem to come from another world. Kant makes a further strenuous effort to push forward the horizon of a priori synthesis in his third critique, the Critique of Judgment. The first critique corresponds to appropriative economy.
So he said that Kant actually wrote a critique of pure reason, a critique of practical reason, and also a critique of judgment. So apparently there's two other parts to critique of pure reason. I personally was not really too familiar with that. I've read parts of this book before, but not this part. But yeah, this is a section from the book Fang Noumena, and it's the section on Kant because obviously the whole book is mentioning this idea of Kant, the idea of noumena, which is, as Kant calls it, the thing in itself. Right, so it's basically the object of pure reason, right? So
modification, and the second.
I mean the object of reason. There's no such thing as pure reason, but yeah.
Critique corresponds to imperial jurisdiction. The third.
For Kant, I mean.
Critique corresponds to the exercise of war at those margins of the global system that continue to resist both the market and the administration. It is concerned with the type of pleasure that is experienced when an object inflicts an extrajudicial submission or abasement before the faculty of judgment, an experience which Kant associates with the contemplation of beauty. The first critique already exhibits a conception of excess or a priori synthesis that generalizes the principles of the labor market to all objects of theoretical cognition and transforms the understanding into a form of intellectual capital. In the third critique, there is a far more aggressive conception of excess, which generates a feeling of delight, because it is essentially extortionate. This excess is not a surplus of certainty stemming from dimensions of objectivity possessed in advance of intuition, and thus by right, but rather a surplus of purchase upon the object. Kant argues that we have no transcendental right to expect natural laws to be sufficiently homogeneous for us to grasp. When confronting the heterogeneity of intuition, reason must engage in a kind of Pascalian wager, assuming an intelligible system of nature because it has nothing to lose by not doing so. The submission of the outside in general to the inside in general, or of nature to the idea, i.e., conquest, is not guaranteed by any principle. The capitalist feels a neutral satisfaction in the production of normal profits, but the conqueror feels exultation in the attainment of victory, precisely because there was no reason to expect it. Kant's advice to the imperial war machine in his third critique can be summarized as, treat all resistance as if it were less than you might justifiably fear. The critique of judgment thus projects the global victory of capitalized reason as pure and exuberant ambition. The only possible politics of purity is fascism, or a militant activism rooted in the inhibitory and exclusive dimensions of a metropolitanism. Racism, as regulated, automatic, and indefinitely suspended process of genocide, as opposed to the hysterical and unsustainable genocide of the Nazis, is the real condition of persistence for a global economic system that is dependent upon an aggregate price of labor approximating to the cost of its bare subsistence, and therefore upon an expanding pool of labor power which must be constantly stimulated into this market by an annihilating poverty. If fascism is evaded in metropolitan society,
So Kant's critique of pure reason is the sword that slew deism in Germany. That's what I'm just reading right now.
as they displace themselves around the third world, disciplining the labor market and ensuring that basic commodity prices are not high enough to distribute capital back.
Yeah, I was talking about that before, but that is, by deism they mean Spinoza,
right?
Right, and I'd be hesitant to, because what did he do to get rid of Spinoza? I mean, basically he brought back in a sort of quasi-dualism. So I mean, he's just going back to Descartes. I mean, he's not like, you know, and I think he just took Descartes and Spinoza and just smashed them together. You know?
Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously Spinoza thought he was, you know, like destroying Descartes. You know what I mean? And Kant thought he was synthesizing Spinoza, right? So it's just all this crazy nonsense. Right?
Yeah, what Seraphim Rose says here is that is when Descartes said, he said, we already saw that the very beginning of modern philosophy with Descartes had begun not with some kind of outward observation or revelation. It began already with some kind of subjectivism. That is, when Descartes said, quote, I think, therefore I am. This is the first clear idea, and from this he deduces everything else. The outward world, God, and absolutely everything becomes if there is something. Then the world is real. If there's a real world, then there must be a God who created it. He has clear, distinct ideas about all these realities and thinks he has a nice, tight philosophical system. But it all begins with his own observations of himself, which of course shows how far away he is from Christianity, which starts with God who created the world and created us. But since they trust reason as the only faculty which can give us knowledge, they cannot start with God, because you do not see God. And so it happens then with these rationalists, particularly Hume, succeed in destroying our knowledge of God, of religion, of the spiritual world, and then of the material world. What is left? And the answer, what is left, is the same, some kind of self-awareness. And so the last hope that man has there, some kind of knowledge, rests in his own awareness of himself. And this is what Kant did. He made a Copernican revolution by saying that it is not the mind which revolves around the world in order to know what it is. It is rather the world which revolves around me, around the mind. We can never know what is out there, the thing in itself, the noumenon, he calls it, but we can only know it as it appears to us. In such categories, reality as space and time are not categories of outward reality, but rather of my mind. That is, I must see them in the terms of space and mind. These are the categories which my mind organizes a reality with. And of course, if this is true, there's some kind of knowledge left. Not as reality as it is in itself, but reality as it must appear to me because I have that kind of mind. And so knowledge is possible. And even knowledge of God is possible because he said that it's based on inward feelings, subjective feelings, which shows how much he was under the influence of pietism movement of his time, which was reacting against the Enlightenment rationalism, the deadness of it. But reality in itself is absolutely unknowable. Only what I see is knowable. We have observations of this by Heinrich Heine, a German Jew who came to France because it was too dangerous in Germany, and wrote this book on religion and philosophy in Germany in 1833 or 4, and got a hold of a feeling behind these thinkers very nicely and communicated what their meaning is. He was trying to interpret German philosophy to the French, and this is what he has to say about Kant. I could go on if you want, but I don't know. I could just send this to you.
Yeah, I mean, you can go on if you want.
Okay. This is, I am about to speak of a man whose mere name has the might of an exorcism. I speak of Immanuel Kant. Quote, it is said that night-wandering spirits are filled with terror at the sight of the heaven's acts. With what mighty fear then must they be stricken with when there is held up to them Kant's critique of pure reason. That is the sword that slew deism in Germany. Quote, to speak frankly, you French have been tame and moderate compared to us Germans. At most, you could but kill a king, and he compared us with Germans. At most, you could but kill a king, and he had already lost his head before you guillotined him. For accomplishment as to such deeds, you must need cause such a drumming and shrieking and stamping of feet that the whole universe trembled. To compare Maximilian Robespierre, I don't know how to say that name. Robespierre,
I think.
Okay, is that Robespierre? With Immanuel Kant is to confer too high an honor upon the former. Maximilian, the great citizen of the Rue Saint Honore, had it is true in his sudden attacks of the destructiveness when it was a question of monarchy, and his fame was violently convulsed when the fit of regicidal epilepsy was on. But as soon as it came to be a question about the Supreme Being, he wiped the white froth from his lips, washed the blood from his hands, donned his blue Sunday coat with silver buttons, and stuck a nosegay into the bosom of his broad vest. End quote. He went to Notre Dame to worship reason and God, even to burn the image of atheism. The history of Immanuel Kant's life is difficult to portray, for he had neither life nor history. He led a mechanical, regular, almost abstract bachelor existence in a little retired street on Königsberg, an old town on the northeastern frontier of Germany. I do not believe that the great clock of the cathedral performed in a more passionlessly and methodical manner its daily routine than instead its townsman Immanuel Kant, rising in the morning, coffee drinking, writing, reading lectures, dining, walking, everything had its appointed time. And the neighbors knew that it was exactly 3:30 when Immanuel Kant stepped forth from his house in his great tight-fitting coat with a Spanish cane in his hand, and betook
3:30.
himself. You said
Bob.
what? You said what?
He left his house at 3:30.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, in a gray, tight-fitting coat with his Spanish cane in hand, and betook himself to the little Linden Avenue, called after him to this day, quote,
Yeah.
the Philosopher's Walk.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was about to say that they have the place where he took his walk,
That's interesting.
today in Königsberg. So
that's a trip.
Yeah, it's like a road and like they've marked it the Philosopher's Walk. So you could go there and walk the same walk that Kant walked, but I wonder if he mentions if that his whole connection to Swedenborg, because that's huge.
But no one wants to talk the philosopher's talk.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So many of those guys.
It goes on. It says summer and winter he walked up and down it 8 times, and when the weather was dull or heavy clouds prognosticated rain, the townspeople beheld his servant, the old Lampe, trudging anxiously behind him with a big umbrella under his arm, like an image of Providence. Quote, what a strange contrast did this man's outward life present to his destructive world annihilating thoughts. In sooth, had the citizens of Königsberg had the least president of the full significance of his ideas, they would have felt a far more awful dread at the presence of this man than at the sight of an executioner, who can but kill the body. But the worthy folk saw in him nothing more than a professor of philosophy, and as he passed in his customary hour, they greeted him in a friendly manner and set their watches by him. But though Immanuel Kant, the arch destroyer in the realm of thought, far surpassed in terrorism Maximilian Robespierre, he had many similarities with the latter, which induced a comparison between the two men. In the first place, we find in both the same exuberable, keen postulus, sober integrity. We likewise find in both the same talent of suspicion, only that is the one it has manifested itself in the direction of thought and was called criticism, whilst in the other it was directly against mankind and was styled republican virtue. But both presented in the high degree the type of the narrow-minded citizen. Nature had destined them for waiting out coffee and sugar, but fate decided that they should weigh out other things, and into the scales of one it had laid a king, into the scales of the other a god, and they both gave the correct weight. Quote, Kant proves to us that we know nothing about things that they are and by themselves, but we have a knowledge of them only insofar as they reflect in our minds. um, failed to agree accurately, but when Copernicus made the sun stand still and the earth revolve around it, behold, everything accorded admirably. So formerly, reason, like the sun, moved around the universe a phenomenon, and sought to throw light upon it. But Kant bade reason, the sun stand still, and the universe of phenomenon now turns around, and is illuminated the moment it comes within the region of the intellectual orb. Quote,
Yeah,
God according...
that's really weird that he said that, because Nick Land said the same thing. He compared Kant to Copernicus. So this is really strange that this is happening. I mean, so maybe Nick Land read Seraphim Rowe's book, right, or something like that. So you know, because that's a highly you know, specific comparison. But yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And who is actually Nick Land? Just to get caught up on that.
That's a guy that's whose audiobook is playing on the screen here.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I see. That would make sense then.
Yeah, so that was in his chapter as well. So it's very interesting, right?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So it goes on. It says, "Quote: God, according to Kant, is a noumen. As a result of his argument, this ideal and transcendental being, hitherto called God, is a mere fiction, as arisen from a natural illusion. Kant shows that we can know nothing regarding this noumen, regarding God, and that all reasonable proof of his existence is impossible. The words of Dante, 'Leave all hope behind,' may be inscribed over this portion of the Critique of Pure Reason. But in the end, quote, Immanuel Kant's were you going to say something? Were you saying something? My bad.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's okay. So it says, but in the end, quote, Immanuel Kant relents and shows that he is not merely a great philosopher, but also a good man. He reflects in half good-naturedly, half ironically. He says, old Lampe must have a god, otherwise the poor fellow can never be happy. Now man ought to be happy in this world. Practical reason says so. Well, I'm quite willing that practical reason should also guarantee the existence of God. As a result of this argument, Kant distinguished between the theoretical reason and the practical reason. By means of the latter, as with a magical wand, he revivifies deism, with theoretical reason had killed. Well, the function of Kant is to make systematic what Hume had done with his criticism. That is to do away with knowledge of the outer world and with God. In fact, to do away with God entirely, and restores God only on the basis of a subjective feeling. And that is why all the religious movements from this time on and have a new character. Because previously the idea of God is something which different people think they know by various kinds of revelations, even when they are wrong, but it's about some being who is out there. From this time on, a new kind of subjectivism enters into philosophy and religious currents. Now we begin to think about, well, later on in the century of a new thought, positive thinking, science of mind, mind over matter, all these things which are to some direct are to come direct from this philosopher. Not because his philosophy itself sort of had a direct influence, of course, it did in many places, but because he was expressing what was going through the mind of the people at that time. As if if you accept reason, you must follow him this far, that we have no knowledge at all of outward things, and the only knowledge comes through some kind of subjectivism. And as a result of this, the 19th century issues forth in a tremendous outburst of new subjective philosophies. We'll look at just one of these, which in itself is not particularly important, but it shows what happens when a philosopher takes what this Kant says, takes seriously what this Kant says. So that was he kind of threw me for a loop a few times because I didn't know if he was like for or against him or something,
Well, it seemed like, he was pretty much against, especially the little thing that he said about Copernicus, right?
Mm.
But you know, he took a very measured take. You can see because he talked about, you know, he's obviously against Descartes.
Right.
You know, he didn't say anything about Spinoza. He just kind of said he slew, you know, deism, and then he moved on to say how he went too far. You know.
Yeah. Well, he talks about Spinoza in other places. I think in